Chapter 1. 3 years have elapsed since I arrived in the Dragon Ball world, with 5 years remaining until the original storyline commences. I have significantly grown stronger, yet my innate talent still pales in comparison to that of the Saiyans. Although this body possesses remarkable potential, rivaling that of Krillin, who is hailed as the strongest Earthling, it is still insufficient on its own. The speaker is a young boy, approximately 12 years of age, clad in martial arts attire, exuding a remarkable fortitude and an air of youthful heroism. His name is Jiang Yun, a native of Blue Star. Upon realizing he had entered the Dragon Ball universe, he was filled with immense excitement. After becoming the CEO of a publicly listed company, aside from amassing wealth, his greatest passion became martial arts practice. He is deeply enamored with the legendary arts of Chinese martial arts and chivalry, though his original world was merely ordinary, devoid of any formidable techniques. Nevertheless, through years of rigorous training, he has developed a physique that rivals that of professional boxers. Tragically, during a quest for enlightenment in martial arts on a mountain, he met with an earthquake and perished. Currently, my combat power is roughly on par with Goku's when he first embarked on his journey. It is time to establish a faction to aid in my cultivation. Training demands vast resources in the original story. Vegeta lacked for nothing in terms of training facilities, thanks in part to Bulma, alleviating any financial concerns. The saying goes, wealth, companions, methods, and territory. If Goku had possessed wealth, Shishi would likely not have been so opposed to Goten's training. The burden of their married life fell entirely upon her shoulders. For the sake of their family, Shishi has made immense sacrifices. Her love for Goku is profound. Even in the harshest of times, she has never allowed him to go hungry. Despite being aware of Bulma's affluence, she never sought her help. Instead, it was Bulma who took the initiative to assist Goku's family. Since I have arrived in this world, I must rectify the regrets of the past and ensure that Earth does not become a stage exclusively for Saiyans, relegating Earthlings to mere supporting roles. At this moment, Jiang Yun's expression is exceedingly earnest, illuminated by the rising sun, casting a long shadow that conveys an atmosphere of optimism and determination. Alas, it is unfortunate that I have yet to locate Master Roshi. Relying solely on my own training feels rather sluggish. Indeed, Jiang Yun has sought out Master Roshi, but the old sage is lost amidst the vast ocean. How could he be easily found? Unlike the various Dragon Ball novels from his previous life, where locating Master Roshi is a trivial task, and one can effortlessly become his disciple or defeat him with minimal effort. Having personally experienced the arduousness of cultivation, it is evident that such effortless gains in power are utterly unrealistic. If achieving power were so simple, Vegeta would not have remained stagnant under Frieza's reign for over 20 years. Although Frieza arranged some deceptively easy tasks, the difficulty of increasing one's power is apparent. Nonetheless, these past few years since Jiang Yun's arrival have not been without merit. Drawing from the principles of martial arts from his previous life, he has managed to attain certain accomplishments. In his theory, the stages of Ming Jin and Jin and Hua Jing in martial arts are akin to the processes of refining the body. Upon reaching a Jin, a transformation occurs. Ming Jin and Jin are fundamentally different concepts. Jin enables him to project force that transcends his physical limitations, effectively doubling his combat power. What does this entail? In the original narrative, the only technique capable of amplifying combat power is the Kaioken, a pivotal martial skill throughout Goku's life. Through his practice of Jin, Jiang Yun has also touched upon the threshold of energy manipulation. One might argue that Jiang Yun's ability to reach such heights stems from extraordinary talent, which is partly true, yet he also possesses a lineage of mentorship. In terms of physical conditioning, he lacks nothing, but the passage of time has led to the erosion of many teachings, resulting in a lack of inherited knowledge regarding energy cultivation. Jiang Yun suspects that the calamities wrought by King Piccolo centuries ago may have caused the loss of many martial traditions, leaving only the legacies of Wu Tai Do, which have evolved into the current Turtle and Crane schools. His ability to grasp the nuances of energy manipulation is also attributed to his status as a transmigrant. Endowed with naturally robust mental faculties and a higher level of comprehension than most, exhibiting a significant disparity. While his innate talent may be comparable to Krillin's, his understanding far surpasses that of Krillin. Do not underestimate Krillin's prowess as the strongest Earthling. He is formidable in his own right. Though he may appear inconspicuous against the Saiyans in the vast universe, he would be a formidable opponent. Reflecting on his training in Engine, Jiang Yun has gleaned insights regarding energy cultivation, leading to intriguing conjectures about its nature. His Engine technique involves simultaneously unleashing two streams of force from his body. However, this demands considerable physical capability. He speculates that these forces may be the key to exponentially enhancing his combat power, albeit in a transient manner, still falling short of the Kaioken's capabilities. Yet, he is constantly refining his technique. His initial mastery of Engine was an accidental breakthrough, and while he understands the mechanics, he remains uncertain of the underlying principles. He suspects it may involve channeling the energy within him, but its feebleness renders it imperceptible, or perhaps he simply lacks a comprehensive understanding of energy cultivation. Nonetheless, Jiang Yun is convinced he possesses the potential to rival the protagonists. In his view, the Dragon Ball universe relies heavily on the mastery of energy to determine outcomes in battle. The prominence of martial techniques is rather scarce, as many focus solely on enhancing combat strength while neglecting the exploration of martial arts. To Jiang Yun, energy is fundamental, while martial techniques serve as extensions of the body akin to weapons. When two combatants possess similar power and experience, the one wielding the weapon holds the advantage. This phenomenon is likely due to the extensive time required to master martial techniques, leading to a slower progression in energy cultivation. In the original tale, Goku's dominance with the Kamehameha could be attributed to the time invested in developing martial skills, ultimately yielding a disproportionate return on energy cultivation. However, there is considerable potential for growth in the realm of martial techniques. Take Hit from Universe 6. As an example, his mastery of the time skip technique is immensely powerful, vividly demonstrated in Dragon Ball Super. Had Goku not possessed extraordinary martial talent, overcoming Hit's technique would have been exceedingly challenging. As for future developments, Jiang Yun has begun to formulate his strategy. He intends to harness the power of technology in his training, such as the gravity training chamber featured in Dragon Ball. This training device is a remarkable asset in the original story, and with its aid, his training speed should see a marked improvement. However, given his youth, he does not feel an immediate urgency to utilize the gravity chamber. Employing it too soon could hinder his growth. In a few years, the situation will undoubtedly change. By that time, I expect my strength will have progressed significantly. I truly look forward to meeting Goku, Jiang Yun remarked with eager anticipation. As for the establishment of his own faction, Jiang Yun has already considered the matter, deciding to recruit the young martial artists from his village. Indeed, the martial spirit in his village is robust, likely a legacy of a once thriving lineage of martial artists. The community has long maintained a tradition of martial training, with individuals of all ages possessing remarkable physical prowess. This knowledge has been imparted to him by his late grandfather, who passed away 2 years ago, rendering Jiang Yun a bona fide orphan. After contemplating for a moment, he has devised a plan to open a Chinese restaurant. This venture will serve as the economic foundation for his faction and provide the sustenance necessary for his martial training. Martial practitioners are known for their substantial appetites, as the saying goes. The poor are cultured, while the rich are martial. Many training-related injuries require medicinal herbs for recovery, and not everyone possesses the Saiyans' remarkable regenerative abilities, especially concerning Earthlings. The current state of technology far surpasses that of his previous life. Treatments for injuries are available in the form of healing potions, though they are rather pricey and are typically consumables for the affluent. Most individuals still resort to hospitals. Jiang Yun has already begun nurturing the young talent in his village, having bested the younger generation during his first year in this world. Even the older generation now struggles to discern the extent of his abilities. After all, the majority view martial training merely as a means to enhance physical health rather than embracing the spirit of martial arts. Nonetheless, a select few persist in their dedication to martial arts. They are the descendants of those who fought in the battle against King Piccolo and truly understand the glory of martial arts. These are the individuals Jiang Yun seeks to recruit, for such people are truly worthy of his investment. Jiang Yun traversed a verdant forest, where towering trees flourished, starkly contrasting with his previous life. In this world, majestic trees are commonplace. Industrialization is less severe in some areas, while others remain entrenched in primitive agricultural practices. As Jiang Yun traversed through the thicket, he arrived at a modest training ground, which, despite its simplicity, boasted a considerable expanse. This was the very site Jiang Yun had established a year prior, leading a group of spirited youths from the village. Here, the inhabitants revered strength after Jiang Yun had triumphed over them. The village's young martial artists idolized him, aspiring to train under his guidance, culminating in the scene before him. Upon noticing Jiang Yun's arrival, the group, who had been diligently training, immediately halted and turned their gazes towards him. A youth, appearing to be around 16 years of age, rushed forward with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother Yun, are you here to guide us in our training? Bu Chun, there is a matter I wish to discuss with all of you. Please gather the others, as this concerns them as well." "Hey everyone, pause for a moment. Brother Yin has something to say." Upon hearing Bu Chen's words, the others promptly approached. Gazing at the youth before him, Jiang Yun could perceive a glimmer of admiration in their eyes as they eagerly inquired, "Brother Yun, what brings you to us? Is it that we are ready to advance to the next stage of our training? Lately, our progress feels rather stagnant. Brother Yun, does this mean we can venture out into the world, just as you once mentioned?" Some, sensing the gravity of the moment, hurriedly chimed in. Indeed. Our elders at home never permit us to venture forth, stating we must first earn Brother Yun's approval." Observing the lively chatter among the crowd, Jiang Yun raised his hand and declared, "Everyone, please be quiet." At his command, the group fell silent, a testament to his esteemed authority. "The reason I have come to you today is that I wish to establish a faction to facilitate our training. As it stands, our progress has reached a relatively sluggish phase, and we must seek new methods." At this juncture, Jiang Yun could not help but reflect on the adversaries who effortlessly ascended to greatness. He would not entrust his fate to the Saiyans. His destiny must be in his own hands, further solidifying his resolve to create a faction. "I intend to form a faction akin to a martial arts alliance, one that will propagate martial arts and breathe new life into its practice." This plan had long been in Jiang Yun's mind, aimed at nurturing Earth's martial prowess to withstand the upheavals yet to come. He envisioned a future where he would venture into the cosmos, making the establishment of his own faction indispensable. However, Brother Yun, can we truly establish a faction with just our numbers? Some among them voiced their skepticism. At the utterance of this doubt, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow and retorted, "Silence. Do you still possess the spirit of a martial artist? Martial arts are in decline. If you lack faith in your own capabilities, then hope for martial arts will vanish. Remember, the legacy of martial arts rests upon our generation. We must not allow it to falter in our hands. We shall ensure that martial arts flourish through our efforts." But is martial arts still relevant today? Can it truly withstand bullets, artillery, or the might of tanks and aircraft? This individual posed further doubts, causing even others to waver, though they remained silent. Bu Chun, unable to endure the situation, interjected fiercely, "Be quiet, Bu Fan. You truly disappoint me. How can you question Brother Yin's words? Even if martial arts cannot contend with artillery or tanks, that is no excuse for your insolence." Indeed, this individual was Bu Chen's younger brother, Bu Fan. Hearing Bu Chen's words, Jiang Yun simply shook his head and smiled. The younger generation in the village did not align with the views of their elders, believing that while martial arts were formidable, they could not compete with contemporary human technology. Even Bu Chun, the most ardent supporter of Jiang Yun, did not hold the belief that martial arts could rival human advancements in science and technology. Given your belief that martial arts have reached such a level, today I shall demonstrate the true might of martial arts, capable of shattering mountains and boiling seas. With that, Jiang Yun, without a glance back, approached a massive stone towering at the height of 2 men. Open your eyes wide and behold. Jiang Yun began to summon his inner strength, unleashing 2 hidden strikes, With his current prowess, he could only manifest two hidden energies, instantly doubling his combat power to half-step shattering fist. With two cracking sounds, the giant stone was instantly reduced to dozens of fragments, leaving the onlookers astounded. Even Bu Chun was taken aback, though he knew Jiang Yun was formidable. He had no idea Jiang Yun was powerful to such an extent. Truly extraordinary. Now, I hope no one dares to refute my opinion. The force we establish shall be named the Martial Alliance, signifying a union of martial arts. I am aware of the challenges in founding a force. Hence, I shall offer you my assistance. Within 5 years, I aspire for you to elevate the Martial Alliance to the foremost power in the Western capital. Bu Chun, you shall serve as the vice leader of the Martial Alliance, overseeing all affairs for the time, being not fear the challenges ahead. Should you perform well, I will pass down the cultivation methods of my lineage. I'm currently refining them, and I trust you shall not betray my confidence. Yes, the crowd was captivated by Jiang Yun's strength, their hearts swelling with boundless confidence. Time swiftly passed. 3 years later, Jiang Yun surveyed his surroundings, a stir of emotions rising within him. This was his starting point and the future of Earth. Before him lay an expansive training ground, a property of the Martial Alliance. After 3 years of development, Jiang Yun swiftly established a foothold in the Western capital. Drawing upon the culinary traditions of his past life. To date, the Alliance had evolved into a colossal entity, claiming 50% of the culinary market in the Western capital. Considering the region's rich culinary landscape, the Martial Alliance's dominance was indeed remarkable, with the remainder occupied by various other companies, largely because the Alliance refrained from excessive suppression. Naturally, the rapidly growing Martial Alliance was also represented by the Huayuan Restaurant. Indeed, Huayuan Restaurant was the visible enterprise of the Martial Alliance. Initially, Bu Chun intended for the alliance to flourish overtly, but Jiang Yun advised that the time was not right for grand expansion. The present task was to diligently cultivate. Jiang Yun often spoke mysteriously of an impending great era, the moment when martial arts would rise again. Though Bu Chun was uncertain of the reasons, he firmly believed in Jiang Yun, whose capabilities over the past 3 years had earned the trust of everyone in the alliance. In the early stages of the Martial Alliance's development, it was Jiang Yun's decisive actions that fortified the organization step by step. Until a year ago, he completely delegated authority, entrusting the restaurant operations to Bu Chun and others. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had secluded himself for a year, reportedly reaching a critical juncture in his cultivation. Indeed, after 2 years of training, Jiang Yun had deepened his understanding of the application of qi, even developing the sky dance technique from the original text. However, he speculated that his mastery of qi had not yet reached the level of Master Rashi, perhaps even falling short of Master Crane. Nevertheless, in terms of combat power, while Jiang Yun's strength was just over 100, comparable to that of Master Rashi and Master Crane, the explosive power of his dual hidden energies could easily surpass them in combat. Moreover, reaching the level of Master Rashi would logically allow him to learn flying techniques like skydance. However, Master Rashi had not mastered it, and Jiang Yun speculated that it might be due to Master Crane's development of the technique, leading Master Rashi to disdain its learning. Yet, with the arrival of the Saiyans, skydance had become widespread. Master Rashi may have abandoned his prejudices and learned to adapt, for as the saying goes, adversity breeds wisdom, while comfort leads to downfall. Master Rashi's martial arts continued to ascend, becoming unfathomable by the time of Dragon Ball Super. The Martial Alliance had reached its current stature, naturally attracting the covetous eyes of others. Yet, the Alliance had not yet revealed itself. Those coveting the wealth of Huayuan Restaurant were unaware of the hidden guardianship by the Alliance's disciples, who had discreetly thwarted any attempts against the restaurant. As of now, Huayuan Restaurant firmly held half of the culinary market in the Western capital, and Bu Chun planned to expand the business into other sectors. With wealth and power, resources were no longer scarce, and martial cultivation became markedly easier. Of course, the core disciples of the Martial Alliance did not overly concern themselves with the restaurant's myriad affairs, instead entrusting it to a down-on-his-luck businessman, who, upon witnessing Jiang Yun's power, revered him as a celestial being. Under Jiang Yun's protection, the businessman managed the restaurant with great diligence, a feat made possible only by the martial support of the Alliance over the past 3 years. Thanks to the chi cultivation methods passed down by Jiang Yun, many disciples within the alliance had attained a combat power of 70 or 80. Do not underestimate this level of strength. In the early days of Dragon Ball, aside from Goku and his companions and a few others on Earth, such power was virtually invincible. Though this pertains to individual combat strength, it still could not contend with national weaponry. However, the Martial Alliance did not aim to confront the state, but sought to promote martial arts. They could even collaborate with the government, but Jiang Yun believed the time was not yet ripe. Only through experiencing despair could one truly comprehend the might of a martial artist. The Demon King Piccolo was a significant element in Jiang Yun's plan, an opportunity to fully launch the Martial Alliance and usher in a global era of cultivation, thereby safeguarding Earth from cosmic threats. Earth needed its own people to protect it, rather than relying solely on the Saiyans. This reminded Jiang Yun of the Earth of his previous life, a nation he cherished deeply, whose established national confidence was a source of pride and honor. Reflecting on this, a trace of bitterness surfaced at the corners of Jiang Yun's mouth. He realized he could never return. Yet, this world beckoned to him even more. The pursuit of martial arts allowed him to experience the joy of cultivation, far removed from the previous empty theatrics that appeared impressive yet lacked true power, given Jiang Yun's current combat strength. Nothing in the prelude of the narrative posed a threat to him. Thus, to alleviate his mood, he decided to stroll through the western capital. As the saying goes, a balance of work and rest leads to better results. For the past 2 years, he had been immersed in chi training, his nerves taut. Breathing in the fresh air, Jiang Yun felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, a newfound joy invigorating his spirit. Walking through the streets of the western capital, the bustling crowds and vendors' calls momentarily transported him back to his previous life, reminiscent of the Earth he once knew, if one overlooked the anthropomorphic animals on the streets. The inhabitants of the Dragon Ball world coexisted harmoniously with beastmen, prompting Jiang Yun to marvel at the wonders of life. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. "Help! Someone save me!" Following the sound, Jiang Yun turned to see 3 ruffians pressuring a blonde lady for money in a somewhat secluded alley. This prompted Jiang Yun to remark, "Truly, the Dragon Ball world is rife with crime. Even a simple outing leads to such encounters." However, Jiang Yun had no intention of standing idly by. He resolved to intervene. "Stop! Let her go!" Upon hearing his voice, the ruffians turned to see a handsome young man approaching them, dressed in fine attire, hands tucked in his belt, a warm smile gracing his face. "May I ask you to release this lady?" Jiang Yun's words momentarily stunned the ruffians, but they quickly regained their composure. "Ha! You dare to come here and play hero? You're asking for death," commanded the apparent leader of the ruffians. "All of you, attack! I despise those who are more handsome than me." "All right, boss." The ruffians charged at him. "Kid, you've had bad luck running into us. If you don't experience our might, you'll never know the consequences." "Oh, are you sure you wish to attack me?" "Know that there will be a price to pay," Jiang Yun replied playfully. As the ruffians lunged at him, a series of swift sounds echoed, and they were sent flying. The ruffian leader, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "How are you so powerful? Please spare my life. I won't dare again." He hurriedly bowed to Jiang Yun, as if fearing that a delay would cost him his life. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yun lost interest and waved his hand dismissively. "Begone!" Jiang Yun did not exert himself too much. After all, they were merely ordinary individuals. The 2 small-time thugs, having regained their senses, hastily hoisted their weak leader and fled. Once the ruffians were driven away, Jiang Yun turned to inspect the woman who had been robbed. The lady, who had previously worn a visage of fear, now regarded Jiang Yun with a curious glint in her eyes. "Hello, my name is Tai Si, and I am a novelist. How did you manage to scare off those thugs? Are you a martial artist?" she inquired. The name sparked a sense of familiarity in Jiang Yun, though he did not dwell on it. "I am a martial practitioner, not a flashy fighter," Jiang Yun explained, gesturing with his hands. Martial practitioner. The term piqued Tai Si's interest immensely, igniting a spark of inspiration within her. She began to interrogate Jiang Yun further. Finding her incessant chatter quite bothersome, he chose to ignore her and turned to leave. "Hey, wait for me." Tai Si hurriedly pursued him. Why are you walking so fast? She called out, jogging to keep up. Seeing her persistence, Jiang Yun relented and slowed his pace, finally stating, "What is it that you want?" "I merely acted on impulse. There's no need for you to follow me." "You mentioned being a martial practitioner. Could you share some tales of your experiences? I wish to weave them into my novel. After all, I am quite a renowned author." Tai Si's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Jiang Yun felt a headache coming on. This woman was indeed a nuisance. Though undeniably attractive, with a slender waist and long legs, he remained solely focused on his martial pursuits, devoid of any romantic inclinations. In the years since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he had noticed an abundance of beautiful women, perhaps due to the richer life energy in this realm, resulting in superior physical fitness. A little training could yield a remarkably strong physique. "I'm talking to you. Are you listening?" Tai Si, hands on her hips and brow furrowed, appeared displeased with Jiang Yun's indifference. "What do you want from me?" "My time is quite limited," Jiang Yun replied, indeed pressed for time, as he still needed to plan the next steps for the Martial Alliance's training upon returning home. "That I've already told you. I want to know the stories of martial practitioners. It would enrich my writing, and of course, I would like to express my gratitude for saving me," she asserted. Internally, however, Tai Si mused that she could have handled those thugs herself, especially since Bulma had equipped her with several self-defense items. Jiang Yun recognized that Tai Si was determined to cling to him, so he decided to indulge her a little. With a playful tone, he quipped, "If you want me to share, you'll have to treat me to a meal." Tai Si's eyes lit up at his words. "No problem. That's a small price to pay, but you must tell me all about it over dinner," she readily agreed. In her mind, she reasoned that dining with him should be harmless. He was rather handsome, after all, so it was worth the effort. Had it been anyone else, she likely would have declined, as many sought her company, but Jiang Yun had saved her, and her curiosity about him was piqued. Jiang Yun was taken aback by her agreement, and followed her to the restaurant. Upon arriving at the entrance, he couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. "Isn't this my establishment?" Indeed, Tai Si had led them to Huayan Restaurant, which was under Jiang Yun's ownership. "What a coincidence. Welcome. We wish you a delightful dining experience." The attendant at the door greeted them with utmost respect. This level of service was something Jiang Yun had imported from his previous life, having invested considerable effort into ensuring customer comfort, which contributed to Huayan Restaurant's popularity. Of course, the exquisite cuisine was equally indispensable. Though referred to as a restaurant, it was in fact a grand establishment, resembling an upscale club. Spanning 10 stories, dining took place on the first floor, while the upper levels catered to entertainment, with the highest reserved for meetings with distinguished wealthy individuals and influential figures. Upon entering, the opulent decor, a blend of vintage and modern elements reminiscent of ancient Chinese architecture, captured Jiang Yun's appreciation as it reflected his affection for his homeland. "Hello, please prepare a private room for us," Tai Si instructed deftly, indicating she had frequented the place many times before. "Certainly. This way, please," the waiter responded, leading them to a private room. Once the attendant exited, Tai Si eagerly remarked, "This is the hottest restaurant in West Capital for the past 3 years. Their culinary offerings are renowned far and wide. People even travel from other cities to dine here." Jiang Yun couldn't help but chuckle at Tai Si's enthusiastic praise for his own establishment. He mused that she would be utterly astonished if she realized it was his creation. "Hey, what are you laughing about? Is something I said amusing?" Tai Si questioned, noticing his smirk, her mind racing to the conclusion that he must be mocking her. No, I merely recalled something humorous," Jiang Yun replied, appearing sincere enough to quell her irritation. After a bustling meal, Jiang Yun shared with Tai Si the stories recounted by the village elders, which seemed to satisfy her greatly. Before parting, she handed him a business card. Upon glancing at the card, which bore the name Universal Capsule Company, Jiang Yun's brow furrowed. Universal Capsule. Wait, isn't that Bulma's sister? It dawned on him, as the original depiction of her was quite limited. And since she spent much of her time riding in space, it had slipped his mind. How intriguing, Jiang Yun mused, noting the information on the card before casually discarding it into the trash as he turned to leave. Whispering to himself, "We shall meet again at the Martial Alliance base," he sensed that many were experiencing stagnation in their martial progress, some having gone months without improvement. Thus, he resolved to organize a trial. Yes, a trial. Jiang Yun understood that martial arts were not solely about physical conditioning. After 3 years of training, their bodies had reached a certain threshold, and it was now time to focus on the cultivation of the spirit. He believed that martial arts should harmonize with nature, ultimately achieving a state of unity between heaven and humanity. This was the very reason why ancient practitioners would retreat from worldly affairs to the depths of forests to hone their mental fortitude. True martial arts should flourish through trials of life and death, much like Sun Wukong's growth in the original narrative, where he became stronger through continuous battle. When faced with an enemy, his power would surge, while in times of peace, growth would slow due to a lack of external pressure. As martial practitioners, one must possess the heart of a warrior. As the saying goes, to contend with heaven is exhilarating. To contend with earth is exhilarating. To contend with mankind is exhilarating. That a true martial practitioner should dare to battle tigers and fight eagles. While they may not reach the tranquil heights of Sun Wukong's prowess, nor the swiftness of lightning, Jiang Yun aimed to significantly enhance their mental cultivation, preventing them from becoming slaves to mere strength. I require each of you to survive alone in the primal forest for 3 months. Without forming teams, you will face tigers and leopards, battle eagles, and confront dragons. When you emerge, you will discover tremendous progress, not just physically, but spiritually. That I hope to forge within you a true martial heart, Jiang Yun declared. Pounding his fist against his chest, to the average person, such a trial might seem brutally harsh. Yet Bu Chun, standing beside Jiang Yun, perceived it as entirely reasonable, having undergone similar training himself. The hardships, however, were best left unspoken. Only those who had experienced it could truly understand. They would not only have to guard against wolves, tigers, and leopards, but also contend with mosquitoes, ants, snakes, and worms. Upon hearing about the training, the crowd dismissed it as trivial. Believing it would pose little challenge, Bu Chun observed their reactions, secretly amused. Brothers, the path is narrowing. Soon you will understand the true essence of this exhilarating experience. Jiang Yun noted their dismissive attitudes and cautioned, do not underestimate this. Should any of you perish, do not blame me. That a martial artist must remain vigilant at all times. His words prompted the group to reconsider their earlier nonchalance. Now, let us depart. Yes, the crowd dispersed in all directions. Within a secluded training chamber, Jiang Yun was struck by a novel idea regarding martial techniques, specifically techniques that amplify combat power. This concept had already been illustrated in the original text, exemplified by the King Kai's King Fist, which could reportedly amplify one's power by up to 20 times, enabling one to vanquish foes who were several times stronger. Such a notion is truly astounding. Although the King Kai may appear somewhat unorthodox, he is undoubtedly a master of martial arts, akin to the eminent figures of Dragon Ball, such as Master Roshi, King Kai, and the Old Kai, all of whom exhibit eccentric behavior. Yet their mental states have reached remarkable levels, embodying a sense of detachment from both honor and disgrace. Their martial cultivation has attained profound depths, and one should not be misled by their apparent combat prowess. Sometimes, a person's mental state can be even more significant than sheer fighting power, as evidenced in the original text, where the teachings of the Supreme Kai emphasize tranquility akin to the sky and swiftness akin to lightning. For instance, the elderly sage Goku encountered in the original narrative appeared to be one with the universe. While physically present, he seemed to exist in a state of non-being, exemplifying the harmonious unity between humanity and nature. Furthermore, like the guidance offered to young Goku by the Immortals, they refined the skills and mental states of their disciples, utilizing their pursuit of power as a guise for training under the pretense of the super holy water, resulting in significant improvements in their abilities through subtle influences. Just as Goku grasped the essence of the Ultra Instinct technique, which was deemed particularly suitable for him, while Vegeta was considered unfit. The crux lies in Goku's childlike heart and his varied training from a young age. This foundation allowed Goku to rapidly ascend from a combat power of tens of thousands to that of a Super Saiyan on planet Namek, showcasing his solid groundwork and perfect mastery over that power. In contrast, during the battle on Namek, Vegeta, after a few power boosts, became arrogant and lost sight of his true self, underestimating Frisia's immense strength while mistakenly believing he had become a Super Saiyan, leading to his swift defeat. Similarly, during the Android saga, he emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber only to disregard the warnings of others, insisting that Cell evolve into his perfect form, resulting in his downfall. This was due to his mental state being inferior to that of Son Goku. In fact, his mental fortitude did not even match that of future Trunks, whose resilience had surpassed Vegeta's due to the trials faced in a world burdened by despair, as he bore the hopes of an entire realm. However, the premature deaths of the Dragon Ball warriors in the original narrative resulted in Gohan and Trunks possessing relatively weak martial arts realms, confining them to the first stage of Super Saiyan. Vegeta's mental state only truly matured during the Majin Buu saga, when he bravely sacrificed himself to battle Buu. It was then that he embodied the Saiyan prince we admire, in the Super era. His affection for Bulma brought joy to Dragon Ball fans. Returning to his thoughts, Jiang Yin recalled his ideas on power amplification, akin to King Kai's King Fist. Though formidable, its drawbacks were too pronounced for his current training needs, leading King Kai to halt its further development. It was only through Goku's hands that it flourished, later evolving to be executed even in the form of Super Saiyan God. This left Jiang Yin in awe of Goku's remarkable comprehension, achieving in such a brief period what King Kai had spent years developing. Although Goku modified it based on King Kai's foundation, it further attested to his extraordinary talent. Reflecting on his own half-step burst fist, Jiang Yin found himself at an impasse, only capable of achieving a threefold enhancement due to his research into Ki. Despite modifying this technique to briefly amplify his overall strength, it still paled in comparison to the King Fist. Moreover, he discovered that due to the limitations of his physical strength, the amplification multiplier of his half-step burst fist could not increase further. Although the subpar amplification effects resulted in considerably fewer side effects than the King Fist, the ultimate consequence was merely fatigue. Jiang Yin realized that this technique was merely a transient explosive skill, which left him deeply dissatisfied. While this martial technique was indeed astonishing in its own right, he had long pondered how to refine martial techniques through his years of training, achieving some results. He contemplated various novels from his past life and the speculations of readers, reminiscing about the techniques in those tales that could instantaneously amplify one's power by dozens of times, which filled him with yearning. After years of study, Jiang Yin had indeed made progress. He discovered that most martial techniques in Dragon Ball involve compressing Ki and then releasing it. For instance, during Raditz invasion of Earth, Piccolo devised a formidable special beam cannon, notable for its immense penetrating power, which could amplify combat power by several times, piercing both Raditz and Goku in the original narrative, a testament to its might. Later on, Goku's Kamehameha followed a similar principle, having evolved into his signature move through relentless refinement. The memory of witnessing Goku's Kamehameha, when he instinctively mimicked the action, still resonated vividly in his mind. Now, he found himself with the opportunity to challenge them, igniting within him a sense of grand ambition. Without a doubt, the most impressive technique in Dragon Ball for Jiang Yin is Tien Shinhan's Tri-Beam, which could briefly suppress an opponent with combat power exceeding billions with mere tens of millions. Regarding the Tri-Beam, Master Roshi remarked that it was a technique performed at the cost of one's life. Despite the enormous toll it exacts, its potency cannot be underestimated. Through countless inspirations, Jiang Yin referred to the operational model of the King Fist, which momentarily enhances Ki strength by burning it within the body, resulting in a crimson aura. The king had once mentioned that this technique demands considerable physical resilience, suggesting that only Saiyans like Goku could withstand such high multipliers. Drawing from this, Jiang Yin developed his own version of the King Fist, which he named Jiang Divine Body. Indeed, Jiang Yin harbored immense hopes for the Jiang Divine Body, aspiring to become a true deity, not in the opportunistic sense of Goku's divine realm, but through sheer merit and effort. He speculated that achieving that realm might allow him to rival Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue forms. However, he was acutely aware of how far he still was from that state, estimating that reaching divinity would require formidable strength. Unlike the entities in the original narrative, such as the Supreme Kai, King Kai, and the Old Kai, who could be inherited, currently, the Jiang Divine Body could achieve a five-fold enhancement, resembling the form of a Super Saiyan. Although named Jiang Divine Body, it fundamentally pertains to physical martial techniques. After developing the Jiang Divine Body, Jiang Yun began to speculate about Super Saiyans, pondering the ancient origins of the Saiyan race, whether the notion of Super Saiyans was a result of their cultivation, ultimately etched into their bloodlines and passed down through generations. Whether this is true remains uncertain to Jiang Yun, but he understands that the strength required to attain such a realm would be beyond his imagination. Regardless, now is not the time for such contemplations. He is merely a martial artist, not a scientist. Jiang Yun mused with a smile. His thoughts then drifted to the many disciples of the Martial Alliance still undergoing trials. Surely, they must be experiencing considerable joy. With this thought, a mischievous smile crept upon Jiang Yun's face. Meanwhile, far away in the endless forest, the others remained oblivious to Jiang Yun's musings. They were now acutely aware of the true torment of this trial. In a lush, verdant forest, Bu Fan lay despondently on a rock. Indeed, he was Bu Chen's younger brother, Bu Fan. After the events of 3 years ago, he had gradually transformed his admiration into fervent devotion, believing that Jiang Yun was the beacon of hope for martial arts. By following Jiang Yun, he could witness the grandeur of martial prowess at that moment. However, he gazed hopelessly at the forest that had become a source of his suffering, reminiscing about their initial ease and carefree spirit upon arrival. It was true that Bu Fan, with his impressive combat power of 60, was indeed a master among ordinary people. Yet, what plagued him were the incessant mosquitoes that pervaded the forest. Upon their arrival, he had naively chosen a random spot to rest, only to wake up the next day, itching all over. He had even encountered a colorful insect the size of a fist, which had sent him fleeing in terror. Bu Fan was not only besieged by swarms of various insects, but also had to remain vigilant against the lurking wolves and leopards, and even fend off attacks from hawks in the sky. Through this period of trial, he now felt he had transformed into a wilderness expert, barely managing to cope with the challenges that arose in the forest. Meanwhile, another group of disciples had quietly fallen into a crisis. Those damned wolves. Next time I will roast you. The speaker is a disciple of the Martial League. As he gazes into the distance, he spots a pack of over a dozen ferocious wolves, their eyes glinting with a menacing light, instilling a palpable sense of dread. The ground is strewn with several wolf carcasses, evidently slain by this Martial League disciple. Blood is spilled on the earth, its source uncertain, whether from the disciple or the wolves, creating a scene charged with tension. Both parties fixate on one another, the wolves shifting within their encircling formation. Yet none dare to move, having learned the hard way from past encounters. They lie in wait for an opportunity, knowing that a single lapse would unleash a tempest of brutal attacks. In the prolonged stillness, the wolves' hunger ultimately overcomes their fear, and one or two launch themselves at the disciple. In response to the oncoming wolves, the disciple subtly shifts his body, swiftly driving an elbow into the temple of one wolf, delivering a fatal blow with remarkable precision. Another wolf attacks from behind, its claws shimmering ominously. After dispatching the first, he quickly supports himself on the ground, propelling his legs toward the encroaching wolf, sending it soaring into the sky. "Die, you wretched beast," he exclaims, instantly appearing above the wolf. Hands clenched, delivering a punishing strike downward. With a resounding crash, a small crater forms in the earth as the wolf writhes in agony, expelling a few mouthfuls of blood. The wolf's death only incites the others, igniting their ferocity. The remaining wolves exchange glances, then surge forward. "Damn it, I must resort to my ultimate technique," he declares. "Die, all of you." Half-step burst fist. The disciple unleashes the half-step burst fist, a technique refined by Jiang Yun, now suitable for core disciples. Empowered by this technique, he becomes an unstoppable force, swiftly annihilating the surrounding wolves. However, he soon finds himself exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Yet he understands that he cannot succumb here. The scent of blood will attract more beasts. Sealing his fate, dragging his weary body, he makes his way to a temporary shelter, a relatively secure haven. The setting sun casts its golden rays upon him, elongating his shadow until he vanishes from sight. Meanwhile, Bufan is embroiled in a harrowing chase. He finds himself ensnared by a rubber ring, bound tightly, with a colossal humanoid creature pursuing him. No. As the figure becomes clearer, it reveals itself to be a dinosaur. Indeed, a dinosaur. Reflecting on the events that led to this predicament, Bufan feels a headache coming on that it all began when he was engaged in his usual training, only to be delighted by the sudden appearance of a tiger. Dinner was secured. He swiftly dispatched the tiger, but as he prepared to handle the carcass, a voice boomed. "You wretched little insect, you have slain my prey." Startled, Bufan turned to see a dinosaur. But recalling its power, he quickly regained his composure. "Yes, it was I who killed it." "What of it? Care for a spar?" he taunted, striking a provocative pose. "Damn you, little pest. I will devour you." The dinosaur roared, charging at him with its tail whipping through the air. Creating a deafening sound, Bufan attempted to defend himself, but the tail ensnared his hand, and with a flick, the dinosaur sent him crashing to the ground. Dust and debris scattered, yet Bufan emerged unscathed. Stretching his limbs, "Not bad," he exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. "Come, entertain me further." "Damn you, little insect, you will pay dearly for this," he roared in anger, charging once more. The clash commenced, the two exchanging blows in a fierce contest for supremacy. Impressive indeed. The warm-up is over. Bufan assessed the dinosaur's strength, realizing it was slightly weaker, likely around 50 combat points. Yet it still surpassed him in sheer physical power and endurance. "However, I possess my own ultimate techniques," he mused as Bufan unveiled his true prowess. The dinosaur sensed its disadvantage and leaped back. "Prepare to face my binding rubber ring," it declared, tilting its head and expelling a rubber-like ring from its mouth. "What is this?" Bufan thought, wary of the new threat. Yet he was swiftly ensnared by the approaching ring, finding it remarkably resilient when he attempted to break free. "This is bad. I was careless," he realized as he faced the advancing dinosaur. "Brother, let us talk this over. Peace is paramount," he pleaded. The dinosaur retaliated with a blast of dragon fire, which Bufan narrowly dodged by bending low. "That was a lapse on my part. Let us start anew," he called out, only to be met with another torrent of flames. "If you keep this up, I will unleash my ultimate move." Another fiery breath surged toward his lower half, and Bufan's heart raced. A misstep could lead to disaster. He assumed a stance, but the dinosaur, mistaking it for an attack, became enraged and charged after him. The two engaged in a relentless pursuit, but Bufan's agility allowed him to gradually widen the gap. After 2 hours of this chase, the dinosaur began to relent. "Damn you, little insect. I hope I never cross paths with you again," it bellowed before turning away. Bufan exhaled in relief. Being encumbered by such a contraption was far from ideal. He then began to fiddle with the rubber ring, striving to remove it last. After considerable effort, he succeeded. "It seems I cannot underestimate the heroes of this world." Bufan recalled Jiang Yun's words about recognizing that there are always greater talents beyond oneself and the importance of humility in martial arts. At this moment, Jiang Yun too found himself contemplating his path of cultivation. Given his current foundation, he realized he had reached a bottleneck in his martial studies. Although he possessed extensive knowledge and was aware of the formidable foes that lay ahead, his understanding of martial arts remained insufficient. Jiang Yun fell into deep thought, recognizing that he had been training alone since his arrival. Perhaps it was time to venture out and enrich his experiences. Although he possessed knowledge of future developments, he ultimately had not experienced them. These are two distinct concepts. Perhaps a visit to the legendary Karen Tower would prove enlightening, where one could encounter sages imbued with centuries of wisdom and a profound understanding of Qi, hoping to glean insights to refine his own path of cultivation. Thus, Jiang Yun embarked on his journey of external training. As he traversed the vast expanse of the Dragon Ball continent, Jiang Yun subdued his own power, meandering across this desolate land. Along the way, he encountered challenges such as competing with a tiger for prey, racing against a deer, swimming alongside a shark, and even testing his physical strength against an elephant. Before him stood a resplendent tiger, its striking stripes evoking a powerful visual impact. Its massive form dwarfed that of any tiger from his past life. The king mark upon its head spoke volumes of its dominion over the forest. Emanating an aura of intimidation, that moment, the tiger had set its sights on a group of zebras frolicking by the water's edge, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Unbeknownst to the tiger, a new competitor had entered the fray. Our protagonist, Jiang Yun, he carefully suppressed his own aura, wary of startling the tiger with whom he was currently honing his skills. Indeed, he was engaged in a rigorous practice of ki control, vying with the tiger for its prey. Only by immersing himself in nature and aligning with its rhythms could he achieve significant progress, a stark contrast to the urban practices he usually engaged in. Of course, the absence of a gravity training room, which had yet to be constructed, further motivated his choice. The scientist he had recruited could not possibly compare to the capabilities of the Universal Capsule Corporation. The vibrant tiger remained blissfully absorbed in its imminent hunt, entirely oblivious to Jiang Yun's stealthy approach, a testament to Jiang Yun's exquisite mastery of ki control. His objective was to seize the tiger's quarry without revealing his own mastery of ki. Suddenly, a zebra seemed to sense something amiss and let out a shrill cry. It was a lookout zebra. As the alarm rang out, the herd erupted into chaos and began to flee. The tiger too sprang into action, pursuing a slower zebra, and at that moment, Jiang Yun darted forward with unmatched speed, quicker than a cheetah. Just as the tiger was about to sink its teeth into its prey, Jiang Yun delivered a swift strike to the zebra's head. Rendering it unconscious, he swiftly carried off his prize, leaving behind the furious roar of the thwarted tiger. Thereafter, he commenced a race against a deer, where he learned the secrets of explosive speed. Competing with a shark revealed that minimizing unnecessary movements could yield greater benefits, enabling him to strike with even greater swiftness. This was reminiscent of the techniques imparted by the sages to the young son Wukong, as they taught him the art of snatching the fake super holy water. Gradually instilling this skill within him, must be said, these ancient masters possessed remarkable prowess in martial arts, truly deserving of their centuries-old reputations. Through his grappling with an elephant, Jiang Yun discovered that while the elephant's attacks were slow, they were relative in nature, akin to the charged attack seen among Dragon Ball warriors. By concentrating power into a single point, one could unleash devastating force. For instance, the Crane School's Dodon Ray, which harnesses energy through a single finger, exhibits incredible penetrative power. In fact, the early Kamehameha pales in comparison to the Dodon Ray, as it requires less ki, making it inherently superior at the outset. It is not that it cannot compete later. Rather, it was simply not further developed, as characters like Tian Shinhan diverged from the Crane School, presumably because the Crane School masters no longer adhered strictly to the ways of martial arts. Perhaps it was through their battles with beasts that ancient peoples came to comprehend the cultivation of ki. After all, humans on Earth are inherently weaker, deriving their understanding of ki from its expansion. Unlike most inhabitants of the universe who are born with immense ki, Jiang Yun continued his training, resolutely advancing towards Karen Tower. Half a year later, two figures sat cross-legged, feasting on roasted meat. One of them was naturally Jiang Yun. The other was a rather portly individual, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, appearing somewhat unkempt and visibly drooling over the meat. At his side hung a katana, indicating that he was likely a wandering warrior. His stout form, small eyes, and spiky hair were adorned in traditional Japanese attire, complete with a striped kimono and wooden clogs. Indeed, it was the rotund figure of Yachirobe. Jiang Yun was no stranger to Yachirobe. Recalling vividly that his battle prowess rivaled that of son Wukong upon his introduction, he had made a striking entrance. With a masterful draw of his sword, he had effortlessly dispatched the son of Demon King Piccolo, who sought the Dragon Balls, showcasing formidable combat strength. Jiang Yun felt a sense of frustration at Yachirobe's apparent lack of ambition. In his eyes, Yachirobe's potential vastly exceeded that of Earthlings like Krillin. He had not seen him train extensively. Yet his combat capabilities were impressive, comparable to early son Wukong's. Moreover, during the later battles against Vegeta, he had executed a stealthy strike, severing Vegeta's tail and narrowly saving his companions. This demonstrated that even at that time, his combat strength was not inferior to that of Krillin and others. After all, a wounded Vegeta was not easily ambushed. Such finesse and swordsmanship was evident. Yet, despite Yachirobe's extraordinary talent, he had ultimately become a deliverman for sins of beings and a glutton for their consumption, squandering his innate gifts. Jiang Yin could not help but feel a surge of indignation at this blatant waste of potential. He felt compelled to recruit him. Yachirobe, with your martial prowess, why not join my martial alliance? Martial alliance? What is that? I have no interest in joining anyone. My only concern is filling my belly, Yachirobe replied, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hunger. Upon hearing Yachirobe's words, Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. Indeed, I can use that to entice him. Fear not, Yachirobe. Our martial alliance offers excellent conditions, with an abundance of delectable food. However, this requires both strength and contributions to the alliance that we possess the largest dining industry in West City, which will undoubtedly satisfy your cravings. Really? Jiang Yun, can your martial alliance truly provide enough food? I have quite the appetite, Yachirobe said, his interest piqued. Yachirobe's insatiable hunger was a secret of his own. He had always been able to eat voraciously, even exhausting the resources of his village. After the death of his martial mentor, he had taken to wandering, perpetually struggling to satiate his hunger. His body had a remarkable ability to absorb food rapidly, which was why he was constantly preoccupied with a quest for sustenance. This likely also explained his reluctance to leave Karen Tower, as he had consumed the accumulation of centuries' worth of senza beans, highlighting his unique constitution. Recognizing an opportunity, Jiang Yun stated, "You will not be disappointed. We have thousands of people serving us and will ensure your satisfaction." The two exchanged smiles, each feeling they had gained an advantage. Yachirobe, are you familiar with the legendary Karen Tower? Jiang Yun began to inquire about information regarding the tower. Don't call me sir. Just use my name, Yachirobe replied with a frown. Karen Tower? Are you referring to that peculiar tower? I don't know much about it, but I have heard that climbing to its peak grants immense power. Legend has it that only the martial arts deity Master Rashi has ever ascended. Yachirobe shrugged, then resumed his gnawing on a piece of roasted meat. Do you know how to get to Karen Tower? Oh, just head north. However, I've heard there are guardians there, though I'm not particularly interested. Yachirobe gestured towards the north. Jiang Yun was aware that there were guardians at the base of Karen Tower, akin to the attire of Native Americans. Their name was Bora, who in the original story had saved Sun Wukong, only to be killed by Tao Pai Pai. The Bora clan was responsible for guarding the Karen Tower, which they referred to as the Holy Land of Karen, and they also served as a gatekeeper for martial artists. If one could not defeat him, then challenging Karen Tower would be a futile endeavor. The original story also mentioned that Bora had attempted to challenge Karen Tower on multiple occasions, each time meeting with failure. Yachirobe, have you ever challenged Karen Tower? This should be a pursuit that every martial artist is passionate about. Jiang Yun smiled as he spoke. Not at all. I have no interest in such thankless endeavors, especially since it's merely a legend. I'd rather focus on how to fill my stomach, Akalobia nonchalantly remarked. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, contemplating the necessity of rigorous training for this young man. Such a disposition was simply unacceptable. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yun entertained the idea of testing his potential and consequently rose to his feet. Akalobi, I see you wield a blade. Your combat prowess must be commendable. How about we engage in a friendly spar? At that moment, Jiang Yun's interest was piqued. Akalobi, seated on the ground, lifted his gaze to Jiang Yun and pondered for a moment. I sense your strength is formidable. Perfect timing, as I have just had my fill. A little warm-up would suit me well. With that, Akalobi stood up. Very well, let us proceed over there. Jiang Yun gestured toward an adjacent open space, and soon the two found themselves in that clearing. They faced each other, silent, with expressions grave, as an astonishing aura began to emanate from them. The birds in the surrounding woods were startled into flight, as if sensing an impending calamity, while a gentle breeze wafted between the two. In an instant, a flash of steel sliced through the air. Swift, exceedingly swift, the blade, radiating a chilling gleam, was already in motion. Jiang Yun was taken aback. He had anticipated Akalobi's speed, but was unprepared for this level of swiftness. Fast, precise, relentless. This was his first impression, that he swiftly recoiled, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Yet the onslaught of attacks continued unabated. He utilized both hands and feet to deflect Akalobi's blade, then pressed forward, but Akalobi executed several agile backflips, evading Jiang Yun's assault. The two exchanged glances. In a heartbeat, they sprang into action. Bang, 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 boom. In an instant, numerous exchanges had transpired. Their speed was extraordinary, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary individuals. To a common spectator, their movements would have been a mere blur. Should a martial arts master have been present, they would surely have been astounded by the depth of their martial prowess. At that moment, they stood at the forefront of martial cultivation, rivaled only by the likes of the Turtle Sage, the Crane Sage, and Tao Bai Bai. Akalobi, let us settle this with one decisive move. I sense you possess a considerable amount of untapped strength. I can scarcely believe someone so extraordinary exists, Akalobi remarked earnestly, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Very well, let us proceed. Draw slash. Akalobi transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Jiang Yun with his blade. That half-step burst fist. Explode for me, Jiang Yun countered with his own attack, deliberately matching his power to Akalobi's level as they crossed paths. It was as if nothing had transpired, the scene momentarily frozen in time. Suddenly, Akalobi crouched down, gasping for breath, his hands trembling uncontrollably, yet he refused to release his grip on the blade. I have been defeated. I can hardly believe such a monster exists in this world, Akalobi exclaimed in disbelief. There are always greater beings beyond the horizon. I too have reached this point through relentless training. Jiang Yun replied with a faint smile that Akalobi's strength was indeed impressive, especially at such a young age. Although he had yet to reach the heights depicted in the original narrative, he still possessed around 100 points of combat power. As for why his strength would only reach around 150 in a few years, Jiang Yun speculated it was likely because this hefty fellow was either indulging in food or on the way to it. Time sped by, and the two managed to pass an evening together. Akalobi, it is time to part ways. I must challenge Karen Tower and witness the legendary holy land of martial arts, Jiang Yun declared, hands tucked into his pockets as he bid farewell to Akalobi. Until we meet again, however, I will look into the martial alliance you mentioned, Akalobi replied, turning to wave goodbye. Jiang Yun then set forth towards Karen Tower, and after a half-day's journey, he finally beheld the towering structure that pierced the clouds, excitement bubbling within him as he dashed towards it. Upon arrival, he found the environment identical to that described in the original tale. Who are you? Emerged a figure clad in traditional Native American attire. Greetings, I'm a martial artist, here to challenge Karen Tower, Jiang Yun said, hands pressed together in a gesture of respect. Bola scrutinized the young man before him. Appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, strikingly handsome, yet his physique did not exude strength, lacking any ostentatious presence, instead emanating an aura of simplicity and authenticity. This realization alerted Bola to the fact that Jiang Yun was not to be underestimated. Having defeated many martial artists over the years, he could usually gauge a person's strength from their aura. However, he felt utterly confounded by Jiang Yun's presence, leaving him in a state of astonishment. As a guest, you should come inside and rest. Replenishing your energy would be wise before challenging Karen Tower. Bola invited Jiang Yun, who pondered for a moment before agreeing. There was no rush to challenge Karen Tower. It would be prudent to restore his spirit first. However, esteemed sir, to challenge Karen Tower, you must first defeat me. My clan has safeguarded the sanctity of this holy land for generations and is responsible for hosting those who seek to challenge Karen Tower. In recent years, many have perished at its base, so you must overcome me first. Despite recognizing Jiang Yun's formidable strength, Bola felt compelled to test the young man's abilities, doubting that someone so young could possess such prowess. I welcome your challenge. I am Jiang Yun. May I ask your name? Even though he already knew Bola's name, Jiang Yun felt it courteous to inquire. After all, he couldn't just know someone else's name out of thin air. Hello, Jiang Yun. You may call me Bola, Bola replied courteously. Then, let's have a fruitful exchange. The following day, after decisively defeating Bola, Jiang Yun set his sights on Karen Tower. He chose not to employ the technique of soaring through the skies, but rather prepared to ascend the tower using his bare hands. Viewing it as a form of training, Jiang Yun began his rapid ascent, moving with astonishing speed, even swifter than some who sprinted on the ground, his form lithe and agile like a leaping leopard. If one were to observe the towering pillar from the side, Jiang Yun would undoubtedly resemble a predator stalking its prey, a testament to his formidable strength. For ordinary individuals, the daunting Karen Tower appeared insurmountable. However, to him, it was merely a challenge to be conquered. After enduring over half a year of rigorous training, Jiang Yun's combat power had risen to around 230 points, and when unleashing his full potential, he could exceed 1,000 points of strength. Before Earth made contact with the cosmos, he was undoubtedly the mightiest being upon the planet. As he climbed, clouds rushed past him, and he had already ascended over 10,000 meters, a height beyond his initial expectations. Indeed, in the original narrative, even Sun Wukong had taken over a day to scale such heights, making it entirely reasonable. However, for Jiang Yun, this elevation posed little challenge. After yet another stretch of climbing, he discerned a dark silhouette in the distance. Recognizing it as the abode of the Karen sage, Jiang Yun quickened his pace once more, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the tower, where he stood before a being resembling a human, upright and wielding a staff. Jiang Yun recognized him as the Karen sage, who had lived for a staggering 8 centuries. The Karen sage scrutinized the young man before him, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor while internally experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. What a terrifying young man. He has ascended Karen Tower with remarkable speed, far surpassing that martial artist from the martial heaven. Jiang Yun, oblivious to the Karen sage's inner musings, couldn't help but marvel at the sage's composure. Truly, a testament to the resolve of one who has lived for centuries. This steadiness is not something ordinary individuals can match. From the moment Jiang Yun began his ascent, the Karen sage was aware of his progress. Observing how effortlessly the young man navigated the climb, as the silence stretched on, Jiang Yun decided to break the stillness. "You must be the Karen sage. Greetings. I am a martial artist seeking to learn from you," Jiang Yun stated directly. The Karen sage regarded Jiang Yun without uttering a word, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Young one, I sense a tremendous energy concealed within you. You are already exceptionally powerful. Why do you wish to learn from me?" In truth, the Karen sage was deeply impressed by this young man, having sensed the vast energy hidden within Jiang Yun's being. Esteemed Karen sage, the path of martial arts knows no bounds, does it not? Moreover, there are always greater beings beyond the horizon, and one can never ascertain the existence of someone more powerful than oneself. As the saying goes, in a group of 3, there must be a teacher for me. There is still much for me to learn. The words of Jiang Yun left Master Karen profoundly astonished. It was not merely Jiang Yun's formidable strength that impressed him, but rather his philosophical perspective, his resolute martial spirit, and his profound understanding that truly rendered Master Karen awestruck. When an individual possesses immense power, yet simultaneously harbors such a serene mindset, it is an exceedingly rare phenomenon. Of course, Master Karen could hardly fathom that upon realizing the formidable nature of his future adversaries, Jiang Yun would not revel in his current, albeit remarkable, cultivation level. Although his prowess was indeed unparalleled at present, "Young man, did you come to this insight on your own, or were you instructed by someone?" Master Karen inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. In a group of 3, there must be a teacher among them. From this statement, Master Karen gleaned profound wisdom, sensing that the one who uttered such words must undoubtedly be a great sage. "Master Karen, you may simply call me Jiang Yun. I have come seeking your guidance." "Not for the super holy water," Jiang Yun replied respectfully. "Tiomi, the strength I cultivate myself is the true essence of power." Jiang Yun was fully aware that the water he sought would not genuinely enhance his abilities. The crux lay in the trials set forth by Master Karen. Master Karen was exceedingly pleased with Jiang Yun. He could sense the sincerity in Jiang Yun's words and felt reassured that Jiang Yun would not succumb to malevolence, for his aura was imbued with righteousness. "You must understand, I cannot impart too much knowledge upon you. Your inherent strength is already astonishing," Master Karen stated earnestly, observing Jiang Yun. "I am aware, Master Karen. While my current abilities may suffice, the path of martial arts is boundless. That I hope to receive your guidance. Please," Jiang Yun implored respectfully. Master Karen was moved by Jiang Yun's martial spirit, It had been many years since such an exceptional youth had emerged in the realm of martial arts. Perhaps he was the hope for the future of this domain. And Master Karen could not help but harbor high hopes for Jiang Yun, recognizing his potential. Here, young man, take these divine beans. They can swiftly replenish your stamina, allowing you to go 10 days without sustenance. Master Karen declared, tossing a small pouch of divine beans to Jiang Yun. Upon inspection, Jiang Yun found around 20 beans within that he pondered. Indeed, divine beans are plentiful these days. In later times, people would rather split one bean into two. With this thought, he couldn't help but harbor resentment towards Yakalobi, who would likely spend his life toiling in Jiang Yun's martial alliance, forever estranged from divine beings. This was a promise, as no one would have any use for them. Master Karen guided Jiang Yun to a modest room. Though it appeared small, its actual space was quite ample, revealing a hidden world within. Jiang Yun surmised that this was likely the application of divine power, for the temple was subtly shrouded in a faint divine aura, eluding human technology for many years. In Jiang Yun's eyes, the deities from the Dragon Ball realm should not be underestimated, despite their seemingly feeble portrayal in the original narrative. Conversely, the gods above the Super Saiyan level in Dragon Ball Super were immensely powerful. The god of destruction is one thing, but the angels, with their regular mastery of Ultra Instinct, far surpass the abilities exhibited by Sun Wukong during the Tournament of Power. Thus, the depths of this world ran deeper than one could imagine. For instance, the dragon god Shenron, capable of creating the Super Shenron, could rival Zeno himself, merely brushed over in the original story. Moreover, the legendary demon realm and its ruler, Dapula, were not necessarily the strongest in that world. The corresponding demon realm in reality could not be so weak. At the very least, there would be a few entities on par with the gods of destruction. Enough of this. I shall not dwell on the future. The mysteries of the Dragon Ball world will reveal themselves in due time, for one must possess sufficient strength to grasp certain truths. With that, Jiang Yun resolved not to overthink, choosing instead to rest in a room and prepare for Master Karen's trials the following day. As dawn broke, Jiang Yun commenced preparations to undergo Master Karen's trials and guidance. Beyond his gradual self-cultivation, he was elated to finally engage with other masters of Ki. He was brimming with anticipation, confident that he would glean valuable insights from Master Karen. He eagerly began his warm-up exercises. Master Karen observed the impatient Jiang Yun and chuckled. Ah, the vigor of youth. But are you truly ready? I am prepared, Master Karen, Jiang Yun replied, calming himself before addressing Master Karen respectfully. Very well. Focus intently on the ki emanating from me, and temper your strength to match mine. Then, attempt to seize this super holy water from my grasp, Master Karen instructed. He thought to himself that this prodigious youth would not achieve significant results without first restraining his power. He would never admit it was for his own safety. Indeed, that's the way. Wear this bell. You must take the super holy water from my hand without causing the bell to ring, Master Karen added. Narrowing his eyes, this revelation astonished Jiang Yun. He had to wear a bell. Such a condition was absent from the original narrative, but upon reflection, he recognized Master Karen's brilliance. He was indeed a being who had lived for centuries. He had immediately devised a method to train his power, far surpassing the trials faced by the young Sun Wukong in the original tale. The challenge was geometrically more demanding, requiring him to seize the super holy water while ensuring the bell remained silent. Jiang Yun was filled with anticipation for this trial. After donning the bell, Master Karen nodded, signaling that they could begin to in an instant. Jiang Yun surged forward to snatch the super holy water from Master Karen's hand. With a graceful leap, Master Karen evaded Jiang Yun's attempt, prompting Jiang Yun to swiftly leap again, extending his hand toward Master Karen amid a flurry of motion. This time, Master Karen did not budge, and Jiang Yun realized he had failed. Master Karen pointed a staff at the bell. Indeed, it had rung, and he needed to obtain the super holy water without causing such a sound. Jiang Yun resumed his efforts, only for Master Karen to deftly strike him on the head with the staff, producing a resounding thud. That hurts, Jiang Yun exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected pain from Master Karen's ki-infused strike. Minimize unnecessary movements. While your extraneous actions are few, it is evident you have trained diligently in the past. However, your approach is too wild, It likely stems from your own experimentation. Jiang Yun was momentarily astonished. Recognizing that this observation indeed reflected his arduous training in the wilderness over the past 6 months. Master Karen's perceptiveness exceeded Jiang Yun's expectations. Thus began Jiang Yun's arduous training, punctuated by cries of pain and the ringing of the bell as the sun rose and set repeatedly. As time passed, the sounds of suffering and the bell gradually diminished. Jiang Yun, you truly are a genius. In just 1 week, you have reached this level, your body exhibiting almost no extraneous movements. Your form is seamless. And even I cannot detect a flaw. Master Karen marveled at the remarkable progress of the young man before him. Jiang Yun had developed an impressive understanding of Qi, and some of his insights left even Master Karen astonished. Master Karen, here I come, Jiang Yun declared, his form now markedly more refined than before. If he had previously been swift, he now moved like a ghost, his actions utterly silent. With a clap, Jiang Yun's hand made contact with the super holy water. A deliberate act signaling he had successfully claimed it, all without a single chime from the bell. Master Karen gazed at the spirited young man before him, exclaiming, "The future belongs to the youth." He had long recognized Jiang Yun's growth and deemed a successful acquisition of the super holy water to be entirely expected. However, the rapidity with which Jiang Yun achieved this feat exceeded even Master Karen's expectations. Your current strength is commendable, yet the journey of gradual cultivation lies ahead. Surely, your power will inevitably increase thereafter, remarked the esteemed Master Karen with a nod. Next, you must immerse yourself in the ocean for your training. Blindfolded, capturing 10,000 fish from the depths to present to me, if recalling a forgotten thought. A glimmer of excitement was evident on Master Karen's face, prompting a dark line to appear on Jiang Yun's forehead as he pondered. Could it be that Master Karen is simply craving fish? Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Jiang Yun acquiesced, recognizing the benefits this endeavor could bring to himself. Thus, Jiang Yun embarked on his training, which proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. On the first day, he failed to catch a single fish. Now submerged in the deep sea, he initially believed that his extraordinary speed would enable him to complete this task swiftly, but soon realized the true difficulties of the challenge. Even before he could approach, the fish would flee far away, and the resistance of the water was immense, coupled with the pressure exerted by the depths, making his task doubly arduous. However, the astute Jiang Yun quickly deduced that Master Karen was honing his perception and control over his energy. He must learn to contain his energy to avoid alarming the fish, while simultaneously mastering his perception to catch them despite being blindfolded. Both aspects posed a significant test of his energy control. Gradually, through continuous training day after day, in addition to fulfilling Master Karen's trials, Jiang Yun did not neglect his martial arts practice. Exploding flame meteor, boom! A towering column of water erupted, even striking down a seabird soaring through the sky. A figure soared from the ocean, with defined features and an upright posture, embodying the essence of a noble man, especially radiant under the sun's rays. This was Jiang Yun, who, after a month of rigorous training under Master Karen's guidance, had devoted the remaining time to perfecting his martial skills while contemplating the creation of a unique technique. If Jiang Shinti was his trump card, then this newly developed exploding flame meteor was his signature move. Akin to Turtle Hermit's Kamehameha, the name suggests, exploding flame meteor possesses the explosive force of flames and the swiftness of a shooting star. Jiang Yun derived the explosive power from Turtle Hermit's world-shattering palm, crafting a technique with formidable burning capabilities, undoubtedly ranking among the finest in its class, and it was an instantaneous move, yet one should not underestimate it. Underestimating it could lead to one's demise. For not only is its power immense, but it can also trigger a secondary explosion upon contact with its target that a moment of inattention might leave one caught off guard. The reason for its instantaneous nature can be traced back to a previous incident. It was precisely that unforeseen event that inspired Jiang Yun to develop the exploding flame meteor. Earlier, while contemplating how to devise a practical combat technique, he sought to harness immense power, referencing the attributes of Turtle Hermit's technique to create the explosive energy. Jiang Yun was not entirely satisfied with his creation. Drawing from his prior experience in developing martial techniques, he compressed the energy to varying degrees, creating oscillations and even colliding the energy within a confined space. In a subsequent experiment, a thunderous explosion resounded, sending plumes of dust scattering and a powerful gust of wind swirling outward, causing destruction akin to a mushroom bomb detonation. When the dust settled, a bloodied figure lay within the crater. Jiang Yun, weakened, gradually rose to his feet. Damn it, I almost perished. Had I known better, I wouldn't have conducted such reckless experiments. Coughing violently, Jiang Yun covered his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers. Fortunately, he had shielded himself with energy at the critical moment. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Jiang Yun, feeling somewhat helpless, reflected, "Thank goodness I didn't have any divine beings on me. That would have been troublesome." The explosive energy he had unleashed exceeded 6 times his own, reaching approximately 2,500 points of battle power. Indeed, during this period, Jiang Yun's power had surged dramatically, climbing from an initial 230 points to 410 points, not accounting for his various hidden trump cards. Otherwise, he would be capable of contending with beings possessing battle power in the range of 3 to 4,000. Even in the state of Jiang Shen-Ti, he could still employ various ultimate techniques, though they consumed considerable stamina and energy. Regaining his composure, Jiang Yun made his way toward a humble wooden cabin where he had stashed the divine beings. Upon arriving at the small cabin, which appeared recently constructed, he found it modest yet clean and refreshing. Inside, there was a small wooden bed, a stool, and a modest table, along with a few scattered items. Jiang Yun approached the bed and retrieved the divine beings he had hidden beneath the pillow. Crunch! In an instant, Jiang Yun's injuries healed, and he felt a surge of power coursing through his body. This sensation was due to his recent recovery, leading him to feel invigorated. Each consumption of divine beings left him in awe of their miraculous effects. As long as one was not dead, they could be revived, akin to a life-saving talisman. Jiang Yun murmured in astonishment at the wondrous properties of divine beings. With this, he felt unafraid of injuries and resolved to continue his training. Contemplating the formidable foes that lay ahead, Jiang Yun was filled with renewed motivation. Stagnation was not an option, especially with such powerful adversaries ahead. Yet, within him stirred a profound ambition, eagerly anticipating the chance to confront them. For this was the very essence of his martial arts journey that in some respects, Jiang Yun shared a kinship with Wukong, both yearning for encounters with the strong and relishing the thrill of physical combat, where the brave prevail in narrow confrontations. As warriors, they must possess a sharp and enterprising spirit. Life is inherently lofty, and I rise from the depths. Every pine and cypress endures the harsh winters, and every individual experiences growth. Jiang Yun had never considered evading battle. To become strong, one cannot be a sheltered flower. Strength is forged in the crucible of combat. Although not every strong individual emerges from battle, those who have faced countless fights are certainly formidable. Unlike Wukong, Jiang Yun possessed a broader perspective. Whereas Wukong sought mere combat, Jiang Yun aimed to seize opportunities for transcending to greater realms, showcasing the potential of martial arts to the world, rather than allowing it to devolve into mere spectacle. Sacrificing lives for the scorn of the masses, Jiang Yun's ultimate goal was to re-establish martial arts atop the pinnacle of Earth, for eventually, Earth must confront the harsh realities of the cosmos. With this goal in mind, Jiang Yun's resolve in martial arts grew ever stronger. Reflecting on the earlier explosion, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Realizing he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, he recalled the chaos of energy in his hands, its violent oscillations and relentless compressions. Now, he recognized how perilously close he had come to disaster. Surviving that incident was a stroke of fortune, yet Jiang Yun discerned the potential for developing a technique of tremendous power. If he could bind the chaotic, compressed, and colliding energies, it would undoubtedly resemble a colossal bomb, magnitudes more potent. He even contemplated incorporating elemental attributes into this energy. Researching the attributes of energy had long been a pursuit of Jiang Yun, as he believed it to be a meaningful field of study, albeit somewhat obscure in the Dragon Ball universe, where the prevailing focus lay on combat power. Nonetheless, a handful of practitioners engaged in martial technique development, such as Wukong in the original narrative when he ventured to planet Yardrat, where he honed his martial skills through meticulous practice. Perhaps it was the exceptional mental fortitude of the Yardratians that led them down a distinct path. Even Wukong's instant transmission was learned there, saving Earth from peril on numerous occasions, and planet Yardrat held many other remarkable secrets in a realm known as Metamor, another intriguing planet. One might be unfamiliar. Yet the dance associated with the Metamoran fusion technique, utilized by Wukong and Vegeta, should ring a bell. This technique, in Jiang Yun's eyes, was extraordinarily impressive. For instance, had Krillin and his companions mastered this technique during Vegeta's invasion of Earth, it is undeniable that even without Wukong, they could have defeated him, provided he did not transform into a great ape. The power of such a technique is unimaginable. Moreover, another exemplary case of the Metamoran fusion technique is seen in Trunks and Goten, who upon fusion ascended to Super Saiyan 3rd level, achieving an astonishing nearly 100-fold increase in power. In the world of Dragon Ball, the inhabitants are excessively fixated on the enhancement of their combat strength. It is evident that the cultivation of martial techniques is far more arduous than merely augmenting one's power. One cannot help but remark that the people of this realm are rather myopic. However, this is an unavoidable circumstance, as internal strife prevails and external threats loom, particularly from the cosmic real estate mogul, Lord Frisia, who engages in ruthless acquisitions. Jiang Yun's thoughts once again gravitated towards martial techniques, pondering how to apply his developed skills in actual combat. Furthermore, the speed of these techniques must be swift. Any sluggishness could lead to evasion, while simultaneously retaining their formidable power, even if it does not reach the explosive force of the past. It must surpass his own combat strength. Otherwise, encountering an adversary of equal power would render his efforts futile, contradicting Jiang Yun's principles. Reflecting on the explosive power he once wielded, he mused that if he could create an effect akin to the universal shocking palm, its potency would surely be remarkable. Yet, the weakness of Master Roshi's energy at that time hindered the full potential of the universal shocking palm, which not only has the ability to lock onto its target, but can also immobilize and incapacitate foes. This limitation stemmed from the insufficient intensity of energy. Additionally, this technique requires exceptional control over energy to achieve its intended effect, as it necessitates the transformation of energy into electrical currents that at this moment. Jiang Yun conceived that his control over energy, in comparison to Master Roshi, was only superior, leading him to believe he could transform energy into an explosive force imbued with blazing power. After several days of contemplation and experimentation, his newly developed technique was aptly named the explosive meteor stream. With a swift motion of his hands, Jiang Yun conjured an energy sphere resembling a meteor, which then rapidly shot forth, striking the ocean and even causing seabirds above to plummet from the sky. Today marked a significant achievement for this technique. It exhibited astonishing speed, with power exceeding 3 times his own strength, surpassing the threshold of 1,000, distinctly different from Jiang Shinti, while Jiang Shinti corresponds to an overall amplification of combat strength. The power of the explosive meteor stream is derived from the conversion and collision of energy, leaving his inherent strength unchanged. However, due to the unique dynamics of energy flow, the technique manifests a strength far exceeding his own capabilities. The explosive meteor stream, bolstered by the presence of explosive energy, had reached a limit in terms of energy compression. Any further attempts would result in self-detonation rather than harm to others. The chaotic energy within the explosive meteor stream had taken on an even more tumultuous form, resembling the Rasengan from the Naruto series. Outwardly stable, yet internally chaotic. Once it struck a target, it would unleash a tremendous assault. Moreover, due to the explosive energy serving as fuel, it acted like a propellant, significantly amplifying the speed of the explosive meteor stream. It was time to resume his trials, as his recent dedication to training had caused some delays. With that, Jiang Yun blindfolded himself once more and leapt into the ocean. In the ensuing days, he grew increasingly adept, gradually overcoming the resistance of the water. His ability to conceal his energy improved, and his perception of his surroundings became keener. He could even sense the flow of water around him. Even without using energy, Jiang Yun could catch fish swimming nearby. When utilizing energy, he felt as though countless points of light surrounded him, representing the faint yet tangible presence of life, while Jiang Yun was immersed in tranquility. The ocean's creatures perceived him as a mere rock to them. He was indistinguishable from stone, thus posing no threat. Even when seated at the ocean's depths, Jiang Yun appeared to them as a stone adorned with peculiar aquatic plants, with his hair mistaken for such flora. Gradually, the world around him transformed in his perception, as if everything moved in slow motion, enveloped in a momentary stillness, leading Jiang Yun into an enigmatic state. In this heightened awareness, the world seemed to take on a new vibrancy. All beings appeared to possess life, expressing emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Everything exuded a distinctive aura, which Jiang Yun recognized as something entirely different from mere energy. It was a presence far superior, which he termed Yuan Shi. Indeed, Yuan Shi, to Jiang Yun, this exceptional essence present in all things undoubtedly resembled the Yuan Shi mentioned in the original narrative, an existence far beyond ordinary energy. In the original tale, Goku frequently employed a technique known as the Spirit Bomb, rescuing Earth from peril on multiple occasions. The more Yuan Shi one collected, the greater the potential to defeat foes vastly superior in strength. Jiang Yun speculated that the significance of Yuan Shi extended beyond this simplistic understanding. Yuan Shi represents the essence of life. All things possess Yuan Shi. If Yuan Shi were to cease, so too would the existence of that entity. When contemplating elements related to Yuan Shi in the original narrative, Jiang Yun recalled a remarkable tree, the Tree of Spirit. The fruits borne by this tree could drastically elevate one's combat strength. Said to be divine in nature, having inadvertently scattered throughout the cosmos. Yet the Tree of Spirit requires Yuan Shi to thrive. Due to the scarcity of Yuan Shi in the universe, the tree lacks sufficient nutrients, forcibly extracting Yuan Shi to sustain its growth. This explains why cultivating the Tree of Spirit can lead to planetary destruction, while realms inhabited by deities possess ample Yuan Shi to nourish it. The combat strength augmented by the Tree of Spirit is often disregarded by the gods, merely utilized as a source of refreshment, resulting in the tree's fall to the mortal realm, as the name suggests. The true capability of the Tree of Spirit lies not in enhancing combat strength, but rather in augmenting spiritual power, even slightly elevating one's dimensional existence. In this moment, Jiang Yun could sense the presence of Yuan Shi, an astonishing experience that immersed him in a state of profound enlightenment. While Sun Wukong entered this state under the guidance of King Kai, Jiang Yun found himself in an even more perfected version of it. He felt as if he could hear the very breath of all existence. Every entity emanated goodwill towards him, nurturing his spirit and drawing Yuan Shi towards him. Jiang Yun was, in fact, absorbing the power of Yuan Shi. If King Kai were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be astounded, for he merely harnessed the power of Yuan Shi to create the formidable Spirit Bomb, while Jiang Yun was actively absorbing its essence. Around Jiang Yun, a vortex formed, rapidly drawing in the Yuan Shi, diffusing through the cosmos. Even the surrounding life forms Yuan Shi began converging towards him. In a daze, Jiang Yun perceived the breath of all things, as if everything possessed a life force. He commenced absorbing the Yuan Shi of existence. An exceptionally pure essence surged into his body, far surpassing the scattered Yuan Shi in the environment. Jiang Yun felt the joyous emotions of all beings, as if they were dancing in harmony with him. Should there exist cultivators in this world, they would surely exclaim in awe. This is a sign of spiritual awakening. The state Jiang Yun inadvertently entered was akin to a moment of enlightenment. In this state, he voraciously absorbed Yuan Shi until, after an hour, he gradually came to a halt. Upon regaining his senses, Jiang Yun was engulfed in overwhelming joy. He felt invigorated, his combat strength having undergone a remarkable transformation, now exceeding 1,000. Yet, this was not his greatest gain. The most significant outcome was that Yuan Shi had purified his body, elevating his innate potential to the level of a super genius. While he may not rival Vegeta, he had indeed reached the caliber of Sun Wukong. Do not misconstrue Sun Wukong's potential as lacking. Although his initial combat strength was modest, His extraordinary comprehension compensated for this deficiency, laying a solid foundation through extensive training under various masters. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his bloodline restructured his innate abilities, allowing him to surpass Vegeta with ease. If one were to compare Jiang Yun's current status with that of all Earthlings, there would be no doubt that he possessed the most exceptional potential, far surpassing Krillin. Elated, Jiang Yun soared into the sky, swirling joyfully as he reveled in his newfound strength. At this moment, he believed he finally possessed the means to contend with formidable foes in the future. For his relentless training had stemmed from the stark disparity between the potential of Earthlings and the extraordinary beings of the universe. Although he was confident in his ability to compete, he dared not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. Presently, he was assured that he could pursue anyone, even eagerly anticipating a future confrontation with the legendary Jiren, who surpassed the god of destruction. What Jiang Yun was unaware of at this moment was that he would indeed realize today's aspirations in the future. Greetings, Master Karen. I have completed the training you entrusted to me. After comprehending the essence of all things breathing, Jiang Yun found himself adept at Master Karen's trials, completing the cultivation tasks assigned to him in a remarkably short time. As for whether Master Karen desired fish, only he himself would know. Young Jiang Yun, your talent is truly the most terrifying I have ever encountered. Your future may even surpass that of the Celestial. Upon witnessing Jiang Yun's swift completion of the task, Master Karen recognized that the young man before him had an exceedingly bright future, with the possibility of surpassing the Celestial being merely a matter of time. If previously, a portion of Jiang Yun's strength could be discerned, now it was entirely unfathomable, having reached a state of returning to simplicity, akin to Sun Wukong's realm upon his return to Earth after the battle on Namek. Of course, this referred to the realm of martial arts, not sheer combat power. The Celestial? Who is that? A great martial artist? Jiang Yun was well aware of who the Celestial was, yet he had never delved into such esoteric matters before. To assert knowledge of the Celestial would undoubtedly raise suspicions. So he feigned ignorance. Fool! The Celestial is not a martial artist, but a magnificent deity. Master Karen's face suddenly radiated reverence. Prior to encountering higher deities, he believed that the Celestial was the most esteemed existence in the world. Little did he realize that he was but a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant of the vastness of the universe, which was humanity's true future. Seeing Master Karen's expression of profound respect for the Celestial, Jiang Yun could not help but chuckle inwardly. If only you knew that there are actually beings such as the King of Hell, the King of Worlds, and even angels in existence, you would surely be driven to madness. Naturally, Master Karen was unaware of Jiang Yun's musings and continued. The Celestial is the greatest being in the world. For many years, the Celestial has safeguarded the safety of Earth, ensuring favorable weather and prosperity. There have even been wars that threatened the world, yet they were ultimately thwarted by the Celestial. Jiang Yun felt a twinge of surprise. This was never mentioned in the original text. Wars that threaten the world. This reminded him of the time in Dragon Ball Super when the god of destruction from Universe 6, Kampa, wagered the fate of Earth against Beerus, mentioning that the Earth in Universe 6 had been destroyed due to internal strife among its inhabitants, which had left Jiang Yun reflecting deeply at the time. Contemplating Master Karen's words, Jiang Yun pondered that perhaps the lack of a Celestial on Universe 6 Earth allowed internal conflicts to go unchecked, leading to its complete destruction. With this thought, he could not help but exclaim, "It is truly thanks to the Celestial." Master Karen, unaware of Jiang Yun's inner thoughts, mistakenly believed he was referring to his earlier statement. "Perhaps with your abilities, you may one day succeed the position of the Celestial," Master Karen said with a smile. "Master Karen, you just know why aim is martial arts. I have no other ambitions for now." Jiang Yun was well aware that his goal was to become a true deity, rather than a mere god of a single planet. In the future, he would face crises without any means of defense. Ultimately merging with Piccolo, Master Karen recognized that Jiang Yun was not lying and chose not to press further. He mused that the Celestial might not even consider him worthy, though he knew full well that this was impossible. For the Celestial could not overlook the current Jiang Yun, who was truly prodigious. "Young Jiang Yun, there is nothing more I can teach you. You have already surpassed me entirely. The rest is entirely up to you. Master Karen was thoroughly satisfied with Jiang Yun, finding him far superior to the likes of Wu Tian, both in strength and character. You have been away for quite some time. Will you not return to check on things? Master Karen, sensing Jiang Yun's reluctance to voice his thoughts, spoke up. Thank you immensely for your guidance. Master Karen, it is through your teachings that I have attained such significant growth. Jiang Yun spoke sincerely. For it was indeed true that his journey through Karen Tower had yielded tremendous rewards, becoming one of the factors in his future ascent to power. Jiang Yun had even grasped the concept of the breath of all things and encountered the essence of vital energy during this training. Thus, his gratitude toward Master Karen was genuine. Master Karen was deeply pleased with Jiang Yun's humility. Such a powerful, intelligent, diligent, yet modest individual was truly rare, far superior to that lecherous Wu Tian, who had not visited him in quite some time. Achoo! Achoo! Far away on Karen Tower, Master Rashi suddenly sneezed, unaware that someone was speaking of him, and rubbed his nose. He then resumed watching television, where several youthful women clad in bikinis were performing gymnastics. A sight that was undeniably exhilarating. The old turtle hermit, upon seeing this, began to mimic their movements, though his lecherous expression left much to be desired. That moment. Jiang Yun on Karen Tower contemplated the benefits of the senza beans and wished to exchange some with Master Karen before departing. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's request for senza beans, Master Karen was not at all surprised, as every visitor typically sought to take some with them. However, when he saw Jiang Yun directly carry away an entire jar of senza beans, he could not help but feel a pang of anguish. Watching Jiang Yun depart using the instant transmission technique, Master Karen thought to himself, I never expected this kid to be so cunning at times. The sight of the diminished senza beans caused a slight ache in his heart. Master Karen, I will return to see you in the future and bring you your favorite fish, Jiang Yun declared loudly. Inside the capsule on the table lay a variety of fish he had caught during this time, and he hoped Master Karen would enjoy them. Over this period, a bond had formed between the two, and Jiang Yun wished for Master Karen to thrive. During this time, Jiang Yun had also learned that Master Karen did not solely consume senza beans. He cultivated a vegetable garden, and the senza beans were grown there. Master Karen could even conjure fish from a jar, though the varieties were limited. It was only then that Jiang Yun realized how unreliable the tales of those who had tricked Master Karen out of senzu beans using fish had been. Did Master Karen not know the value of senza beans? He surely did. Jiang Yun vanished into the horizon. Master Karen displayed a look of perplexity, although this young man had arrived with great bravado. Upon his return from the depths of the sea, he exuded an immense sense of pressure, not physically, but mentally. It seemed this young man harbored his own secrets. Master Karen understood that the training he had devised could not possibly yield such results. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yun would unexpectedly enter a unique state, even coming into contact with vital energy. However, he did not dwell on it. Everyone possessed their own mysteries, and the paths of fate would unfold as they were meant to. Turning back to glance at the universal capsule left by Jiang Yun, he happily placed it behind him, not knowing where it would end up, and leisurely strolled into his chamber. Upon returning to the Martial Alliance, Jiang Yun was greeted with delightful news. The gravity training room project he had proposed years ago had secretly recruited scientists to construct the gravity training facility. Others were baffled by this initiative. While they acknowledged that gravity training might yield results, they questioned the wisdom of investing substantial funds into it, fearing it might be a fruitless endeavor. They were unaware of the future developments. But how could Jiang Yun not know? It was precisely because he understood the future that he decided to lay the groundwork in advance. The gravity training room was a crucial component. With it, the disciples of the Martial Alliance could achieve significant progress and be prepared to face the impending cosmic threats. Moreover, Jiang Yun recognized that the physical constitution of Earthlings was somewhat inferior compared to that of the Saiyans, which was why, in later stages, Sun Wukong was able to learn the Kaioken technique. The individuals who have ventured to King Kai's planet do not possess the King Kai fist, not due to a lack of instruction from King Kai, but rather because the physical constitution of Earthlings is frail. Forcing the technique would result in their bodies collapsing. The King Kai fist, developed by King Kai, ultimately proves to be excessively ferocious in contrast. The enhancement techniques devised by oneself yield comparatively milder side effects. However, the duration of these techniques may not be as prolonged, considering their less violent nature, resulting in similar time frames. In summary, each technique has its advantages. Yet there remains potential for further development of the King Kai Fist. After Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, he ceased utilizing the King Kai Fist, not out of disinterest, but because the state of a Super Saiyan inherently imposes strain on his physical form. Should he attempt to employ the King Kai Fist in this state, his body would inevitably shatter, rendering him a victim of his own power without the need for an adversary. In Dragon Ball Super, the reason Son Goku can utilize the King Kai Fist with significant amplification is that the divine power has enhanced his physical form, but more crucially, Goku has refined the technique, reducing its side effects and lowering its usage requirements. With the advent of the training chamber, Jiang Yun not only enhances his own physical strength and cultivation, but also accelerates the training speed of the disciples within the martial alliance. His aspiration is not for them to become invincible, but to empower them to defend Earth, ensuring they are capable of handling even the weakest foes. Jiang Yun holds a firm belief that under his guidance, they can surpass so-called advanced planets. The still existing planet Vegeta, despite its destruction, is categorized as an advanced planet and is quite formidable. The primary advantage lies in the ability to transform into a great ape, amplifying combat prowess tenfold, which is undeniably extraordinary. Additionally, due to the Saiyans' servitude under Frieza, their reputation in the universe has become infamously tarnished, even eclipsing Frieza at times. After all, while Frieza rarely intervenes, his formidable nature pales in comparison to the terror instilled by the Saiyans throughout the cosmos. Ultimately, Earth must venture into the cosmos, that if Earth's technology reaches a stage where interstellar travel is feasible, its inherent weakness in battle prowess could render it vulnerable to predation in the original Dragon Ball series. Earthlings were not incapable of leaving their planet. Bulma's company certainly possessed the capability. Their reluctance to disclose the methods for constructing spaceships stems from the belief that Earth is not yet prepared to face the cosmos, and their own strength does not permit such ventures. The Dragon Ball warriors cannot be expected to guard them eternally. While they can manage on Earth, stepping outside it poses a matter of life and death. They ought to be grateful for the valiant group that protects Earth and its inhabitants. In Jiang Yun's view, Son Goku and his companions have done an exceptional job safeguarding Earth, despite the planet having been obliterated in the past. After enduring numerous tribulations, their memories of these events have been erased, leaving them unaware of what transpired, with only a faint recollection of the Demon King Piccolo. Yet as time flows, they gradually forget. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball warriors, who risk their lives for Earth, lead lives of humility, often fearing detection by ordinary people, and in times of crisis, are merely regarded as performers of tricks. Jiang Yun believes that since they bear the burdens of their responsibilities, they should enjoy the recognition befitting heroes. Goku's family lives in poverty, and while Goku excels in martial arts, he possesses little skill in other areas. But can we fault him? No. He is a hero. A champion of Earth. Heroes deserve the status that befits them. At the very least, they should not struggle for mere survival. Had it not been for their financial hardship in the original narrative, perhaps Gohan would not have become known as P and S for Chi-Chi. She cannot be blamed. She never demanded anything for Goku's substantial contributions, nor sought assistance from Bulma due to her wealth. Instead, she guided Gohan to become a scholar, hoping he would be self-sufficient on this planet. In essence, the Dragon Ball warriors are a group of martial artists with a noble sense of justice. Except for Yamcha, who has shown a penchant for infidelity and eventually abandoned martial arts, they possess no significant flaws. They do not abuse their formidable strength, but rather seek legitimate careers, such as being a baseball player, which is indeed a respectable profession. It is not Yamcha's fault. After the defeat of Demon King Piccolo, he strove to improve himself, and despite the losses in the Earth Defense War, he continued to pursue martial arts excellence. Yet, as mighty foes emerged, he felt powerless, facing death multiple times, and the enemies were beyond his capability to conquer. In his perspective, with Goku and others protecting Earth, no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up. especially when compared to Krillin and Tien, who surpass him significantly. This explains why he abandoned martial arts. His misfortune compounded each time he perished. Who would he worry under such circumstances? What if one day Goku and the others forget to resurrect him? This resilience in the martial spirit is evident in others. In Dragon Ball Super, Tien forsakes contact with others, establishing a dojo in the mountains to teach disciples. His performance in the Tournament of Power further attests to his combat prowess. Jiang Yun is confident that the future world will be splendid, vibrant, and glorious. He has resolved to promote martial arts comprehensively in the future, as well as share his years of research on martial techniques. With their innate talents, they may yet rival the Saiyans in the future. Even if they do not, they need not be relegated to merely dealing with weaker foes, should they discover their own paths. They may even find themselves on the threshold of divine realms. With the establishment of the Gravity Training Chamber, Jiang Yun believes that martial arts on Earth can flourish, with his presence as a catalyst. Perhaps everyone will lead unique lives in the future. Upon learning of the Gravity Training Chamber's inception, Jiang Yun summoned Buchun and instructed Buchun increase funding for the construction of the Gravity Chamber. Additionally, the Gravity Training Chamber will be reserved for core disciples, using the contribution points provided by the Martial Alliance as currency for training. Over the years since the establishment of the Martial Alliance, Jiang Yun has realized that unending generosity is unsustainable. Things acquired too easily are often undervalued. Thus, he instituted various contribution systems. With the implementation of this system, the Martial Alliance has gained vitality, attracting wandering martial artists who join the Alliance to undertake tasks published by it. Naturally, these individuals are not core disciples of the Alliance. The Martial Alliance serves as a platform-like organization, a plan meticulously devised by Jiang Yun for the rationale behind this initiative. Jiang Yun possesses profound intentions. Why did he establish a martial arts platform? It is part of his strategy to gradually popularize the existence of martial artists, and this approach has indeed attracted some to join. The wandering martial artists, lacking financial means, accept tasks within the Martial Alliance to earn a living. Their presence is not limited to the Western regions. They have expanded to other cities as well, prompting even the king to send representatives to request instruction for soldiers in the military from the Alliance's disciples. Through this method, Jiang Yun publishes tasks that are challenging for some individuals on the Martial Alliance platform, profiting from processing fees, ensuring both parties benefit, which naturally encourages the further development of the Alliance. Of course, not all tasks can be published through the Alliance. Tasks involving murder, for example, are certainly declined. After all, it is a martial arts alliance, not an assassin's guild. Typically, they accept tasks such as escorts, bodyguards, locating rare herbs, and teaching martial fundamentals, along with various minor tasks. The Alliance categorizes these tasks by difficulty, assigning star ratings from 1 to 10, with no one having yet published a task rated 5 stars or higher, as the Alliance takes the star rating system very seriously. Furthermore, individuals lacking sufficient rank are prohibited from accepting higher star tasks. They must reach a certain level to undertake such challenges. Jiang Yun has crafted a Dragon Ball version of a mercenary guild inspired by novels he has read in his previous life. Additionally, Jiang Yun has introduced martial arts medals for those undertaking tasks, categorized in a bronze, silver, and currently the highest, gold medals to AS for higher accolades. Jiang Yun has no immediate plans to release them. The purpose of these medals is to prevent individuals from recklessly accepting tasks that could lead to failure or even loss of life. Hence, the Martial Alliance convened a meeting to address this concern. While they debated fervently, Jiang Yun proposed his idea, which was met with astonishment. This method, both simple and practical, involves registering individuals as affiliated members of the Alliance. They are not bound by the Alliance's rules. The sole advantage of this registration is the ease of task acquisition. Through this registration, the Alliance can ascertain the identities of these martial artists, thus preventing potential disruptions from certain individuals. In order to ascertain the task completion rates of certain individuals and evaluate their credibility, this information may also serve as the basis for their advancement in martial arts medals. These various tiers of martial arts medals allow for the acceptance of tasks of differing star ratings. The different levels of martial arts medals confer task points based on the tasks completed by these individuals. Once a certain point threshold is reached, they can elevate their medal rank. Each type of medal is categorized into distinct star ratings, ranging from 1 star to 10 stars. If a bronze medal surpasses 10 stars, it may be upgraded to a silver medal, and similarly for the gold medal. This system, once implemented, received widespread acclaim, effectively curbing instances of individuals deliberately inflating task counts, which not only resulted in incomplete tasks, but also squandered valuable time. Consequently, individuals must rely solely on their abilities to undertake tasks, while those with lower credibility are barred from eligibility. This initiative swiftly cleared the murky waters of the Martial Alliance, solidifying its foundation and transforming it into a lucrative entity. The Martial Alliance, now a formidable force, attracted an increasing number of individuals seeking to affiliate their complex tasks with the Alliance in a training ground. Jiang Yun observed the practitioners when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Bu Fan, the younger brother of Bu Chun. Recalling how Bu Fan had once contested his views, he now stood as a staunch supporter. Throughout the rapid developments of the past few years, Bu Fan had increasingly identified himself as a beacon of hope in martial arts. Initially amused by Bu Fan's words, Jiang Yun found it amusing to have fans of his own. The current group of practitioners consisted of those he had once dispatched for training, who had now returned and become the backbone of the Martial Alliance. Jiang Yun waved at Bu Fan, who promptly approached with a glint of excitement in his eyes. Jiang Yun felt a swell of satisfaction at Bu Fan's considerable growth. They were destined to be the vanguards of Earth's journey into the cosmos. Bu Fan, how has your training been of late? Jiang Yun inquired about their progress. Thanks to your advice, Brother Yun, the establishment of the gravity training room has significantly accelerated our training speed, Bu Fan replied, unable to contain his admiration for Jiang Yun's foresight. Initially, some had deemed the construction of the gravity training room a waste of time, energy, and hard-earned resources. Yet, the results now validated Jiang Yun's vision. Bu Fan marveled at Jiang Yun, who seemed capable of anything. An extraordinary talent in both martial arts and management, coupled with a wisdom that astounded all. Such remarkable abilities residing in Jiang Yun were no surprise to Bu Fan. Only someone of such exceptional caliber could lead the advancement of martial arts. Under Jiang Yun's guidance, Bu Fan witnessed an entirely different realm of martial arts, even redefining his own understanding of the discipline. In Bu Fan's eyes, Jiang Yun's prowess had surpassed the legendary figures of their village, even the mythical Great Demon King, Piccolo. Unbeknownst to Bu Fan, Jiang Yun had long since transcended Piccolo and any other individual on Earth. Has the Martial Alliance encountered any difficulties recently? Jiang Yun instinctively asked. However, Bu Fan's subsequent words took him aback. We have indeed faced some resistance. We encountered a group of individuals whose strength rivals our own. They claimed to hail from the Crane Immortal sect, disciples of the legendary Crane Immortal. Bu Fan replied respectfully to, the Crane Immortal sect. This revelation surprised Jiang Yun, who had not anticipated that the Martial Alliance would confront disciples of the Crane Immortal. However, it made sense, as the establishment of the Martial Alliance had resulted in numerous tasks going unclaimed by the Crane Immortal sect. It is well known that the Crane Immortal differs significantly from the Turtle Immortal, as his disciples are not chosen as sparingly as the latter's. Even the likes of Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi are merely among the most gifted of his students, and the Crane Immortal's brother, Tao Bai Bai, had even resorted to becoming an assassin. In Jiang Yun's view, the Crane Immortal had strayed from the path of a true martial artist, which might explain the enmity between him and the Turtle Immortal. After all, as fellow apprentices, it is improbable for them to become adversaries without a significant catalyst. Jiang Yun had no intention of involving himself in the Martial Alliance's conflicts with the Crane Immortal sect. They needed to confront their challenges independently to foster growth. Damn it, how many times has the Crane Immortal sect harassed us now? Bu Chun slammed his fist on the table in a meeting room. Jiang Yun was not present. Bu Chun primarily handled the affairs of the Martial Alliance, with Jiang Yun merely keeping abreast of developments while focusing his energies on martial cultivation. The expressions of those in the meeting were grave as Bu Chun scanned the room. Noting the silence, he sighed inwardly. While the individuals present possessed commendable martial talents, they lacked the strategic acumen to lead effectively. His younger brother, Bu Fan, also had decent martial gifts and exhibited commendable management abilities. Perhaps he would gradually entrust the affairs of the Martial Alliance to him, as his ultimate goal was to embark on the ultimate path alongside Brother Yun, among the core disciples of the Martial Alliance. Bu Chun stood out as the most capable of overseeing the bigger picture. His temperament was calm and steady, and his martial talent was commendable. Jiang Yun had once advised Bu Chun to devote himself entirely to martial cultivation. Yet he had resisted, citing the instability of the martial alliance established by Jiang Yun. He intended to shift his focus to martial pursuits once the alliance was on solid ground. Among the disciples, Bu Chun was the most esteemed by Jiang Yun. Others were largely of moderate talent, with some excelling in specific areas, but only Bu Chun excelled in multiple facets, earning him the title of a remarkable talent. Jiang Yun had spoken to Bu Chun about the ultimate path of martial arts, emphasizing that only through divine ascendance could one achieve eternal existence. That Bu Chun was uncertain how Jiang Yun possessed this knowledge, but he believed in Jiang Yun's words wholeheartedly. Even the disciples of the martial alliance regarded Jiang Yun as a reincarnation of a celestial being, the future god of martial arts, Bu Chun. Observing the eager faces of his peers awaiting his decision, decided to forego further pleasantries. That we, as the martial alliance, cannot remain passive in the face of the aggressive Crane Immortal sect. If they dare to come, we shall not hesitate to strike back. The recent decline in task postings indicated that many were merely spectating. So let them witness who the true dragons are. Bu Chun's voice resonated with authority and ferocity. At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted. May I ask, Deputy Alliance Leader Bu Chun, will Lord Jiang Yun not take action? Take action? Ha! If Lord Jiang were to intervene, what purpose would you all serve? Bu Fan interjected. He and his brother had anticipated Jiang Yun's non-involvement, as he deemed such matters trivial. His absence of intervention clearly signified that they were expected to resolve the issue themselves, if they could not manage this minor hurdle. They were unworthy to stand beside Jiang Yun. If every issue necessitated Lord Jiang's intervention, then we would not deserve to be in his company. Lord Jiang has taught us to embody a martial spirit. If we cannot overcome such a minor obstacle, what merit is there in our training? Perhaps we should consider alternative pursuits. Bu Fan's words struck deeply, leaving the individual who had questioned them red-faced and speechless. This person, recently integrated into the core of the martial alliance, possessed notable martial talent and had made significant strides in combat prowess after engaging with the alliance's teachings on energy. However, he had been intimidated by the long-standing reputation of the Crane Immortal sect. Observing the silence among the crowd, Bu Chun stepped in to ease the tension. Do not be overly concerned. Though our adversary is formidable, we are not weak ourselves. That I command that every branch of the martial alliance must station core disciples on guard. Should they dare to approach, we shall cut off their claws and demonstrate who the true dragons are. As long as the Crane Immortal retains any semblance of dignity, he will refrain from targeting our juniors. Should he audaciously choose to attack them, inform me, and I shall handle it. Understood. Dismissed. Wait, Bu Fan interjected, as if struck by an idea. Bu Chun motioned for Bu Fan to remain. Brother, is there something you need me to do? Bu Fan inquired, perplexed, as the others departed. Nothing specific. I merely wish to have a heart-to-heart. You are a grown man now, and it is time for you to stand on your own. Bu Chun gazed at his younger brother before him, who had always been quite mischievous. After their parents passed away, Bu Chun had taken it upon himself to care for him, simultaneously assuming the roles of both an elder brother and a father to Bu Fan. Perhaps it was due to Bu Chun's early assumption of familial responsibilities that he developed a demeanor of such gravitas. The brother standing before him, after becoming acquainted with Jiang Yun, had undergone a noticeable transformation. And Bu Chun too had changed. Xiao Fan, you have grown up. Now that I in the future, you might even try to handle matters concerning the martial alliance. Brother Yun's ultimate goal is to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, and he will not frequently intervene in the affairs of the martial alliance, leaving most of the duties in our hands. Previously, there were many aspects of the martial alliance that required careful attention. Now, it is gradually finding its footing, and I too am attempting to follow Brother Yun's lead. Bu Chun reflected thoughtfully. Brother, Bu Fan hesitated, but before he could finish his sentence, Bu Chun continued, I know you have been passionate about the development of the martial alliance, and your efforts over the past 2 years have indeed been commendable. However, your temperament still lacks a certain composure present. The Crane Immortal sect poses a significant threat, and our alliance's development has been alarmingly brief. Given a few more years, I believe we need not fear not only the Crane Immortal sect, but any force on this planet. However, our adversaries are not limited to the Crane Immortal sect. Even the Northern Red Ribbon Legion seeks to carve a piece out of us. Brother Yun entrusting us with these matters is a testament to his faith in us. Dapu Chun lifted a cup from the table, took a sip, and continued, although Brother Yun will not neglect us, we must not only accomplish our tasks, but do so with flair. As for the disciples of the Crane Immortal sect, the Martial Alliance can contend with them. However, when it comes to the Crane Immortal himself, it is likely that only I could stand against him. Yet his brother, Tao Bai Bai, possesses even more formidable strength, and I am not certain I could triumph over him. Therefore, I must enter seclusion to enhance my martial prowess. In the past, Jiang Yun had mentioned some formidable martial artists, such as the god of martial arts overseas, Master Wu Tian, also known as the Turtle Immortal. Along with the Turtle Immortal's senior brother, the Crane Immortal, and his brother, Tao Bai Bai, who is rumored to be the strongest among the three. Brother, I know you have always looked after me, and I am aware that my temperament is not sufficiently steady. Bu Fan's voice trembled, tears streaming down his face. That I will not disappoint you. Brother, I understand my talent is not as exceptional as yours. You once shouldered the weight of the world for me. Now, rest assured and enter your seclusion that I will manage everything well, and I promise I will not let you down. Bu Chun looked at his brother with a sense of bittersweet reflection, realizing that his younger brother had indeed matured. A fledgling must eventually soar. He could not forever shield him beneath his wings. True eagles must face the trials of nature, experiencing the harshness of wind and rain. For in that world, one can rely solely on oneself. With this thought, Bu Chun embraced his brother. In that moment, both remained silent, savoring the warmth of the occasion. Soon after, Bu Chun began his seclusion training. Meanwhile, on the other side, those aware of Bu Chun's retreat fell into a slight panic. Apart from Jiang Yun, Bu Chun was the cornerstone for everyone. Now that Jiang Yun had entrusted all matters to the Martial Alliance, most relied on Bu Chun to handle affairs, yet he had chosen to enter seclusion. This left everyone in a quandary. Although Bu Chun had temporarily delegated the Alliance's responsibilities to Bu Fan, it was evident that Bu Fan struggled to command respect. The people placed greater trust in Bu Chun's capabilities. Bu Fan understood that he could not earn everyone's trust, but this did not deter him from issuing orders. As for the doubts harbored by others, he planned to gradually dispel them in the days to come, proving his abilities not only to them, but also to Jiang Yun and his brother Bu Fan. Although Lord Jiang Yun and Deputy Alliance Leader Bu Chun trust you to temporarily lead us, we shall tentatively place our faith in your abilities. However, should your performance fail to meet our expectations, we shall not heed your commands. The speaker was an elder who had co-founded the Martial Alliance, having followed Jiang Yun since the beginning and was well aware of Bu Fan's past conduct. Thus, he issued a warning, suggesting that if Bu Fan could not earn their respect, they would not comply with his directives. Indeed, if you cannot handle matters well, it would be better for me to take charge. Another echoed, I concur, Bu Fan, that I hope you manage this well. It is indeed a heavy burden. The crowd began to chatter amongst themselves. Bu Fan, undaunted, stepped forward and declared, everyone believes my brother Bu Chun is exceedingly capable, but today I wish to convey that both of us are exceptional. I, Bu Fan, am no less competent. I will prove this to you all. However, should anyone dare to play double games, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, Bu Fan suddenly shattered the table before him, startling the crowd into silence. In the shadows, Jiang Yun observed Bu Fan and mused. This lad knows how to instill fear. Not bad. He's beginning to exhibit some of Bu Chun's flair that I hope he can soon stand on his own. He chose to remain hidden, leaving the complications to Bu Fan, and was mildly surprised to learn that Bu Chun had temporarily entrusted the Alliance's affairs to him. Although he had continually advised Bu Chun to focus on martial arts, he recognized that Bu Chun would not relinquish control just yet. It was clear that the development of the Martial Alliance could not do without Bu Chun, and the Alliance's current stature was significantly tied to his efforts, while his vision was considerably more ambitious than theirs. The Dragon Ball world was also home to many brilliant minds, such as Bulma and her family, whose intellect could only be described as prodigious. She had finished reading all her father's books by a young age. Now that Bu Chun had placed the Alliance's affairs in Bu Fan's hands, It was evident that he wished for Bu Fan to learn independence, reflecting Bu Chen's regard for him. In the ensuing days, Bu Fan managed the alliance with meticulous precision, even leading the charge against several waves of attacks from the Crane Immortal sect, gradually earning the trust of those around him. This cursed martial alliance has caused many tasks, previously entrusted to us, to be handed over to the martial arts alliance. To sever one's finances is akin to murdering one's parents. Notify Tao Bai Bai to return. The Crane Immortal exclaimed angrily, crushing the iron ball in his hand into scrap. However, would calling Tao Bai Bai back for such trivial matters not give the impression that they were bullying the weak? One of the disciples hesitantly inquired, his mind conjuring images of Tao Bai Bai's devilish visage, sending shivers down his spine. What are you dawdling for? Go quickly. The Crane Immortal snapped impatiently. Yes, the disciple respectfully retreated. Shortly after, upon receiving the Crane Immortal's message, Tao Bai Bai returned. He appeared before the Crane Immortal, donning a small black cap, his hair and beard tousled upwards, sunglasses perched on his nose, and clad in a green vest, his attire reminiscent of an ancient steward. Tao Bai Bai, slender in build, flicked his braid at everyone he encountered. Resembling the Crane Immortal to some extent, dressed in a pink vest that suggested a lack of prowess. Yet he was undeniably the world's foremost expert, a demon in the eyes of many, rumored to demand 100 million as an appearance fee for taking a life. Such a figure appeared fearsome not only to outsiders but also to the disciples within the sect, who viewed him as a ruthless killer. There were even accounts of disciples who had lost their braids to his merciless hands. This reputation made Tao Bai Bai a figure of dread within the Crane Immortal sect. Nonetheless, one could not deny his strength, which was said to surpass that of his brother, the Crane Immortal. Brother, why have you summoned me back? Tao Bai Bai inquired, flicking his braid. Are you aware of the Martial Arts Alliance? The Martial Arts Alliance is that the force that has risen over the past 2 years. Although the Martial Alliance had seized a considerable amount of the Crane Immortal sect's interests during this time, due to their reluctance to accept assassination missions, Tao Bai Bai had not paid much attention, as it did not affect him directly. Indeed, it is them. They have severely threatened our interests in these 2 years, and have significantly impacted our recruitment of disciples. Those interested in martial arts are now flocking to the Martial Arts Alliance, the Crane Immortal stated coldly. Then why not have me eliminate them, leaving not a single one alive? Tao Bai Bai exuded an aura of murderous intent, enough to chill the blood of those around him. It was evident how many lives he had taken over the years. The disciples nearby trembled, thinking, he truly is a demon. Ha ha! Surrounded by the radiant smiles of 2 individuals, Bu Fan remains oblivious to the impending crisis that looms nearby. Engaged in his patrol to thwart any potential ambush from the Crane Immortal sect, he is unaware that its members have strayed far from the path of true martial artists, having succumbed to a misguided way under the tutelage of their master. That moment, a figure descends before the Martial Alliance, soaring through the air. Should avid fans of Dragon Ball from a past life witness this scene, they might deem it implausible. However, this is not the case. In the original narrative, Tao Bai Bai, while in pursuit of the young Goku, utilized pillars to showcase his skills, both to impress and conserve energy. After all, flying a great distance in search of trouble would deplete his strength significantly, rendering him vulnerable to a counterattack. This misconception has led many to believe that Tao Bai Bai lacks the ability to manipulate air. Yet, as the brother of Crane Immortal, it is inconceivable for him to be without such a skill, his prowess even surpassing that of his master. As an assassin, the ability to traverse swiftly is an invaluable asset. This realm is a tangible world, and the original work merely depicts a fraction of it. To believe that the narrative encompasses the entirety of reality would be a grave misjudgment, resulting in dire consequences. One must never underestimate anyone. The arrival of Tao Bai Bai incites a wave of panic among the disciples of the Martial Alliance, though some remain undeterred. The anxious ones are those who have heard tales of Tao Bai Bai's infamy, while the unacquainted remain blissfully unaware of the menace before them. Stop. Who are you? Several disciples, unfamiliar with Tao Bai Bai, question him as he approaches. His aura of malice is unmistakable, clearly indicating his intent to cause trouble. Among them, one sharp-eyed individual recognizes Tao, Bai, and discreetly slips away to inform Fanas the disciples, having trained for several years. Perceive Tao Bai's menacing gaze, they realize they are no match for him. Yet the honor of martial arts compels them not to retreat in the face of an adversary, but a silent understanding passes among them, and they charge toward Tao Bai in unison die. They cry out, launching a fierce assault in response to their onslaught. Tao Bai scoffs. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. In an instant, with a series of resounding impacts, the disciples of the martial alliance are sent flying, blood spilling from their mouths. Within mere moments, the tide of battle shifts unfavorably for them. Astonishment fills the hearts of the disciples as they realize Tao Bai's formidable strength exceeds their expectations, revealing the vast gulf between them. Faced with such overwhelming power, Tao Bai himself experiences a stirring of unease. Although the disciples before him lack the strength to match him, they exhibit a commendable quality when compared to those of the Crane Immortal sect, prompting him to regard them with newfound respect. As Tao Bai swiftly overcomes his opponents, the atmosphere grows tense, and they collectively resolve to unleash their ultimate techniques. Half-step crumbling fist, second layer. Receive your demise, they declare, channeling the martial arts taught by Jiang Yun. However, their lack of sufficient cultivation renders their power feeble compared to Jiang Yun's prowess. Had the gravity training room not been constructed, given them more time, Tao Bai would have found himself challenged. Tao Bai swiftly senses a sudden surge of energy among the disciples, exclaiming in surprise, "You possess such a secret technique that allows for a sudden doubling of your strength." Greed flickers in his heart. If he could extract this secret from them, he would become invincible, rivaling even the Kamehameha. Provided the side effects are not too severe, he would seize it. The disciples, now resolute, launch kicks toward Tao Bai, who, curious to gauge their strength, effortlessly blocks one strike. However, he is sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing against a wall before slumping to the ground. This illustrates the martial philosophy encapsulated in Jiang Yun's half-step crumbling fist, striking as if painting on a canvas. Yet, Tao Bai emerges unscathed, brushing off his attire as he coldly declares, "If you surrender the secret technique that enhances your strength, I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, I will leave no survivors." His words send a tremor through the disciples, but the martial spirit instilled in them by Jiang Yun prevents them from capitulating. Even if they cannot match Tao Bai's strength, they will not betray the interests of the martial alliance. Moreover, they believe that, even without Jiang Yun's intervention, Bu Chun could vanquish Tao Bai. One disciple, named Harry, boldly asserts, "Abandon all hope. The disciples of the martial alliance fear not death. We shall protect it with our lives." To Tao Bai, these disciples willing to sacrifice everything for the martial alliance appear foolish. In his eyes, the world revolves around power and self-interest, the only constants that will not betray you. Thus, he refrains from further idle talk, convinced that someone will eventually break under the fear of death and reveal the secret. Tao Bai regards the disciples' steadfastness as sheer folly, oblivious to the fact that he himself is unworthy of the title of martial artist, merely a skilled executioner, Ing Wave. He exclaims, unleashing an attack, his fingers coalescing with energy, intent on annihilating the disciples of the martial alliance. The energy beam strikes them, evoking a primal instinct akin to being ensnared by a venomous serpent. A dire premonition of death. In that critical moment, Bu Fan arrives after receiving the alert, swiftly deflecting the energy wave, astonished to realize that he has only just begun to grasp the martial techniques taught by Jiang Yun, enough to barely divert Tao Bai's assault. Truly, the man lives up to his reputation. Tao Bai, taken aback by Bu Fan's intervention, recognizes him as a formidable opponent. "Who are you? Are you the one behind the martial alliance?" Tao Bai inquires, offering a courteous bow. Tao Bai's infamy as a ruthless killer precedes him, and Bu Fan remains skeptical of any goodwill from him. As expected, Tao Bai's gaze shifts, and he lunges at Bu Fan, unleashing a deadly strike, concealing another wave behind his back. Although the attack is not immensely powerful, its impact is lethal. Anticipating Tao Bai's sinister intent, Bu Fan retreats. narrowly evading the incoming attack. The energy wave grazes his hair, splitting it in two, sending a chill down his spine as he realizes the terrifying speed of his adversary. Such a formidable foe could only be countered by Jiang Yuan or his elder brother, who is currently in seclusion. Bu Fan had already dispatched a message to his brother, who would be arriving soon. Recognizing that he alone must face Tao Bai, Bu Fan steels himself and charges forward, employing his martial techniques to enhance his strength. Although not weak, he finds that he is only slightly inferior to Tao Bai. The two engage in a furious exchange, their speed rendering them invisible to onlookers as their surroundings are ravaged by their incredible power. In a shocking turn, Tao Bai brazenly draws a knife, greatly intensifying the pressure on Bu Fan, who realizes he cannot withstand a direct assault from a blade. Tao Bai hurls the knife at Bu Fan, who dodges just in time. However, unbeknownst to him, Tao Bai has already conjured another energy wave, and by the time Bu Fan perceives it, it is too late. The wave pierces through him, and he collapses slowly, succumbing to Tao Bai's triumphant gaze. No. A cry of despair echoes as Bu Chen arrives on the scene. You shall pay for this with your life. I will tear you apart, believing Bu Fan to be dead. Bu Chen emanates an overwhelming aura of vengeance, his very being consumed by rage. Fixing his gaze upon Tao Bai, he seems to channel his fury through his eyes, as though he could slay him with mere intent. Haunted by memories of his parents entrusting him with the care of his brother during their childhood. Under his care, the younger brother, Bu Fan, did not experience unhappiness. Rather, he blossomed into a lively and mischievous child. In the eyes of his elder brother, Bu Fan did not need to be exceptionally brilliant. Consequently, no excessive burdens were placed upon him. Bu devoted everything to his brother, ensuring that Bu Fan enjoyed a delightful childhood. Bu Fan's vivacious nature also brought Bu a sense of fulfillment, allowing him to feel he had honored their parents, who had passed away. Even after a century, he could proudly proclaim, I took excellent care of my brother. But now, tragically, Bu Fan had been slain, leaving Bu with a tinge of regret for allowing him to confront a fearsome adversary like Tao Bai alone. His astonishment. The members of the Crane Immortal sect displayed such shamelessness by attacking a younger generation, showing a complete disregard for the moral integrity expected of martial artists. Tao Bai, as a senior in the martial world, how can you openly assault your juniors without fear of ridicule? Bu exclaimed sternly. Ridicule? What is that? Ha ha ha! Is there truly someone so naive? In this world, power is the only truth. As long as I wield strength, they dare not mock me. They will only fear and dread me. Tao Bai replied, maniacally, that in the martial realm, it is generally uncommon for individuals to attack their juniors unless it is a matter of life and death. However, it was clear that the Martial Alliance and the Crane Immortal sect had not reached such a dire state. Yet, sending Tao Bai to assassinate a disciple of the Martial Alliance was utterly shameless. Bu knew that Tao Bai had no moral boundaries, but he never anticipated his audacity would reach such heights. With no further words to exchange, Bu decided that action spoke louder than words. Observing his brother's precarious state, he impatiently declared, Do not speak to me of our twisted philosophies. Our paths do not align. Let us settle this through our actions. With a swift motion, Bu closed the distance between himself and Tao Bai, unleashing a powerful punch. Tao Bai sensed Bu aura, realizing it surpassed that of the previous opponent, and thought he could not possibly be Bu match. However, he forgot that others could also possess techniques to enhance their strength. Bu was no exception. In an instant, they exchanged dozens of blows, the air crackling with explosive sounds. Although Tao Bai's combat ability appeared superior to Bu on the surface, he could not subdue Bu immediately. It occurred to Tao Bai to employ a cunning strategy. He feigned a side kick from Bu to create distance between them. While the onlookers reveled in the belief that Bu had gained the upper hand, Tao Bai resorted to an old trick. Secretly retrieving a bomb from his all-purpose capsule, he aimed to obliterate Bu hurling the explosive towards him amidst the crowd's disbelief. With a thunderous explosion, dirt and debris erupted into the air. Ha ha ha! This is the fate that befalls those who offend me. Tao Bai. He cackled triumphantly. Just then, a voice pierced through the chaos. Is this all you are capable of? The voice, laced with barely concealed fury, indicated that Buqing had been provoked. Had it not been for Buqing's immediate doubling of his combat power, he would have faced severe injury or worse. Tao Bai Bai's treacherous actions prompted Buqing to abandon any hesitation about engaging further. Initially, he had intended to toy with Tao Bai Bai, but the recent turn of events incited a fierce resolve within him. Channeling all his might, Buqing sent Tao Bai Bai flying with a powerful elbow strike, then swiftly positioned himself above Tao Bai Bai, wielding a heavy hammer to deliver a crushing blow. Blood erupted from Tao Bai Bai's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Motionless, Buqing approached. Tao Bai Bai suddenly sprang up, attempting to ambush him. Yet, Buqing's vigilance was razor-sharp. He seized Tao Bai Bai by the neck, slamming him back into the earth, prompting another spurt of blood. In just a few exchanges, Tao Bai Bai had clearly sustained serious injuries. "Brother!" A voice filled with astonishment rang out, and Buqing turned to see Bufan standing there, full of vitality. Tao Bai Bai, following the sound, was taken aback. How could that boy remain unscathed after taking a direct hit from his attack? But there was no time to ponder. Seizing the moment while Buqing was distracted, Tao Bai Bai threw a smoke bomb to the ground in an attempt to escape. However, this act was utterly futile in Buqing's eyes. Yet, Buqing made no move to stop him, watching as Tao Bai Bai fled. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yun, hiding in the shadows, had seen Bufan's peril and, in a fit of desperation, rushed to confront Tao Bai Bai, with concerns for Buqing's safety. Jiang Yun hastily used a mystical beam to save the critically endangered Bufan. This accounted for the earlier scene. However, why had Buqing seemed indifferent to Tao Bai Bai's escape? The reason lay in Jiang Yun's secretive communication. Urging Buqing to withdraw to ask for why Jiang Yun allowed Tao Bai Bai to escape, Buqing could only speculate. Surely, Jiang Yun had his reasons. The technique of secretive communication was something Jiang Yun had devised based on various novels from his past life. The application of qi had many uses. Some could learn to read minds. So why couldn't Jiang Yun master a Dragon Ball-style communication technique? Leader, you have arrived. I apologize for our failure to meet your expectations. The members of the Martial Alliance felt a wave of shame upon seeing Jiang Yun's sudden appearance. Despite all he had taught them, they could not defeat the enemy, feeling they had disgraced their leader's training. There is no need for such lamentations. You have all performed admirably. Your opponent is Tao Bai Bai, who has dominated the martial world for years. Given your limited training time, it is not surprising to be bested by him. However, once we return, double your efforts in training. Remember today's helplessness. To protect yourself and others, you must possess sufficient strength. Do you understand? Jiang Yun's words reinvigorated the atmosphere and serve as a valuable lesson for everyone. Buqing, my decision to let Tao Bai Bai escape was deliberate. I hope you can understand, Jiang Yun said, looking at Buqing, who had just emerged from battle, that I trust you. You will not err, Buqing replied resolutely. Jiang Yun was taken aback by the depth of Buqing's trust. His decision to spare Tao Bai Bai stemmed from the belief that Tao Bai Bai would serve as a significant challenge for the future Little Wukong, although he did not need to concern himself with these matters. Jiang Yun hoped to avoid disrupting Little Wukong's journey, at least until the confrontation with Piccolo. The reasons for this would become clear in time. By the way, all disciples of the Martial Alliance. Regarding this incident, we are not to be underestimated. If the enemy dares to strike, we shall retaliate, driving them out of the Western capital and demanding reparations for our losses. Furthermore, issue a formal notice to the Crane Immortal sect. We shall not pursue Tao Bai Bai's transgressions. However, they must compensate us for our losses. 10 billion, thus should they fail to comply, their entire sect will cease to exist. Jiang Yun's tone grew resolute, and the cheers of the Martial Alliance disciples echoed around him. In a flash, the Martial Alliance swept through the Western capital and its surrounding areas, decisively eliminating the disciples of the Crane Immortal sect. Meanwhile, the Crane Immortal, upon receiving news of Tao Bai Bai's retreat, was filled with shock that in this world, apart from large factions capable of overpowering Tao Bai Bai through sheer numbers and weaponry, only the Turtle Hermit could match him. Gazing at the injured Tao Bai Bai, the Crane Immortal was engulfed by unrestrained fury. He vowed that the Martial Alliance would pay a price. Yet he was astonished by the martial alliance's strength, suspecting that perhaps some hidden sect had emerged. Previously, the martial sage had warned them to remain humble, knowing that there are always greater forces beyond their comprehension. However, the Crane Immortal dismissed these warnings, believing his sect to be the most powerful in existence, discounting any tales of hidden masters or secretive forces as mere fabrications. Now, with the emergence of the martial alliance, he could not help but question the rumors he had once scoffed at. Could it be that the martial alliance was indeed the legendary hidden force? Little did he know, the martial alliance was merely a faction established by Jiang Yun, a transmigrator who understood the trajectory of the Dragon Ball world. Jiang Yun was destined to be the figure they would look up to throughout their lives. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun remained oblivious to the Crane Immortal speculations about the martial alliance. Report, Leader, we have eliminated the Crane Immortal sect stronghold in the western capital and seized a significant amount of contraband. A disciple of the martial alliance reported, awaiting Jiang Yun's command. Clear out any forces near our martial alliance, regardless of whether they belong to the Crane Immortal sect, in our territory, we shall not allow others to rest. Jiang Yun commanded. Moreover, have we issued the notification to the Crane Immortal sect? Report, Leader, it has been sent. The disciples around him spoke with utmost reverence. In Jiang Yun's eyes, brilliance surged forth, his gaze so profound that it seemed to draw one in, imparting an aura of unfathomable depth. The others from the martial alliance gazed at Jiang Yun, internally acknowledging his stature as the alliance leader, for this demeanor truly befitted a leader. The enigmatic aura Jiang Yun exuded stemmed primarily from his recent breakthrough in cultivation, his energy subtly leaking out. During this period, not only was Buchun in seclusion, but Jiang Yun too had retreated for training. Once the gravity training chamber was constructed, Jiang Yun eagerly entered it. Although the chamber currently allowed for a maximum of just 10 times Earth's gravity, not everyone possessed the capabilities of Brevis and Bulma. Thus, the multiplier they achieved was rather modest. With improved materials, they could enhance it slightly, but it would undoubtedly be a waste. With the same resources, Dr. Brevis and his family could even reach 100-fold, showcasing the vast disparity, far exceeding mere 10-fold. Nonetheless, the current setting sufficed, as many were still far from achieving even the 10-fold standard. Apart from Jiang Yun, no one could withstand such gravity. Even he could only barely endure it, still not having fully conquered it. Compared to Saiyans, Earth's inhabitants were inherently weaker. However, due to Jiang Yun's body being tempered by vital energy, his capacity to endure gravity far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Within just a month, Jiang Yun's combat power had doubled, reaching 2,000, surpassing Raditz' power upon his arrival on Earth. Yet he still fell significantly short of Frisia's might. The mere thought of facing Frisia in merely 14 or 15 years tightened Jiang Yun's heart. One must remember that Vegeta had served under Frisia for over 20 years before reaching a combat power of 18,000, and although Frisia had intentionally suppressed him, it nonetheless illustrated the challenges of power elevation. The thought of Frisia's staggering 120 million combat power sent chills down Jiang Yun's spine. This was precisely why he had prepared early. This was a real world. Reflecting on how Goku had skyrocketed from several hundred to 150 million in just over a year, Jiang Yun found it utterly unreasonable. Perhaps this was the essence of being a protagonist. It was precisely because this world was real that Jiang Yun did not wish to rely on Saiyans. He aimed to protect Earth. Only by strengthening Earthlings could they safeguard their planet. As an Earthling, it was his inherent duty to protect his home and planet. Having arrived in this world, he feared the potential butterfly effect his presence might trigger. What if he depended entirely on Goku, and Goku failed to transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek? What then? Would it not be catastrophic? Hence, Jiang Yun had always aspired to rely on himself to overcome adversaries, which was the very essence of his martial pursuits. Only by steadfastly believing in himself could he ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet, Jiang Yun remained confident that within the next decade or so, he could elevate himself to a level where he could contend with Frisia. But for now, it was prudent to remain grounded on the side of Master Roshi. He too received a message from the Martial Alliance, conveyed through an ancient correspondence method of the martial world. The Turtle School was not a sect completely detached from modern technology. Rather, it kept pace with the times, even having electrical wiring installed within its premises. Despite residing atop a lofty mountain, the accommodations were quite luxurious, comparable to modern hotels, illustrating the considerable wealth amassed by the Turtle School through dubious means. Damn it! How dare they? They're demanding 10 billion in compensation, exclaimed Master Rashi in a fit of rage, shattering a vase in the process. Although he proclaimed his intent to make the Martial Alliance pay, a sense of panic lurked within him. His disciples had discovered that the one who defeated Tao Pai Pai was none other than Buchun, the deputy leader of the Martial Alliance. This raised a troubling question. Just how formidable was this relatively unknown Martial Alliance? He could not believe that Jiang Yun, the leader, was weaker than the deputy. If a mere deputy could defeat Tao Pai Pai, the leader would surely be far more powerful. However, to demand 10 billion in compensation was akin to extortion. The damage inflicted upon them by the Martial Alliance had only amounted to a few million. Such audacity was intolerable. Tao Pai Pai, what should we do? Truly, it feels like a tiger has fallen to the plains, only to be bullied by dogs. Master Rashi gritted his teeth in frustration, his mustache twitching in agitation. He had never considered that the Martial Alliance had merely been retaliating passively all along. That damned Buchun had left him in such a state. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too long to wait. We shall endure this loss for now, and in the future, we shall seek our vengeance. Master Rashi and Tao Pai Pai, being the conniving individuals they were, spoke with such false grandeur of their humility, as if they were the ones being wronged. Master Rashi realized this was the wisest course of action. If they did not concede, given the Martial Alliance's formidable strength, there would be no escape from their wrath. These grievances could only be avenged later. He promptly dispatched a disciple to inform the Martial Alliance that the Turtle School accepted their terms, guaranteeing their withdrawal from the Western capital and promising to compensate the Martial Alliance with 10 billion in damages. Upon the dissemination of this news, the martial world erupted in astonishment. The once dominant Turtle School had conceded. The tale spread far and wide, even reaching those unfamiliar with the enmity between the Martial Alliance and the Turtle School, who marveled at the rise of such a powerful force. Even the king had heard of the Martial Alliance and pondered whether to invite them to serve as instructors in military. In essence, the Martial Alliance had gained considerable notoriety. Thereafter, an increasing number of individuals flocked to the Martial Alliance to undertake missions, igniting a fervor for martial arts. The Martial Alliance's sudden rise left many outside the martial world bewildered. To them, the Martial Alliance resembled one of those martial arts schools, lacking the prestige of true combat sports. However, to the common folk, its newfound fame surely had its reasons. Thus, many blindly followed suit, eager to learn martial arts, with even some elderly individuals joining in the excitement. Upon learning of this development, Jiang Yun found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Nevertheless, if others wished to learn, the Martial Alliance would gladly teach. The Martial Alliance also operated several fitness centers, where they could easily cater to the interests of the elderly. In their eyes, martial arts were merely a means to enhance physical health, entirely oblivious to its true potential. Yet, the ability to strengthen the body was sufficient. Many sought exactly that. At this moment, a young boy was diligently training, kicking a sandbag while sweat trickled down his cheeks that he chanted 237, 238. 239. The boy sported a wild, untamed hairstyle, and at first glance, one might mistake him for being in his late 20s, for he appeared surprisingly mature for his age. Mark, come quickly, a chubby boy shouted as he rushed towards him, only to stumble face first onto the ground. However, he quickly sprang back up as if nothing had happened, waving excitedly at Mark. Mark, look at this, the chubby boy exclaimed, thrusting a newspaper into Mark's hands. Upon glancing at it, Mark saw the headline. The Martial Alliance sponsors the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Prize money to be significantly increased. The first prize will be 50 million, second prize 30 million, third prize 10 million. And each of the top 8 will receive 1 million. Mark's attention was solely captured by the prize money. He barely registered anything else. His awareness of the Martial Alliance was a recent development. He had always been more interested in the fighting world and cared little for other matters. His ambition was to become the undefeated champion of combat sports. That was what a man ought to strive for. However, before achieving this, life had to be lived. Mark's eyes sparkled with dollar signs, and he couldn't help but let out a gleeful chuckle, envisioning himself triumphing over competitors, securing second place, and ultimately claiming the 50 million prize while winning the heart of a beautiful, wealthy woman. The chubby boy watched Mark's drooling expression over the newspaper with a look of disdain, thinking, has he lost his mind? He promptly shook Mark to bring him back to reality. Only then did Mark snap back, wiping the drool from his mouth and questioning, "What are you showing me, Radha?" Seeing Mark's hesitance, Radha chuckled. "Mark, don't you want to be a fighter? Becoming a martial artist is just as good, and the rewards are exceptionally lucrative." Without pausing, Radha continued, "Recently, the Martial Alliance announced they are seeking to recruit a batch of disciples under the age of 16. Those who perform exceptionally well can earn generous rewards and even become core disciples of the Martial Alliance. Though I'm not sure what core disciples do, their status within the Alliance must be quite high, but we don't have any money." Mark couldn't help but feel dejected as he lamented, initially believing that the Martial Alliance required some form of payment akin to those in scrupulous fighting organizations, which left him somewhat distressed. The truth was, Mark aspired to become a champion fighter in pursuit of a better life. Relying solely on education was not feasible for him, as he was but an orphan, much like Radha. This was the only path available to him, that he cared little for the labels of fighter or martial artist. His efforts were solely dedicated to survival. Mark felt life had grown increasingly arduous, especially after the death of his master, who had been brutally murdered for mocking the hair of an eccentric individual. Thus, Mark vowed never to strike out against the unfamiliar or those who appeared unconventional again. Observing Mark's melancholic demeanor, Radha, aware of his past tribulations, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Do not worry. Mark, the Martial Alliance is different. They do not require payment for disciples, and I've heard that the benefits of joining the Alliance are quite substantial. Previously, a person became one of their core disciples, and the Alliance not only cured his grandmother's illness, but also arranged housing for them." Mark was somewhat taken aback. He had presumed that the Martial Alliance would exploit its members like those malevolent organizations. Upon hearing Radha's words, he felt a flicker of affection towards the Alliance. "Leader, why should we sponsor that obscure world's #1 martial arts tournament? We could easily host a premier event ourselves." The disciple of the Martial Alliance was puzzled as to why Jiang Yun would support a tournament of such limited renown, especially one that paled in comparison to other fighting events. Jiang Yun merely shook his head in silence, gazing into the distance. What the disciple did not know was that to every Dragon Ball enthusiast, the world's #1 martial arts tournament was an immortal myth, a symbol of unregretted youth. Meanwhile, Mark followed Radha to the location of the Martial Alliance for registration. When the staff members saw Mark and learned he wished to register as well, they replied, "I'm sorry, but we only accept applicants under the age of 16. Hearing this, Mark felt a few dark lines appear on his forehead. Why was his appearance a topic of discussion everywhere? "I'm mature, do you understand?" On the other side, Radha explained, "I apologize, sir. He is my friend and is the same age as me." "Only 13.13? Very well, fill out this form and then proceed inside." Though the staff members said this, they thought to themselves that the boy certainly looked older, resembling someone only a few years younger than themselves. After a long wait, it was finally their turn. "Satan? Who is Satan?" called out the staff member inside. I am Satan." Mark exclaimed that he chose this name to commemorate his past life in the city of Satan. "Come in, Satan." Thereafter, Satan followed the staff member into the room. Although Radha was unaware of Mark's reasons for adopting a pseudonym, he assumed there must be some rationale behind it. After all, there was no rule mandating the use of real names, and they were not the only ones utilizing aliases. Radha noticed others with peculiar nicknames, such as Cloak B, OY.I in the world of Dragon Ball. Many names were indeed quite unusual, with only a few possessing surnames, much like how Sun Wukong shared the surname Sun with Sun Gohan. Upon entering, Mark and Radha encountered a series of bizarre and antiquated challenges. They were unaware that these tests were designed by Jiang Yun to gauge potential. The Martial Alliance did not accept just anyone. Currently, only prodigies could become core disciples. Otherwise, revealing one's true abilities would leave them struggling to keep pace. Unknown to Jiang Yun, his influence had irrevocably altered the course of another's life. Yet he remained oblivious to the magnitude of the storm this butterfly effect might unleash. As time flew by, over a year had passed, and the story of Dragon Ball was on the verge of commencing at this moment. A young boy and girl were destined to meet, two youths coming together by chance. Marking the beginning of a legendary tale. By the way, what is your name? Asked the girl. Me. I am Wukong, son Wukong. And you? I am Bulma. She hesitated before revealing her name. Bulma, what a strange name, Wukong chuckled, stepping into his home amidst Bulma's complaints, and began recounting the story of the Dragon Balls. At this juncture, Jiang Yun was en route to visit Dr. Brief, while Wukong and Bulma embarked on an extraordinary journey. The genesis of all their dreams. Upon arriving at Capsule Corporation and meeting Dr. Brief, the latter mistook the young man for an old acquaintance, bewildered by the presence of such a youthful individual. Young man, are you here looking for Bulma? She seems to have gone out in search of some Dragon Balls due to some peculiar legends. That Dr. Brief casually poured 2 cups of coffee, sliding one toward Jiang Yun. After taking a sip, Jiang Yun remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Esteemed Dr. Brief, I am not here to seek Bulma. Rather, I am here to inquire whether you possess technology for spacecraft capable of interstellar travel. After a brief silence, Dr. Brief, deep in thought, responded with a puzzled expression. We do have spacecraft technology, but it is limited to travel within the solar system. Venturing into the cosmos is utterly impractical. Unbeknownst to Dr. Brief, Jiang Yun had intentions that extended beyond mere exploration. He was acutely aware of the dangers the universe harbored. Thus, Dr. Brief was reluctant to disclose the details of the spacecraft technology, as Earth was far from possessing the capability to confront cosmic threats. Jiang Yun, contemplating whether he could venture into space and develop further, recognized that with his current strength, unleashing his full power would render him a minor expert even within the 7th universe. Though a tad disappointed by Dr. Brief's response, Jiang Yun accepted it with grace, for his ultimate objective was not solely to obtain spacecraft technology. Although he gleaned through the original narrative that complete spacecraft technology might be elusive, the Brief family was undoubtedly brilliant and had connections with the Galactic Patrol, leaving him uncertain about the existence of hidden talents. Nonetheless, Jiang Yun remained undeterred, continuing, Dr. Brief, greetings. I am Jiang Yun, the leader of the Martial Alliance. And I trust you are familiar with our organization. Dr. Brief was indeed aware of the Martial Alliance, but he regarded it as a completely different realm, thus paying it little heed. He was puzzled as to why Jiang Yun sought him out. Dr. Brief, I have a request. I would like your assistance in constructing a gravity training chamber, ideally capable of simulating 100 times Earth's gravity. This was Jiang Yun's true intention. The scientists currently affiliated with the Martial Alliance had reached their limit with a 10-fold increase in gravity. To achieve even greater magnitudes, he would need to seek assistance elsewhere. After much contemplation, Dr. Brief seemed to be the most suitable candidate, displaying an approachable demeanor. Of course, Jiang Yun had learned of Dr. Brief's exceptional skills from the original narrative. What? Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea what it means to endure 100 times Earth's gravity? Dr. Brief exclaimed in shock, continuing, 100 times gravity is equivalent to being crushed by 100 people simultaneously. Your internal organs and even cells would face immense pressure, potentially resulting in death. Dr. Brief, it is not as exaggerated as you think. You must understand that I am a martial artist, and I have already adapted to 10 times the gravity. To transcend to higher levels of cultivation, I must undergo more rigorous training. I want to simply jump to such extreme levels all at once, upon hearing that Jiang Yun had acclimated to 10-fold gravity. Dr. Brief, though aware that this was still far from 100 times, recognized the terrifying nature of this achievement, as Jiang Yun's body had become akin to steel. That Dr. Brief, believing Jiang Yun's words, could see that he was sincere. He also understood that extraordinary individuals existed in the world, like the legendary martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian, who could even shatter mountains. Doctor, I realize this request is formidable, but I hope you can strive to reach that 100 times. As compensation, I can offer you the magical sins of beings obtained from the immortal. They possess remarkable powers, capable of reviving one even from the brink of death. Jiang Yun was astute enough to know that typical offerings would likely fail to impress Dr. Brief. Regarding money, his family is the wealthiest in the world and shows little interest in it. As long as he provides the magical beans, he can not only present intriguing offerings, but also acquire a gravity training chamber, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. Why not embrace it? Do celestial beings truly exist? Regardless, it matters not. The real question is whether the magical beans possess such extraordinary efficacy. Just moments ago, he appeared astonished. Yet now he inquires with remarkable calmness. Jiang Yin cannot help but feel exasperated by Dr. Brief's carefree demeanor, reminiscing about the Brief family in his memory. It indeed seems to be as he recalls. And he finds himself developing a certain fondness for Brief, as such a person is difficult to dislike. Intrigued by the magical bean's wonders, Brief readily agrees to Jiang Yun's request, advising him to return in a month for the gravity training chamber. Thus, Jiang Yun departs, leaving behind 3 magical beans. One, however, he cannot part with. After all, he currently lacks for nothing in terms of magical beans. While they undeniably hold life-saving potential, he has ultimately profited from this exchange. With a light heart, Jiang Yun exits the Universal Capsule Company, pondering the adventures of Wukong and Bulma. Surely, they're drawing closer to their reunion. That extraordinary man is on the verge of commencing his legendary journey. Reflecting on his past desire to seek out Master Roshi, Jiang Yun contemplates whether he should pay a visit, having once considered apprenticing under him that, in hindsight, he realizes he has surpassed Master Roshi. The twists of fate in life are indeed wondrous. Nevertheless, it would be delightful to observe the young Wukong. Jiang Yun remains quite curious about him. Although he is familiar with Wukong, they have yet to meet face to face. With a month to spare, a visit would certainly be worthwhile. A gleam of excitement sparkles in Jiang Yun's eyes, revealing his keen interest in this prospect. Subsequently, through Dr. Brief, Jiang Yun successfully acquires Bulma's location and, drawing upon his strength, finds Wukong and Bulma within a day. However, he refrains from revealing himself, opting instead to silently trail them, observing the youthful Wukong, who bears an uncanny resemblance to the Wukong in his memories. With the same spiky hair, the same Rui bang, and the same innocent demeanor, who could have imagined that this small boy from a remote planet would ultimately become the most formidable being in the universe? As Jiang Yun witnesses Wukong returning a sea turtle to the ocean, he realizes that Master Roshi is about to make his entrance that, in earlier days, this revelation might have stirred excitement within him. After all, he's about to encounter the legendary Master Roshi, Wukong's mentor, who later assumes a pivotal role in the saga. However, with Jiang Yun's current mindset, few events can stir his tranquility to such an extent. Before long, the sea turtle brings Master Roshi, who wishes to express gratitude for Wukong's act of kindness. Amidst a comedic interlude, Master Roshi produces Wukong's early flying vehicle, the Flying Nimbus. This evokes memories of his time at Kirin Tower and the teachings of Master Kirin. Achoo! Achoo! Far away at Kirin Tower, Master Kirin sneezes twice, pausing his actions to scratch his head. Who is mentioning me? Could it be that rascal Jiang Yun? I wonder how he's faring. He must still be diligently training. Reflecting on Jiang Yun's relentless dedication to his training, he cannot help but marvel at his fervor. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun remains oblivious to Master Kirin's strong reaction, focusing instead on the flying nimbus summoned by Master Roshi. He recalls how Master Kirin once intended to gift him a nimbus, but he had declined, citing his mastery of flight techniques. After a series of amusing events, Master Roshi discovers that Wukong is, in fact, the grandson of his disciple, Goku. Noticing Wukong's exceptional talent, he expresses a desire for Wukong to train with him. Yet, Wukong, needing to accompany Bulma in the search for the Dragon Balls, temporarily declines, promising to seek out Master Roshi after their quest is complete. Unbeknownst to Wukong, Jiang Yun has been listening to their entire conversation. With his current abilities, neither Wukong nor Master Roshi could detect his presence. If anyone on Earth could sense him, it would undoubtedly be the god of Earth and Mr. Popo far away in the heavenly temple. Nevertheless, Master Roshi feels an instinctive sensation of being watched, a warrior's intuition, though he chalks it up to his own nerves. After all, no one in this world has ever eluded his perception. Following their acquisition of the Dragon Balls, Wukong and Bulma continue their quest, where they soon meet their first companion, Long, a pig with transformation abilities, albeit limited to 5 minutes. However, if executed skillfully, 5 minutes can be quite sufficient. When they discover the girls held captive by Oolong, they learn that the girls have been living comfortably in Oolong's mansion and have little desire to return. Shortly after their departure, they encounter Yamcha, a desert bandit, along with his companion Puar. After defeating Yamcha, they discover that Puar and Oolong are old classmates who studied superpowers together. Yet, Puar holds Oolong in disdain for being expelled due to peeping on girls, resulting in Oolong's inability to master his abilities. Observing this, Jiang Yun can't help but ponder the depths of this world. Given that Oolong and Puar attended Southern Transforming Kindergarten, one must wonder if there are elementary schools, middle schools, and so forth. Although the original narrative does not delve into this, Jiang Yun believes it is far from simple. Moreover, the existence of fortune-telling grandmothers and deities like the Supreme Old Man, as well as pathways to the demon realm, raises questions about the absence of such phenomena on other planets. Even Majin Buu's sealed egg resides on Earth. Baffled, Jiang Yun decides not to overthink it and continues trailing Wukong and the others in their search for the Dragon Balls. Before long, they encounter the infamous Ox King, known for his ruthless nature. However, this encounter turns out to be farcical, as the fearsome Ox King is revealed to be a fellow disciple of Wukong's grandfather. This twist illustrates the whimsical nature of fate. And Wukong also meets Chi-Chi, forging an inseparable bond with her. The Ox King seeks Master Roshi's assistance to extinguish the flames of Fire Mountain. Yet Master Roshi, recognizing that the Ox King has taken many lives in his quest for treasure, seizes the opportunity to impart a lesson, using the Kamehameha technique to obliterate the Ox King's ill-gotten wealth accumulated over the years. Wukong, displaying remarkable insight, astonishingly masters the Kamehameha technique, which took Master Roshi 50 years to develop, leaving Roshi utterly astounded. After Wukong promises to visit Roshi's abode, they set off again in search of the remaining Dragon Balls. During this journey, they unwittingly have their Dragon Balls stolen by a group led by a character named Pilaf. Forced to reclaim the Dragon Balls, they infiltrate Pilaf's castle. Just when they believed victory was assured, Pilaf summons Shenron, and as despair looms, Oolong suddenly springs into action. Yet, even faster is Jiang Yun, who appears before Shenron, leaving everyone bewildered. Before they can comprehend his sudden arrival, Jiang Yun declares his wish. Shenron, please grant me the schematics of the most advanced spaceship in the universe. No one anticipated that a stranger would usurp their wishes. Only after Shenron's departure do they react, intent on retaliating against the one who stole their desire. Jiang Yun remains still, gazing quietly at the moon. Moments later, a colossal roar echoes as Wukong transforms into a giant ape. Instinctively recognizing Jiang Yun as the true powerhouse in the vicinity, he swings his fist toward Jiang Yun, who effortlessly evades the attack with a graceful leap, finding the giant ape's movements painfully slow. However, as Jiang Yun gazes up at the furious giant ape, he delivers a swift kick, sending it flying far away. Yamcha and the others watch in astonishment. Can a mere human accomplish such a feat? The resilient giant ape, unfazed, charges at Jiang Yun once more, but he clearly has no desire to engage further. In a flash, he swiftly maneuvers to the ape's tail, delivering a precise chop that severs it, causing the giant ape to gradually revert to Wukong. As Wukong returns to his original form, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. After all, no one could withstand the transformation into such a colossal creature. As they finally exhaled in relief, they suddenly caught sight of Jiang Yun approaching at a leisurely pace. This sight caused a wave of dread to wash over Bulma and her companions. After all, this was the very individual capable of subduing the mighty Wukong, who could transform into a colossal ape. Indeed, a being one might refer to as a monster. Upon noticing Jiang Yun's approach and his striking appearance, Bulma felt her tense demeanor ease, captivated by the handsome figure before her. But wait, this was the monstrous man rumored to disguise himself as a dashing youth, luring in exquisite women like her, only to ultimately devour them. The more Bulma pondered, the more fear gripped her, prompting her to scurry behind Yamcha, casting anxious glances at Jiang Yun. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yun, Bulma's mind was racing with wild thoughts. Had he been aware, He might have cheekily asked her if she had ever encountered such a handsome demon. How vain! Dismissing the inner musings, Jiang Yun turned his gaze towards the familiar faces. Of course, he recognized them, yet they remained unaware of his identity. Nevertheless, this moment marked a formal connection with the characters from Dragon Ball. Greetings, I am Jiang Yun, a martial artist driven by passion. He introduced himself. As he spoke, he recalled the bald-headed demon lord. Although he had grown stronger, he had not lost his hair. A delightful fact that filled Jiang Yun with joy. He was not only witnessing the tale of the protagonists unfold, but had also discovered a path to traverse the cosmos. To the onlookers, Jiang Yun appeared no different from an ordinary person, causing their taut nerves to relax slightly, though they remained on guard. After all, the display of Jiang Yun's prowess had left them profoundly shaken. The weak inevitably fear the strong, and they had not forgotten how effortlessly he had bested the young Wukong. I harbor no ill intentions. On the contrary, I am here to assist you. I am acquainted with Dr. Brief, so you need not worry, Jiang Yun explained, seemingly addressing Bulma's concerns with his final remark. You know my father? Bulma inquired, her tone a mixture of surprise and curiosity at Jiang Yun's claim of familiarity with Dr. Brief. His words served to calm them somewhat. While they could not fully trust him, they were able to release some of the tension that had gripped them. Bulma, despite her puzzlement over how her father could know such a young man, decided to overlook it for the time being, having been thoroughly shaken by the day's events. It must be said that at this point in time, Bulma was quite the romantic, embarking on a journey to seek the Dragon Balls with a heart full of longing for love, which ultimately led her to Wukong and the extraordinary world of Dragon Ball. Indeed, the stories of this universe largely began with Dragon Ball. Indeed, I hold great admiration for Dr. Brief's intellect, particularly his research on spatial technology. Jiang Yun expressed sincerely, for after all, the universal capsule invented by Dr. Brief was truly unique in the world. Such technology did not even exist in the cosmos, and Earth had yet to venture beyond its own atmosphere. In comparison to the Earth of his previous life, such advancements seemed unfathomable. Reality is not fiction. One cannot develop spatial storage technology before even leaving their planet, let alone sell it worldwide. At least you have some sense. Bulma thought, feeling a surge of happiness upon hearing praise for her father, as if she herself were being lauded. Observing Bulma in this era, Jiang Yun could not help but find her endearing. Meanwhile, Wukong, having expended relatively less energy than before, awoke earlier than in the original tale. Upon regaining consciousness, he sensed something was amiss and, after a brief examination, exclaimed, "Where's my tail? Bulma, my tail is gone." He frantically searched, and just as the others struggled to find the right words, he suddenly declared, "Forget it. If it's not here, and I'm so hungry." Bulma, when is dinner? In an instant, Wukong's carefree demeanor astonished everyone, even in the absence of his tail. He was preoccupied with thoughts of food, which lightened the atmosphere. This man possessed an enigmatic aura that instilled tranquility and reassurance in those around him, as if there was nothing beyond his capabilities. Jiang Yun's formidable strength left Yamcha in disbelief. Such power deeply moved him, for he had tirelessly pursued martial arts to reach its pinnacle. Now, he felt he was witnessing that very peak, capable of effortlessly cleaving mountains. The legendary Master Roshi was said to embody such an existence, and Yamcha assumed Jiang Yun was akin to him, perhaps even surpassing him, given how effortlessly he had subdued Wukong. Yet his perspective was rather narrow. The potential of martial arts extended far beyond what he could fathom. The path of martial arts is boundless, and who can predict the vastness of what lies ahead? Even Jiang Yun himself was still in pursuit of that very path. Kneeling before Jiang Yun, Yamcha implored, "Master, please teach me the ways of martial arts. I too wish to become a powerful warrior like you." In that moment, Yamcha felt he had encountered the greatest opportunity. Following such a formidable master would surely lead to his own enhancement. Jiang Yun felt a headache coming on. After all, this was the individual once dubbed the Tea God in his previous life. How could he be so shameless? Jiang Yun had never intended to take on a disciple, at least not yet, as he was still navigating his own path. "Please rise. I have no plans to take on disciples at this time," he stated firmly. However, Yamcha remained kneeling, aware that in such situations, One must be persistently bold. Otherwise, a tremendous opportunity might slip away. I won't get up unless you agree to be my master, he insisted, reminding Jiang Yun of the protagonists in the novels of his past, who relentlessly clung to the legs of their mentors, thus ascending to the peaks of their lives. Was he the protagonist? Was Jiang Yun the elder? This thought brought a smile to Jiang Yun's face. Recalling that in the original tale, Yamucha had indeed sought Master Rashi as his teacher, he had no intention of interrupting that bond. If you wish to learn martial arts, you may accompany Wukong to seek Master Matedo as your mentor. His skills are commendable, and there is no need for you to kneel. I will not take you as my disciple. While Yamucha possessed commendable aptitude, Jiang Yun had no intention of taking on a disciple. Doing so would only require him to invest time in training someone else, which would be counterproductive. Furthermore, allowing Master Rashi to further refine Yamucha's character would prevent him from becoming a complete failure later on. Recognizing Jiang Yun's resolute stance, Yamucha realized that pressing further might provoke irritation. What if Jiang Yun decided to strike him down? That would be a disaster. Besides, Jiang Yun was correct. He could still seek Master Rashi as his teacher. A figure of such strength was worth forming a good connection with. Having concluded this encounter, Jiang Yun was eager to return and share his newfound knowledge with Dr. Brief, as this was a crucial part of his plan. After bidding farewell to Bulma and her companions with a promise to meet again, he hurried back. Upon departing from Bulma's group, Jiang Yun swiftly returned to West City to meet Dr. Brief, eager to present the information he had acquired. Upon learning of Jiang Yun's arrival, Dr. Brief remarked, "Mr. Jiang Yun, the gravity training chamber you requested is still under construction. We've encountered a minor setback, and it may take a few more days. Dr. Brief, I'm here to share something remarkable with you," Jiang Yun replied, producing the advanced spacecraft data he had received from the Dragon. Initially, Dr. Brief did not pay it much heed, but as he perused the extensive documents, he became increasingly captivated, as though he were witnessing the most exquisite marvels of time itself. At that moment, the potential destruction of the world seemed irrelevant. He was utterly engrossed in the profound revelations contained within the materials, even as Jiang Yun called out to him several times. Dr. Brief remained oblivious. After a considerable amount of time had passed, it seemed that Brief had only just recalled the presence of another person beside him. "Mr. Jiang Yun, from where did you acquire this information? And are you aware of its immense value? To speak frankly, possessing it means you hold the world in your hands," Dr. Brief exclaimed with palpable excitement. Though perhaps somewhat exaggerated, his words rang true. The technology contained within was undoubtedly centuries ahead of Earth. If realized, it would likely be unstoppable. Do not mistake it for merely a spacecraft technology. It encompasses a multitude of dimensions, embodying the pinnacle of that civilization's scientific achievements. It was precisely due to the staggering value of this information that Dr. Brief found it hard to believe that Jiang Yun had so readily entrusted it to him. "Doctor, I am indeed aware of its worth. IT harbors the most advanced technology in the world, capable of toppling nations, or even granting me wealth beyond measure," Jiang Yun replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by the staggering value of the information, which was an inevitability in this world where technology serves the strong. Like the researchers under Frisia, although they possessed formidable technological prowess, their weak fighting abilities relegated them to a status scarcely above that of mere laborers, reflecting the tragedy of the powerless. Thus, Jiang Yun was determined to grow stronger, aspiring to empower the people of Earth and elevate them to a formidable race within the cosmos. Strengthening his homeland and planet was a calling ingrained in his very blood from a past life. He could not bear to witness Earth's current frailty. Only through self-improvement could one shed the label of weakness. Individual strength alone does not equate to the strength of a race, but the latter is a reflection of the former. He was diligently pursuing this goal, sparing no effort, not only for himself, but also for Earth. Humans may not be born strong, yet they possess the potential to become powerful. Furthermore, this technology does not seem attainable on Earth. Does it? Indeed, it is something I received as a wish granted by Shenron, Jiang Yun said slowly after taking a sip of tea. Shenron? Is it the dragon that Bulma keeps talking about? Yes, Dr. Brief, I have met the illustrious Shenron. She is quite an adorable girl, Jiang Yun remarked, a faint smile gracing his face as he recalled the encounter. "Oh, I see, I see. It's a world for the youth now," Dr. Brief exclaimed, coming to a sudden realization as he observed Jiang Yun's demeanor, sharing an unspoken understanding. However, Jiang Yun quickly discerned that Dr. Brief had misinterpreted the situation, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Nevertheless, he chose not to clarify, knowing that delving deeper would only complicate matters further. "By the way, Mr. Jiang Yun," Dr. Brief began, but Jiang Yun interrupted, saying, "Just call me Jiang Yun, Dr. Brief, that I am of a similar age to your daughter, and I cannot bear the title of Mr." "Very well, that will foster a sense of camaraderie. Now, regarding this information, what do you intend to do, Jiang Yun?" Dr. Brief inquired straightforwardly. "Since I have entrusted it to you, I naturally leave its handling in your capable hands. However, I do hope you can assist me in constructing a few spacecraft." "That is my sole request," Jiang Yun replied. Dr. Brief had not anticipated such a modest demand from Jiang Yun. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "Jiang Yun, I cannot let you suffer too great a loss. How about you exchange this for a 20% stake in our Universal Capsule Company?" Jiang Yun was somewhat taken aback by Dr. Brief's offer. He knew that the information was indeed worth that price. Perhaps even more, yet he understood the magnitude of its complexity and that only a handful could comprehend it, Dr. Brief being one of them. Moreover, while this information was immensely valuable, it would take a considerable amount of time to realize its worth. One must consider how long Universal Capsule Company had taken to reach its current stature. Now, being offered a 20% stake for free would be an enticing offer for anyone else. However, Jiang Yun declined, feeling that his information did not warrant such a price. Additionally, his martial alliance possessed its own assets, rendering him financially secure. Thus, he had no desire to accept the stake. Dr. Brief was surprised by Jiang Yun's refusal, yet remained resolute in his insistence that Jiang Yun accept the shares. After some negotiation, they settled on Jiang Yun receiving 10% of the shares, which endeared him to Dr. Brief, who noted that such an exceptional young man was a rarity indeed. Following this, Jiang Yun departed from the Universal Capsule Company, feeling somewhat dazed at having become the second largest shareholder. Reflecting on his past struggles to earn money, he now found himself effortlessly acquiring a stake in the company, surrounded by immense wealth. Yet, he understood that this newfound fortune was a product of his formidable strength. Should his power wane in the future, he would struggle to safeguard his wealth. This realization only served to reinforce his commitment to training. Alliance Leader, according to the combat power classifications you provided us, our martial alliance now boasts 1,000 core disciples with combat powers exceeding 100, 300 of whom surpass 200. And even I have broken through to over 300. Buchen joyfully reported the recent developments within the martial alliance. Since the establishment of the gravity training chamber, the alliance had flourished, with significant enhancements in combat abilities. Well done, but the road ahead remains long. We must continue striving, Jiang Yun said, patting Buchun on the shoulder. Though his words were encouraging, his joy was palpable, clearly indicating his satisfaction with the alliance's current progress. Indeed, given the martial alliance's growth, it could be said that they could easily overpower even the likes of King Piccolo. Of course, this only applied to the core disciples, and this strength was known only to a select few, including Jiang Yun. He was acutely aware that the modest improvements made over the past year in the gravity training chamber paled in comparison to the over 1,000-point increase achieved by Krillin and others in the original storyline within a single year. However, they were not the same as Krillin and his companions, who had already embarked on their journeys and developed a personal understanding of Ki, although they had been somewhat complacent due to a lack of immediate threats in recent years. It was entirely normal for them to accumulate over 1,000 points in just over a year when faced with life-threatening challenges. Thus, the members of the Martial Alliance were simultaneously learning about Ki while utilizing the gravity training chamber to hone their physical forms. Their comprehension of Ki was still quite rudimentary, necessitating Jiang Yun to invest considerable effort to establish a solid foundation for them. Most of the initial recruits had merely followed him at the beginning, and he had also taken in several down-and-out martial artists with some basic skills, enabling them to outpace others. However, this foundational knowledge was essential to learn the martial techniques Jiang Yun had developed. They needed to have a certain understanding of Ki. Although he had previously devised a technique utilizing dark energy for attacks, that ability was undoubtedly a divine skill when one was weak. Yet, as opponents grew stronger, with their heightened awareness and speed, even if one's attacks reached the same level, a lack of matching speed would prevent one from challenging stronger foes. Therefore, over the past year, Jiang Yun had tailored a version of the Kaioken that suited him based on the characteristics of this world and his own creation, the Jiangshan body, after 3 months of research that he managed to weaken and modify it significantly, allowing even those with combat powers as low as 100 to utilize it. However, mastering this technique required understanding the intricate pathways and variations of K. In summary, it was quite complex, a product of Jiang Yun's imaginative thinking that few would have considered. In Jiang Yun's eyes, the potential applications of Qi were far from limited. When it came to creativity, he held Tianjin Fan in high regard. He had developed several martial techniques even at a young age, though they were somewhat flashy and lacked substantial power. Techniques like Tianjin Fan's 4-demon fist and 4-body punch raise questions. Did he know of Neza? Did he understand the concept of transforming into the 3 pure ones? Naturally, Jiang Yun recognized that while Tianjin Fan's techniques were a bit too ostentatious, it was undeniable that he possessed a high level of talent in martial arts. Jiang Yun pondered whether he should recruit Tianjin Fan in the future to contribute to the Martial Alliance's development of martial techniques, as that would be where his true potential lay. Moreover, it was evident that Tianjin Fan had not fully explored his abilities, unlike the Saiyans who could transform into Super Saiyans. What of Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes? This was reminiscent of the Earthling Shun from Jiang Yun's previous life, a figure capable of matching the great sage equaling heaven. Tianjin Fan also bore the gift of a 3rd eye. Apart from possessing slightly improved vision that allows him to witness battle scenes of adversaries with superior combat prowess, Tianjin Fan appears to lack any remarkable abilities. This is evidently an anomaly, perhaps a consequence of the loss of the 3-eyed clan's heritage. Setting that aside, let us consider Tianjin Fan's 4-demon fists, which grant him the extraordinary ability to sprout an additional pair of hands. As the saying goes, a lengthened reach brings greater peril. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, indicating the inherent potential of the 4-demon fists. However, after his defeat at the hands of Sun Wukong, this technique fell into disuse. Compared to the potency of energy blasts, its effectiveness seems somewhat lacking. It is likely that Tianjin Fan initially intended to employ this technique in the hopes of overcoming numerical disadvantages, prior to mastering the application of Qi. For Jiang Yun, the concept of Qi within the Dragon Ball universe is nothing short of miraculous, though its remarkable effects are often diminished in the presence of formidable foes. For instance, while Dandy can utilize Qi for healing purposes, it raises the question of why some possess this ability while others do not. This discrepancy can be attributed to the unique characteristics of the Namekian race, which, akin to insectoid species, reproduces via a queen through asexual means. Consequently, various Namekians are assigned distinct roles based on their inherent nature. Piccolo is a combat-oriented Namekian, while Dandy serves as a healer from birth. Their key properties determine their designated functions. This does not imply that healing techniques cannot be learned. Much like instant transmission, outsiders can acquire such skills, albeit few venture to explore the principles of healing arts. In the Dragon Ball realm, sheer combat prowess reigns supreme. Lacking formidable strength may very well result in one's planet being sold off by the cosmic real estate mogul, Frisia. It can be said that the chaos within the Dragon Ball universe has driven individuals to relentlessly pursue powerful techniques and strength, often neglecting the existence of auxiliary abilities. This is a challenge Jiang Yun must ultimately confront, as he cannot allow his faction to exhibit such glaring vulnerabilities. Therefore, he recognizes the necessity of cultivating individuals with healing capabilities, rather than relying solely on senzu beans and medical apparatuses. After all, senzu beans are finite, and medical devices yield results too slowly. Nonetheless, the presence of medical technology remains imperative, as human resources are limited, leading Jiang Yun to contemplate a dual approach. Regarding future developments, Jiang Yun resolves that diversity must flourish, which would prove beneficial for the entire cultivation community. After advising Buchun, Jiang Yun, upon realizing the immense efficacy of the gravity training chamber. Reminisces about the upgraded version constructed by Dr. Brief. Although he has previously utilized it, the tenfold gravity chamber no longer poses a challenge to him. Reflecting on the period spent training within the gravity chamber, wherein his cultivation advanced at an astonishing rate, Jiang Yun's enthusiasm swells, prompting him to hasten his journey to the Capsule Corporation. Dr. Brief does not personally greet him, leading Jiang Yun to speculate that the doctor is still engrossed in the knowledge contained within the manuscript, akin to a martial arts scripture imbued with captivating power. Under the guidance of an artificial intelligence robot, Jiang Yun encounters Dr. Brief, who expresses immense delight upon seeing him. The benefits derived from Jiang Yun's manuscript have far exceeded Dr. Brief's expectations, prompting him to resolve several questions that had long eluded him. Initially, Jiang Yun refrains from broaching the topic of the gravity training chamber, even though his anticipation is palpable. He patiently listens to Dr. Brief's enthusiastic exposition of his inventions, despite finding it somewhat bewildering, akin to deciphering an alien language. Out of politeness, Jiang Yun attentively endures the lengthy discourse. Aware of Jiang Yun's confusion, Dr. Brief, brimming with excitement, cannot resist sharing his joy. After the doctor's extensive monologue, Jiang Yun finally reveals his purpose for visiting Dr. Brief, already cognizant of Jiang Yun's intentions, gestures toward a spot by the window. Your desired item is located right there. Jiang Yun follows Dr. Brief's, expecting to find it outside the window. Rising to approach, he peers out, but sees nothing, prompting a sense of intrigue. Look at the table. Dr. Brief chuckles heartily at Jiang Yun's bewilderment, urging him to glance at the tabletop. Upon inspecting the surface, Jiang Yun discovers, alongside an ordinary vase, a box. Upon opening it, he finds 3 capsules within, leading him to realize that his sought-after item resides inside the capsules. This realization leaves Jiang Yun feeling somewhat sheepish, as he muses, how could I have forgotten about the capsules? It is no fault of Jiang Yun, who would have anticipated that Dr. Brief would have managed to encapsulate the gravity training chamber within such capsules. Given their substantial size, they are not inexpensive on the market, often exceeding $1 million. Dr. Brief, I primarily came today to retrieve the gravity training chamber, and I have an additional request. Once you complete the construction of the spaceship, I hope you can assist me in building one as well. The specifics of payment can be deducted from my share. With this, Jiang Yun conveys another purpose for his visit to Dr. Brief. Jiang Yun, you are now a shareholder in our company. Such trivial matters can be addressed with a simple mention. No need for formalities. Dr. Brief responds with joy, deeming it a minor issue. Indeed, Dr. Brief, you are my elder. I must uphold the necessary etiquette. Jiang Yun replies with a smile that, oh, by the way, Doctor, I have brought you the finest delicacies from Hawaiian Restaurant, and I hope you will enjoy them. Upon hearing of the exquisite offerings from Hawaiian Restaurant, which prepares only 10 of the most exceptional dishes daily, Dr. Brief is astounded. Countless individuals yearn to savor these culinary delights, imploring Hawaiian Restaurant to produce more, yet the establishment steadfastly adheres to its principles, seemingly indifferent to profit. Consequently, this exclusive dish has become a coveted treasure among the affluent. Those fortunate enough to partake are regarded as individuals of status and prestige. Securing this dish during business negotiations ensures success. This notion, of course, is Jiang Yun's strategy. As the adage states, scarcity increases value, affirming that rarity validates worth. Naturally, the dish is also exceptionally delicious. Thank you very much for your gift. In Dr. Brief's eyes, being able to indulge in such a delicacy after a period of research is a delightful experience. Following this exchange, Jiang Yun does not linger, but returns to the Martial Alliance. Eager to experience his new training chamber, he believes that after completing his training, it will be time to embark on a cosmic journey. For on Earth, he finds no worthy opponents. Only in the vastness of the universe can he seek formidable foes. It is time for Earth to engage with the cosmos, and he intends to be the first to venture forth. Though the universe is fraught with danger, it is also a grand tapestry of adventure. The strong thrive while the weak falter. Only through relentless pursuit can one survive in this world of fierce competition and strive for the pinnacle of martial arts. Although his current combat strength remains relatively feeble, overshadowed by the looming presence of Frisia. The latter is not Jiang Yun's ultimate target. His aspiration is to become a true deity, an eternal entity, attaining divine status to ensure his immortality, rather than being consumed by the relentless passage of time. The divinity he seeks is genuine, not the convenient ascension experienced by Wukong and others, which, while augmented by longevity, resembles a mere transformation. For Jiang Yun, such limitations are unacceptable. Many within the Dragon Ball universe have even remarked that Wukong's transformations tread a path of corruption. True growth stems from personal development, a sentiment that bears some merit. Nonetheless, Wukong and his comrades face increasingly powerful adversaries, compelling them to rely on the transformations of Super Saiyan time and again. Perhaps, in Wukong's perspective, the enjoyment of battle is paramount. Even death would not deter him. Ironically, what he fears most may not be death itself, but the prospect of being unable to engage with formidable opponents. In contrast, Vegeta remains indifferent to notions of right or wrong. In his view, any power that enables one to grow stronger is inherently good. The Super Saiyan transformation embodies the might inherent in Saiyan blood. Perhaps they can indeed tread the path of proving their worth through strength. Moreover, considering the inherently combative nature of the Saiyans, this path may very well hold merit. Unfortunately, the saga of Dragon Ball Super concluded without further continuation. Goku had yet to reach his zenith, and Jiang Yun never witnessed Goku's subsequent developments. The mysteries of the Dragon Ball universe are remarkably profound as depicted in the original work, such as the origins of the Saiyan progenitor, Yamoshi, and the enigmatic background of Zeno, including who existed prior to his reign. Additionally, the elusive dragon god, Salama, has yet to make an appearance. The original narrative only briefly mentions how the ancestors of the Namekians received a boon from Salama, gaining a modicum of the dragon god's power. Jiang Yun remains uncertain whether he resides in the main universe or the realm of Dragon Ball GT. Nonetheless, he yearns to explore these captivating worlds, aspiring to encounter and challenge such profoundly mysterious entities. Thus, the existence of Frisia merely serves as an obstacle in his journey for traversing other parallel worlds. Jiang Yun is aware of three methods: the time machine utilized by future Trunks, the time rings worn by the Kaioshin, and ultimately, breaking through spatial confines with absolute power. In the original narrative, achieving Super Saiyan 3 allows one to transcend dimensions, yet merely attaining that level of strength is insufficient for dimensional travel. Jiang Yun speculates that perhaps reaching the divine realm would grant him the power to traverse dimensions. However, the spatial turbulence encountered during such transitions poses a significant challenge. Consequently, Jiang Yun contemplates mastering the powers of time and space, noting that many dark factions within the future world navigate various parallel timelines. For instance, Frisia is a being that traverses different parallel dimensions, luring powerful individuals to a prison planet for experimentation. As for understanding the powers of time and space, Jiang Yun currently lacks clarity, but he believes he can leverage the dragon's power to grasp the mysteries of time and space. Although the dragon on Earth may seem rather ineffectual, it can still provide valuable knowledge. In the original work, Goku and his companions primarily utilized the Dragon Ball for resurrection or to erase the memories of Earthlings. In Jiang Yun's view, this is unequivocally wasteful. Instead of erasing painful memories, it would be far more beneficial for individuals to remember and strive for improvement, rather than living in the fabricated peace created by Goku and his allies. As Earth must ultimately confront the universe, upon acquiring the gravity training chamber, Jiang Yun embarked on an intense regimen of training, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion each day before immersing himself in restorative liquid. This concoction is utilized to mend bodily injuries, as high-intensity training can lead to latent damage. Thus, essential recovery measures are imperative, for Jiang Yun does not wish for any hidden injuries to impede his physical potential. After all, his physique pales in comparison to that of the Saiyans and Namekians, who seldom worry about sustaining harm. Unlike himself, as a Saiyan, Vegeta frequently employs the gravity chamber to challenge himself, training until utterly fatigued. Driven by his pride and desire to surpass Goku, it is precisely this conviction that allows Vegeta to keep pace with Goku without external guidance. Therefore, if even geniuses exert such effort, what excuse does he have for complacency? To squander one's innate talent would be inexcusable. To ascend to the heights of existence, one must labor diligently, ensuring their journey through life is well spent. As for Piccolo, the characteristics of the Namekians render him entirely unfazed by latent injuries. For him, such injuries are non-existent, merely requiring a slight expenditure of energy to recover. He can even regenerate an entire severed arm, rendering the concept of latent injuries moot in the days that followed. Jiang Yun continued his training within the gravity chamber. Naturally, he approached his training progressively, unlike Goku, who began an exceedingly high multiplier due to his urgent desire to save others. Now, with ample time to train, Jiang Yun adopted a more measured approach, focusing on building a solid foundation that a skyscraper rises from the ground up, and a strong foundation is crucial, as it directly influences the heights one may reach in the future. Many individuals falter due to a lack of foundational training, which stunts their growth in combat prowess. Jiang Yun remains patient, diligently laying his groundwork. When fatigued, he engages in meditation, contemplating the development of martial techniques or envisioning hypothetical adversaries for combat practice. As the days pass, his skills progressively sharpen. 6 months later, whoosh! Jiang Yun swiftly evades an attack from his opponent, supporting himself on the ground as he unleashes a ki blast toward them. The shadowy figure counters with a swift hand strike, sending the blast flying, followed by a fiery meteor that propels Jiang Yun backward. A vast wave of energy radiates outward, freezing the scene for a moment, before another ki blast is launched, yet Jiang Yun remains unscathed. The two combatants engage in a flurry of strikes, their movements so rapid they are imperceptible to the untrained eye, the sound of their blows echoing in the silent space. They retreat momentarily, both breathing heavily. The two then join their hands, unleashing a colossal surge of energy between them. Fiery meteor, they roar in unison, launching their attacks simultaneously. In the next instant, neither can gain the upper hand. Their eyes locked in fierce concentration. Just as they prepare to continue their battle, their forms suddenly dissipate, and the scene shifts to reveal Jiang Yun seated in meditation, panting heavily. Clearly, the earlier skirmish was a battle against a simulated version of himself within his mental realm, and he can no longer continue due to excessive mental strain. Coming back to himself, Jiang Yun reflects on the progress he has made over the past 6 months. Most of his time has been devoted to training. Not only has his combat prowess significantly increased, but his battle experience has also grown substantially. Though he has not faced real opponents, battling against himself has allowed him to identify his weaknesses, resulting in a steady accumulation of combat experience. Jiang Yun's gains extend beyond mere combat strength. His mental fortitude has also seen remarkable growth due to continuous meditation. Upon assessing his combat power, he realizes that after this period of relentless training, he has reached an astounding level of 50,000. Indeed, you read that correctly. Jiang Yun's power has attained this remarkable threshold. Thanks to his time in the gravity chamber combined with his meditative practices, Jiang Yun has undergone a significant transformation. Throughout this process, he has also deepened his understanding of ki, elevating his comprehension to new heights, which will greatly benefit his future training. That it is now accurate to say that on Earth, no one can surpass him in the mastery of ki. Not even the deities. As his power increases, so too does his understanding of ki. In his exploration of ki, he seeks to harness it for healing and restoration, drawing inspiration from various medical philosophies of his past life, combined with his own insights, ultimately leading to the development of a healing technique. Initially, Jiang Yun experiments with plants for training purposes. However, the violent surge of ki swiftly obliterates them, rendering any healing attempts futile. He endeavors to transform his ki into a gentler form, but the results remain minimal, often ineffective. Ultimately, he resorts to employing the remarkable skill of breath of all things, wherein he discovers that ki is indeed a form of life energy. Every living thing possesses essence, and the human body contains ki. By converting ki into a gentle energy that resonates with life, he can achieve the desired effect of healing injuries, which fundamentally relies on cellular recovery and regeneration. Thus, upon gaining this revelation, Jiang Yun immediately undertakes experiments, utilizing this unique key to stimulate cellular regeneration. When he observes the wound he inflicted on a plant beginning to heal, a wave of exhilaration washes over him. Splendid, the experiment was a success. Jiang Yun's laughter fills the air, for he realizes that this technique consumes remarkably little energy. Remarkably little? No, it is astonishingly minimal. Suddenly, Jiang Yun perceives that the essence within the plant seems to have diminished slightly. With his formidable mental acuity, he does not believe he has misperceived the situation. He diligently investigates the issue. Soon, he identifies the problem, which is rather straightforward. During the healing process, this special restorative energy stimulates the plant's innate healing abilities, facilitating cellular regeneration. However, this rapid regeneration has resulted in the plants being unable to replenish the nutrients they consume, leading to a depletion of their own energy. This is why Jiang Yun perceives a decrease in his vitality. He discovers that after stimulating the plant's innate regenerative abilities, the energy does not vanish. Rather, it reverts to its original form. Initially, it merely serves as a catalyst, thus incurring minimal consumption today. As for the energy expended, it is merely the result of the transformation process and does not constitute substantial depletion. Although this effect is already quite impressive and can even be life-saving in critical moments, Jiang Yun is evidently dissatisfied. He aspires to achieve the healing effects akin to those of Dandi from the original text without jeopardizing his own life force. Thus, he finds himself lost in profound contemplation. Suddenly, Jiang Yun lifts his gaze, his eyes radiating with brilliance, and begins to articulate his hypotheses. Indeed, the healing technique employed by Dandi in the original work requires the consumption of his own energy. Unlike my method, which can be activated almost infinitely, the energy he uses for healing is permanently expended. Jiang Yun continues to express his thoughts as if he were a brilliant scholar from a previous life, solving exceptionally challenging mathematical problems. He seems almost entranced, muttering, "What if the energy I transform could substitute for the life force of the subject being healed? Instead of stimulating cellular regeneration, I could guide it, consuming not the inherent energy, but the unique energy I have transformed. This way, I would achieve a healing effect equivalent to Dandi's." Splendid. Just like that, this plan is indeed feasible. Jiang Yun swiftly commences his experiments, utilizing the transformed energy akin to Dandi's distinctive green healing energy. Rather than stimulating, he injects it to guide cellular regeneration. Throughout this process, Jiang Yun observes that the energy consumption is significantly greater than before, tenfold, in fact, but it is of little consequence as the previous treatments barely consumed any energy and restored quickly. After conducting experiments on plants, he turns to animals, discovering that the energy consumed for healing animals is slightly higher than for plants, varying with the severity of their injuries. This realization brings to mind the principle of conservation of energy, indicating that his experiments have been successful. Next, he deems it essential to conduct human trials to in Jiang Yun's view. This is a necessary step. Otherwise, the effectiveness of his skill in the future could be negligible or even fatal for humans. He is uncertain how it will affect people or if it will offer self-healing benefits to those skilled in energy manipulation. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun makes a small incision on his arm, and blood immediately flows down. He covers the wound with the transformed energy and feels a tingling sensation. After a short while, the wound becomes smooth as if it had never existed. Subsequently, Jiang Yun tests this skill on several disciples of the Martial Alliance, and without exception, they are astounded, unable to believe that energy could heal human injuries. Buchan exclaims, "Leader, can we learn this? If we master this skill, we need not fear injuries." Bu Fan scratches his head, bashfully adding, "I want to learn too." Mastering this would mean no more worries about disabilities. It's incredibly impressive, a truly remarkable skill. The others eagerly express their desire to learn, recognizing the immense utility of this ability. "Ha, everyone can learn. I developed this skill primarily for you all that we must cultivate our own medical personnel. Those with lesser talents can specialize in healing and receive better treatment," Jiang Yun joyfully declares. "We cannot always rely on celestial beings and medical machinery. After all, one cannot carry medical instruments during battle. As he contemplates this, his thoughts linger on Bu Fan's words about not fearing disabilities. Yes, this skill, Jiang Yun decides to name it healing technique, guides cellular regeneration. Even if a limb is severed, he can guide it to regrow in its original form, albeit at a greater energy cost than mere healing, since regrowing an entire arm naturally requires more energy. Jiang Yun even envisions profiting from this skill in the future, not for personal gain, but to benefit the masses. However, he recognizes that this will require a significant workforce and considers the possibility of preserving the healing method externally. Yet, this is a substantial research endeavor that necessitates collaboration with others, and he realizes that such matters can be addressed later. Currently, his thoughts are focused on the imminent World Martial Arts Tournament, where Wukong will make his appearance, providing an opportunity to train the new generation of the Martial Alliance. He does not seek to achieve outstanding results. Rather, participation and broadening his horizons are valuable pursuits in themselves. Meanwhile, Master Roshi and others accompany Wukong and Krillin to the venue. At this moment, Wukong and Krillin appear in their little suits at the grand event of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Master Roshi gazes in awe at the vast scale of the venue, astounded by its grandeur compared to previous tournaments. Thanks to the Martial Alliance's promotion, this event has transformed into a globally recognized spectacle, attracting not only martial artists but also many individuals involved in combat sports, all drawn by the substantial prize money. The location remains Papaya Island, and the host is the same enthusiastic martial arts aficionado. In Jiang Yun's view, it would be a shame for such a person not to pursue martial arts. Thus, he resolves to bring the host back with him after the tournament concludes. Wukong and the others observe the bustling venue, with Wukong remarking that it is the most crowded event he has ever witnessed. Bulma explains, this is due to the sponsorship from the Martial Alliance, which has even increased the prize money for the winners. The champion will receive a staggering 50 million. Instantly, everyone is captivated by the figure Bulma mentions, vividly imagining their lives after winning the prize, as dollar signs seem to appear in their eyes. Master Roshi muses about how many of the latest magazines he could buy with such an amount, his face turning crimson. Yamcha fantasizes about being surrounded by beautiful women, while Krillin envisions luxurious cars and beautiful women vying for his attention. Come on, little bald head, Bulma, noticing the group lost in their daydreams, shouts, wake up! What are you all thinking? With her hands on her hips, she clearly knows what they are imagining. The group snaps back to reality. And Wukong, perplexed, looks up at Bulma and asks, what are you talking about, Bulma? It sounds so random. He scratches his head, appearing genuinely confused. Bulma covers her face, exuding a sense of helplessness, and replies, it's adult matters. Children should mind their own business. The group bursts into laughter, leaving Wukong scratching his head in bewilderment. Returning to the topic of the Martial Alliance, Bulma recounts its origins. Initially, the group pays little attention, assuming it to be merely a combat association with some financial backing. However, when Bulma mentions the Martial Alliance's victory over the Crane School, Master Roshi's expression suddenly turns grave. Unbeknownst to others, Master Roshi recognizes the significance. The Crane School is the domain of his longtime rival, Crane Hermit. The Martial Alliance managed to defeat them. Although the Crane Hermit and his disciples may lack character, their martial prowess is formidable. Bulma continues, at the time, the infamous assassin Tao Pai Pai appeared and indeed defeated many disciples of the Martial Alliance. However, a certain individual emerged to confront him. Yet, in the end, they could not prevail against Tao Pai Pai until the vice president of the Martial Alliance stepped in, sweeping him away like autumn leaves. Bulma, having learned about the Martial Alliance's rise to fame in West Capital, is not deeply familiar with the martial arts world, hence unaware of Tao Pai Pai's true reputation. Master Roshi's expression remains serious. When did such a force emerge in the martial arts realm? Could it be that a hidden sect has surfaced? He shares similar thoughts with the Crane Hermit that, in their minds, it seems impossible for newcomers in the martial arts world to defeat them, who have survived for so long, as the group continues to listen to Bulma's account. However, Bulma notices Master Roshi's solemn demeanor and is momentarily surprised, asking, old pervert, what's wrong with you? Upon hearing Bulma's inquiry, the others also notice the unusual demeanor of Master Roshi and turn their gazes towards him, as if seeking to inquire further. Observing their expressions, A faint smile graced Master Roshi's lips as he softly recounted. In my youth, back when she was still alive, she was the daughter of my master. Tien Shinhan was also my fellow disciple. We shared a close bond, but he ultimately strayed onto a dark path. And since then, we have become adversaries. Master Roshi began to narrate his past experiences with Tien Shinhan. Although the others initially expected him to share tales of Fong Fong, they listened attentively, moved by his story. However, they soon felt a surge of anger towards Tien Shinhan's malevolence. They couldn't help but admire the formidable strength of the martial alliance. After all, defeating Tien Shinhan, a peer of Master Roshi, indicated their immense power. Having heard Master Roshi's account, they understood that the strength of the Crane School was not to be underestimated, and the prowess of the martial alliance was indeed formidable. Could it be that the martial alliance is truly that powerful? Bulma asked in astonishment. After witnessing Master Roshi's might, she realized just how formidable he was, leading her to ponder whether the martial alliance surpassed even the old turtle. If that's the case, then the martial alliance must be quite impressive. I thought it was merely a fighting organization, she exclaimed, her wonder evident. Following Master Roshi's words, the others were left awestruck by the martial alliance's extraordinary capabilities, recognizing it as no ordinary entity. Only Goku remained slightly bewildered, excitedly exclaiming, "Does this martial alliance mean there are truly formidable individuals among them? I can't wait to spar with them." The others couldn't help but break into a sweat. Marveling at Goku's innocence, Krillin poked Goku gently and whispered, "The martial alliance refers to an organization, not a single individual. It comprises many people." Goku scratched his head, unperturbed, and replied with a smile, "So, are they all quite powerful?" Krillin pondered for a moment before replying uncertainly, "I suppose so." After all, given the tales of their might, Krillin believed there must be several impressive characters among them. "I truly look forward to facing them." Goku exclaimed, his eagerness palpable. The others were touched by Goku's optimistic spirit and began to suggest they sign up for the competition. Upon arriving at the venue, they discovered that this registration process was different from previous ones. Due to the overwhelming number of participants and to prevent any dishonest individuals from taking advantage, a strength testing machine was set up akin to the one from the era of Majin Buu. Only those who could deliver a punch with a power level over 120 would be permitted to compete. This threshold left the ordinary participants exchanging glances, murmuring, "What kind of standard is this? Is anyone even able to participate? Surely, very few can meet this requirement. Step aside. I shall go. Those who are weak need not apply." A boisterous voice interrupted, causing many to bristle with annoyance, turning to see who had spoken. A towering man, standing at 2.8 meters, swaggered towards the strength testing machine, his imposing physique making it clear he was not to be trifled with as a result. The crowd fell silent, wary of provoking him. However, Goku and his companions, along with several other strong individuals, remained unfazed. Familiar faces from the original story were present, alongside numerous unfamiliar ones, all evidently drawn by the martial alliance's promotion and the allure of the prize money. The muscular man clenched his fist and struck the strength testing machine with great force, causing it to react immediately. Cumulin score 158 passed. The announcer, a member of the martial alliance, expressed no surprise at the number. However, the ordinary onlookers gasped in astonishment. I asked that a score achievable by a human. Even a champion fighter might only reach such a score. Am I seeing this correctly? Is this indeed a score that a human can achieve? Their incredulity was warranted, as even in the original tale, Satan had only managed a score of 137. Although Satan had grown complacent post-the-Cell games, his innate talent was still commendable, and his daughter, Biddy, had inherited his abilities, surpassing him at an early stage. Yet a few spectators still wore expressions of disdain. Soon, others began their tests, but only a handful managed to pass. Among the ordinary folks, only those with exceptional talent succeeded. And then the martial artists commenced their evaluations, including beings like werewolves and dino men from the original story. At that moment, a dinosaur-like entity achieved a score that left many in awe, indicating he had likely held back. Jiren's score, 516, the announcer proclaimed loudly. "What? How can that score be so high? Is he cheating? Be quiet. Can't you see that's Jiren?" The legendary man-eater. Upon hearing that he consumed humans, the nearby commentator fell silent in fear. At this juncture, Jiang Yun and the Martial Alliance participants commenced their entries into the competition, and to everyone's surprise, two remarkable figures emerged. Satan and Raditz had also come to participate in this martial arts tournament. Jiang Yun was quite astonished upon learning this news, as for the trickster Satan, who had usurped the accolades meant for the Z warriors. Jiang Yun held little regard for him. Discovering that Satan had joined the Martial Alliance filled Jiang Yun with a sense of incredulity. In fact, when Satan became a core disciple, he had also felt disbelief. Witnessing his seniors unleashing energy blasts that resembled bombs left him utterly stunned, exclaiming, "This must be an illusion, a mere trick." However, his seniors quickly disabused him of that notion, teaching him that it was no illusion. When Satan learned that advanced cultivation could grant one the ability to fly, he eagerly dedicated himself to training, realizing that an extraordinary opportunity lay before him. Thus, driven to distinguish himself, he trained vigorously and was ultimately chosen to participate in the forthcoming Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Upon Jiang Yun and his companion's arrival, Bulma and the others quickly recognized him. "Oh, it's that mysterious big brother. Is he participating too?" Goku exclaimed joyfully, evidently remembering Jiang Yun's presence and recognizing his strength. Eager to engage him in battle, at that moment, Bulma and the others had informed Goku that Jiang Yun had saved them. Yet they had omitted the part about his transformation into a great ape, leaving Goku unaware of Jiang Yun's true power. Could it be that fearsome person, that esteemed senior? Bulma and Yamcha thought simultaneously. Master Roshi followed their gazes, and for just an instant, his expression turned grave as he beheld Jiang Yun. This young man is exceptionally extraordinary. Master Roshi, unable to discern Jiang Yun's true strength, observed his seemingly ordinary appearance, reminiscent of a common individual. Yet his instincts warned him against provoking this youth, lest it lead to dire consequences. Despite Jiang Yun appearing to possess no discernible cultivation, Master Roshi sensed an enigmatic aura surrounding him, his measured stride resonating with the very rhythm of the cosmos. This young man possesses a remarkably high level of martial arts. He has undoubtedly transcended the realm of ordinary existence. Sensing someone observing him, Jiang Yun turned and immediately locked eyes with Master Roshi, offering him a friendly smile. Master Roshi involuntarily shivered. The young man's perceptiveness was astounding. Upon hearing the others recognize Jiang Yun, he inquired, "Do you know the background of this young man?" His tone carried equal parts inquiry and astonishment. "He once saved us and possesses immense strength. I had even wished to apprentice under him, but was turned down," Yamcha remarked wistfully. Krillin, unfamiliar with Jiang Yun's identity, asked, "Just how powerful is this individual?" "I estimate he is not inferior to Master Wu Tian. Their strengths are likely comparable." Due to Jiang Yun's presence, Yamcha had already sought to apprentice under Master Roshi. And like a small butterfly, he was beginning to flap its wings, ushering in unforeseen changes to the world. Whether these changes would be for better or worse remained uncertain at that moment. Yamcha was still unaware of the sheer terror of Jiang Yun's prowess. He even presumed that Jiang Yun's power was comparable to that of Master Roshi. Lacking knowledge of Master Roshi's full capabilities, he speculated that their strengths were similar. No, his prowess surpasses mine. I cannot even discern his true depth. Master Roshi remarked cryptically. His words left everyone astonished, unable to fathom that Jiang Yun had reached such heights, to the point where even Master Roshi could not gauge his strength. However, Goku felt no trepidation. The more formidable the opponent, the more exhilarated he became. Well then, let us not dwell on him for now. We should hasten to register. At that moment, Bulma stepped in to mediate. The group proceeded toward the power measurement machine. And as they walked, Master Roshi whispered, "Take it easy. Do not exert too much strength. A score around 200 will suffice." "Why is that? Shouldn't we strive to give our utmost?" Goku inquired, perplexed. "Fool! We must learn to conceal our true abilities and deliver a decisive blow when it matters." Krillin replied, grinning as he displayed his cleverness, that in truth, Master Roshi merely wished to avoid drawing undue attention at that moment. As martial artists, one must learn to remain understated, avoiding excessive ostentation. "Look, The group following Jiang Yun has taken the stage. Bulma then noticed the disciples of the Martial Alliance preparing for the test. Among them were the previously selected young disciples, including Satan and 3 others, all of whom were recognized as exceptional talents within the Martial Alliance. Satan scored 200, Lada scored 199, Jinza scored 200. Look, their scores are all close to 200, Krillin exclaimed in admiration. These individuals are remarkable. Their control is impressive, managing to keep their scores around 200. There must be formidable mentors guiding them. Master Roshi mused, increasingly convinced of their exceptionalism. Soon after, Goku and his companions began their tests, drawing gasps of astonishment as they gracefully entered the arena, surprising others with scores that were seemingly unattainable for such young children. Upon entering, Krillin suddenly spotted his former peers from Korin Tower, memories of past bullying flooding back, causing his body to tremble with fear. The Korin Tower disciples recognized Krillin and mocked him before floating away. Krillin, do not fret. Your strength is considerable, and you have nothing to fear from them, Goku reassured him, sensing that the earlier group exuded a weak aura, one that Krillin could easily overcome, encouraged by his friends. Krillin steadied himself. After all, he was no longer the same person he once was. He was now a disciple of Master Roshi, the martial arts teacher. Before long, the matches commenced, and due to the Martial Alliance's promotion and investment, this competition was grander than ever, necessitating the construction of numerous arenas. Adhering to the original narrative's format, Goku and his companions quickly eliminated their opponents. However, Krillin encountered a bit of trouble. He faced his former seniors, resulting in a butterfly effect where he confronted them sooner than anticipated. His seniors initially mocked him, and as Krillin quaked with fear, one of them threw a punch his way, to which Krillin instinctively leaped skyward. The taken-aback senior, momentarily stunned, found himself on the receiving end of a powerful flying kick from Krillin that sent him hurtling hundreds of meters away, prompting Bulma and Oolong to glance over in surprise. Krillin could scarcely believe his newfound strength. Was this the result of his training? Elated, he realized he was no longer the bullied Krillin of in this battle. Krillin swiftly overcame his fears and even sent his opponent flying out of the arena, smashing through a wall, which undoubtedly bolstered his confidence as he continued to triumph in subsequent matches. With multiple arenas operating simultaneously, the pace of the competition accelerated significantly. However, due to the large number of participants, it took an entire day to determine the top 16 contenders in the waiting room. The contestants regarded one another, many sizing each other up, aware that these could be their future opponents. Yet their gazes instinctively averted when they fell upon little Goku, while others closed their eyes in meditation, preparing for the upcoming matches. That moment, a man exuding an overwhelming stench drew the crowd's disdain, causing them to distance themselves from him. This man was none other than the infamous barbarian. Satan, if I encounter that individual, I will concede defeat immediately. I lack the confidence to face such a competitor, one of the Martial Alliance disciples remarked, addressing Satan, who was regarded as their senior due to his superior cultivation. Ha ha! No matter the challenge, I shall overcome it. After all, I am Satan. The disciples secretly admired his unwavering confidence, deeming him truly worthy of the title Senior Satan. In truth, Satan was inwardly panicking, feigning calmness to maintain his composure before the others. However, as he beheld the noxious aura surrounding the barbarian, he silently prayed not to be matched against him. Soon, a loud clang signaled the commencement of the competition, prompting everyone to rise and prepare for their respective battles. Before long, the competitors laid eyes on their opponents that a prearranged notice displayed the matchups, allowing everyone to clearly see who they would be facing. "Let me see who I'm up against," exclaimed one female contestant, who turned out to be Lan Fang from the original story, a woman. She naturally recoiled at the thought of facing the barbarian. In truth, any normal person would find it unacceptable. After all, in the original narrative, had Krillin not been warned by Goku about his lack of a nose, he could have easily fallen to the barbarian. In reality, the barbarian's combat prowess was not particularly high. However, his unconventional attack methods were far from friendly, especially against low-level opponents lacking ranged combat skills, rendering them helpless that, of course, against a skilled fighter, A mere gust of wind could send him tumbling off the stage. And few would be inclined to engage with such an adversary that it was reminiscent of Master Roshi defeating Yamcha with a simple gust of air. Among those present, only little Goku possessed that level of capability. As for the Martial Alliance members, their training was still in its infancy, many of them even lacking the ability to perform a Kamehameha wave, and thus they were not equipped with such strength. Zhang Yun had brought them along primarily to broaden their horizons and allow them to witness Goku's growth. One member of the Martial Alliance, upon realizing he was to face the barbarian, turned pale. Trembling, he ascended the stage, while a few others secretly sighed in relief, glad they were not matched against such a competitor. When the barbarian stepped onto the arena, the audience expressed their disgust, voicing their disapproval. How could someone like him even compete? His participation should be disqualified. The barbarian had not violated any rules, thus his participation could not be annulled without cause. And then, the competition began. The diligent host from the original story held his nose, yet continued to narrate the barbarian's history. Upon learning that the barbarian had never bathed, the audience collectively recoiled, realizing that watching such a contestant compete was a torturous ordeal. "Judge, I concede." A disciple from a Martial Alliance quickly surrendered, unable to bear the thought of battling such an opponent. With that, he leaped off the stage without a backward glance in the shadows. Zhang Yun frowned. Reflecting, it seems their mental fortitude requires further honing. Otherwise, they will prove inadequate in the future. In Zhang Yun's view, had that disciple merely held his breath temporarily, he could have concluded the battle in a matter of moments. Clearly, the Martial Alliance disciples needed to strengthen their mental resilience that a lack of mental fortitude could easily lead one astray, much like Master Shun. Soon, several more matches transpired, but unfortunately, two members from the Martial Alliance faced off against Goku and his companions and were swiftly eliminated. Nonetheless, they were in awe of Goku's remarkable prowess at such a young age. Up next, it was Satan versus Krillin. In the audience, Satan realized that his opponent was the little bald-headed fighter, also a disciple of Master Roshi. He is no longer the same Satan he once was. He has diligently immersed himself in the knowledge of the martial arts realm. He is now aware of the formidable presence of Master Wu Tian and the significance of his disciples, who must not be underestimated. Is my opponent that explosive-haired individual, the one brought by Bulma and her companions? Surely he is exceptionally powerful. Krillin gazed at Satan, feeling a pang of self-doubt. Krillin, believe in yourself. That individual's strength seems to be on par with yours. You can do it. Goku earnestly encouraged Krillin, affirming his observation that Satan's power indeed appeared comparable to Krillin's, under the training of the Martial Alliance. Although Satan's innate talent slightly lagged behind Krillin's, the effects of the gravity training chamber had elevated Satan to this level. Albeit he had only been occasionally thrown into it, Satan's prowess had yet to reach the point where he could train there regularly. "Krillin, give it your all." Goku cheered him on. "Yes, I will." Bolstered by Goku's encouragement, Krillin felt a surge of confidence. "I look forward to your guidance." Krillin stated with a courteous bow, positioning himself in a standard Turtle School stance as the referee announced the commencement of the match. "I will not be defeated," Satan retorted. The two commenced with tentative offensives. Krillin's swift jab was quickly evaded by Satan. Bang! Bang! The rapid exchanges of blows saw fists and feet flying, with sonic booms resonating through the air, indicating that their strikes had reached supersonic speeds. The intensity of their confrontation left the onlookers astounded, prompting the commentator to exclaim, "What a spectacular duel!" The exchanges between these two competitors are so swift they are nearly imperceptible. As fellow disciples, could you provide us with some insight? As he spoke, the commentator also implored Goku to elucidate the situation. Within a second, the two had exchanged 12 punches and 15 kicks, countering each other's moves. Krillin absorbed all of Satan's attacks, and, in an instant, struck Satan's chest, only for Satan to pivot and kick Krillin away. Goku systematically relayed the developments of the match. The two had managed to engage so many times in just a single second, leaving us eager for the continuation of this thrilling contest. The blonde commentator could not help but marvel at their battle on stage. After realizing their initial probing had yielded no results, both Krillin and Satan unleashed their true capabilities. Krillin suddenly landed an elbow strike to Satan's abdomen, catching him off guard and sending him flying. However, Satan quickly retaliated, leveraging his reach to engage in a trade-off strategy with Krillin. Soon enough, both were panting heavily from this exchange. Pausing to stare at each other, if this continues, I will exhaust myself and fall to Satan. Krillin thought he knew he had to conclude the battle swiftly. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. This slippery character is evading the trade-off tactic. Indeed, Master Wutian's disciple is not to be underestimated. Satan sought to end the fight quickly, adopting a more aggressive style. Krillin inwardly rejoiced, as this was precisely what he aimed for. He began to lure Satan into making hasty moves. Feigning desperation as if he were being pressured by Satan's approach, Satan recognized Krillin's impatience, feeling a surge of excitement. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Krillin was deliberately portraying this urgency. Jiang Yun also discerned Satan's oversight, realizing that this was Krillin's ploy. Surprisingly, Satan had fallen for it, likely due to a lack of combat experience. Although he temporarily subdued Krillin by virtue of his physical advantages, his technique was lacking. One should always retain some strength in their strikes, allowing for fluidity in both offense and defense. Otherwise, one may become vulnerable. It seems that the teachings of Master Roshi hold merit, emphasizing that true mastery lies in transcending techniques rather than being bound by them. Perhaps it would be beneficial to invite Master Roshi to instruct the disciples of the Martial Alliance in technique. Jiang Yun mused with a mischievous smile, disguised as Jackie Chan. Master Roshi suddenly sneezed. Unaware that he had caught the attention of a cunning wolf that on the stage, Krillin observed Satan gradually increasing his force and felt a thrill of joy. If Satan lost his composure, an opportunity would surely present itself. As Satan perceived Krillin's strikes growing weaker, he grew increasingly arrogant, convinced that victory was imminent. Suddenly, he cornered Krillin against the edge of the ring. Unbeknownst to him, this was a trap set by Krillin, who feigned a distressed expression, causing Satan to beam with delight. He charged forward with a powerful punch aimed at the cornered Krillin, only to notice a sly smile creeping across Krillin's lips. In a swift motion, Krillin bent down, grasping Satan's arm, attempting to execute a shoulder throw to fling Satan out of the ring. This moment, Satan realized it was too late to retract his strength. Having succumbed to Krillin's rhythm during their prior skirmishes, he could only watch helplessly as he was hurled off the stage. The audience erupted in fervent cheers to owe them. This battle was nothing short of exquisite, a stark contrast to the previous matches that ended far too abruptly, leaving them unfulfilled. Congratulations to our competitor Krillin for securing victory. Let us extend our warm applause for him. Krillin joyfully accepted the accolades of the crowd. Below the stage, Satan acknowledged his defeat, yet he felt no despondency. Instead, he recalled the words of the elder from the Martial Alliance, who had reminded him that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. This echoed the sentiments once expressed by the Alliance leader. In that moment, those words resonated within him like a mighty bell, bringing forth an expression of remorse. He had indeed been overly arrogant. Evidently, Jiang Yun's teachings within the Martial Alliance were sound. He had consistently emphasized that martial artists must not only train in combat, but also cultivate their hearts, that a true martial artist should possess a heart attuned to martial virtue. Only then can one truly be deemed a qualified practitioner of the martial arts. Subsequent battles after Krillin's differed significantly, concluding rapidly. Goku even encountered the dinosaur-like Jiren, who ensnared him with a rubber ring. If Bufan were present, he would surely remark, "I'm familiar with this move. Is this not the technique of that unprincipled dinosaur?" Fortunately, this maneuver posed no trouble for Goku, who swiftly dispatched Jiren from the ring with ease. Before long, the top 4 contenders were determined. This time, Goku's opponent was Namu. Whoever emerged victorious in this match would claim the runner-up prize. The third place would be contested between the two who fell short. Goku faced off against Namu. Both bore serious expressions, knowing full well that their adversaries were no pushovers. From the outset, Goku unleashed the afterimage technique against Namu. Master Roshi, observing from below, was taken aback. He had never taught Goku this technique. Could it be that the lad learned it simply by watching? If so, Goku's potential might be even more formidable than he had imagined. Perhaps, in due time, Goku could rival that terrifying young man. Master Roshi's thoughts drifted to Jiang Yun. contemplating Goku's prodigious talent, which might indeed allow him to catch up to Jiang Yun or even surpass him given enough time that on stage. Namu soon sensed profound pressure in his battle against Goku. Struggling to keep up amidst Goku's relentless barrage of punches and kicks, Goku appeared to handle the situation with ease, while beads of sweat formed on Namu's brow, clearly feeling the weight of Goku's formidable strength, which only heightened his caution that he had compelling reasons to secure victory. Yet, Goku was equally astonished. His afterimage technique had been discerned by Namu, leaving Yamcha and his companions below in stunned disbelief, exclaiming, "Goku has effortlessly mastered Jackie Chan's technique." Even Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, was astonished that Namu had unraveled his technique. Soon after, Namu and Goku engaged in a fierce exchange, one employing kicks while the other retaliated with punches, neither willing to yield. Seizing an opportunity when Namu let his guard down, Goku sent him flying, only for Namu to rebound off the wall and knock Goku to the ground. Goku clutched his neck in pain, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurt, you rascal. I have my reasons for needing to win, so please tumble off the stage." Namu responded with a fierce expression, charging at Goku, intent on knocking him out of the ring. However, Goku unexpectedly tripped Namu with his tail, playfully showcasing it with a grin. This is quite delightful." The audience in the stands gasped in astonishment upon noticing that Wukong possessed a tail, exclaiming in unison, "He truly has a tail. It's a real tail." Cornering Namu, Wukong, still playful, attempted to strike him off the stage with a spinning attack. However, to his surprise, he succumbed to dizziness first, allowing Namu to escape perilously. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Yun couldn't help but chuckle, drawing a parallel to another unexpectedly comical individual. The audience, taken aback, erupted into laughter at the hilarity of the situation. At this moment, Namu nearly lost his footing due to Wukong's antics, but seeing the unconscious Wukong, he seized the opportunity. Skycross punch. Namu leapt into the air, unleashing his ultimate move, the Skycross punch. As he soared high, the spectators understood the immense power this attack held, with Bulma and others urging Wukong to rise. Yet in his daze, Wukong failed to evade, receiving a crushing blow to the neck from Namu. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, breathless as they observed Wukong gasping for air, his vision fading to white before he collapsed. Namu, witnessing this, believed Wukong was beyond recovery and stood up, hands clasped in prayer, refraining from speaking. Suddenly, the arena was enveloped in an eerie silence, with everyone remaining in a stupor. Even Namu offered a silent prayer for Wukong before finally announcing, "Please begin the countdown." The host, equally incredulous, slowly initiated the countdown, while even Master Roshi felt that Wukong might not rise again. Krillin could scarcely believe that Wukong had been defeated so easily. After all, it was Wukong. Namu, too, was convinced that Wukong would not awaken, as he was thoroughly aware of the potency of his own technique, confidently asserting that he wouldn't regain consciousness for at least 10 days. The spectators shared the sentiment that Wukong might never recover from this blow. As time ticked away, with the countdown nearing its end, Jiang Yun thought to himself, if Wukong falls here, he ceases to be Wukong. Familiar with the original narrative, Jiang Yun knew Wukong would not succumb at this juncture. Yet, the others remained oblivious, their eyes filled with hope as they awaited the outcome. Suddenly, Wukong's hand twitched, and to everyone's astonishment, he sprang back to his feet. The crowd erupted in cheers for the resilient warrior. Namu, gazing at the revived Wukong, wore an expression of disbelief, clearly struggling to accept that someone could withstand his attack. "Damn it, I must have miscalculated my strike," Namu conjectured, certain that his blow had gone awry. If that were the case, he resolved to attempt again, his eyes now gleaming with fierce determination. He could not afford to lose. For defeat meant the end of hope? He roared, leaping skyward, this time achieving a greater height and a more formidable force than before. How would Wukong respond? Wukong, seeing Namu ascend, shouted joyfully, "Wow, I want to learn that too." He then followed suit, leaping into the sky. Namu had soared above the clouds, reaching an altitude where the spectators below could no longer see him. With a serious expression, he focused on decisively defeating Wukong. Suddenly, he caught sight of Wukong rising alongside him. How is that possible? Wukong exclaimed as he surpassed Namu. Yikes! I flew too high. He then began descending toward Namu, reaching a similar altitude. Namu, in astonishment, decided not to wait to engage Wukong in battle mid-air, aiming to finish him off before he could land. However, Wukong, not entangled in the confrontation, descended toward the ground instead. Namu's spirits lifted at this, for it meant he could unleash his Sky Cross Punch. With swift movements, he crossed his arms, intending to deliver a powerful blow to the descending Wukong, only to find Wukong evading at the last moment, executing a fierce flying kick that landed squarely in Namu's abdomen. This was no mere coincidence, but rather a manifestation of Wukong's formidable combat instinct. Namu was sent crashing out of the ring by the force of Wukong's kick. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into jubilant cheers, expressing gratitude to both Namu and Wukong for their thrilling duel and congratulating Wukong for advancing to the finals. The host, exhilarated, celebrated the intensity of their battle and Wukong's progression to the championship match. Namu, having been defeated by Wukong, stepped onto the stage, his expression somber, leading many to believe he might retaliate against Wukong. Yet in truth, he was troubled by his inability to afford water. Extending his hand toward young Wukong, Namu displayed the noble qualities of a martial artist, acknowledging his defeat with genuine respect. Devoid of jealousy as for the matter of water, he would have to ponder a solution that in the aftermath, the atmosphere became one of jubilant celebration. Behind the scenes, Namu was weighed down by thoughts of his family and friends back home, reflecting on how they had pooled their resources to cover his travel expenses, feeling a wave of melancholy as he realized he had let them down. When Master Wu Tian, disguised as Jackie Chan, utilized mind-reading techniques to glimpse Namu's inner thoughts, he was moved by the man's kindness. Namu, catch! Master Wu Tian called as he tossed an object toward him. What is this? Namu inquired, opening his palm to reveal a universal capsule. Puzzled, he wondered why Jackie Chan would give him such an item. It's empty, but you can use it to store water. A great deal of it. Master Roshi explained. What? How do you know? Namu was astonished that Master Roshi could discern his thoughts. I am Master Wu Tian, he replied with pride. Then why are you disguised like this? What about your hair? Namu asked, curiosity piqued now that he recognized Master Wu Tian. In the martial arts world, Master Roshi was akin to a sage that I use strong adhesive, and now my head itches a bit. Master Roshi chuckled heartily. Why the Jackie Chan disguise? Namu pressed further. That is for my disciples. After my training, their power exceeded my expectations, and I needed them to understand that there are always greater heights to aspire to. Hence I disguised myself as Jackie Chan to evaluate their progress. Master Roshi explained with depth. You surely know that beneath Wukong's wild exterior lies immense power, and you, having battled him, are well aware of this. Allowing someone as young as Wukong to claim the championship might inflate his ego, which would be detrimental to his martial arts journey. Therefore, as his master, I intend to temper his pride, ensuring he does not neglect the cultivation of his spirit. In that moment, Master Roshi exuded the aura of a true grandmaster, shedding his usual frivolity. Master Wu Tian, your intentions for your disciples are commendable. They are fortunate to have you as their teacher. Namu expressed with admiration. Master Wu Tian, I must return this to you, as I cannot afford water. Namu lamented, his distress evident. Follow me. Master Roshi led Namu to a well, explaining, this place has abundant water resources. And here, it's free. If you were to buy water, you might even be ridiculed. Master Roshi laughed heartily. What? Namu could hardly fathom that the precious water of his homeland was available for free, leaving him utterly astonished. Just then, the host's voice rang out. Next, we have contestant son Wukong facing off against contestant Jackie Chan. Let's witness an even more thrilling duel. Upon hearing the sound, Master Roshi ambled over with his hands clasped behind his back. Namu gazed at Master Roshi's retreating figure, his heart swelling with gratitude, tears welling in his eyes. Suddenly, Master Roshi dashed back, as if compelled by some urgent matter, and whispered to Namu, You will. Namu nodded in agreement. As the two ascended the stage amidst the cheers of the audience, Master Roshi encountered Yamcha, who quietly remarked, You are Master Matedo, aren't you? Master Roshi was taken aback by Yamcha's insistence on this matter. And after a few steps, he gestured toward the audience, saying, "Look, I sent Master Mateto right there. I told you I am not Master Mateto." Yamcha followed his gaze and, to his astonishment, spotted Master Roshi amidst the crowd. Leaving him bewildered, could it be that he truly was not Master Mateto? Krillin pondered this, seemingly convinced that the venerable old man was indeed not Master Mateto, while Goku chuckled, expressing surprise that besides Master Roshi, there existed such formidable fighters. Eagerly, Goku leaped onto the stage, his anticipation for the battle with Jackie Chan palpable. He warmed up enthusiastically, eager to test his skills against a worthy opponent, relishing the challenge that strength brought him. After a series of intense battles, Goku found himself on the path to the championship. Now, let us interview the two victorious contestants. The host stepped forward, directing the microphone toward Goku, who was still engaged in his warm-up exercises. Clearly invested in the forthcoming bout. "Goku, what are your odds of victory in this upcoming battle?" The innocent Goku, befuddled by the question, responded with a laugh, "I don't know what that is. I'll just do my best." After his response, Goku resumed his warm-up. Faced with Goku's answer, the host appeared awkward and reluctantly turned to Jackie Chan for an interview. "What battle strategy do you have in mind, Jackie?" The host directed the microphone toward Master Roshi. However, Master Roshi remained silent, eyes closed, exuding a unique aura that left the crowd in awe. After a brief moment, the atmosphere grew uncomfortable as Master Roshi began to snore, unexpectedly dozing off, causing his majestic aura to dissipate. The host wiped his forehead, attempting to mask the awkwardness, and remarked, "Who would have thought our contestant Jackie would be so composed as to fall asleep? Surely, he must feel at ease, but is this calmness a sign of confidence or merely the slumbering nature of an elderly man?" His voice trailed off, likely only audible to himself. Let the finals begin. With the announcement, Master Roshi was the first to strike, launching an attack toward Goku. Yet Goku, quicker on his feet, leapt into the air. Master Roshi executed several flips in midair, delivering a kick to Goku's back, sending him hurtling away. The audience gasped in shock. Was Goku truly being eliminated so easily? How careless of him to think he could simply evade trouble. Master Roshi couldn't help but chuckle at his own triumph, raising his hands in victory to the audience, who began to believe he had secured the W.I.N.A.T. that moment. The crowd erupted in cheers. Hearing their rapture, Master Roshi glanced skyward, while Bulma and others, who had thought Goku was defeated, looked on in surprise. Goku, spinning his tail, soared back into the fray, a triumphant grin on his face. He even waved to the audience mid-air and, upon landing, pulled a cheeky face at Master Roshi. Master Roshi, astonished by Goku's stunning return, listened as Goku explained he had intended to use the Kamehameha to get back on stage, but decided to save that technique for later. Hearing this, Master Roshi felt Goku was underestimating the Kamehameha, a technique he had spent years mastering, and nearly revealed his true identity in his astonishment. Goku's relentless questioning left him flabbergasted, prompting him to demonstrate the Kamehameha stance to silence Goku. The two then engaged in a clash of their Kamehameha waves, which ultimately neutralized each other. Master Roshi was taken aback by Goku's level of proficiency with the Kamehameha. Subsequently, Master Roshi unleashed the afterimage technique, and Goku, misjudging the moment, found himself buried beneath a pile of stones. However, this attack seemed to have no effect on Goku. In response, Goku executed his own afterimage technique, surprising Master Roshi with a double afterimage. Yet, Goku had underestimated Master Roshi, who countered with a triple afterimage, landing a crushing blow on Goku's head from above. "You little rascal, you dare strike your master's head," Master Roshi exclaimed in exasperation. "But my master is you, Grandmaster Roshi, innocent," Goku replied, bewildered. Realizing the implications, Master Roshi quickly produced a forged family tree, leaving the audience in shock, though their skepticism was palpable. With no other choice, Master Roshi focused the crowd's attention back on the battle. In an instant, he appeared as if he were intoxicated, swiftly knocking Goku down. Observing Master Roshi's technique, Goku had a sudden inspiration and executed a monkey fist, sending Master Roshi reeling in retreat. Yet Master Roshi countered with a hypnosis technique, a move that intrigued the audience, even capturing Goku's curiosity. Even Jiang Yun, watching from the shadows, nodded in approval. Although Master Roshi's combat power had not increased over the years, his peculiar moves were numerous. However, this technique had significant limitations. In a true life-and-death battle, no one waits for you to execute your moves at leisure. Goku soon felt drowsy and collapsed to the ground, clearly under the effects of the hypnosis. As Goku lay there, even the host felt Master Roshi had somewhat unfairly secured the upper hand, yet continued counting down as per the rules. The crowd urged Goku to rise, but to no avail. Just as the countdown neared its end, Bulma shouted, "Goku, it's time to eat." To everyone's astonishment, Goku instantly sprang to his feet, leaving Master Roshi stunned that his technique had been so easily countered. Goku then attempted a rock-paper-scissors attack against Master Roshi, only to have it thwarted by the seasoned fighter's experience. Frustrated that his attack had failed, Goku resorted to a feint, knocking Master Roshi down. However, this blow did not inflict significant damage on Master Roshi at this moment. The climax was just beginning. Master Roshi's demeanor grew serious, while Goku was filled with exhilaration. Master Roshi contemplated whether to unveil a particular technique. Estimating that Goku could endure its might to teach Goku a lesson and fulfill his own purpose, Master Roshi decided to unleash that technique. With a solemn expression, Master Roshi clasped his hands before his chest, seemingly gathering energy. Suddenly, electric currents began to dance around his hands, astonishing the crowd, who had not anticipated such a formidable technique from him. Even Goku's face reflected shock as the energy intensified in Master Roshi's hands. The electric light growing ever more potent, leaving everyone wondering just how painful this technique would be upon impact. Universal shockwave. Master Roshi bellowed. The electric currents shot toward Goku, instantly ensnaring him in midair, even causing his hair to stand on end from the electricity. Goku's expression turned agonized, the sheer magnitude of the technique evident to all. The audience gasped in concern for Goku, with even Bulma urging him to concede, fearing that this technique might prove fatal. Yet, Goku, embodying the indomitable spirit of Saiyan, refused to submit, enduring the onslaught of electricity with unwavering resolve. However, it is evident to any discerning observer that Wukong is clearly at the end of his tether, and it is apparent that he cannot endure for much longer. What fate awaits Wukong? As he struggles in desperation, Master Roshi also urges him to surrender, fully aware of the devastating power of this technique. Were it not for Wukong's extraordinary talent, Master Roshi would have been reluctant to resort to such a measure. Yet for the sake of his disciple's future, he feels compelled to use it, without employing this technique. Master Roshi cannot guarantee a definitive victory over Wukong. However, he underestimates Wukong's fervent obsession with triumph. The Saiyans are a warrior race, with their combative instincts deeply embedded in their very blood and souls. Wukong emits a pained howl, desperately resisting the onslaught, yet he remains ensnared by the overwhelming currents of electricity. Such an attack is terrifying. Had it struck me, I would have surely perished among the audience. Someone voiced a thought that quickly resonated with others. Humanity has managed to wield such formidable power. Jiang Yun gazes at the moon faintly visible in the sky, a slight smile curling his lips. The grand spectacle is about to unfold. At that moment, as Wukong fights with all his might, he inadvertently casts a glance at the moon, and his expression morphs into one of savagery, his form expanding dramatically. His garments tear as he transforms once more into the mighty great ape. Bulma and Yamcha are understandably terrified, clearly recalling past events. As Wukong grows increasingly larger, he breaks free from Master Roshi's control of the Kamehameha, leaving the Master in a state of utter shock, his astonishment eclipsed only by Wukong's transformation. It is worth noting that since Master Roshi mastered this technique, no one has ever escaped its grasp. The surrounding audience, witnessing this spectacle, assume it to be Wukong's hidden ability and erupt in cheers. Now unleashed, Wukong descends into a frenzied state, launching indiscriminate attacks upon his surroundings. Observers soon realize that Wukong has lost all sense of consciousness, his rationality suppressed by the primal rage of the great ape. "Wukong, please return to your original form," Krillin shouts, seemingly inciting the great ape's wrath, as it strikes down with tremendous force. This blow is so powerful that even the debris sent flying possesses significant momentum. Hurtling towards Krillin and the others, the audience, gripped by panic, frantically flees, lamenting their lack of additional legs at such a time that in a similar vein. Faced with the colossal Wukong, Master Roshi also makes a dash for the edge of the arena. However, upon reaching the brink, he abruptly halts. Should he leap down now, it would undoubtedly signify his defeat, rendering his efforts to educate his disciple futile. That no, he must devise a plan. Master Wukong transforms upon seeing the moon. Only by severing his tail can we restore him to his original self. Having witnessed Wukong's transformation before, the crowd is now aware of how to counter him. After a fierce struggle, Master Roshi finds it impossible to reach Wukong's tail. As the onlookers remain at a loss, they watch in astonishment as Master Roshi removes his shirt, his physique undergoing a remarkable transformation as his muscles bulge, assuming the stance of the Kamehameha. He resolves to employ all his strength, yet he realizes that Wukong's current physical form is far too powerful. Regardless of the outcome, Master Roshi is reluctant to harm his own disciple. Thus, he has no choice. Kamehameha, a colossal wave of energy, surges forth, its blinding brilliance obscuring the observer's vision. When the radiance dissipates, Wukong's form is nowhere to be found. Incredible! I never anticipated the Kamehameha's might would be so astonishing, exclaims the dedicated host, maintaining his professionalism even amidst the perilous situation. However, Wukong's companions cannot bear the thought. They believe he has perished under the force of this attack, the potency of which is undeniable. Wukong! Wukong! Krillin's voice trembles with sorrow. Having forged a deep bond with Wukong, he struggles to accept this grim reality, even believing that Master Roshi has slain his friend. Wukong! He has been obliterated, Bulma cries out, her tears flowing freely. Throughout their quest for the Dragon Balls, she and Wukong have developed a profound friendship, making it all the more unbearable for her to accept his demise, especially as she had known him even before Krillin. Yamcha, too, is incredulous. How could Wukong have been killed so easily? If this is indeed the case, then the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament undoubtedly belongs to Master Roshi. The host interjects, what kind of champion is he? He is merely a murderer. Return my Wukong to me. Krillin charges towards the arena, shouting angrily at Master Roshi, his face streaked with tears. Master Roshi, panting heavily, offers no response. Clearly exhausted, it is apparent to any observer. With his eyes shut, he waits for a moment to recover before speaking. Do not despair. Look over there. The crowd follows Master Roshi's gaze. And indeed, they spot a tail that seems even the surrounding debris has sensed their collective hope and collapses, revealing Wukong's diminutive form. Master Roshi clarifies, what the Kamehameha struck was not Wukong, but the moon. He gestures toward the moon's original position. Wonderful, wonderful, Bulma exclaims, tears of joy streaming down her face. The crowd, following Master Roshi's indication, observes that the moon has indeed vanished. It's true. The moon is truly gone. The host exclaims, astonished. With the moon absent, Wukong will no longer transform into a beast. Master Roshi notes, contestant Qinglong has accomplished something remarkable. Observing his astonishment, he continues, but what shall we do for the Mid-Autumn Festival now? We cannot enjoy mooncakes or admire the moon. The werewolf contestants can no longer transform. We shall all be deprived of the joy of moon-gazing. The host, quite animated, addresses the audience. What are you rambling about? Hurry and begin the countdown. Master Roshi appears exasperated with the host, questioning whether this is truly the crux of the matter. Just as the host begins to count down, Wukong suddenly awakens once more, and the two are compelled to resume their battle. Master Roshi seeks to capitalize on Wukong's momentary lapse to deliver a decisive blow, yet the earlier strike against the moon has left him utterly drained, rendering him incapable of executing the Kamehameha again. Wukong, too, is similarly affected. His hunger prevents him from summoning much strength. Now, both warriors push themselves to their limits, each testing the resolve of the other. They engage in a fierce exchange of blows, their attacks slowing to a crawl, yet neither is willing to relent. Until the very last moment, they persist, embodying the tenacity expected of true martial artists. They have transcended many others, in the final instant. It is Master Roshi's physical advantage that grants him a slight edge, allowing him to emerge victorious at the last moment. The crowd erupts into cheers for this spectacular battle. Hidden in the shadows, Jiang Yun smiles faintly, reminiscing about his own youth. That moment, he suddenly receives a message from the Martial Alliance. Jiang Yun learns that the data he previously entrusted to Dr. Brief has yielded groundbreaking progress. With a finished product now in existence, upon hearing this news, Jiang Yun hastens back to the Martial Alliance. Upon encountering Bu Chun, Jiang Yun envelopes him in a heartfelt embrace, brimming with joy. Quickly, let us go meet the doctor. I can hardly contain my excitement, Jiang Yun exclaims, his demeanor both decisive and eager. All right, since you're so impatient, let us hurry, Bu Chun replies, somewhat bemused by Jiang Yun's enthusiasm. He cannot comprehend why Jiang Yun is so fixated on the spaceship. After all, SNT life on Earth sufficient? Yet, it is understandable, as Jiang Yun is aware of future developments and intends to strategize early. The cosmos constitutes the centerpiece of his plan, and the sooner he acts, the more advantageous it will be for him. Moreover, the martial foundation of Earth has become insufficient to facilitate the rapid advancement of Jiang Yun. Time does not permit him to wait patiently. These past few years have proven to be a golden period of development, with the enemies not being overly formidable. Furthermore, Jiang Yun has contemplated honing his skills amidst the cosmos. The flowers nurtured in a greenhouse ultimately cannot become true warriors. Martial arts must soar through the skies. It is not a mere cultivation of immortality, where one can quietly meditate. Instead, martial arts demand the experience of countless battles to achieve any semblance of mastery. Additionally, there exists a plethora of martial knowledge and techniques within the universe that Jiang Yun yearns to acquire. Should he obtain the fusion techniques of the Metamorians, even a few 100,000 warriors from Earth could, upon merging, vanquish Frisia effortlessly. The distinction between humans and beasts lies in humanity's intellect, enabling the development of various techniques to combat ferocious predators. One can imagine that even against a beast as formidable as Frisia, the tiger would not resort to the use of weapons. Yet, this very mindset has rendered Frisia, despite his immense power, oblivious to the pursuit of true strength, as he has never faced worthy adversaries and has not endured the harsh realities of life. Thus, he lacks the impetus for rigorous training, ultimately leading to his defeat at the hands of the Saiyans. In his journey through the cosmos, Jiang Yun is resolute in his ambitions. As for why he does not rely on the dragon to acquire the divine techniques from the original work, Jiang Yun has his own considerations. It is simply a matter of consequence. If he were to depend on the dragon to learn those skills, what it grants can just as easily be reclaimed. Should he reach a certain level in the future and uncover the secrets of the Dragon Ball world, such as the hidden dragon god Salama, he might not necessarily find himself aligned with that powerful being, who would undoubtedly not disperse the Dragon Balls without purpose. Jiang Yun places his faith solely in himself. Only what he cultivates through his own efforts is truly within his grasp. Having arrived in this world, Jiang Yun possesses confidence that rivals others that, as he walked along the path, Jiang Yun remained silent until he arrived at the Capsule Corporation. During this time, Bu Chun had also become aware of Jiang Yun's profound connection with the Capsule Corporation and had conveyed to Bu Chun the news from the company. He successfully met with Dr. Brief, and surprisingly, Dr. Brief's wife was also present. Oh ho ho! This handsome young man, would you care to go on a date with me? The speaker was evidently Mrs. Brief. Bu Chun broke into a sweat, pondering whether Jiang Yun had indeed flirted with Dr. Brief's wife. Such audacity seemed rather excessive. Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment. That remark was rather blunt. Although he was aware of Mrs. Brief's eccentricity from the original work, this was a real world, and he hoped such words wouldn't provoke Dr. Brief's displeasure. Jiang Yun observed the striking woman before him, with long, vibrant yellow hair reminiscent of a rainbow, skin as delicate as porcelain, and a youthful visage that suggested she could easily pass for 18. It was likely that Bulma's beauty was inherited from her mother, though he wondered if Bulma's infatuation was similarly inherited. Jiang Yun glanced at Dr. Brief, who displayed no change in expression, evidently unfazed by the earlier comment, prompting Jiang Yun to silently admire Dr. Brief's resilient heart. Having such an exuberant wife, must be quite the challenge. You must be the illustrious Bu Chun. Dr. Brief clearly recognized Bu Chun, whose reputation overshadowed even Jiang Yun's. Typically, Bu Chun managed the affairs of the Martial Alliance, while Jiang Yun focused primarily on his training, preferring to remain out of the spotlight. Pleasure to meet you, Dr. Brief, Bu Chun said eagerly, shaking hands with Dr. Brief. Clearly holding great respect for the illustrious scientist in this world, scholars still held a higher status. Not to mention, Dr. Brief, the creator of the Capsule Corporation, was hailed as one of the world's most outstanding scientists. Dr. Brief, I am thrilled about the matter you mentioned previously over the phone. Have you made significant progress? Jiang Yun inquired directly. Upon hearing this, Dr. Brief burst into laughter, then continued, I must say, your technological contribution was remarkably intricate. IT took me over half a year to achieve some progress. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to accommodate. Jiang Yun's spirits lifted as he spoke to Dr. Brief. There are no major issues, except that one of the metals is not found on Earth. If we were to substitute it with an earthly equivalent, the flight speed would be reduced by nearly half. Only that particular metal can withstand the high-speed pressure of space travel. A serious expression unexpectedly crossed Dr. Brief's face. Individuals like him approach scientific inquiries with utmost seriousness, for science allows no room for carelessness. Dr. Brief, may I inquire what that metal is called? Jiang Yun asked. IT is known as adamantium, Dr. Brief replied, disclosing the name of the metal. What? Adamantium. Jiang Yun's voice suddenly grew animated. Oh, have you encountered this metal before? Dr. Brief's tone quickened. If Jiang Yun recognized this metal, he could swiftly construct the most perfect spacecraft. Not exactly. It just sounded somewhat familiar, Jiang Yun replied. Regaining his composure, IT was merely the name of a metal, likely not the same as what he had previously known. The universe is vast, and encountering metals with similar names is not surprising. That is somewhat regrettable, Dr. Brief remarked, appearing somewhat despondent. Sensing Dr. Brief's disappointment, Jiang Yun reassured him, Doctor, there's no need for concern. The reason I sought your assistance in constructing a spacecraft is that I intend to venture into space. With my current strength, I am more than capable of safeguarding myself amidst the cosmos. Isn't it a bit premature to enter space now? Dr. Brief expressed some worry, as he was aware of certain cosmic dangers. After all, his eldest daughter had ventured into space. Following their exchange, Jiang Yun solidified his decision to embark on a journey into the cosmos. This undertaking was imperative, and he needed to devise a plan for how to proceed. Upon returning to the Martial Alliance, Jiang Yun reminded Dr. Brief to enhance the spacecraft, as he planned to enter the cosmos for training within the next 2 years. Bu Chun, how many formidable warriors are currently within the Martial Alliance? Jiang Yun inquired, seeking insight into the present state of the Alliance's strength. After all, he intended to journey into space, and it was evident that some disciples of the Alliance would accompany him. He couldn't possibly oversee every minor detail personally. Currently, we have 5,000 members with strength exceeding 100, 1,000 members surpassing 300, 200 members exceeding 500, and a handful reaching the 700 to 800 range. As for those with strength exceeding 1,000, I am the sole individual at this time. Bu Chun responded with calmness, his words carrying significant weight. However, if this information were spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the martial arts community. Bu Chun did not boast, although he understood that, aside from Jiang Yun, no one on Earth could rival his strength. He recalled Jiang Yun's discussions about the universe in a year. Report. The Blaze team has assembled 100 members. The Blaze team comprised the elite warriors of the Martial Alliance, each boasting a combat power exceeding 2,000. Report complete. Please provide instructions. Alliance leader. It was Bu Chun who reported, clad in battle attire, exuding an air of valor. Observing the elite team before him, Jiang Yun felt a surge of ambition. They were the vanguards of Earth's foray into the cosmos. The human race would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark across the universe. Through the most scientific training provided by the Martial Alliance, coupled with various recovery devices and gravity chambers, the Alliance's strength had undergone a monumental transformation, known only to a select few, over the past year. The members of the Martial Alliance had endured grueling training, often teetering on the brink of life and death. Yet, they did not falter. upon realizing they would accompany Jiang Yun into the cosmos. They fervently dedicated themselves to their training, each harboring a desire for expansion and conquest. The allure of venturing into space was an irresistible temptation for all. Naturally, this process led to the elimination of numerous individuals, leaving only the most elite among them, those with unwavering martial hearts. Among them, the most skilled, Bu Chun, had already attained a combat power of 8,000, though the Blaze team's strength might seem relatively weak. Even akin to mere fodder in the vast universe, one must not forget the enhancements passed down by Jiang Yun. The Jiang King's fist had become remarkably stable through his continuous refinement. Not only has the endurance of combat power significantly increased, but the physical requirements have also been considerably reduced. This is akin to an enhanced version of the Kaioken technique. Furthermore, Jiang Yun has ingeniously incorporated the utilization of vital energy into it. Upon activating the Jiang Wang fist mode, he inadvertently absorbs the ambient vital energy surrounding him to sustain himself, which explains why the Jiang Wang fist now consumes less energy than the Kaioken. This technique has been specifically developed by Jiang Yun for the Martial Alliance, and he does not expect them to comprehend its underlying principles that if he were to explain the process of vital energy absorption. How could he convey the intricacies of such a phenomenon? They would be unable to perceive the existence of vital energy. Jiang Yun surmises that it might be related to mental acuity. Therefore, after Jiang Yun's meticulous modifications, the activation of this technique will result in the unintentional absorption of vital energy. Even Jiang Yun's own Jiang divine body has been further refined, allowing his physique to absorb vital energy while operating the Jiang divine body. Not only will it automatically absorb vital energy, but he can also consciously draw upon it. For him, the burden is negligible, and the duration is astonishingly prolonged. He can even sustain the tenfold mode for extended periods. And with the support of vital energy, he could potentially achieve an everlasting state. He could convert vital energy into chi for combat, although converting it into combat power remains unfeasible. Nevertheless, this warrants further investigation. But that is a matter for another time. Throughout the year of research, considering the need for combat experience among the masses, Jiang Yun contacted Dr. Brief to develop artificial intelligence. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's descriptions of artificial intelligence, Dr. Brief was astounded, marveling at the child's plethora of ideas and his remarkable foresight. Speaking of which, one cannot overlook the technological landscape of the Dragon Ball world. It feels as if the technological tree has diverged significantly, with even Dr. Gero capable of endowing robots with emotions. Yet their computational power remains at the level of conventional computers, entirely incapable of producing super-intelligent entities. The technological standards here are a mixed bag, with some aspects exceedingly advanced while others are woefully inadequate, with even entities rivaling Iron Man still resorting to primitive bomb technology, utterly devoid of the capabilities exhibited by high-tech weaponry. Energy weapons only emerged in later stages. But even their power is dismally weak, lacking any sense of cataclysmic force. Setting that aside, when Dr. Brief heard of the intention to use artificial intelligence as the foundation for constructing a virtual network, he was even more astonished. Why transmitting consciousness into a virtual network? Jiang Yun aims to facilitate battles between life and death, where one need not fear mortality in the virtual realm. That Dr. Brief contemplated that the time available in the virtual world could effectively extend human life, thereby providing more opportunities for research. He marveled. The person who conceived this idea is either a madman or a genius. Clearly, Jiang Yun is no madman. He is a true genius. After listening to Jiang Yun's exposition, Dr. Brief immediately immersed himself in research. Although artificial intelligence is complex, it pales in comparison to spatial constructs. After all, the universal capsule has already been developed. What's the issue? The virtual network requires substantial computational power, necessitating the presence of artificial intelligence for its maintenance. Thus, the first step involves developing artificial intelligence. For Dr. Brief, creating artificial intelligence poses no challenge. Guiding human consciousness to create a guiding device is child's play. After a period of relentless effort, he swiftly brought these inventions to fruition. Approximately 6 months after the Martial Alliance initiated training, Dr. Brief completed everything, and he even tested the time flow within the virtual network. However, upon adjusting it to 10 times speed, he discovered instability in human consciousness, resulting in a mismatch between the body and consciousness. This indicates that after being subjected to the accelerated time flow in the virtual network, individuals would experience a dissonance between their physical form and consciousness. Jiang Yun found the situation quite troubling. This simply cannot do. No, it isn't that severe. The body merely requires some time to adapt to the consciousness. Moreover, it is not necessary to maintain the tenfold speed throughout. This poses a significant burden not only on individuals, but also on the artificial intelligence. Based on my tests, the optimal maximum multiplier for humans is 5 times, which has no adverse effects whatsoever, Dr. Brief explained slowly. Jiang Yun's eyes brightened at this revelation. 5 times speed could indeed facilitate rapid development within the martial alliance. While it may not rival the time chamber, it still offers advantages, effectively extending lifespans. Numerous martial arts concepts could be explored within the virtual world, while real-world training and validation could take place simultaneously. Originally intended merely to assist the members of the martial alliance in honing practical combat experience, this virtual network now seems to hold immense potential for various applications, possibly yielding substantial profits. Dr. Brief, how about we name this virtual network the Virtual Universe? Jiang Yun proposed to the doctor. Virtual Universe? A most fitting name. Perhaps this virtual universe could even thrive among the stars in the future. Dr. Brief appeared quite pleased with this designation. Responding joyfully to Dr. Brief, I understand that accommodating the entire population of Earth will indeed be a formidable challenge, with astronomical costs involved. However, we could implement a fee structure. With a vast global population, even a nominal charge per person would result in wealth rivaling nations, that we could amass a fortune far surpassing that of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Jiang Yun's voice resonated with an almost enchanting allure, captivating all who listened. We can transform this into humanity's second world. With a virtual universe, human advancement could accelerate beyond imagination. Yet, I also recognize that your motivations extend beyond mere financial gain. Gathering resources is ultimately aimed at fostering our development. Of course, my goal is to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Financial gain is secondary. The wealth we acquire can be utilized to support the advancement of Earth. Dr. Brief marveled at Jiang Yun's vision, pondering the vastness of his ideas. Doctor, you are aware that I am a martial artist. I hope you can assist me in designing a combat module that includes match modes, ranking systems, and rune creation capabilities, as well as team play and multiplayer modes, of course, which will be integrated into the aforementioned features. Jiang Yun continued. You truly are full of ideas, Dr. Brief exclaimed, recognizing Jiang Yun's innate connection to martial arts, which he had managed to elevate to new heights. No. This young man is destined for greatness in whatever endeavor he undertakes. Observing the battle teams before him, Jiang Yun recalled a previous exchange with Dr. Brief. The individuals before him not only exhibited exceptional combat prowess, but also possessed a wealth of combat experience. At this moment, the Blazing Flame team, clad in striking red and white uniforms, appeared remarkably impressive and formidable. This was a battle outfit personally designed by Jiang Yun for them. Buchun, you will be joining this time as well. Is there any issue? Jiang Yun gently inquired of the young man beside him. Haha, no issues at all. We are now on the right track. Bu Fan has surpassed 3,000 combat power. However, he has chosen not to join the Blazing Flame team, declaring that he wishes to provide us with a stable rear support. Otherwise, he could easily occupy a position as a squad leader within the Blazing Flame team. Buchun laughed heartily, clearly pleased that his younger brother had matured. It was a source of great pride for him. Jiang Yun also felt satisfied with Bu Fan's progress. Though he still seemed somewhat inexperienced, with a bit of honing, he could certainly command his own territory. As for Buchun, Jiang Yun viewed his future as boundless as the stars and seas. All right, everything is ready. Let's depart, Jiang Yun shouted, foregoing further discussion as he led the group onto the spaceship. The others swiftly boarded the vessel without a hint of chaos, thanks to Buchun's prior military-style management, for which Jiang Yun commended his exceptional leadership capabilities. As the group stepped onto the ship, it swiftly propelled itself into the cosmos. A sigh broke the silence. Heavenly God, what are you watching? Are you still observing that boy you mentioned? A figure appeared beside the heavenly god. I hope he does not bring calamity upon earth. The heavenly god sighed. But didn't you say he is a righteous youth? Indeed, Bobo, his aura exudes righteousness, devoid of any hint of malevolence. The celestial deity shook his head and remarked, though he harbors no malevolent intent, I fear he may unwittingly bring calamity to earth. His ambitions are exceedingly grand. Ever since he ascended the heights of Kalinta, I have been keeping a watchful eye on him, as I sensed he would usher in monumental changes to the world. Yet, I remain uncertain whether these changes will prove beneficial or detrimental. At one point, I even contemplated mentoring this young lad for a time. However, I soon realized that his progress and cultivation was remarkably swift, terrifyingly so. His prowess now far surpasses my own. Presently, he has ventured towards the cosmos, and I can only hope he brings forth advantages for the world. At the very least, his current endeavors are commendable. He is indeed an upright martial artist. The celestial deity let out a quiet sigh, for it had been long since he had felt such matters beyond his control. Yet, in the face of the present Jiang Yun, he could only acquiesce. He even harbored doubts that the formidable young man could sense his scrutiny. As fate would have it, after Jiang Yun comprehended the breadth of all things and perceived the existence of vital energy, his mental acuity underwent significant refinement, becoming no less formidable than that of the celestial deity. Hence, he could detect the gaze from above. Nevertheless, he did not sever this observation, knowing it belonged to the celestial deity, who bore no ill will. Otherwise, he would have long since blocked the deity's scrutiny. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yun and his companions, the celestial deity was watching their departure. Their destination was Qiulong Star, a planet inhabited by mercenaries, and one of their planned stops. This world thrives on martial prowess and boasts a multitude of mercenary factions. Throughout the past year, Jiang Yun had not idled away his time in mere cultivation. On the contrary, he had meticulously prepared. Through the connections of Bulma's family with Gak, he successfully reached out to Gak and acquired star maps of the nearby star regions, gathering extensive information about various planets, including the renowned Yadalate and Mightiest planets, both of which are advanced and exceptionally united, with a robust martial atmosphere. As such, few would dare to covet them. With 3 days remaining, Jiang Yun glanced at the arrival schedule and instructed everyone to take a rest. Understood, they replied, returning to their quarters to recuperate for the forthcoming endeavors. 3 days swiftly passed. Jiang Yun's spacecraft arrived at Qiulong Star, where a large docking area had been constructed for mercenaries. Docking, too, incurs a cost, not in paper currency, but in gold coins, of which Jiang Yun possessed an abundance. This time, he had brought many gold coins. But in the vast cosmos, gold alone suffices not. Indeed, many precious cosmic metals can also serve as currency, though few opt for this route. As the group disembarked, they were momentarily taken aback by the array of extraterrestrial beings bustling about. Some sported a single eye, while others had 2 heads, and a few had triangular-shaped craniums, known as triangular star beings. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun and his companions had steeled themselves for such encounters, marveling at the wonders of creation upon witnessing these alien forms. Yet, while Jiang Yun and his companions were astonished, the inhabitants of the planet were terrified. What? Saiyans have come to our planet. So many of them. Are they here to invade Qiulong Star? Curse it. There are still so many Saiyans left. Curse those Saiyans. Wasn't it said that all Saiyans were destroyed by Frisia? Quick, run. The Saiyans are invading. Alert the guard. Hey, calm down. Look closely. These are not Saiyans. They lack the distinctive tails of our kind. Initially in chaos, the crowd settled upon hearing this. Greetings. I am Shuka, the vice captain of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. May I inquire where you are from? At that moment, a being resembling a human from Earth, albeit with skin reminiscent of rock, approached. Towering over 2 meters, he bore a scar across his eyes, clearly a remnant of battle. He greeted Jiang Yun and his companions with a hearty smile, exuding a seemingly amiable demeanor. Yet, few survive the brutalities of conflict without being hardened by experience. Hello, we hail from Jojo. I wonder why the old coots in my family sent me to this star to undergo training. Wouldn't it be far more pleasant to lounge at home? By the way, where do you come from, my friend? Jiang Yun replied with a nonchalant air, feigning reluctance that, a rich heir from a prominent family here for training. Shuka inwardly scoffed, having encountered numerous such privileged fools, most of whom were utterly inept, having never faced the harsh realities of the universe. Oh, my dear brother, I am the vice captain of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. We are quite well known in this region. For a modest fee, you can enlist our assistance. I know this area like the back of my hand. Shuka's eyes gleamed with opportunism, now viewing Jiang Yun as a potential mark. In his estimation, it would be all too easy to swindle such a naive soul out of his wealth. Certainly, I shall seek you out later, but for now, I wish to explore on my own. As a newcomer, it is only natural to indulge in the delights of this mercenary haven. Jiang Yun feigned the demeanor of a novice, reflecting inwardly that he was being regarded as an easy target. However, who is the sheep and who is the wolf remains to be seen, as Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Another naive soul is about to fall prey to Shuka, someone whispered among the crowd. Are you out of your mind? Don't utter such words. If Shuka hears you, you might not live to tell the tale. You should know that the captain of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, Shoes, is his brother, a fearsome being with a combat power of over 10,000. A companion tugged at him, clearly a friend or teammate, yet their hushed tones were barely audible. However, Jiang Yun was different. His body, having been enhanced by vital energy, possessed heightened senses, allowing him to catch their words despite their faintness. Shuka's brother is a being with a combat power of 10,000? Jiang Yun mused internally. Though he dismissed the significance of such a figure, for now, he would observe what this local tyrant intended to do. My advantages are not to be trifled with. After parting ways with Shuka, Jiang Yun and his companions dispersed to the dining hall to gather intelligence, as it was a melting pot of diverse individuals, the ideal locale for information gathering. Half a day later, the group reconvened. So, what news have you uncovered? Bu Chun inquired of the others. Captain, we have managed to glean some information, though time was limited, and we couldn't uncover much. However, we have identified the primary factions present. I also gathered some intel, albeit after treating an old drunkard to a few drinks to extract some tidbits from him. That old fellow is truly the type who won't speak until he sees proof. The speaker's face briefly flashed with discomfort. Clearly having been swindled by the old drunkard, cut to the chase. What specific information have you obtained? Bu Chun frowned, unable to contain his impatience. I'll share. This planet is divided among three major factions, primarily the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, the Rose Mercenary Corps, and the Planetary Lord. The Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps is the weakest, yet their captain, Shuka, possesses combat power exceeding 10,000. Following them is the Rose Mercenary Corps, which has a unique characteristic. They only recruit women. Their captain is also a woman, known as Black Rose, and many have perished at her hands. That it is said her combat power surpasses that of Shuka, exceeding 15,000, though whether this is true remains uncertain. Lastly, the Planetary Lord is the most formidable presence here, requiring even the smaller factions to pay tribute. His name is Batu, and he is rumored to possess combat power exceeding 20,000. Thus, these individuals are not to be underestimated. Bu Chun fell into contemplation, pondering how to establish a foothold on this planet without revealing too much of their strength. What shall we do? Perhaps we should register as mercenaries. Jiang Yun observed the contemplative expression on Si Sua's face, seemingly oblivious to the original purpose of our visit, prompting him to gently remind. Ultimately, it was the confines of Earth that limited Bu Chun's horizons. However, in Jiang Yun's eyes, these matters were trivial. Having been deeply influenced by online literature from his previous life, he had encountered numerous scenarios and had long devised a plan for the forthcoming events. Nonetheless, in order to cultivate Bu Chun's broader perspective, it would be prudent to allow him to ponder slowly. Indeed, this planet is rife with mercenaries. We could register as one. Bu Chun exclaimed, clapping his hands as if a revelation had struck him. Has anyone gathered information about mercenaries? He inquired. After a brief silence, someone spoke up. I have acquired some intelligence. The most prominent organization is the Mercenary Guild, which facilitates mercenary qualifications for others by posting tasks and collecting a modest commission. This bears striking resemblance to our Martial Alliance's martial arts platform. The speaker paused momentarily before continuing. It is said that the founder of this mercenary guild possesses considerable power, and that the planetary lords here are merely figureheads placed by him. I have even heard that Frisia would not dare to invade this star region proactively. However, I am unfamiliar with Frisia. They say he is the current emperor of the universe. Jiang Yun regarded this team member with astonishment. He was indeed a talent, having gathered such extensive information in such a short span, some of which even the locals were unaware of. This was the advantage of possessing influence. One need not engage in every matter personally. Let us rest for now. We shall register as mercenaries tomorrow, Jiang Yun suggested, wishing to take a night to contemplate their plans. The others readily agreed, as the day had grown late. Thus, the group settled into a hotel. After Buchan retrieved some funds from the Universal Capsule to pay for their lodgings, they began to prepare for rest. You may venture out for a bit, but do not stay out too late, Jiang Yun advised the members of the Blaze team. Yay. Understood, Alliance leader. The group replied with excitement, eager to explore this alien world. Having previously focused solely on gathering information, they were now thrilled at the prospect of leisure. They swiftly departed, leaving behind a few who preferred solitude and were typically engrossed in cultivation. They found little joy in such lively environments, their only delight lying in the enhancement of their martial skills. Akin to ascetic monks before joining the Martial Alliance. Buchan, are you not going to join them? Jiang Yun inquired with a smile, aware that Buchan harbored some desire to explore in own need for me. Yin Ge, we have just arrived. There will be ample time for enjoyment later. I would rather return to my room and contemplate our next steps, Buchan replied, a wry smile adorning his face. Ha ha, there is no need to be so serious. Go out and enjoy yourself. You might gain quite a bit from the experience. Jiang Yun laughed, clearly recognizing Buchan's underlying eagerness to witness the world. In a resplendent chamber, a figure was reporting something to another. The light illuminated his fierce countenance. This person was none other than Shioka, who had conversed with Jiang Yun earlier that day. Are you certain you did not make a mistake? Shioka asked incredulously, startling the underling. I am certain. I witnessed their group produce a large bag of gold coins from a small capsule. That capsule is undoubtedly a treasure. The underling stuttered, his eyes betraying his greed for the universal capsule. Ha ha, you've done well. Continue to monitor them, Shioka praised, patting the soldier on the shoulder. The underling joyfully departed, his face alight with glee. If I can gain Ika's favor, I shall soar to great heights, he thought, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Once the underling had left, Shioka's expression darkened. He had initially presumed Buchan to be just an ordinary wealthy heir, but evidently, he possessed something remarkable, a spatial capsule for storing items. Hee, you shall obediently relinquish all your treasures. Shioka's laughter echoed ominously in the room. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions continued to revel and rest, blissfully unaware that their possession of a simple universal capsule had incited the covetous desires of others. The following day, Jiang Yun and his party arrived early at the Mercenary Guild, where passers-by observed them with intrigue. That the group that arrived yesterday. Their combat uniforms are so cool. I want to set too. They are headed towards the Mercenary Guild. I must see what their combat prowess is. As they watched Jiang Yun and his companions pass by, some individuals even used detectors to surreptitiously gauge their strength. What? These individuals possess combat powers exceeding 2,000, with some reaching 3,000 or 4,000. Even that cold young man beside the youth has an astonishing power of 8,000. The burly man operating the detector was taken aback. Realizing that such combat prowess was rare, ranking among the top 10 on their planet, it appears we have encountered a formidable force. The news swiftly spread, reaching the ears of several heads of mercenary groups. However, due to the Lone Wolf mercenary group's leader being engaged in a long-term mission, matters were temporarily overseen by his brother, Shioka. Big sister, I've heard that the newcomers possess considerable strength. I wonder if they will pose a threat to us. I also heard there are some handsome fellows among them. Those who claim to hail from Jiuzhou seem quite similar to our big sister's race. Keep your voice down. Are you not aware that our big sister dislikes any mention of her race? I merely forgot for a moment. Two women whispered among themselves. Let us not concern ourselves with the newcomers. I've heard that Frisia is currently engaged in battle with Sherlock. Best to maintain a low profile for now. A woman clad in a striking red battle armor spoke, her figure graceful, with an aura of heroism. Her features closely resembled those of Earthlings, yet her skin was remarkably fair. Her clear, bright eyes, arched brows, and long lashes fluttered slightly, with her unblemished skin exuding a faint rosy hue. Her delicate lips resembled the petals of a blooming rose, enchanting to behold. However, when she mentioned Frisia, a rare glint of hatred flickered in her gaze, hinting at a hidden story that in the Planetary Administration Office, I hear an interesting little fellow has arrived. Badu said, seated with his back turned to the others. Badu, should we not pay some attention? A cautious individual inquired. There are countless affairs in the universe. Must we involve ourselves in every single one? As long as they comply and provide me with profits, that is sufficient, Badu replied, inhaling deeply from his pipe. Seemingly unconcerned. Yes, Batu, Shioka, that group possesses considerable strength. With Captain Shio's absent, perhaps we should refrain from provoking them for the time being. One of Shioka's subordinates suggested. Smack, you insolent fool. Who decides what happens, you or I? Shioka exclaimed, slapping his subordinate across the face in frustration. Why, yes. The subordinate clutched his cheek, falling silent. I must acquire that item. Perhaps I can use it to gain Frisia's favor. Shioka's laughter resonated throughout the room. While his subordinates regarded him as a simpleton that if not for his brother's influence, they would have little desire to associate with this schemer. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions had successfully registered a mercenary organization, naming it the Blaze Mercenary Group. They had even accepted a challenging task from the Mercenary Guild that, of course, while this mission seemed daunting to others, it posed little difficulty for Jiang Yun and his team, as each of them could amplify their strength several-fold in an instant. They had chosen not to conceal their abilities, save for Jiang Yun, whose power, if revealed, would undoubtedly astonish all in this realm. Thus, he maintained the energy levels around 5000 AS for the others. They did not conceal their strengths. They too required a visible display of power to deter the petty intrusions of lurking foes. They undertook a challenging mission, deemed arduous due to its objective of eradicating a band of space pirates, whose leader possessed formidable combat prowess reaching 8,500. This pirate chief, known for his cunning intellect, refrained from absolute annihilation. He allowed passage through his domain for a fee. However, the astute merchants were unwilling to accept such exploitation. Consequently, they banded together to offer a substantial bounty for the capture of this band of pirates. Aptly named the Blacklie Bandits, with their leader bearing the same name. Aware of their bounty, the Blacklie Bandits seethed with fury, demanding an increased toll whenever merchant goods were delivered. Those who dared to resist were met with lethal consequences. In a bid for survival, the merchants had no choice but to comply. Despite the Blacklie Bandits' awareness of the bounty on their heads, they could not afford to act too ruthlessly. Excessive brutality would undoubtedly provoke the ire of powerful figures. For the sake of long-term interests, they opted to spare these merchants, albeit with a slight increase in fees to appease their own anger. Lord Shioka, I bring you good news. One of Shioka's subordinates excitedly burst into the room. Ha ha! What news could possibly bring such joy? Shioka exclaimed, rising from his seat to gaze at him. Lord Shioka, do you remember the Black Lie? The subordinate looked at Shioka with a somewhat lewd expression. Stop looking at me like that. Speak quickly, Shioka retorted, slapping the subordinate, whose gaze sent shivers down his spine. Yes, Lord Shioka. The subordinate covered his face, appearing quite aggrieved. Yet upon seeing Shioka's hand poised again, he hastily continued. The group you instructed me to monitor has taken on the mission to eliminate the Blacklie Bandits, which greatly benefits us? You mean the Blacklie hovering near the asteroid belt? Heaven has paved a path for him, yet he chooses to enter the gates of hell. Shioka's expression darkened. If that is indeed the case, inform the Blacklie to capture that brat alive. He possesses something I desire. Shioka's demeanor revealed a sinister edge upon realizing that the ruthless Blacklie had connections with the Lone Wolf mercenary group. It turned out that Blacklie had once known Shioka's brother and shared a bond of camaraderie. Later, as Shioka became a mercenary, Blacklie resorted to a life of piracy. Both carved out their reputations, yet Blacklie's identity often attracted the wrath of various mercenary groups. Thus, he sought Shioka's brother. Shoshi to provide information on those pursuing him, promising certain rewards in return. Naturally, Shoshi, enticed by the prospect of gain, agreed. From that point on, the Black-Lied Bandits became notorious in the region. Although Black-Lie's combat ability was not exceptionally high, he was not to be underestimated. With Shoshi's assistance, he thrived, evading capture time and again, until eventually, no one was willing to pursue him, deeming it a futile endeavor. Oh, Shoka, are you suggesting that I assist in capturing a scion of a prominent family? Black-Lie swirled his wine glass, downing its contents in one gulp. Seems you're living quite comfortably. Shoka observed with a playful smirk, lifting his own glass and consuming its contents. I am not like you, young Master Shoka. My life is one earned at the cost of my very existence. Meanwhile, you flourish under your brother's protection. Black-Lie retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Humph. I have no time for idle chatter. This venture's profits will be split 50-50. Shoka's annoyance flared at the implication that he relied solely on his brother. No. I will take 60. You take 40, Black-Lie greedily countered, his tone brooking no dissent. You are quite bold. Fine, 60-40 it is, but that brat must remain alive. Shoka gritted his teeth, glaring at Black-Lie. How refreshing. I will ensure this matter is handled properly. Black-Lie replied, clearly pleased. Humph. Let us go. Feeling slighted, Shoka hurriedly departed with his subordinates. However, unbeknownst to anyone, as he turned away, a sly smile crept across his lips. His true objective was not the wealth possessed by Jiang Yun, but rather the extraordinary capsule technology. If he were to master this technology, riches would flow endlessly, while Black-Lie remained blissfully unaware that he was merely a pawn in Shoka's game. As Shoka vanished from sight, one of Black-Lie's underlings remarked, Boss, this Shoka is notoriously stingy. I can't believe he agreed so readily. You don't understand. This fool thinks himself clever, yet his little schemes are hardly worth noting, were it not for his brother's connections. I wouldn't have bothered with him at all. His eagerness to comply suggests he harbors some secret, likely tied to that brat he mentioned. Once we capture that brat, the secret will be ours. Black-Lie's eyes sparkled with excitement as he chuckled heartily. Boss, you truly are the boss, one of his subordinates flattered. Laughter echoed through the hall as the Black-Lie bandits celebrated. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions prepared to confront the Black-Lie bandits. Having gathered intelligence from the mercenary guild regarding their foes, they too possessed the ability to sense energy signatures. As they approached the region where the Black-Lie bandits operated, they would inevitably detect them. There was no need to worry about the bandits fleeing upon encountering them. The Black-Lie bandits employed their own detectors, and the superficial combat capabilities of the Blazing Flame team were comparatively low, even inferior to those of the bandits. Crucially, Jiang Yun's highest combat power was merely 8,000, leading the Black-Lie bandits to perceive him as an ignorant young master. The tiger does not fear a flock of sheep. Yet, what the Black-Lie bandits could not fathom was that Jiang Yun and his companions were wolves clad in sheep's clothing, with Jiang Yun himself being akin to a fierce golden wolf. During the year when the Martial Alliance's members underwent training, Jiang Yun did not remain idle. He leveraged the upgraded gravity training room developed by Dr. Brief to elevate his combat power from 50,000 to an astonishing 120,000. You read that correctly. 120,000. This level of strength was comparable to that of Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Force. Not to mention, Jiang Yun possessed numerous hidden cards. When fully unleashed, his power could potentially reach around 1,000,008 this point in the timeline. As long as he did not encounter characters from the original storyline, his strength could easily surpass 99.9% of beings in the universe. However, he understood the need for caution. The universe was vast and unpredictable, teeming with ancient and powerful races. The Frisia family had only risen to prominence in recent centuries, and their ancestor, Chilled, was merely a cosmic pirate. One must not place blind faith in the original narrative. It could serve as a reference, but not as an absolute truth, for this was a tangible world. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun was confident that with sufficient strength, he could navigate any plots or changes that arose, forcefully breaking through all obstacles. Their destination was a particular asteroid belt, the primary operational area of the Black-Lie bandits, rumored to be their stronghold. The terrain's complexity likely contributed to its selection as a base. However, combat in the vastness of space would necessitate specialized battle suits. Yet, therein lay a risk. Should an enemy breach the suit, one would be exposed to the void of space. Jiang Yun had contemplated this issue, recalling instances when Earth had been subjected to assaults aimed at exposing warriors like Goku to the cosmos. Neither the Saiyans nor the Earthlings are capable of existing directly in the vastness of space. Jiang Yun was initially left speechless upon discovering this paradox. Such formidable beings, yet unable to survive in the cosmos. Over the years, Jiang Yun has dedicated himself to researching how humanity might thrive among the stars, aspiring to enhance the physical capabilities of humankind, essentially aiming for human evolution. However, his exposure to knowledge remains limited, necessitating further strengthening of his foundation, hence the current expedition into the cosmos. Although he has yet to achieve the ability to traverse the universe in a physical form, he has devised a method for survival in space, creating a protective barrier of chi that can transform the dispersed primordial energy of the cosmos into essential substances for the human body. The essence of this primordial energy is the source of life, thereby yielding this effect that it differs from the protective shields depicted in the original text, as it does not defend against attacks, but merely forms a transparent isolation barrier. Jiang Yun and his companions navigate through the asteroid belt when, unexpectedly, they discern a vast ambush of individuals ahead. Yet, they feign ignorance, continuing toward the concealed location as part of their ruse. Suddenly, a burst of chi strikes a colossal floating rock, and the enemy emerges like mushrooms after rain, surrounding them completely. These fools have been so easily ambushed by us. Let's see how they escape now. Clearly, the speaker is one of Black Lei's underlings. Oh ho! You dare to seek trouble with me. Black Lei? Such audacity! Are you unafraid of coming here alive, but leaving in a body bag? Black Lei's tone is exceedingly arrogant, accompanied by the raucous laughter of his minions, who regard Jiang Yun and his group as mere lambs for slaughter. Kid, if you beg for mercy, I might just spare you some suffering. Black Lei appears eager to witness Jiang Yun's face filled with terror. However, Jiang Yun disappoints him, maintaining a serene demeanor, as if facing nothing more than an insignificant insect. The members of the Flame Brigade surrounding them regard him with expressions akin to observing a fool. Their indifference incites Black Lei's fury, his face contorting with rage as he barks. Tear them apart. Capture the young man. I want him to feel profound fear. Charge! Our moment of glory has arrived. Capture that brat, and we shall earn the favor of Lord Black Lei. Damn ants, prepare to be punished. A continuous stream of Black Lei's lackeys rushes forth, yet not a single member of the Flame Brigade displays a hint of trepidation. Instead, they regard the minions with disdain, and the two sides swiftly engage in combat. The sheer number of Black Lei's forces is staggering, easily in the tens of thousands, so he harbors no worries about losing. Although the overall capability of the Flame Brigade surpasses theirs, such levels are not uncommon among Black Lei's bandits. He is utterly unconcerned about Jiang Yun and his group escaping, with so many adversaries. Allowing them to flee would be akin to seeking a tofu to crash into. Black Lei revels in the thought of Jiang Yun weeping before him. Begging for mercy, he feels no apprehension of defeat in the face of overwhelming power. Nor does he believe Jiang Yun and his companions possess any chance of victory. The minions rush toward Jiang Yun and his party like meteors, yet he refrains from intervening, evidently confident that his underlings can easily handle the 100-odd individuals. His gaze lingers on Jiang Yun for a moment. Despite the boy's ethereal demeanor, Black Lei detects no threat from him. Instead, he senses danger emanating from Bu Chen's presence. As for Jiang Yun, he merely notes the poise characteristic of someone from a prestigious family. However, in the face of absolute power, all else is rendered meaningless. Black Lei's attention is fixated on Bu Chen, perceiving him as the strongest warrior among them. Indeed, Jiang Yun's current strength is far too elevated for Black Lei to sense, given their vast disparity in realms. Yet Bu Chen's displayed combat prowess merits his attention. Nevertheless, he harbors no excessive concern. According to the combat detection device, Bu Chen's strength hovers around 8000 AS for himself. Outsiders believe his power to be around 8,500, yet over the past 2 years, he has elevated his combat prowess to approximately 9,800, drawing ever closer to the elusive 10,000 mark. Heh. Once his strength surpasses that of those who once hunted him, they shall pay the price. This is a secret unknown even to Xiao Ka's brother, Xiao Si. Only Black Lei is privy to this information. As the crowd confronts the advancing foes, they remain unperturbed, engaging in battle with ease, for they perceive the combat experience of their adversaries as woefully inadequate. Their understanding of qi cultivation is primitive, lacking even the basic concept of it. They can effortlessly take on dozens of equals. Their experiences in the virtual universe's life and death, trials not being in vain in that realm. Death is a distant worry. The agony of dying is simply too unforgettable, and repeated failures may trigger the system's protective mechanism, preventing matches for a time. Thus, most individuals avoid reaching such extremes, typically suffering only severe injuries, or merely stopping short of fatality. Gradually, as the enemy numbers swell, the Flame Brigade begins employing Jiangwang Fist to counter their foes. In an instant, various chi blasts and skills fill the chaotic asteroid belt, resulting in a relentless series of explosions. Waves of shock reverberate through the cosmic expanse. Though silent, the energy unleashed manifests vividly. The energy attacks of the Flame Brigade bear the unmistakable hallmark of Jiang Yun. Swift, precise, and ruthless, Jiang Yun has even developed a technique for dealing with group battles: the explosive shockwave. Although it does not significantly enhance combat power, its rapid-fire nature triggers explosions upon hitting enemies, making it an ideal skill for clearing out minions, albeit unsuitable for one-on-one encounters, as it leaves one vulnerable to counterattacks. As the battle rages on, Black Lei gradually realizes something is amiss. How is it that they have yet to subdue the mere 100 opponents before them? He gazes toward an area marked by an explosion and is left dumbfounded. How is it possible that his minions have been blasted hundreds of meters away by a single wave of chi from an adversary of comparable strength? The devastation is unprecedented. Moreover, what sorcery is this that allows these individuals' combat power to surge so dramatically? While he dismisses the increase in power from these fighters, he cannot ignore the possibility that this individual's strength might be rising as well. His gaze shifts to Buchun, while Jiang Yun is overlooked entirely. A flicker of apprehension crossing his visage, alongside a hint of tension. You need not look further. Your opponent is me. Buchun, having discerned Black Lei's intent, realizes that the latter is momentarily bewildered by the unfolding situation. Without allowing Black Lei time to ponder, Buchun prepares to strike. Jiang Yun, on the other hand, appears intrigued, as if anticipating a captivating duel. Buchun swiftly advances toward Black Lei, whose mindset is on the verge of exploding. Damn Xiao Ka! How could such critical information be so poorly conveyed? After this, I shall tear you apart. Even though Black Lei acknowledges that Xiao Ka may not have been aware of the adversary's details, the thought of being so thoroughly duped ignites his fury. Soon after, Black Lei realizes that Buchun's combat prowess is not as formidable as he had imagined. Yet what he does not know is that Buchun is merely operating at his baseline state. Despite this, it is not as straightforward as he assumes, for Buchun, with a power level around 8,000, is subtly matching him blow for blow. While Black Lei maintains the upper hand, Buchun manages to retaliate effectively. Their clash is incredibly fierce, sending shockwaves rippling through the cosmos. Wonderful! Black Lei is gaining the upper hand. Hold firm. If Black Lei prevails, victory will surely be ours. The captain under Black Lei has also realized that Black Lei is gaining the upper hand. Should Black Lei prevail, he would soon be able to lend assistance to them, thereby resolving their difficulties with ease. The other Black Lei bandits erupted in joyous cheers, their morale visibly bolstered by that moment. Buchun was astonished to find that with a combat power of around 8,000, he was able to contend with Black Lei to this extent. He had not anticipated that Black Lei's use of energy was so rudimentary, and his combat techniques were exceedingly poor, laden with excessive movements. This was the very reason Buchun was able to hold his ground against Black Lei. However, Buchun was no longer inclined to prolong the contest. He thus activated the double King Ginger Fist, instantly elevating his combat power to 16,000. In that moment, Black Lai felt an overwhelming pressure. With a loud crash, during their next clash, Buchun struck Black Lai so forcefully that he was hurled against a floating boulder, sending up a massive cloud of dust and even embedding Black Lai's body deep into the rock. Buchun hovered in the starry expanse, gazing at the dust-laden area, acutely aware that the opponent's energy was beginning to wane. Suddenly, Buchun's pupils widened in shock as a pair of enormous hands emerged from the dust, gripping tightly around his neck, propelling him through several floating stones until he collided with a massive meteorite, finally coming to a halt. "Damn little insect, how shall I deal with you? I will tear your limbs apart piece by piece." At this moment, Black Lai's tone was laden with a somber, yet evidently frenzied madness. "Ha ha! Are you feeling cocky?" Black Lai's maniacal demeanor instilled fear in those who beheld it. He seized Buchun, who lay on the ground, and flung him violently away, causing him to crash heavily into the meteorite, creating yet another crater. Boom! Although no sound reached their ears, it felt palpable nonetheless. Coughing, Buchun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn! What is happening? How can his combat power surge so dramatically? Buchun was incredulous, for within his perception, Black Lai's combat power had suddenly skyrocketed to 30,000. 3,000 combat power. How is that possible? Buchun's expression was one of disbelief. Yet, observing from the sidelines, Jiang Yun had discerned the truth. While Black Lai was shrouded in dust, he had stealthily produced a small black vial and ingested its contents when Buchun was not paying attention. Subsequently, Black Lai's body underwent an unknown transformation. Jiang Yun was intrigued by this, yet he could clearly see that such a potion evidently bore significant side effects. Not only did it deplete his potential, but it also drained his vitality. "Damn insect, you have forced me to pay such a steep price. Tell me, how should I concoct your demise?" Black Lai roared in fury and charged at Buchun once more. Relying on his exquisite combat skills, Buchun cautiously evaded Black Lai's assaults, who was now blinded by rage. However, it was evident that Black Lai's combat power had surpassed Buchun by a considerable margin. Despite Buchun's refined techniques, the overwhelming might of Black Lai rendered his speed insurmountable. Although Buchun's perception kept pace, he found himself struggling to cope with the onslaught. Jiang Yun observed Buchun's reluctance to unleash his full potential. Clearly intending to hone his skills, that he refrained from intervening, instead watching with keen interest to see how far Buchun could push himself at the present, despite Buchun's combat power being only around 16,000. His profound cultivation allowed him to contend with those possessing approximately 20,000 combat power. Although Black Lai boasted a staggering 30,000, the abrupt surge had made it difficult for him to maintain control, limiting his effective combat power to about 25,000. Thus, Buchun was effectively battling someone only a few thousand combat power above him, though the process was undoubtedly fraught with peril. No, this cannot continue. While having such an opponent to refine my skills is a rare opportunity, this is no child's play. The pressure of life and death may swiftly enhance my cultivation, but sacrificing my life is not worth it. Buchun mused inwardly. A suitable training partner like this was indeed hard to come by. With Jiang Yun by his side, Buchun felt secure, understanding that Jiang Yun's objective was to sharpen his and others' abilities. However, during previous training sessions, Buchun had noticed Jiang Yun's considerable progress. If this continued, he would find it difficult to keep pace with Jiang Yun. Thus, Buchun's current reckless behavior was a stark departure from his usual cautious nature. This was all in pursuit of keeping up with Jiang Yun. It's time, quadruple King Ginger Fist. In an instant, Buchun's combat power surged to 32,000 points. This was not the crude power derived from a potion, but rather a strength he could fully control. In mere moments, the suppressed Buchun seized the advantage. The energy storm generated by their clash sent the nearby Black Lai bandits tumbling away. This area instantly transformed into a vacuum, with the energy waves from their confrontation shimmering in the starry sky, radiating dazzling brilliance. How is this possible? His combat power has risen again, Black Lai exclaimed in shock. Disbelief etched across his face that he was well aware that he had laid all his cards on the table, having procured this potion at great expense from the Cosmic Trading Alliance. Yet, the side effects of this potion were immense, depleting his potential and costing him a decade of his vitality. Despite such a heavy toll, he had failed to vanquish Buchun. Instead, he was being pushed back relentlessly. The two paused, with Blacklight gasping for breath. His gaze icy as he regarded Buchun, as though he could shred him with a stare. Blacklight, surrender. Do not engage in futile struggles. Buchun crossed his arms and addressed the panting Blacklight. A flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. Ha ha. For decades, I, Blacklight, have roamed this star domain. Who would have thought that I would now be reduced to a state where I am bullied by a mere dog? Are you insulting me? I, Blacklight, am a figure of significance in this region. You dare demand my surrender. Blacklight's face twisted in madness, as if Buchun's word had struck a nerve deep within him. Oh, I did not expect you to possess some backbone. Buchun was taken aback by Blacklight's response, surprised that the leader of these bandits had a semblance of grit. And no wonder he had managed to survive unscathed for decades without being eradicated. The surrounding Blacklight bandits watched in horror as their leader found himself in such peril, their eyes widening in disbelief. Their lord Blacklight had been so thoroughly beaten. Damn it, that person is hiding his combat power. They fear they had been targeted by others, believing that the Fiery Flame team had been hired to eliminate them. After all, there were indeed individuals in the universe who concealed their true strength, and they assumed Jiang Yun's group belonged to such a race. Haha, come die with me. You think I will surrender? You are 1,000 years too early. Blacklight issued a terrifying laugh, imbued with a sinister aura that sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, Blacklight charged at Buchun, emanating a blinding white light. Buchun's heart tightened, fearing that Blacklight was about to unleash a formidable technique. He instinctively braced himself for the incoming assault. As Blacklight approached, the light emanating from him grew ever brighter, his aura more terrifying. Suddenly, Buchun seemed to realize something and swiftly turned his head, shouting, "Fiery Flame Team, activate the protective shield." Boom! A blinding flash of white light erupted, instantly obliterating the surrounding meteorites with tremendous energy, engulfing everything in its wake. The enormous shockwave extended to the battlefield where the Fiery Flame Team was located, causing some Blacklight bandits to perish in the energy surge. Meanwhile, the area where Buchun stood was shrouded in thick smoke and dust. "Captain, quick, check if the captain is all right." The members of the Blazing Flame Squad, having received a timely warning from Buchun, activated their protective shields and narrowly escaped disaster. However, Buchun found himself in a different predicament. The team hurriedly rushed to his location, as the intensity of the explosion left them uncertain about Buchun's safety. By the time they arrived, the dust began to settle, revealing two figures that it was Jiang Yun who had rescued Buchun, having anticipated He Lai's intentions. Jiang Yun could hardly believe that He Lai had been so resolute as to self-detonate. As for Buchun, he had reacted too slowly, only managing to alert his comrades in time. Yet at the critical moment, Jiang Yun had saved him. The members of the Blazing Flame Squad breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Buchun was unharmed, and their expressions quickly turned to anger directed at the remaining He Lai bandits. With He Lai's demise, the morale of the bandits suffered a significant blow, and they began to retreat under the relentless assault of the squad. After He Lai's self-destruction, the remaining bandits were nothing more than a disorganized rabble, posing little threat. The Blazing Flame Squad swiftly eliminated the remaining He Lai bandits, their casualties being nearly equivalent to those caused by He Lai's explosion. In fact, one could say that He Lai had inadvertently alleviated their burden. The Blazing Flame Squad, having experienced battle, exhibited a newfound demeanor. The distinction between having taken a life and not having done so was stark, and their momentum was palpably different. Once the last of the He Lai bandits had been vanquished, the group's emotions settled, and they turned their gazes toward Jiang Yun, awaiting his command up Buchun. "What say you?" Jiang Yun inquired, eager to hear Buchun's response. "Brother Yun, I was indeed careless this time. I apologize for my impulsiveness. I intended to use this opportunity for self-improvement, but I nearly made a grave mistake." Buchun confessed, his face flushed with shame. "Buchun, I understand your desire to catch up to me, but such progress is not achieved overnight. Do you not realize that even the smallest drop of water can wear away stone, and that one mountain can be used to attack another?" Jiang Yun replied calmly, gazing at Buchun. Cultivation is a matter of accumulation. Without laying the groundwork, how can one hope to travel 1,000 miles? Jiang Yun's words struck Bu Chun like a revelation, but he felt a deep sense of shame. Indeed, there is no such thing as instant success. Brother Yun has dedicated far more time and effort to his training than I have, making it all the more difficult for me to catch up to him. Observing Bu Chun's expression of realization, Jiang Yun felt a sense of quiet joy, hopeful that he would not repeat the same mistake in the future. Having been influenced by numerous web novels in his previous life, Jiang Yun was acutely aware of the tropes where antagonists ultimately turn on those closest to the protagonist, forcing the protagonist to channel their grief into motivation, ultimately defeating the antagonist. Thus, he never underestimated his opponents and always kept several cards close to his chest that I end this world, where the strong survive. Exhausting one's trump cards is tantamount to courting death, leaving no room for complacency. All right. It's not a matter of great consequence. The mission has been accomplished. Let us return. Jiang Yun did not overly chastise Bu Chun, as he had anticipated such occurrences. However, Brother Yun, the precision with which the Hei Lai bandits ambushed us suggests that someone must have informed them of our whereabouts. Bu Chun, now regaining his composure, pondered the peculiarities of the situation. How did the Hei Lai bandits know they would come to eliminate them, even preparing an ambush in advance? Had they not possessed some skill, they might have been utterly annihilated. We have only been here for a day, and our only contact has been the vice-captain of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with intelligence, as if possessing the ability to see through the hearts of others. This matter we shall settle upon our return. Jiang Yun decided to head back. Yes, the group fell silent. Clearly aware of Jiang Yun's unwavering authority, they swiftly boarded the spacecraft, one of which had sustained damage, the very one they had arrived in, while an ordinary group would have been at a loss. Needing to repair the vessel before proceeding, Jiang Yun simply retrieved another ship from the multifunctional capsule. During their journey, Dr. Brief had specifically prepared 3 ships for Jiang Yun, evidently anticipating potential damage. The spaceship soared away like a comet, leaving no trace in its wake. What did you say? You mean they actually escaped from Hei Lai's clutches? How is that possible? Shioka paced anxiously in the room, his face a mask of panic. It is true, Lord Shioka. I even visited the battlefield where they fought, and that entire asteroid belt has been utterly destroyed. One member of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps was wide-eyed with astonishment. One could only imagine the shock he experienced upon witnessing the scene that if they return, what will become of Hei Lai? No. It must be so. They surely escaped from Hei Lai's grasp. Shioka's face betrayed disbelief, and he struggled to accept such a conclusion. But, are you insane? Stop talking. One member seemed poised to say more, but was restrained by another, clearly of the same race, suggesting a close relationship. Shioka could evidently not accept this news. If informed now, he might well tear the informant apart. The other member, recalling Shioka's typical behavior, shuddered at the thought and promptly fell silent. What are you two whispering about? Shioka's gaze darkened, casting a suspicious glare at the pair. Nothing, Lord Shioka. We completely agree with your assessment. They must have fled in a state of disarray from the Hei Lai bandits. The more diplomatic of the two spoke up. Upon hearing this, Shioka's mood brightened considerably, as if the fear within him had diminished significantly. Moreover, Lord Shioka, even if they did return, they would have no knowledge that you informed the Hei Lai bandits of their whereabouts. It is entirely unrelated to you. This astute individual adeptly flattered his superior, aligning with Shioka's sentiments. Shioka beamed. You are quite clever. You shall be my personal guard from now on, accompanying me in my endeavors. Clearly pleased by this praise, Shioka clapped the individual on the shoulder. Yes, it is my honor. The individual's expression turned pale instantly, yet he dared not defy Shioka, merely echoing his words, all the while mentally cursing Shioka's ancestry. Brother Yun, do we truly need to bind Shioka? However, we lack any concrete evidence linking him to the incident. Bu Chun expressed his surprise. Bu Chun, you must remember that in this universe, as long as your power remains formidable, whatever actions you take will be deemed just. Jiang Yun's gaze drifted toward the horizon, reminiscent of the slumbering destroyer god, whose slightest provocation could obliterate a planet, with no one daring to label him as wrong. In the original narrative, Had it not been for Goku's intervention, Earth might very well have ceased to exist. Although the destroyer god, Beerus, later coexisted amicably with Goku and others, such rapport stemmed solely from the recognition bestowed upon him. The essence of this world is merely the survival of the fittest. Remember, to safeguard Earth, one must learn to relinquish the compassion within. The universe is not a child's game. It is far more brutal than you can imagine. Jiang Yun's words struck at Bu Chen's core, imparting the harsh realities of the cosmos. Proceed with this minor matter. Handle Shioka as you see fit. Jiang Yun then turned to retire to his quarters, leaving Bu Chen in contemplative silence. After Jiang Yun departed, Bu Chen sank into deep thought. Gradually, he tilted his head to gaze at the ceiling, and suddenly, a spider web in one corner captured his attention. In this bustling, brightly lit hotel, such a spider seemed remarkably out of place, having taken root in such an incongruous location. Yet, no one seemed to notice this tiny creature. Suddenly, Bu Chen felt a flicker of interest in this diminutive being. What could this little life possibly be? He gazed silently at the intricate web, observing the minuscule spider. The light from outside streamed into the room, and while Bu Chen might have found it particularly comforting at other times, in this moment, he felt a chill, even a hint of oppression. That moment, a mosquito wobbled into view, as if it had just indulged in a feast of human blood, blissfully unaware of the peril it was approaching. The spider, sensing its prey drawing near, became still, attempting to minimize its presence. In a moment of clarity, Bu Chen gained insight. The mosquito slowly approached the web, oblivious to the danger, swaying as it advanced. Unsurprisingly, it collided with the web, and only then did it realize the peril it had encountered. Desperately, it struggled, but the spider ensnared it with increasingly thick strands of silk, gradually obscuring its form. Eventually, the mosquito ceased its struggles, having lost all signs of life. Suddenly, a tumult of thoughts surged in Bu Chen's mind, akin to a drop of water disturbing the surface of a tranquil pond, creating ripples both chaotic and orderly. That moment, he seemed to comprehend Jiang Yun's words. Even in the brightest lights, there exists danger. After the triumph of victory, peace is not guaranteed. Bu Chen also understood that while the universe is magnificent, beneath its dazzling brilliance lies a ruthless threat. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun remained unaware of Bu Chen's thoughts. He simply knew he would not let him down. Setting this matter aside, Jiang Yun began to ponder. Only after witnessing the vastness of the universe can one grasp the insignificance of humanity. What is the universe? It is the collective term for the boundless space and the myriad celestial bodies within it, along with the diffuse matter. Simultaneously, it encompasses the essence of time and space. And what of humanity? And what of Qi? What is the essence of cultivation? Everything possesses Qi. Qi is fundamental, the source, the genesis of life, the primordial essence of the universe. This moment, cosmic stars flickered through Jiang Yun's mind. Along with rivers, lakes, and seas, the vast expanse of heaven and earth filling his thoughts. The formless primordial Qi began to flow into Jiang Yun's being, gentle and inconspicuous, subtly transforming him. His cells seemed to rejoice. The speed of cellular division slowing, while vitality surged within them. In that instant, his spiritual power began to experience a tremendous enhancement, refined and concentrated, surpassing even the spiritual strength attained by a deity after inheriting divine power. Now, he could accomplish feats akin to those of Sun Wukong in the original text, perhaps even with greater speed, for his body resonated harmoniously with the primordial Qi. If the king of the realm were to witness this, he would surely be astonished, for in the original narrative, he taught Wukong to sense the presence of Qi solely through Wukong's innocent heart and pure spirit. Yet now, there was a person whose affinity with Qi surpassed even that. An achievement the king himself had not attained. This moment, Jiang Yun's body bore a hint of divinity, significantly extending his lifespan. Upon awakening, Jiang Yun noticed the changes within himself, filled with joy as he entered that mysterious realm. Akin to the legendary moment of enlightenment, he even began to draw closer to immortality. This was what he had long sought, and he hoped to reach that exalted state where the heavens may crumble. Yet he remains unscathed, where time and causality do not bind him. As Jiang Yun immersed himself in this state of enlightenment, Bu Chun commenced his own actions. Have you located Shioka? Bu Chun inquired of those previously dispatched to find her whereabouts. Report, Captain, Shioka has gone to participate in the Vegetable People Battle. One of the members from the Blaze team respectfully replied. The Vegetable People Battle? What is that? Bu Chen's face flashed with surprise at the mention of this. Prompting his question, Wang Tung. Let me explain. The individual, whose name was Wang Tung, interjected with excitement. If Jiang Yun were present, he would undoubtedly remark on Wang Tung's potential for greatness. The Vegetable People Battle, as the name implies, is a conflict among the vegetable people. Puffed. The sound of others hissing echoed. Can't we tell it's a battle among vegetable people? Do you need to clarify further? Exactly. Oh, come on, stop keeping us in suspense, and just tell us. The others chimed in impatiently. All right, I'll explain, he said, clearing his throat before continuing. The vegetable people are not a single race. They're vegetables that have been cultivated by others. What? You mean the vegetable people are like the vegetables we grow on Earth? Vegetables? How do vegetables fight? I assent that a joke. Let me tell you, these so-called vegetable people are indeed cultivated beings. They merely require fertile soil to be grown. In fact, the combat prowess of these vegetable people is quite formidable. They could easily overpower us from a year ago, the individual continued, his face filled with astonishment. Bu Chun marveled at the wonders of the universe. The existence of vegetable people was indeed astonishing. Truly, the universe is vast and full of wonders. There are beings that can be cultivated. In reality, they do not qualify as true humans. We should refer to them as vegetable-type biohumans, existing as a result of cultivation, obeying the commands of those who cultivated them. And what exactly is this vegetable people battle? What does it have to do with Shioka? One person queried, hitting the nail on the head at this point. The speaker, named Amon Chung, began to explain. The vegetable people battle is an entertainment event on this planet, with prizes for the winners. This time, Shioka from the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps will be participating. Amon Chung paused before continuing. The rules of this grand competition involve determining the victor through battles between the cultivated vegetable people. The vegetable people are generally comparable in strength, with the key to victory resting on the quality of the soil they were grown in. The richer the soil, the stronger the vegetable people of the same level. But isn't that cheating? Someone questioned. That falls within the bounds of the rules. Many have spent significant sums to acquire alien soil for this competition. Amon Chung explained. Captain, should we go take a look? Wang Tung, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head. Bu Chun understood their desire to witness the event, and since their target was present as well, he replied, Let us go take a look. Wait, I'll call the leader. Bu Chun made his way to Jiang Yun's room. Jiang Yun observed the bustling scene outside, where many were rushing forward. Not long ago, he had been abruptly pulled out by Bu Chun, who suggested they check out this vegetable people battle. Jiang Yun was also bewildered. He knew what vegetable people were, but what on earth was this vegetable people battle? After hearing Bu Chen's explanation, he understood, marveling at how creatively the beings of the universe play. Watching the throngs of people heading toward the competition venue, Jiang Yun felt a flicker of curiosity about this so-called vegetable people battle. After so much time spent in cultivation, a little outing wouldn't hurt. After all, balance between work and leisure is essential. Upon their arrival at the venue for the vegetable people battle, they found themselves amidst a sea of humanity. The cheers of the crowd reminded him of the fervor of fan culture from his past life, surpassing even that. Sir, do you need a ticket? I have some premium tickets available. A person discreetly winked at Jiang Yun, his cautious demeanor making it clear to Jiang Yun that scalpers existed even on alien planets. Clearly, he intended to make a hefty profit from the vegetable people battle, but Jiang Yun was not stingy with his money and promptly paid. Though it was slightly pricier than the tickets obtained through queuing, it spared him the wait and secured better seats. What's not to like? The scalper showed no curiosity as to why Jiang Yun purchased over 100 tickets. Due to his deliberate observation, he evidently discerned that Jiang Yun and his companions were in cahoots. Thus he chose them as his target. Selling tickets one by one would lack excitement, wouldn't it? After selling the tickets to Jiang Yun, the scalper continued to inquire with others. Jiang Yun and his group entered the venue, which was exceedingly vast. Were it on Earth, it would undoubtedly be considered one of the wonders of the world. However, on Shilong Star, such grandeur was rather commonplace. as the technological prowess of Chilong Star far surpassed that of Earth. This disparity allowed for the effortless construction of edifices that could not be built on Earth. The venue was enveloped by a semicircular structure soaring to a height of 10,000 meters, exuding an aesthetic of advanced technology, its metallic sheen indicative of an unknown alloy. Soon, they spotted Shioka, who had come to participate in the competition, though he did not notice them due to the overwhelming number of contestants. To their surprise, they encountered members of the Rose Mercenary Corps on the premises. The fact that the Rose Mercenary Corps had also come to compete was quite startling. Oh, how lively it was! It was rumored that the Rose Mercenary Corps harbored animosity towards the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. A fierce battle was surely imminent. According to intel from his subordinates, Jiang Yun was well aware of the deep-seated enmity between the two mercenary factions. While the specifics remained unclear, the rivalry between the two corps was common knowledge. One could clearly see that approximately 100 contestants were divided among 5 arenas, with rules akin to those of the World Martial Arts Championship. Due to the matching process, there were instances of buys. The competition commenced swiftly, and various contestants showcased their prowess, with the vegetable warriors Jiang Yun remembered making their appearances to his delight. What he initially expected to be a tedious affair turned out to be captivating. This was somewhat different from what Jiang Yun had witnessed in his past life. Perhaps the essence was similar, yet many participants brought specially cultivated soil to the competition. In truth, the prize money for this contest was substantial, amounting to a considerable fortune, roughly equivalent to 10 sets of the luxurious Tang Chunni pin. While this sum was not insignificant, to someone who controlled a significant portion of the Western capital, money was merely a means to an end. Sufficient was all that mattered. After becoming the second largest shareholder of the Universal Capsule Company, Jiang Yun's perception of money had devolved into mere digits. However, when it came to gold, he found himself lacking, as it remained the universal currency across the cosmos. Before long, the atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. Shioka, you are quite lacking. How can a man be so feeble? Taunted a member of the Rose Mercenary Corps, who was a commander named Lon Peeling, second only to the leader, Black Rose. Woman, do not revel in your triumph. You had best pray not to cross paths with me. Otherwise, I shall make you feel like a defeated cur. Shioka shot a venomous glare at Lon Peeling, his tone laced with hostility. I truly look forward to that moment, but I hope you can last until we meet. With that, she turned away, denying Shioka any chance to respond. Shioka watched Lon Peeling depart. His gaze flickered with malice and ferocity. Time passed swiftly, and only 5 contestants remained on the platforms. Suddenly, the 5 arenas began to shift and transform, converging into a singular super arena. The host, holding a microphone, boomed. Now, let us congratulate our contestants. Applause erupted, resonating with cheers from the crowd. Now allow us to introduce our competitors. First, we have the vice captain of the Poison Wolf Mercenary Corps, Shioka, and beside him, the contestant from the Whirlwind Mercenary Corps, Kasha, and let us not forget our most popular contestant, Miss Lon Peeling from the Rose Mercenary Corps. At this mention, the audience erupted in fervent applause, clearly favoring the representative from the Rose Mercenary Corps. Next, we have Jessica and Jedon from the Giant Rock Mercenary Corps. It is said that they are brothers, so let us anticipate their thrilling performance. The host's voice was enthusiastic and uplifting, adept at stirring the audience's emotions. Now, let the competition commence. We eagerly await the splendid displays from our contestants. Cheers erupted from every direction, deafening in their intensity. The first to step onto the stage were Kasha from the Whirlwind Mercenary Corps and Jessica from the Giant Rock Mercenary Corps. The 2 contestants engaged in a silent exchange of gazes before commencing the cultivation of their vegetable warriors. Utilizing their own specially prepared soil, contained within pots resembling flower planters, evidence of meticulous preparation, the vegetable warriors emerged from the soil. They grew at an astonishing rate, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Jiang Yun reminiscent of watching Pokemon battles. Although the combat was not particularly thrilling, the process itself proved to be quite entertaining. Relying solely on their cultivation skills was akin to a unique form of nurturing. Soon, the vegetable warriors clashed, with both competitors nearly evenly matched. However, as time elapsed, The finer details began to reveal themselves, suggesting that the girl was slightly more meticulous. Kasha ultimately triumphed over Jessica's vegetable warrior by a narrow margin. A process that left the audience on the edge of their seats, with the moment of victory akin to a roller coaster ride of emotion. Kasha advanced with exuberance, flashing a lively gesture to the crowd, who responded with cheers and congratulations for her win. The host clapped to celebrate Kasha's victory and remarked, "Thank you, Kasha, for the thrilling duel. Next, we welcome Miss Lawn Peeling from the Rose Mercenary Corps to face off against Jedhan from the Giant Rock Mercenary Corps." The host glanced at the roster before yielding the stage to the two contestants. Observing them, Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel as if he were witnessing a juxtaposition of beauty and beast, such a peculiar sight. If the Rose Mercenary Corps was characterized by their strikingly capable women, then the Giant Rock Mercenary Corps was comprised of towering, muscular men. While Jiang Yun assessed the competitors on stage, he suddenly sensed an intense gaze directed at him. Turning to follow the source, he was taken aback to find a woman, a remarkably beautiful one at that. Despite her veil, her figure was unmistakable, aligning perfectly with Earth's standards of beauty, her skin exceptionally fair. One would expect such a stunning woman to draw considerable attention, yet those around her remained fixated on the competition, seemingly indifferent to her presence, as if she were an ordinary individual. What captivated Jiang Yun even more was the revelation that this alluring woman possessed an astonishing combat power of 38,000, despite her outwardly displayed power being around 16,000. Intriguing. This formidable woman must be the legendary leader of the Rose Mercenary Corps, Black Rose. Such a captivating figure being referred to as Black Rose was clearly no ordinary matter. What piqued Jiang Yun's curiosity was why Black Rose concealed her true strength, especially as one of the three major factions. Did the other factions possess comparable power? This contradicted the findings of the Blaze team's investigations. However, Jiang Yun did not dwell on this matter, recognizing that in the vastness of the cosmos, possessing a few trump cards was entirely normal. After all, over time, who could say whether others had improved their strength? Black Rose, upon noticing Jiang Yun's gaze, was taken aback by his formidable mental prowess. It was rare for anyone to detect her scrutiny, let alone for a man to do so with such ease. Even her illusions seemed ineffective against him. Jiang Yun also sensed a unique energy surrounding her. Was it some form of superpower or the application of mental strength? Regardless, he made no overtures, merely nodding in acknowledgement towards Black Rose. Extending a gesture of goodwill, she appeared momentarily stunned, before reciprocating with a nod, acknowledging him. Turning back to the competition, Jiang Yun remained unfazed, his mind undisturbed by the unfolding events. Instead, the Black Rose found herself stirred by subtle ripples within her heart. She unexpectedly sensed a degree of intimacy emanating from Jiang Yun, which piqued her curiosity. The Black Rose, a race inherently close to nature, was taken aback by the warm aura that Jiang Yun exuded. This was the very reason she cast her gaze upon him, yet she was unprepared for the realization that her thoughts had been laid bare before another, observing Jiang Yun, who was engrossed in the competition. The Black Rose chose to relinquish her musings and, like him, focused on a match unfolding before them. That moment, the anticipated tension in the arena never materialized. Instead, a one-sided trend emerged, as Lawn Peeling swiftly subdued her opponent, ultimately achieving victory after a brief struggle. The arena erupted in enthusiastic applause. Indeed, a charming lady is always a welcome presence. However, the victorious Lawn Peeling displayed no signs of elation. Rather, she shot a defiant glance at Shioka. That glance ignited a fury within Shioka. What Jiang Yun perceived as a lovely lady, Shioka likely viewed quite differently. Shioka bore a resemblance to humans but sported crimson skin, akin to the red bull-headed and horse-faced beings encountered by Wukong in the depths of hell. In stark contrast to Shioka's ire, Lawn Peeling was in remarkably high spirits, her mood buoyed by the chaos she had wreaked upon him. Were it not for the presence of others, she might have burst into laughter. Her joy was not unfounded. After all, the animosity between her group and the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps had a backstory that stemmed from an incident where Shioka had brazenly seized a coveted target from the Rose Mercenary Corps, a rare and precious beast with a single horn. renowned for its immense medicinal value. This extraordinary beast was no pushover. Its combat prowess reached several thousand during a hunt. The Rose Mercenary Corps was on the verge of capturing it when Shioka barged in, violating the unspoken rules of the mercenary world that forbade interference in another's hunt. Such conduct was universally acknowledged. Otherwise, every time one sought to fulfill a mission, they would face unwelcome intrusions. Hence, any breach would lead to expulsion from the mercenary community. As Shioka approached, he unleashed a powder that incited the beast's fury, causing chaos and resulting in the deaths of several sisters from the Rose Mercenary Corps. The frenzied creature broke free from their encirclement, only to be slain by Shioka waiting outside to the time. Lon Peeling led the group, and afterward, they sought an explanation from the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. Yet, they staunchly denied any wrongdoing, claiming that the beast had escaped and was only shot down afterward. Such justifications were permissible, but the shameless Lone Wolf Corps refused to acknowledge their actions and instead accused the Rose Mercenary Corps of provoking trouble with baseless allegations. Shioka's brother, the leader of the Lone Wolf Corps, Shios, naturally supported him, while other mercenary groups, wary of Shios' reputation, chose to remain neutral, understanding the situation yet opting to observe the conflict rather than intervene. The Black Rose found herself unable to unleash her full potential due to special circumstances. Her outward abilities comparable to Shios's. Consequently, the matter was left unresolved, solidifying the enmity between the two mercenary factions. When Shioka took to the stage, he swiftly dispatched Kasha from the Whirlwind Mercenary Corps, then turned his attention to Lon Peeling, engaging in provocative behavior. The onlookers, aware of their long-standing feud, found this friction particularly enthralling, heightening their excitement. Soon, the moment of confrontation arrived. Both combatants radiated their formidable presence. Their combat prowess hovering around 6,000, a palpable tension enveloped the arena, giving rise to an invisible cyclone, leading some to mistakenly believe they were already locked in duel. The two competitors fixated on one another. Yet such a stare could not suffice for a match. The host was compelled to intervene and call for the competition to commence, dispersing the previously tense atmosphere. The two began exchanging verbal jabs. Shioka, the day will come when I hold you accountable for what you have done to us. Lon Peeling glared at him, her voice icy. How amusing. All this time, I have continued to live carefree. While your strength seems lacking, though your tongue is sharp, Shioka scoffed, his disdain palpable. Moreover, I distinctly recall the expressions of those who perished. Their incredulous faces were quite entertaining. You will eventually face retribution, Lon Peeling stammered, her anger rendering her momentarily speechless. She fell silent, for the host had declared the match to begin. As an emissary of the planet's authority, neither competitor harbored intentions of defiance. Both competitors mentally prepared themselves to decisively vanquish one another in this contest. Eager to humiliate the other thoroughly, they quickly assembled their materials for the competition. Shioka opted for a rare soil known as Black Cotton Earth, renowned for its exceptional vitality, found only on planets teeming with life. Despite its dark hue, it exuded a fragrant aroma. Lon Peeling presented a red soil called Fire Essence Earth, which thrived on the edges of volcanoes, but was only found beneath a special tree known as the Lava Holy Tree, capable of nurturing flora in volcanic regions. Yet, determining which of their respective soils was superior remained uncertain. Only through competition would the truth be revealed. Upon witnessing the soil they had brought forth, Jiang Yun discerned the rich vitality contained within, realizing that such potent energy could significantly enhance his cultivation if utilized in his training environment, that a twinge of envy arose within him. If he could access abundant quantities of either soil, his progress alongside the Martial Alliance would accelerate exponentially. The thought of such precious resources being squandered on mere vegetable warriors troubled him, as the two competitors began to plant their vegetable warriors. Jiang Yun acutely sensed the instant absorption of the soil's vitality by their creations. Lon Peeling and Shioka's vegetable warriors exhibited remarkable vigor, each one surpassing several of their counterparts in strength. While others marveled at the might of these vegetable warriors, Jiang Yun's focus lay on uncovering the essence behind their power. The discovery of this nutrient-rich soil brought him immense satisfaction. Perhaps he had stumbled upon a new path to strength. If he could unravel its mysteries, it might lead to significant advancements for the people of Earth. Even if one's innate talent pales in comparison to others, one can still compensate with resources. As the saying goes, wealth, companions, laws, and land. As for wealth, Jiang Yun is not lacking. Whatever resources he desires, as long as they exist on Earth, many individuals within the Martial Alliance would willingly present them to him. Regarding companions, Jiang Yun has plans for that in the future, but for now, let it be. Concerning laws, he has already begun to explore and has achieved certain results. As for land, he possesses a modicum. For after all, Earth is his domain. Although it may not reach the legendary status of paradisiacal realms, having witnessed this miraculous soil, as long as he comprehends the underlying principles, achieving such a paradise is not beyond reach. This is a matter for another time, so let us set it aside for now. Returning to the arena, the vegetable beings of both contenders are exceptionally formidable, even surpassing the might of Raditz upon his arrival on Earth. Should Raditz witness this, one can only wonder what his thoughts would be. The battle between both sides is intensely fierce, with their auras nearly indistinguishable. In the short term, it is impossible to ascertain which vegetable being holds the upper hand. The spectators are utterly captivated, reminiscing about the previous years when such a thrilling vegetable battle was but a dream, and they cannot help but feel their money was well spent, while the crowd cannot discern who is superior or inferior. Even the participants themselves are at a loss. However, with Jiang Yun's current profound insight, he cannot fail to notice the nuances. Lawn Peeling's vegetable being has absorbed the essence of the fiery earth. Although the energies contained within their soils are similar, Lawn Peeling's fiery earth possesses a unique energy derived from volcanic forces. Thus, the attacks of her vegetable being carry a trace of volcanic energy, making it appear as though both are evenly matched, one employing physical strikes while the other is enhanced by this special energy. As time passes, suddenly, Shioka's vegetable being lets out a desperate cry as it is seized by an opportunity from Lawn Peeling's vegetable being, which delivers a powerful kick, sending it flying off the stage. Instantly, the crowd erupts in cheers, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, yet exhilarated nonetheless. Shioka himself cannot believe his sudden defeat, muttering a curse under his breath. He turns away without even glancing at his vegetable being. The host has yet to declare the end of the match, still reeling from the shocking outcome, and after a brief moment, announces Lawn Peeling as the victor. Heimei casts a glance at the triumphant Lawn Peeling, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Suddenly recalling something, she looks towards Jiang Yun's location, only to be taken aback by the realization that he has vanished without a trace, utterly unaware of his departure. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions have set their sights on the departing Shioka, who, immersed in his anger over defeat, fails to notice the presence of several individuals before him. It is not until they are almost upon him that he recognizes their figures. Just as he is about to voice his frustration at being obstructed, he looks up to see Jiang Yun's face, instantly widening his pupils in shock. Before he can utter a word, Jiang Yun does not grant him the opportunity. He turns to Buchun, who understands the unspoken cue. Addressing Shioka, Buchun states, "In your next life, keep your eyes wide open. There are some individuals you cannot afford to offend." Under Jiang Yun's tutelage, Buchun has learned that to survive in the universe, one must cultivate a ruthless spirit. After all, Shioka will undoubtedly seek to investigate their origins, and should he trace it back to Earth, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, they can only wish for his demise. Subsequently, a severed head soars into the air, its eyes wide with disbelief. News of Shioka's death spreads rapidly. "What? You say that Shioka from the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps has been killed. His brother is Xiu Si. Who would dare to kill him? Ah, you have no idea. I heard Shioka met a gruesome end, his head severed, and his eyes wide open in shock. It's truly splendid. This scourge has finally been dealt with. He always relied on his brother's influence to bully others. Had it not been for his brother, he would have been killed long ago. Indeed, I wonder which brave soul accomplished this. It's truly a relief. Hush! Are you all seeking death? If this reaches Xiu Si's ears, prepare for your doom." A group of individuals engages in fervent discussion regarding Shioka's demise, quieting down at the cautionary words of another, yet the topic remains on their lips. Clearly, This matter will linger in their conversations for some time to come. The news soon reaches the Rose Mercenary Corps. Could it be that person? The image of Jiang Yun flashes in Hei Mei's mind. The enigmatic man who vanished after Shioka's departure. It is highly probable that he was the one responsible for Shioka's death. Yet Hei Mei has no intention of sharing this information with others. Perhaps it is even cause for celebration. After all, Shioka had obstructed many of the Rose Mercenary Corps missions, making this a rather joyous occasion. In fact, Lan Peeling is the most elated, for among those killed previously was her dearest friend. Thus, she harbors the deepest hatred for Shioka. With his death, she feels an overwhelming urge to leap for joy. While she wishes she could have personally avenged her friend, she knows that is not particularly feasible. Nevertheless, Shioka's death, regardless of the perpetrator, is akin to a boon for her, Lan Peeling. Meanwhile, at the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps base, the atmosphere is starkly different from that of the Rose Mercenary Corps. The members wear grim expressions, clearly troubled. What do you think we should do, now that brat Shioka has been killed? The leader will undoubtedly be furious, and we, myself included, will not escape unscathed. The speaker is an animal-like extraterrestrial, evidently a veteran of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, who is currently fuming. His concern does not lie with Shioka's death itself, but rather with the repercussions that will inevitably follow when Shioka's brother learns of it. This is what truly troubles him. As for the reckless youth, he is of no concern. The only solution now is to find the murderer before the leader returns and bring them to justice. At this moment, another member speaks up, a leader from the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. Everyone, go out and search. If you cannot find the culprit, do not return. The previous irascible elder has driven his subordinates out. Clearly feeling cornered. Once most have exited, the previously speaking leader comments, do not panic too much. This incident cannot be pinned on us. Shioka had made enemies of many, and numerous individuals sought his life. His constant troublemaking has now ceased, so perhaps it is a blessing in disguise. Humph. Do not be so naive. You know the leader's temperament well. With his brother dead, he will surely dig deep to uncover the killer. Ultimately, it was our negligence in protecting him. This elder, known as Lai Shan, is as fiery as his name suggests. That I am aware of that. But will this suffice to appease the leader? Our only course of action now is to inform him of Shioka's demise. Otherwise, when he returns, he will question us as to why we did not inform him sooner. Only in this way can we avoid incurring his wrath. The commander, too, took a moment to calm himself before speaking. LSHN found his words to be quite reasonable, and thus refrained from further comment. Instead, he dispatched a subordinate to report the news of Shike's demise, evidently wishing to avoid any backlash by delivering the news himself. This indicated that LSHN possessed a modicum of intelligence, not solely brawn. Meanwhile, on a planet reminiscent of Earth, a man was unleashing his fury, a shockwave obliterating the mountaintop, leaving devastation in its wake. Those nearby exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the cause behind his explosive temper. They observed him activating his personal communicator, presumably receiving information that sparked his wrath. This man was Shi-S, who, upon learning of his brother's murder at the hands of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, was consumed by rage. They were currently engaged in a long-term assignment, tasked by a wealthy patron to eradicate formidable entities from this primitive planet, devoid of intelligent life, yet teeming with powerful wildlife. Their mission primarily involved eliminating threats with combat prowess exceeding 1,000. The raw nature of the planet appealed to the billionaire who envisioned transforming it into a tourist destination. He owned over a dozen planets. A veritable titan of wealth. The lucrative commission offered was the reason Shi-S accepted this assignment, as his mercenary group was the largest among the prominent factions, allowing him to seize this opportunity. The task was not insurmountable, for such high combat power was rare, and while the number of targets was substantial, they only needed to eliminate those above the 1,000 threshold. Below that, there were many adversaries. But above it, they were exceedingly scarce. This undertaking amounted to 3 years' worth of work for them, yet it could be completed in a matter of months. For Shi-S, it was an undeniably profitable venture, a single job that could afford him years of respite. Initially, he had no intention of leading the mission personally, but the allure of the generous remuneration compelled him to do so. as he was uneasy about delegating such a valuable task. He left his brother, Shike, at their base, indulging him due to the latter's exhaustion from prior missions. Little did he foresee the calamity that would befall him, leading him to suspect that someone had orchestrated this mission with the intent of slaying his brother. Yet upon reflection, he dismissed this notion, realizing that if someone had intended harm, they would not have resorted to such conspicuous methods. The question remained, who was responsible for his brother's death? Could it be Lon Peeling of the Rose Mercenary Corps, who harbored a vendetta against him? While executing the mission on this planet, Shies was unaware that Lon Peeling had once competed alongside his brother in the arena, rendering her involvement improbable. He pondered further, recognizing that Shike's propensity to make enemies left the identity of his brother's killer shrouded in uncertainty. In that moment, Shies regretted having coddled his brother excessively. Regardless of the perpetrator, he vowed to make them regret their existence for taking his brother's life. With a fiery intensity in his eyes, he commanded, "Return to Xiaolong Star." Fueled by vengeance, Shies insisted on returning. Despite protests from his comrades about the unfinished mission, which would incur penalties for breach of contract, "This matter can be addressed upon our return," he retorted coldly. "Whoever is responsible for my brother's death shall pay dearly." His subordinates, acutely aware of his seething rage, kept silent, hastening to summon the others for their return. Days passed, and on Xiaolong Star, Jiang Yun and his companions remained oblivious to Shies's imminent arrival. Intent on exacting revenge, they were currently hosting an unexpected visitor, an enchanting woman with skin as pale as snow, her beauty rivaling the stars, adorned in flowing garments that accentuated her slender figure. This woman was none other than the Black Rose. Jiang Yun was taken aback by her presence, unable to comprehend why this woman, with whom he shared no significant history, had sought him out. Their only prior interaction had been a mere exchange of glances in the arena, hardly warranting her visit. Meanwhile, Buchun and others seemed to understand the unspoken dynamics, guiding the rest to give the two some privacy. Leaving Jiang Yun feeling bemused. "Greetings, I am Hai Maigui, the leader of the Rose Mercenary Corps, though you may also refer to me as Xian Linglong." She introduced herself, having previously encountered Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun regarded her with curiosity. Her name was unfamiliar to him, as it likely was to most. How could he, having recently arrived, know of her? Yet, he found her name quite charming. But why had she come to him? Xian Linglong, unaware of Jiang Yun's thoughts, had her reasons for seeking him out. Finding him was not difficult, for his race bore a striking resemblance to the Saiyans, attracting considerable attention among those who sought them, and a brief investigation would easily reveal Jiang Yun's whereabouts. "Hello, you may call me Jiang Yun," he replied softly, observing Xian Linglong as she scrutinized him. She found him reminiscent of a legendary elven race, his ears pointed but not grotesquely so, embodying an aesthetic that was perfectly balanced. As they regarded one another, Xian Linglong suddenly declared, "Mr. Jiang Yun, you are the one who killed Shike, aren't you?" Taken aback by her direct accusation, Jiang Yun remained silent, merely studying her. After a moment, he smiled slightly and replied, "Beautiful Xian Linglong, what do you think?" Jiang Yun did not feel compelled to directly address her inquiry, instead regarding her with a playful smile. He was unconcerned about others discovering that they had slain Shike. In the face of absolute power, all threats were mere paper tigers. He understood that even if she were to learn of their involvement, it would not necessarily lead to a disclosure. Xian Linglong's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yun, unyielding in her scrutiny. She then shifted the conversation, asking, "Do you know Frisia, Mr. Jiang Yun?" Jiang Yun was taken aback, uncertain why she had suddenly brought up Frisia, of course. He was aware of the notorious figure, yet he questioned the relevance of this to their previous discussion. Unhurriedly, he poured tea for both of them, a fine selection he had brought from Earth, believing that tea was beneficial for the spirit. "Would you like to hear a story?" he proposed. "I would love to," she replied, intrigued. Once there existed a kingdom known as the Elven Forest, inhabited by a people who cherish peace and nature, referred to as the Children of the Earth. Such a tranquil and harmonious realm was invaded by demons one fateful day. Within the Elven Forest, there resided a lively and charming princess, but when the demons besieged the kingdom, her mother, the queen, was brutally slain. Xian Linglong's emotions suddenly surged, her eyes glistening with tears. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yun comprehended that the charming princess was none other than Xian Linglong herself. However, he chose not to interrupt her. Instead, listening intently to her narrative, Xian Linglong continued to recount her tale. The malevolent demon had ruthlessly slaughtered all the inhabitants of her kingdom, leaving her, as the sole survivor, having fled under her mother's admonition. This demon was unimaginably powerful. Even the royal guardian, a protector with a battle prowess of 100,000, was no match for him. As she spoke, Xian Linglong's body trembled uncontrollably, as if the demon were lurking beside her. "The princess who escaped is you, is it not? Princess Xian Linglong?" Jiang Yun suddenly interjected, and could see the sound of his voice. Her trembling form seemed to stabilize considerably. "Oh, you know why I'm sharing this with you?" Xian Linglong inquired, gazing at Jiang Yun. "You must be aware of the demon I speak of. He is the one known as Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe." Upon uttering Frisia's name, a profound hatred flickered in Xian Linglong's eyes. Yet deep within them lay an undercurrent of fear. Witnessing her demeanor, Jiang Yun felt no embarrassment at her sentiment. Considering Frisia's staggering battle power of 20 million, he understood perfectly why Xian Linglong harbored such terror. Without waiting for Jiang Yun's response, Xian Linglong continued, "The reason I confide in you is that I sense a natural power within you. Our lineage is said to be the goddess of life, inherently attuned to nature. Thus, I can feel the extraordinary energy that emanates from you. Your aura resonates with me profoundly. The high priest once proclaimed that should I encounter someone radiating natural power, that individual would be our savior." Jiang Yun gazed at her in astonishment. Natural power? Could it be vital energy? Why would the high priest make such a claim? A savior? Me? How could that be? I am merely struggling in my cultivation. Could it be that the high priest possesses the ability to foresee the future, much like the elder of the Mixing? Indeed, this world is rife with wondrous races. Jiang Yun did not doubt that Xian Linglong was misleading him. Her demeanor did not suggest deceit as for her declaration of him being the savior. He was certain it was unfounded. According to the original storyline, it was Goku who would vanquish Frisia. Moreover, Goku would wield vital energy, making him the indisputable savior. In the original narrative, Goku had not only saved Earth, but had also rescued the universe on several occasions. With immense strength, a gentle disposition, and a protagonist halo, he was undoubtedly the epitome of a savior. There could be no doubt about that. "Miss Xian Linglong, do you not find your assertion rather absurd? Do you truly believe in the credibility of this prophecy?" Jiang Yun remarked, aware that even if her words held truth, he had little interest. After all, being labeled a savior was far-fetched. He had no desire to be an unappreciated hero. He merely wished to grow stronger in silence, rather than be burdened with the title of hero and become a supposed guardian of peace. His sole desire was to protect Earth for the rest of the universe. It was beyond his concern. After all, with so many injustices in the cosmos, he could not possibly intervene. Furthermore, this matter should fall under the jurisdiction of the Kaishin. If they could not manage it, how could he? Moreover, Frisia's purging of planets was also due to the laziness of the god of destruction, Beerus, who had delegated the task of planet cleansing to Frisia. Frisia was merely a worker chosen by him, and the decision of which planets to cleanse depended on their whims. This was the reality of a world governed by the strong. Without power, one could not even control their own fate. Just like the Saiyans, apart from Frisia's fear of the legendary Super Saiyan, there was also the matter of King Vegeta reserving the most comfortable pillow in the universe for himself, leaving the second best for Beerus. The existence of the Saiyans disrupted the tranquility of the universe, and they were within the range of planets slated for cleansing. Additionally, King Vegeta's actions displeased Beerus, prompting the god of destruction to hint at the destruction of planet Vegeta. This was merely Jiang Yun's speculation. Many had discussed this matter in his past life, with various deities offering conjectures. Naturally, Jiang Yun had synthesized some of these ideas to arrive at his conclusion. "Mr. Jiang Yun, I know you may find it hard to believe, but the high priest prophecies have never been wrong. Moreover, this prophecy was derived from the high priest expending his life force at this point." Xian Linglong's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow, clearly affected by the death of the high priest. "Mr. Jiang Yun, I understand you may be incredulous. However, this is the reality. Even if you are not the savior now, you will undoubtedly become one in the future. Xian Linglong's voice brimmed with excitement, evidently convinced that Jiang Yun was their savior. Jiang Yun could only feel speechless. It was as if this woman had transformed into a naive, sweet individual. Having earned the moniker Black Rose, she clearly possessed some prowess. Yet before him, she seemed to be a different person entirely. What Jiang Yun did not know was that in the Elven Forest, the High Priest held a revered status, even surpassing that of the king. In the Elven Forest, a king could be absent, but a High Priest could not. The words of the High Priest would be heeded by all within the Elven Forest, as it was said that the High Priest possessed divine, bestowed power. Each High Priest was chosen by the previous one, typically when the latter approached the end of their life, as their race generally lived for several centuries. Due to the recent attack by Frisia, the High Priest had not selected a successor, but had instead exhausted his life to predict this prophecy. Merely this prophecy had drained the High Priest of his vitality. However, Jiang Yun was unaware that Xian Linglong had concealed one thing. During the High Priest's final moments, he had uttered that this man would one day become Xian Linglong's husband. Moreover, his achievements would rival those of the gods, a result of the High Priest's life-consuming prophecy. Though it was only a fragment of a prophecy, divine beings could not peer into the future, particularly the existence of true gods, possessing the ability to glimpse a fraction of the future while in mortal form, was already an extraordinary feat. As Jiang Yun observed Xian Linglong lost in reminiscence, he suddenly noticed a shy expression flicker across her face. He could not help but find her peculiarly strange, inexplicably bashful. Miss Xian Linglong, even if what you say is true, my current strength would not afford me the opportunity to defeat Frisia. I fear I cannot fulfill your expectations. Jiang Yun promptly voiced this, aiming to dispel her illusions of him being a savior. Mr. Jiang Yun, my lifespan extends to several centuries. I am merely 23 years old now. Compared to an ordinary person's lifespan, I can afford to wait. Xian Linglong replied with a faint smile, regaining her previous aloof demeanor. Mr. Jiang Yun, farewell. Time will prove the veracity of my words. Here is my communicator. You can contact me anytime through this. Having spoken, Xian Linglong stood up and turned to leave. Her departure swift and decisive, as if in that moment, she were the true embodiment of the Black Rose. Jiang Yun stood, watching as Xian Linglong receded into the distance. Only one who had genuinely witnessed Xian Linglong's vulnerability could comprehend that the seemingly fragile Xian Linglong was the true essence of her character. While the outwardly resilient woman was indeed the Black Rose, the anguish of her kingdom's destruction compelled her to mature, transforming from a lively, joyous princess into a figure feared by all as the Black Rose. Jiang Yun felt a pang of sympathy for Xian Linglong. Having lived in a carefree kingdom, her life should have been spent nestled in her mother's embrace, reveling in innocence. Yet, the agony of war forced her to don a mask. She had to grow, for there was no one left to be her support. She could rely solely on herself. Merely 23 years of age, she had managed to establish a renowned mercenary group on this planet, solely recruiting women, further demonstrating her exceptional capabilities. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun's current achievements were largely attributable to his past life experiences. Had he started from scratch, the journey would have been immensely challenging. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yun, Shu had already abandoned his mission and returned to Qiu Longxing, seeking revenge against the one who had slain his brother. Investigate everything. Who could possibly have taken the life of my dear brother? Investigate everyone who has recently come into contact with him. Upon returning, Shosi was consumed with rage at the horrific state of his brother, whose head had been severed and discarded upon the road. When Shoka's corpse was discovered, the members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps went to great lengths to stitch him back together, employing the most advanced refrigeration technology to preserve his remains from decay. This was the utmost they could achieve under the circumstances. Failing to restore him properly would undoubtedly incur Shiosi's wrath. Gazing upon his brother's visage, Shiosi was struck by disbelief. It was evident that Shoka had met his end with great reluctance. In his heart, Shiosi vowed to exact vengeance upon the one responsible for his brother's death, ensuring that they would join Shoka in the afterlife. The bond between the two brothers was profoundly deep. Otherwise, Shosi would not have indulged Shoka so dearly. Not all races are as cold-blooded as the Saiyans and the Ice Demons. While some Saiyans do care for their kin, the Ice Demons are solely driven by frigid self-interest, rendering familial ties utterly laughable in their eyes. Thus, Shosi kept vigil over his brother, sleepless through the night. 2 days passed in this manner, yet Shosi had still not uncovered the identity of his brother's murderer. Just as his fury reached a boiling point, one of his subordinates brought word of a lead, prompting Shosi to rush forth. Upon his arrival, a junior member reported, "Captain Shosi, our investigation has revealed that you had a brief encounter with an individual who recently arrived on Sholong Star. And it appears that Lord Shoka even ventured out in secret on one occasion." After a moment's contemplation, the investigator added, "Moreover, Robert, who often accompanied Lord Shoka, has also gone missing. It seems we have not seen him around lately." Shosi's gaze sharpened, for he sensed that something significant had transpired in recent days, and the key lay with Robert. "Find Robert for me. I demand to know what transpired." Shosi's tone was icy, and without further inquiry, he turned to leave. Soon, word spread that a reward of 5,000 gold coins would be granted to anyone who could locate Robert. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. 5,000 gold coins. Such a sum was sufficient to purchase a splendid residence on Sholong Star or even elsewhere. For those who lived on the edge of peril, this reward represented a secure and extraordinarily lucrative opportunity. Consequently, mercenaries from around the globe sprang into action. "Hey, have you heard? Shosi's brother has been murdered, and now there's a hefty bounty on Robert. Apparently, he knows who killed Shosi's brother, but has gone into hiding for some reason." The chatter continued. Moreover, if someone could directly identify the murderer, they could receive a reward of 20,000 gold coins. Just think about it. If I were to get that, I could quit being a mercenary and simply buy a house to rent out. Isn't Robert one of Shoka's associates? Why would he hide now that Shoka is dead? Ah, that's the thing. Robert was Shoka's confidant, and with Shoka gone, Robert must bear part of the blame. Knowing Shosi's temperament, he likely fears being torn apart on the spot. Exactly. If it were you, would you hide or not? I see. Following this uproar, the news of Shoka's demise quickly spread across the globe. What had once been a localized rumor now reached far and wide. Soon, with the mobilization of global resources, Robert could no longer evade capture. He was swiftly brought before Shosi. Trembling and quaking in fear, terror etched across his face. As Shoka's trusted aide, he was all too aware of Shosi's ruthless methods, which is precisely why he had fled after Shoka's death. "Lord Shosi, please, I beg you, spare my family. I do not seek my own life, but my family is innocent." Robert wept, fully aware that his own fate was sealed. Praying only for his family's safety, as long as you obediently answer my questions, rest assured, I shall not harm your family." Shosi grasped Robert's head, gazing intently into his eyes. Upon hearing Shosi's words, Robert appeared to exhale in relief and began. "It is as follows, Lord Shosi. Recently, Lord Shoka, fixated on a young heir from a family that had just arrived here to train, particularly coveting a certain artifact of his. Initially, it was merely an attempt to swindle some money from the heir. However, that individual possessed a wondrous spatial artifact capable of storing items, which piqued Lord Shoka's interest." Robert hesitated, stealing a glance at Shosi before continuing. "Lord Shoka even reached out to the Black Lie thieves of the asteroid belt, attempting to coerce the heir into revealing his secrets. However, that heir was no mere dandy. He was a force to be reckoned with. The Black Lie thieves were utterly outmatched. As for what transpired after Lord Shoka's participation in the vegetable contest, the heir was killed. While I cannot definitively assert that it was that group who acted, I am 90% certain they were involved." Upon hearing Robert's account, Shosi confirmed that it was indeed that group who had slain Shoka. On this planet, no one dared to brazenly take his brother's life as for evidence. "I am the evidence." Shosi's eyes darkened as he fixed his gaze on Robert, his voice dripping with menace. "Robert, why is it that my brother lies dead while you still draw breath? Why? Rest assured, your family shall be well cared for in the afterlife. You may now find peace." As Shosi spoke, he extended his hand, and before the astonished onlookers, he struck Robert's head with a single blow. "Oh, you're not a man of your word." Blood oozed from Robert's head as he mumbled incoherently, Robert, to thank you for sharing this information. I have left you with a complete corpse. As for your family, they ought to remain intact, should they not? Shiosi remarked, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a glimmer of light flashed in Robert's eyes. Only he was aware of a unique talent he possessed, a trait of his lineage, one that could only be awakened by a select few. His clan had dwindled in numbers, their combat prowess feeble, leaving only a handful of them remaining. After Shoka's death, Robert knew that his brother would undoubtedly seek vengeance for Shoka. Thus, he hastily arranged for his family to flee the planet, leaving behind what was merely a projection of himself. A true avatar. Should the avatar sustain harm or perish, the original would feel the repercussions, even affecting his vitality. Hence, Robert rarely employed this tactic, yet had saved his life thrice thus far. He understood that Shiosi would not uphold his promise. So during this time, he had already facilitated his family's departure from the planet. Now, he longed for a place where no one would recognize him, to live peacefully with his loved ones. In truth, Robert had never aspired to join the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, but necessity had driven him into their ranks. He quickly gained favor with Shoka due to his adeptness in conversation. However, now he would prefer a life of hardship rather than endure such torment. Who could have anticipated that he would be so highly regarded by Shoka? As for Shoka, the man was notoriously cruel to safeguard his secrets. He had even executed the one tasked with surveilling Jiangyun. Solely to prevent news of the universal capsule from reaching others, he was the sole keeper of that knowledge. But on Shiosi's end, Robert spoke no falsehoods. He divulged everything he knew because lying would be easily exposed. Just as Shiosi was preparing to confront Jiangyun, Robert was already piloting a spaceship through the cosmic expanse with his family. As for the destination, Robert had already made up his mind. He intended to journey to a remote planet, far removed from Chiolong Star. Unbeknownst to Robert, the very direction he was heading towards was precisely the location from which Jiangyun and his companions had come. Just moments ago, Jiangyun and the others had received a declaration of war, a missive sent by Shios. Although Shios harbored an intense desire to tear Jiangyun and his companions apart, he knew that launching a reckless attack would only lead to chaos, which battle would certainly not permit. Thus, Shios was left with no choice but to resort to this method. However, if Jiangyun and his companions chose not to respond, Shios would have an excuse. Given that he had killed his own brother, he designated the battleground to be in the outskirts of the Death Desert, the largest expanse of desert on Chiolong Star, where no vegetation thrived, making it an ideal locale for combat. This also alleviated concerns about severe damage to the urban area. As for Jiangyun and his companions, Shios had already resolved to annihilate them all, to pay homage to the spirit of his deceased brother. Regardless of the strength Jiangyun and his companions possessed, Shios was confident that, aside from a few major powers, his own prowess ranked among the highest in the cosmos. It was no wonder Shios exhibited such arrogance. In comparison to other universes, the combat power index of the 7th universe was relatively low. A battle power as high as 18,000, like Shios's, undoubtedly marked him as a formidable opponent. Yet he remained blissfully unaware that this time he had kicked against an iron plate. Bu-chun, what are your thoughts on this matter? Jiangyun casually tossed the war declaration onto the table. Turning to Bu-chun, eager to hear his response. Brother Yun, since Shios has already discerned our involvement and sent a declaration of war, we must act decisively, using the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps as a stepping stone for our rise. Bu-chun's voice was cold, clearly reflecting a significant transformation from his previous demeanor. Jiangyun silently nodded, recognizing that Bu-chun had begun to acclimate to the harsh realities of the universe. He added, "Excellent, but our objective this time extends beyond merely accepting the challenge from the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. We must also demonstrate our strength to all the other mercenary groups, great and small. To wield influence on this planet, one must possess formidable power. This principle holds true throughout the cosmos." Jiangyun spoke slowly. Bu-chun nodded in agreement, having gained much insight into the workings of the universe during this time. He understood that conflicts were rampant, and the invasion of other planets was commonplace. Fortunately, however, there still existed law enforcement organizations akin to those on Earth, which barely managed to maintain order amid cosmic chaos. Yet, entities like Frisia were not ones to be trifled with, for no other reason than their overwhelming power. The heavens move ever onward. A gentleman must strive ceaselessly for self-improvement. This is our creed as martial artists. We shall not bully the weak, but we will guard our planet and possess the strength to protect ourselves. That is the essence of cultivation. Jiang Yun's words invigorated Buchan, enlightening him to the understanding that the path of martial arts was far from narrow. Martial arts is about self-cultivation, guardianship, and legacy, truths that Buchan would only fully grasp later on. A day later, Jiang Yun and his companions arrived at the Death Desert, as mentioned by Xios. Upon seeing their arrival, the members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps could not help but feel exhilarated. They never expected this group would dare to embrace death. Having slain Vice Captain Xiao Ka, their audacity was evident. How could they possibly be afraid? Those who dared to kill members of the Mercenary Corps must be eliminated. In stark contrast to the uproar from the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, the Blaze Squad maintained a disciplined formation, with not a single sound escaping their ranks. Xios observed the elite group before him and quietly acknowledged their skill. However, in this world, power was the ultimate measure. They still had a long way to go before they could defeat him. What boldness you possess, young man. Were it not for your slaying of my brother, I would have considered recruiting you. But now, there is no room for negotiation. Prepare to meet your end, Xios declared, locking his gaze on Jiang Yun. Before charging towards him, his eyes glinting with hatred, evidently unable to wait any longer as Xios approached, Jiang Yun effortlessly intercepted him. With a swift kick, he sent Xios flying, then closed the distance, following up on his attack. In midair, Xios retaliated with an energy blast, which Jiang Yun deftly deflected. Boom! 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 The air crackled with explosive sounds as their energy blast struck the ground, creating massive craters. The onlookers could only gasp in awe. But none dared to intervene. They understood that until Jiang Yun's battle concluded, their own efforts would be futile. After all, sometimes a single high-level combatant could obliterate them all. Thus, both sides awaited the victory of their respective leaders. With neither Buchan nor the members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps believing their leader could lose. Taste my move, Annihilation Cross Slash. At that moment, Xios unleashed a powerful attack towards Jiang Yun. It's coming, it's coming. It's the captain's Annihilation Cross Slash. I've heard tales of how he once used this technique to slay an opponent with a combat power of 15,000. The members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps recognized the technique. Reputed for its swiftness and lethality, making it an exceptionally formidable attack among its peers. Jiang Yun observed the cross-shaped blade of energy hurtling toward him, while Xios had not infused it with light. Its sharpness was evidently comparable to that of a super-advanced alloy battle blade. To others, this move might seem formidable, yet to Jiang Yun, it paled in comparison to Qin's Vitality Slash. This technique merely represented a concentration of energy, whereas Qin's Vitality Slash encompassed not only energy concentration but also compression and rotation. In fact, the Vitality Slash had even inflicted damage upon Frisia's tail. Radiant Shield. Jiang Yun executed a defensive maneuver, one he had devised himself. In his view, if one could defend with energy, why resort to using one's body? Among the myriad of attack techniques in Dragon Ball, defensive techniques were scarce, although Jiang Yun could employ protective barriers similar to those of the androids. He lacked their eternal energy. Thus, he developed this simplified version of a protective shield. However, due to the localized nature of this defense, its power needed to be significantly enhanced, and he aptly named it the Radiant Shield. The immense force of the attack stirred a sandstorm in the desert, and the sudden gusts of wind surged forth. Whoosh! The powerful sandstorm was dissipated by Bu Chen's energy blasts, evoking no significant emotion from him as he continued to observe the battle between the two. Bu Chen discerned that neither combatant had yet unleashed their true abilities, while Jiang Yun appeared to be enjoying himself. Jiang Yun successfully deflected Xios' Annihilation Cross Slash with his Radiant Shield, causing Xios to furrow his brow slightly before launching another assault. This was not Xios' strongest technique. He had anticipated that it would be blocked, but had not expected it to be done so effortlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, several more energy blasts were hurled at Jiang Yun, yet all were skillfully evaded, causing the powerful blast to strike the ground and kick up a cloud of dust. The desert was abundant in sand. Meanwhile, the Rose Mercenary Corps had also learned of the conflict between the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps and Jiang Yun's group. Xian Linglong regarded the reports from her subordinates with a hint of concern. The clash in the Death Desert between the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps and Jiang Yun's group stirred unease within her, particularly for Jiang Yun. Ever since her last departure, she had been particularly attentive to his affairs, even developing an odd sentiment towards him. Let us go and take a look. Xian Linglong resolved to witness the event for herself, her heart weighed down with concern for Jiang Yun's safety. Although she understood that Jiang Yun would not be defeated, this served as her excuse to attend the battle. At this moment, Jiang Yun remained oblivious to the fact that someone was worried for him and coming to watch. If he were to learn of this, one could only wonder what his thoughts would be. Seeing that his current attacks were ineffective against Jiang Yun, Xios halted his assault, and Jiang Yun regarded him with keen interest. Clenching his fists tightly, Xios began to develop veins on his forehead. After a series of thunderous roars, Xios began to take things seriously, unleashing a surge of power that elevated his combat strength from a mere 18,000 to an astonishing 23,000. It seemed that 18,000 was merely his baseline strength. Indeed, those who could survive in the cosmos possessed remarkable abilities. This level of combat prowess had already reached the minimum standard of Frisia's elite Jinyu force. Yet, that was all. To Jiang Yun, the distinction between 20,000 and 30,000 was negligible. Quietly, Jiang Yun also enhanced his own power slightly, though it still fell short of Xios' current state. However, with Jiang Yun's mastery of energy and combat experience, he was more than capable of engaging Xios for a while. With his strongest form activated, Xios looked down at Jiang Yun with contempt, arrogantly declaring, "This is my ultimate power. Have you decided how you wish to die?" Ha! Jiang Yun stared back, speechless, pondering why every villain seemed to become insufferably arrogant after a slight increase in strength. Such characters typically met their demise within just a couple of episodes on television. "Let us see what you can do," Jiang Yun retorted nonchalantly. While he appeared to underestimate his opponent, he was far from careless like Sun Wukong, who often failed to unleash his full potential at critical moments. All of Jiang Yun's strength was consistently at his disposal. Should he encounter an adversary stronger than himself, it would be prudent to activate his strongest state from the outset, lest he fall victim to unforeseen circumstances. Whoosh, 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 Xios unleashed a barrage of energy spheres, noticeably increasing their intensity. Bang, bang, bang. The energy spheres struck Jiang Yun, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust that obscured his figure. Witnessing this, a faint smile crept onto Xios' lips. In his view, having taken his attack head-on, Jiang Yun, even if unharmed, should have sustained some injury. At that moment, Xian Linglong and her companions arrived on the scene, though there were only a handful of them, barely a dozen. Her eyes flickered with concern, quickly masked by an icy demeanor. The others were taken aback by her presence. "Captain, why is this woman here? Is she looking for Lord Jiang Yun?" one of the team members remarked. His tone laced with a hint of lewdness, having seen Xian Linglong searching for Jiang Yun that very day. "Mind your own business. Just focus on watching Lord Jiang Yun's battle." Though he spoke dismissively, Wu Chun suspected that Xian Linglong was indeed here for Jiang Yun. The members of the Blaze Squad had been meticulously selected, their talents beyond reproach. Their proficiency in energy manipulation was commendable, although they could not fully observe the battle between Jiang Yun and Xios with the naked eye. However, they were utilizing energy to witness the clash of formidable powers, which benefited them greatly. This was also one of Jiang Yun's intentions. Hence, he refrained from hastily concluding the fight. At that moment, the thick cloud of dust began to dissipate, gradually revealing Jiang Yun's silhouette. He had raised a holy light shield, and Xios' attacks were absorbed by it, leaving Jiang Yun unscathed. Realizing this, Xios' expression shifted to one of understanding. A glimmer of caution flashed in his eyes as he regarded Jiang Yun's holy light shield. To him, had it not been for this peculiar technique, Jiang Yun would have already sustained injuries. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath as he charged at Jiang Yun. The two exchanged blows, their surroundings a blur. Their combat left visible traces in the air as they fought from the heavens to the earth and back again, their speed creating afterimages in the void. Suddenly, Xios leaped above Jiang Yun, delivering a forceful punch. However, He inexplicably passed right through Jiang Yun's form. Oh no. Before he could comprehend the situation, Xios realized he was in trouble, as expected. He was swiftly kicked away by Jiang Yun, crashing heavily against a barren boulder, his body buried beneath the rubble. The sudden turn of events startled the members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. Their commander had been sent flying by this individual, leaving them in a state of panic. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yun had employed the Phantom Fist technique, catching Xios off guard. Observing the still mound of stones, Jiang Yun was aware that Xios was not truly harmed, as he had restrained his combat strength to around 20,000. While this level of force could inflict pain, it was insufficient to cause significant injury. As expected, the stones began to glow and were abruptly flung away. Xios' gaze hardened as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Yun. Through their skirmish, he had come to realize that Jiang Yun's combat strength was indeed inferior. Yet, Jiang Yun was able to contend with him through a combination of peculiar techniques and exceptional combat skills. In truth, this was merely the facade that Jiang Yun presented. Calculating his next move, Xios resolved to overpower Jiang Yun with sheer force. Compelling him to engage directly, he gathered his energy, forming a massive energy sphere and hurling it toward Jiang Yun. If Jiang Yun relied solely on his previously demonstrated abilities, he would have no choice but to confront this attack head-on. However, Jiang Yun maintained his earlier strength, conjuring the Holy Light Shield to withstand the energy sphere's onslaught. The Holy Light Shield collided with the gigantic energy sphere, resulting in a brief stalemate before Jiang Yun was pushed backward, leaving a deep trail in the ground. Just as the members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps believed Jiang Yun was on the brink of defeat, the massive energy sphere was suddenly deflected into the cosmos. This was a technique Jiang Yun had developed, showcasing his profound manipulation of energy. In particular, utilizing the Holy Light Shield allowed him to rebound typical attacks. However, this maneuver required additional energy expenditure to break through the shield's defenses. Unless the attack's power exceeded the shield's limit, Jiang Yun remained unperturbed by standard assaults. That moment, Xios was astonished to witness Jiang Yun effortlessly redirecting his attack. He recognized that this was not a genuine defense, but rather a successful deflection. Understanding that Jiang Yun's evasive technique must have its limitations, Xios gathered energy once more, forming an even larger energy sphere. In truth, this technique would enable Jiang Yun to confront attacks stronger than his own. However, it came with a drawback. It consumed considerable energy. After all, offense was often easier than defense, and redirecting attacks required substantial energy. If Jiang Yun truly possessed only a modicum of strength, he would undoubtedly fall victim to Xios' relentless barrage. Yet, it was evident that Xios' current power could not even elicit a fraction of Jiang Yun's true capabilities. Witnessing Xios' unscrupulous tactics, Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of determination igniting within. Employing the multiple Phantom Fist technique, he created numerous afterimages. Having learned from their previous encounter, Xios was aware that only one of these figures was real. He commenced a barrage of energy spheres to clear the field. Ultimately, all the afterimages vanished, leaving only a singular figure behind. Xios concentrated, forming yet another energy sphere, this time clearly intent on going all in. The energy gathering took longer, and the potency of the energy sphere was significantly augmented compared to before. Just as Xios prepared to launch the sphere, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he discovered a gaping hole the size of a bowl, blood beginning to seep out. The colossal energy sphere dissipated in an instant. Jiang Yun, who stood before Xios, began to fade away slowly. Xios desperately turned to confront him, only to find Jiang Yun standing behind him, a finger still crackling with energy. It was the whole punch technique. You ambushed me, Xios stammered as he began to collapse. Yes, you were ambushed, Jiang Yun replied, allowing the energy in his hand to dissipate as he lowered his finger. Xios' fallen form was filled with resentment. He believed Jiang Yun's victory was due to an underhanded ambush. Attributing his defeat to his own carelessness, in reality, it could only be said that he was woefully inadequate. Jiang Yun watched as Xios fell, slowly lowering his hand amidst Xios' hateful gaze. The earlier clone gradually faded away. The reason Jiang Yun had successfully deceived Xios this time was due to that clone. Unlike the Phantom Fist's afterimages, this clone was a construct of energy, possessing 1/10 of Jiang Yun's combat strength. Moreover, creating an energy clone did not diminish his own power. In comparison to Tenshinhan's four-way fist, Jiang Yun's technique was undoubtedly far more effective. However, it can only be utilized to deceive the enemy. And I must admit that, at times, its efficacy is quite substantial. In critical moments, one can indeed triumph over the strong with the appearance of weakness, achieving unexpected victories. Witnessing the figure of Xiao's collapsing, the mercenaries of the Lone Wolf Brigade were on the verge of exploding with disbelief as their seemingly invincible leader had been vanquished. How could this be? Could I have been mistaken? The leader Xiao's was defeated just like that. Impossible! The leader Xiao's could not have been so easily bested. This person is truly despicable. Jiang Ran launched a surprise attack on leader Xiao's. With leader Xiao's defeated, does that not imply that we are? The final words struck the mercenaries of the Lone Wolf Brigade like a bolt of realization, rendering their faces pale. They scattered in all directions, the once numerous crowd instantly dwindling to a mere handful. The members of the Blazing Flame team looked to Buchun, seeking guidance on what to do next. Buchun remained silent, merely shaking his head, then directing his gaze towards Jiang Yun. Clearly, he was implying that Jiang Yun should make the decision. The mercenaries of the Lone Wolf Brigade were well aware that they were no match for Jiang Yun and his companions. Thus, they fled decisively, and given their small numbers this time, retreating was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Buchun and the others flew to Jiang Yun's side, inquiring about their next course of action. Let them go. They can escape, but the temple cannot, Jiang Yun remarked with profound significance. Though unspoken, Buchun and the others understood his meaning. Xian Linglong and her companions also approached Jiang Yun, and he felt a twinge of annoyance upon seeing her. What brings you here? Jiang Yun asked Xian Linglong. What? Are you displeased? Replied Lan Peeling, who had accompanied Xian Linglong. Observing Jiang Yun's reluctant demeanor, she expressed her discontent. Do you think we wanted to come? We primarily came for the members of the Lone Wolf Brigade, as we have grievances with them. We thought we could lend a hand. And to our surprise, you seem to have some ability. Lan Peeling pouted, unafraid of offending Jiang Yun, for she believed his strength did not surpass that of her own leader, at least based on what Jiang Yun had displayed. Xian Linglong offered no explanation, merely nodding at Jiang Yun, indicating that this was more or less the case. After all, she could not admit that she was concerned for his safety, which was why she had come to check on him. For now, let's leave it at that and head back, Jiang Yun stated, leading the group away, for the desert environment was exceedingly uncomfortable. In a lavish room, Jiang Yun and Xian Linglong sat facing each other, separated by a table. Steam rose from the teapot on the table, and a rare flush appeared on Xian Linglong's face, the cause of which remained uncertain, whether it was from the heat or something else entirely. Mr. Jiang Yun, I know you must find it hard to believe what I said earlier. However, it is unnecessary to dwell on it now. Even if you have not yet defeated the demon and become the savior, who can predict what the future holds? Xian Linglong sipped the tea brewed by Jiang Yun, discovering an unexpected fondness for this beverage. Although it bore a hint of bitterness, it left a lingering aftertaste. Let us set that aside. You need not call me mister. Just address me by my name, Jiang Yun suggested, observing the woman sipping her tea, feeling an inexplicable fondness towards her at that moment. Very well. You may call me Linglong, Xian Linglong replied, her heart fluttering with a small delight, wondering if their relationship had progressed. Miss Linglong, while you refer to me as a savior, I must inform you that fate is in our own hands. And it is not immutable, Jiang Yun asserted, feeling a sense of certainty within. The characters in the original narrative all faced their own destinies, yet with his arrival, their trajectories had begun to shift. Their futures remained uncertain, which emboldened Jiang Yun to claim that fate was not fixed. Sometimes, possessing immense power can alter one's destiny. At the very least, it can change that of the weaker, once you become strong. The fate of the weak fades away. That is the essence of fate's transformation. After speaking, Jiang Yun turned and departed, leaving Xian Linglong in the room to ponder. Her brow furrowed at times, while at others, her expression relaxed. Jiang Yun's words struck her profoundly, for she had previously believed that destiny was predetermined, with each individual bound to their fate, while the savior was a being capable of altering it. Yet, she had never considered that she could be her own savior, capable of reshaping her own destiny. She had longed to change her own fate, tirelessly pursuing the existence of a savior. However, her struggles over the years were, in essence, a rebellion against her own fate. In the ensuing period, news of Xiu's demise spread across Qiulongstar, causing panic among the members of the Lone Wolf Brigade, who even offered substantial resources and wealth to Jiang Yun and his companions as compensation. However, Jiang Yun rejected their offers, declaring that unless the Lone Wolf Brigade disbanded, they would face the wrath of the Blazing Flame team. Furthermore, beyond Jiang Yun and his companions, others had also set their sights on the Lone Wolf Brigade, as they had made numerous enemies over time. Many were envious of the substantial wealth possessed by the Lone Wolf Brigade. Yet, under the pressure exerted by Jiang Yun, they dared not take the lion's share, instead contenting themselves with a smaller portion. Even a fraction would suffice for their needs. Jiang Yun did not impede this. On the contrary, he relinquished the majority of the profits to other mercenary teams, a gesture that garnered him much goodwill and solidified the Blazing Flame team's status as a formidable force following the Lone Wolf Brigade. As for why he chose to cede most of the profits, Jiang Yun recognized that his own team was small, and they could not possibly consume the vast wealth of the Lone Wolf Brigade. Therefore, releasing the majority of the profits was the only viable option. Yet even this amount was sufficient for their growth. As for the Lone Wolf Brigade, they succumbed to the pressure and disbanded. Without the top-tier combatant Xius, they were reduced to the status of a second-rate mercenary group. Even as the best among second-rate teams, they could not withstand the onslaught of multiple brigades vying for a share of their spoils. Thus, after a fortnight, the Lone Wolf Brigade became virtually defunct, with many members applying for withdrawal. Meanwhile, the elders of the Lone Wolf Brigade sold off their assets and fled to other stars, seeking a life of comfort. Consequently, the Blazing Flame team ascended to replace the Lone Wolf Brigade as the premier power, attracting numerous applicants eager to join in a short span. The Blazing Flame team became the most sought-after mercenary group on Qiulongstar. At this juncture, Jiang Yun embarked on a secretive journey towards Adralat Star. Jiang Yun's spacecraft settled in a desolate area, drawing considerable attention. Many inhabitants of Adralat Star gazed at Jiang Yun's vessel, whispering amongst themselves, yet none approached. With a hiss, the spacecraft slowly opened, and a handsome young man emerged. "Is this Adralat Star?" Jiang Yun surveyed the surrounding inhabitants and the environment, noting that the level of greenery was lower and the conditions were slightly inferior to those on Earth. That moment, an elderly man of apparent stature approached and inquired, "Young traveler, may I ask what brings you to our planet?" "Greetings. I have heard of the remarkable martial arts on Adralat Star, and I wish to witness them for myself," Jiang Yun replied, respectfully bowing with his hands clasped together. "I see that we do not prohibit outsiders from learning our secret techniques, but it is quite challenging for outsiders to master them. Our planet warmly welcomes friends, and you may consult the Grand Elder on this matter." The elder was amiable towards Jiang Yun, sensing no malice from this polite young man. "Paul, tomorrow, take this young man to see the Grand Elder," the elder instructed, calling forth a youthful companion. This young man, named Paul, appeared somewhat youthful, likely around the same age as Jiang Yun. The others gradually dispersed at the elder's beckoning, as it was not uncommon for visitors to arrive at Adralat Star. However, most of them are merely stranded on the planet, primarily seeking supplies rather than pursuing martial arts like Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun stowed away his spacecraft, transforming the grand vessel into an all-purpose capsule. Holding the capsule in his hand, he was filled with a profound sense of reflection. Perhaps he could amass wealth by trading capsules in the cosmos, provided that he possessed the combat prowess to safeguard his fortune. Along the journey, it was evident that Paul had never experienced the outside world, incessantly bombarding Jiang Yun with questions, his heart brimming with longing for the universe. Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. Was he dealing with a chatterbox? Paul shared his aspirations for the outside world while inquiring about what it was like beyond. It seemed that the youth had grown, yearning for the world beyond. "Paul, the universe is not as splendid as you imagine. It is rife with darkness, conflict, and bloodshed. Though many places are indeed beautiful and alluring, you must understand that the world is not as simple as it appears. Jiang Yun explained to Paul, eager to convey to the young man that life is far more complex. Jiang Yun, do not frighten me. You sound like the village elders who always forbade me from venturing out. I have grown up. During their earlier conversations, Paul had learned Jiang Yun's name, and upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, he evidently harbored skepticism, pouting in response. The two soon arrived at a main hall, where Paul exchanged a few words with the guards outside before bidding farewell to Jiang Yun. After a brief wait, a guard emerged, addressing Jiang Yun. The Grand Elder requests your presence. Following the guard, Jiang Yun entered the Grand Elder's residence. Where the guard stepped back, Jiang Yun was astonished to see that the Grand Elder appeared surprisingly youthful. Greetings, traveler from afar. Please take a seat. The Grand Elder smiled warmly at Jiang Yun. Observing Jiang Yun seated before him, the Grand Elder continued, do not let my appearance deceive you. I am considered middle-aged among my kin. Jiang Yun felt as though the Grand Elder could see through his thoughts, a testament to his esteemed position on Adrat Star. Greetings, esteemed Grand Elder. I have come to learn the martial arts of your planet and hope for your approval. Jiang Yun said respectfully, recognizing the importance of showing due reverence to someone of the Grand Elder's stature. Young one, do not be in haste. Stay for a couple of days. You may consider martial arts later. We warmly welcome friends, and I shall ensure that Blake attends to you well, the Grand Elder said kindly. Jiang Yun was taken aback by the Grand Elder's hospitality and nodded in acknowledgement. The two exchanged numerous pleasantries, including Jiang Yun's origins from Earth. Subsequently, under Blake's guidance, Jiang Yun explored Adrat Star, frequently visiting its martial arts arenas. Many inhabitants were diligently practicing esoteric techniques, showcasing a plethora of bizarre moves. Jiang Yun even witnessed an Adrat Star inhabitant transform into a half-human, half-beast form. This prompted him to glance at Blake, curious to inquire about the technique. This is the biological simulation technique. It allows one to morph into various creatures. However, it is clear he has yet to master it, as he cannot fully transform. Blake explained to Jiang Yun as they encountered more unusual techniques. Blake elucidated each one for Jiang Yun. The sheer variety of skills left Jiang Yun in awe. He couldn't help but marvel at how fortuitous it was to be on Adrat Star. He even observed someone practicing instantaneous movement, though it was evident that mastering such a skill was no easy feat, as the individual often found themselves buried in the ground, stuck in trees, or ensnared in haystacks, clearly still a novice. This was one of the skills Jiang Yun yearned to master. He had contemplated training in it himself, but the challenge had compelled him to temporarily abandon the idea. In the days that followed, Jiang Yun began training in various esoteric techniques under Blake's tutelage. Jiang Yun's aptitude astounded Blake, techniques that would typically take others months, or even years, to learn. Jiang Yun grasped within mere days some simpler techniques. Upon understanding their principles, he learned instantaneously. This nearly left Blake in a state of disbelief. After a while, Jiang Yun no longer required Blake's guidance, as he had surpassed Blake's own knowledge. The Grand Elder was equally astonished by Jiang Yun's talent, granting him permission to study certain core esoteric techniques reserved for the Adrat Star people. In the ensuing days, Jiang Yun encountered even more profound techniques, some of which left him utterly amazed. For instance, the life-sharing technique allowed individuals to share their life force, enabling both parties to borrow from each other's combat strength, effectively doubling their power. Furthermore, if one person were to perish, as long as the other retained their life, the deceased could be resurrected, provided their body remained intact and unscathed. However, this meant that the deceased would subsequently draw upon the life force of the other, effectively having their own lifespan. Such techniques were generally forbidden to the masses, accessible only to a select few, with some being exceedingly perilous. However, due to the significant side effects, Jiang Yun chose not to learn them, merely noting the underlying principles to enrich his own foundation. Besides combat-related techniques, Jiang Yun also acquired numerous practical skills, such as the concealment technique, which enabled him to create a personal space for storing items, proving even more convenient than the all-purpose capsule. Aside from studying esoteric techniques, Jiang Yun also engaged in seclusion, occasionally sending messages to Bu Chun and others to come and train, with several members of the Blazing Flame Squad rotating to Adrat Star for practice. However, not everyone possessed Jiang Yun's level of comprehension. Most opted for a select few to undergo specialized training. Jiang Yun's admonition against overextending themselves led Bu Chun to regard him with a peculiar expression, as if he were being excessively ostentatious. While advising others against excessive learning, he himself effortlessly mastered everything he attempted. Thus, the group embarked on fervent training, with the Blazing Flame Squad receiving warm hospitality from the inhabitants of Adrat Star. The diligent training of the Blazing Flame Squad even sparked a renewed enthusiasm for practice among the Adrat Star people, with Bu Chun and others recommending the Gravity Training Chamber. In no time, the Gravity Training Chamber became immensely popular among the Adrat Star inhabitants, as its benefits were substantial. And so, time flowed steadily onward. 2 years later, time passed swiftly, like water, through the years, in the brief span of 2 years. Amidst relentless training, the members of the Blazing Flame Squad had each achieved combat strengths exceeding 5,000, though the increase of 2 to 3,000 over 2 years may seem modest, averaging just over 1,000 per year. The Blazing Flame Squad had become a formidable force in the cosmos. As the leader of the Blazing Flame Squad, Bu Chun's combat strength reached an impressive 31,000, and the Earthlings, having embraced the martial arts of Adrat Star and integrating their own knowledge, significantly enhanced their foundations, with the Gravity Training Chamber amplifying their progress. They now stood as minor powerhouses within the universe. As for Jiang Yun, his combat strength had soared to 200,000. Although such a modest increase over 2 years seemed paltry given his talent, Jiang Yun's foundation was exceptionally robust. Moreover, over the past 2 years, he had become quite adept at instantaneous movement, and through his modifications, he could now not only teleport via sensing energy, but also execute spatial jumps using coordinates. This method required an exceptional perception of space, which Jiang Yun possessed in abundance. However, given his current energy levels, he could only manage a few jumps between star systems before becoming exhausted. While traversing between planets was effortless. 2 years had passed, and Jiang Yun pondered whether the Demon King Bick had emerged by now. It was time to return and take a look. Additionally, others were beginning to miss Earth, so Jiang Yun decided to discuss their intentions with the Grand Elder. Upon arriving at the Grand Elder's residence, Jiang Yun conveyed his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder replied, "Very well, it has been 2 years. You are indeed due to return and check in. However, should you wish to come back, we would be most welcoming, as would be your friends from Earth. In the span of these 2 years, neither too long nor too short, the presence of Earthlings had significantly impacted Adrat Star, particularly in the realm of cuisine, as they had shared numerous recipes for delectable dishes, since the Adrat Star inhabitants found their local fare rather unpalatable. Thus, they thoroughly guided their hosts to experience what it means to savor the culinary delights of Earth. The Yatterlat aliens finally grasped the essence of true gastronomy, which forged a profound friendship between them and Earth. They were utterly captivated by the exquisite cuisine, with Paul even expressing his intention to visit Earth someday. Upon learning of Jiang Yun and the others' impending departure, Blake felt a twinge of reluctance. Over the past 2 years, he had developed a deep bond with Jiang Yun and his companions, as he had guided them in their cultivation, fostering a strong camaraderie through their shared experiences. Consequently, when he heard the news of their departure, Blake gathered many to bid farewell to Jiang Yun and the others, refraining from urging them to stay. For he understood that all gatherings must eventually come to an end. He merely suggested they return for a visit in the future. Jiang Yun echoed this sentiment, declaring that the Yatterlat aliens would now be their friends, offering his assistance should they ever need it, and providing Blake with the coordinates of Earth. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the Yatterlat aliens, Jiang Yun and his companions boarded their spacecraft, setting course for Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bu Fan gazed at the starry sky, pondering the fates of his brother and Master Jiang Yun, wondering how they fared after 2 long years. During this time, Bu Fan, having risen to a position of prominence, exuded an aura befitting a leader, and the Martial Alliance had experienced remarkable growth, not only in the Western capital, but even in the Eastern, Southern, and Northern capitals. The presence of the Martial Alliance was ubiquitous. Now, it had become the largest martial force in the world, even supplanting the fighting scene. IT had evolved into the most influential entity globally. The existence of the Martial Alliance had significantly increased the number of people practicing martial arts on Earth. with even the elderly in parks engaging in fitness routines derived from simplified martial techniques that Jiang Yun had previously disseminated. These exercises benefited their health and were thus warmly embraced by many seniors. As for the youth, a multitude flocked to the Martial Alliance's affiliated training halls, where they were taught fundamental martial arts rather than combative techniques. Presently, the citizens of Earth, inundated with extensive promotions, frequented the Martial Alliance's public venues to exercise and practice the simplified martial arts passed down by the Alliance. Viewing it merely as a means to enhance their physical fitness, little did they realize this would provide them with immense advantages for the future, placing them ahead at the starting line. Suddenly, Bu Fan felt a tap on his shoulder, and in an instant he was propelled 10 meters away, astonished that someone could approach him, the foremost individual on Earth at that moment. Upon recognizing the figure who had tapped him, his eyes welled with tears of joy. It was Jiang Yun and his brother returning. "Brother, how did you come back?" Bu Fan's voice conveyed both elation and curiosity. Bu Chun, observing his brother's formidable power, which had reached a staggering level of 10,000, felt a surge of pride and affection as he patted Bu Fan's shoulder, saying, "Xiao Fan, you've done exceptionally well." During their journey, he and Jiang Yun had witnessed the remarkable expansion of the Martial Alliance. Compared to 2 years prior, it had multiplied in size exponentially. It was clear to them that Bu Fan had excelled in his endeavors, and his martial prowess had not waned. The assistance from the virtual universe had proven invaluable. "Alliance leader, why have you returned so soon?" Bu Fan inquired of Jiang Yun, who had previously prepared himself for the possibility of Jiang Yun and the others being away for 5 or 6 years. It was only 2 years, yet they had returned. Bu Fan, do not stand on ceremony. Just call me Yin Go, like your brother does, Jiang Yun replied, observing how the once Navi Bu Fan had transformed into a figure of authority. The youthful innocence of the past entirely vanished. "Now, tell us about the developments of recent years." After they settled down, Jiang Yun was eager to learn about the Martial Alliance's progress. "Haha, Yin Go, you won't believe it. Our Martial Alliance has become the most powerful force on Earth. Our disciples even serve as instructors in the military, and our influence has spread globally," Bu Fan exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable, while he maintained a composed demeanor in front of others. He felt completely at ease with Jiang Yun and Bu Chun. The room resonated with their animated discussions. On May 7th, 7:53 A.J., the new edition of the World Martial Arts Championship commenced. Confidently, Wukong participated in the competition, and Master Rashi arrived with his disciple to compete as well. Initially intent on seeking vengeance against Jiang Yun and the others, Master Rashi decided to temporarily abandon his vendetta due to the Martial Alliance's growing might over the past 2 years. However, his objective at this championship was to have Tianjin Fan defeat Master Rashi's disciple, thereby avenging the defeat of Tao by at Wukong's hands, settling old scores along with new ones. The age-old adage of enemies meeting brings forth heightened animosity rang true as Master Rashi and Master Turtle engaged in a heated argument upon encountering each other, with Tianjin Fan boldly declaring his intention to make them regret their actions. At this moment, Tianjin Fan, under Master Rashi's tutelage, naturally exhibited some of his mentor's fierce temperament. Unbeknownst to them, the malevolent King Piccolo, who had plagued the world centuries prior, had been released. He was now sending his son to the World Martial Arts Championship. Unlike the original tale, King Piccolo had dispatched a child towards the western capital. Wukong and his companions remained oblivious to these developments, their focus solely on the championship. Meanwhile, Master Rashi felt an ominous premonition but dismissed it quickly. The proceedings of the martial arts tournament unfolded as in the original narrative, save for the fact that Yamucho was not with Bulma. They remained merely friends. In contrast, Wukong and his companions had benefited from Jiang Yun's influence and thus possessed slightly higher combat prowess than in the original story. Tianjin Fan, driven by Master Rashi's animosity towards the Martial Alliance, underwent even more rigorous training without any reservations. As a result, his abilities surpassed his previous levels. The World Martial Arts Championship was in full swing while, on the side of the Martial Alliance, the minions dispatched by King Piccolo were en route to the western capital. As they approached the vicinity of the western capital, Jiang Yun and his companions sensed the malevolent aura emanating from the minions, who were unaware of the formidable power they were about to face. believing they were merely going to subdue ordinary humans. They deemed such an endeavor unnecessary, primarily because King Piccolo had been sealed away for centuries and feared the emergence of a figure akin to Wu Tai Do from centuries past, thus ordering the extermination of the martial arts community. However, they were ignorant of the fact that the martial arts world had undergone a transformation, and the Western capital now stood as the strongest entity on Earth. Jiang Yun gazed towards the horizon, while Buchun and the others wondered about the source of this malevolent energy. "Let us go investigate, but do not alarm the citizens," Jiang Yun suggested, taking to the skies. With Buchun and the others following suit, eager to witness the owner of this sinister aura. Although the energy posed no significant threat to them, Jiang Yun proceeded towards its source, recognizing it as likely belonging to King Piccolo's underlings. He pondered why King Piccolo had sent minions to this location, but soon realized that they were now the strongest beings on Earth, unlike in the original tale, where they were on Papaya Island. Thus, it made sense that King Piccolo would dispatch agents to confront them. After flying for a while, Jiang Yun and his companions encountered the minion sent by King Piccolo just as they entered the western capital. The minion, covered in greenish hues and sporting wings, resembled a grotesque creature, an anthropomorphic toad. This minion was named Shikala, and upon seeing Jiang Yun and his companions, he was taken aback, not expecting the very individuals he sought to confront to present themselves so readily. Although Jiang Yun and his companions could fly, Shikala perceived humans as weak and easily vanquished. Thus, he launched an energy blast towards them, yet this attack was dismissed by the group with ease, as one of them effortlessly deflected it. Jiang Yun casually unleashed an energy sphere that struck Shikala, obliterating him instantly. Having no interest in trivial minions, Jiang Yun dispatched Shikala to the netherworld with a single energy blast. At the moment of Shikala's demise, King Piccolo, who had been meditating, abruptly opened his eyes and rasped, "Shikala is dead." The surrounding henchmen, terrified, huddled together, trembling in fear, worried that King Piccolo might take out his wrath on them at any moment. At this moment, they all regretted having released the fearsome King Piccolo. Not only did he fail to acquire vast wealth, but his very life also hung precariously in the hands of another. At this moment, the arena of the world's foremost martial arts tournament echoed the narrative of the original tale. With Tianjin Fan unexpectedly emerging victorious, A.S. Krillin returned to the venue. He beheld the demonic warrior of Piccolo Daimao, who was ruthlessly taking lives. Driven by a sense of justice, he immediately charged forth, intent on halting the carnage. However, the demonic warrior recognized Krillin at once as a competitor and one of his targets. The two clashed in an instant. Owing to Krillin's significantly enhanced abilities compared to the original story, he managed to hold his ground reasonably well. Yet, despite their relatively close strengths, Krillin was not a merciless killer like the demonic warrior. He engaged in combat with martial techniques, but his opponent fought with lethal intent, and soon Krillin found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining numerous injuries and even coughing up blood, just as he was on the brink of collapse. A resounding shout echoed, "Stop!" It was Goku who had arrived. Having endured longer than the original narrative, Krillin was spared from being killed. However, had Goku arrived even slightly later, he too might have met the same grim fate as depicted in the original tale. Upon seeing Goku, the demonic warrior recalled how difficult it was to contend with one individual. The thought of facing another, potentially even more formidable, filled him with dread. Recognizing Goku from the roster of competitors, he decisively retreated, realizing that there were still powerful martial artists in the human realm, and he needed to report back to Piccolo Daimao. Goku, concerned for Krillin, rushed to his side. As Krillin saw Goku approach, he exhaled a sigh of relief and ceased to struggle, collapsing to the ground. "Little Krillin," Goku shouted anxiously, rushing to Krillin's side and embracing him. Witnessing Krillin's grievous injuries ignited a fierce anger within Goku, and tears welled in his eyes. "Little Krillin, you will be all right. I'll summon Master Roshi." In his desperation, Goku called upon Master Roshi to Kinto on. "I will not let the villains who harmed little Krillin go unpunished." Goku shouted, summoning his flying Nimbus, while the others made no attempt to intervene, equally enraged at Krillin's condition. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun was explaining the origins of the demon race to the others. These are the minions sent by Piccolo Daimao, who wreaked havoc on the world centuries ago. He has been resurrected. Piccolo Daimao, is this not merely a legend? Buchan exclaimed in surprise, for the tales of Piccolo Daimao had been passed down in their village, and he never imagined they were true, let alone that he had returned. Indeed, it is true, and he has returned, Jiang Yun reiterated. Upon hearing this news, a somber weight settled over the familiar faces as the once mythical Demon King had manifested before them. Observing the anxious crowd, Jiang Yun smiled reassuringly. There is no need for undue concern. Have you forgotten your own strength? The times have changed, comrades. His words resonated with the group. Yes, our fighting prowess has long surpassed that of our predecessors. Perhaps the legendary Piccolo Daimao is not as formidable as we once thought. Moreover, this minor demon is pathetically weak. Piccolo Daimao may be no greater threat. Yet, recalling that just a few years prior, their own strength might not have surpassed that of the recently defeated demon warrior, the group turned their gazes toward Jiang Yun. All of this was thanks to this man. In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief and admiration for Jiang Yu, and it was because of him that they were now so powerful, able to witness the splendor of martial arts. Goku, still in pursuit of the demon warrior, ultimately failed yet again, and his unquenched hunger left him at the mercy of the demon, which undoubtedly contributed to the revival of Piccolo Daimao. With his rejuvenation, Piccolo Daimao's ambitions for world domination intensified. Capable of his sexual reproduction, he swiftly produced a legion of demons to aid in his quest for global supremacy. Unbeknownst to the others, Goku had not encountered the formidable Akairobe this time. Nonetheless, his journey toward the legendary Karen Tower was significantly more favorable than in the original tale. The emergence of Piccolo Daimao sent ripples of panic through the populace, and Bulma and the others learned of his origins and the intertwined fates from Master Roshi. Determined to save the world, Tianjin Fan resolutely decided to master the Mafuba technique in hopes of sealing Piccolo Daimao once more. Remarkably gifted, Tianjin Fan, despite having seen the Mafuba only once, harnessed his unwavering conviction to learn it. He departed from the others, setting off alone toward the direction of Piccolo Daimao. Meanwhile, Piccolo Daimao, rejuvenated, had not forgotten the townsfolk of Shidu who had once slain his offspring. Concurrently, he announced to the world his intentions of conquest. Piccolo Daimao stormed into the capital of Kaiserlegion, where the king was basking in the adoration of his subjects. The sudden intrusion disrupted the jubilant atmosphere, and the king's guards proved no match for Piccolo Daimao. To compel the king's submission, Piccolo Daimao demonstrated the sheer might of his energy wave, obliterating a corner of the royal city, leaving the king with no choice but to capitulate to the tyrant in order to spare his people from harm. Meanwhile, Goku was on his way to retrieve the super divine water, hoping to defeat Piccolo Daimao. Under duress, the king was forced to broadcast live to the world, declaring, "I've been compelled to relinquish my throne. The world shall now be ruled by Piccolo Daimao." Clearly intimidated, the king quickly shifted his tone. "People of the world, rise up against this tyranny. If we leave the world in the hands of such a villain, it will soon meet its demise." Cast aside by Piccolo Daimao, the king stepped toward the camera to announce his dominion, proclaiming that crime would no longer be illegal, urging all the world's criminals to revel in chaos and plunge the world into disorder. Piccolo Daimao's presence instigated widespread turmoil, with brutality and fear permeating the globe. However, in stark contrast to the global panic, the stronghold of the Martial Alliance in Shidu remained resilient. Under the Alliance's protection, while the people were indeed distressed, they managed to endure, albeit barely. The rebellious prisoners were subdued before they could even initiate their uprising, thanks to the swift actions of the Alliance members. "Leader, shall we not intervene?" one member inquired, perplexed. "Not yet. The world requires this calamity, that if we cannot withstand this minor disaster, how shall we confront the cosmic threats to come?" Jiang Yun stated calmly, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "That direction Goku is coming." At that moment, Tianjin Fan arrived in the capital, ready to confront Piccolo Daimao in a decisive battle. Yet instead of engaging himself, Piccolo Daimao dispatched his demonic warrior, Ram, even without direct intervention. Ram proved to be a formidable opponent for Tianjin Fan, leaving him in a state of utter despair. As Tianjin Fan struggled against Ram, Piccolo Daimao grew increasingly impatient. His eyes glowed red with intent, prepared to obliterate Tianjin Fan, feeling that humanity was far too troublesome. They fought fiercely despite knowing they could not prevail, in a departure from the original narrative, where Piccolo Daimao refrained from direct action. He now chose to strike. Just as Tianjin Fan was about to be attacked, a figure suddenly appeared, saving him. This figure was Jiang Yun, who marveled at the reality of the world. This was the true world, where the protagonist did not always arrive at the crucial moment. Fortunately, he had mastered instant transmission. In his perception, Goku would not arrive for a while yet. Choosing this moment to appear, he aimed to draw Tianjin Fan into the martial alliance, leveraging the favor of saving his life to facilitate the process. "Who are you?" Tianjin Fan asked, bewildered, having witnessed Jiang Yun's timely intervention and feeling a swell of relief in his heart. Though he harbored no fear of death, at the moment it approached, he could not help but feel a pang of terror. Meanwhile, the king and his entourage beheld the arrival of Jiang Yun. "This is Jiang Yun, the enigmatic leader of legends. How fortunate that he has arrived." The king's guards were taken aback with delight, for one had once encountered this young man during a royal meeting and never anticipated such formidable prowess. Initially, the king contemplated soliciting aid from the martial alliance, yet the thought of the terrifying destruction wrought by the demon king Piccolo quashed that notion. In the king's eyes, while the martial alliance was indeed powerful, it fell short of being otherworldly. Unbeknownst to him, the members of the martial alliance had been diligently honing their skills, rarely engaging in combat, with most battles conducted within the confines of a virtual network. At that moment, Piccolo, witnessing Jiang Yun deflect his assault, was somewhat astonished to find a martial artist of such strength still in existence. However, he brushed off the surprise, confident that he had yet to unleash his full might. With an air of arrogance, he taunted, "Little insect, have you come to meet your demise?" Beside him, Ram sought to eliminate Jiang Yun, but with a mere glance, Jiang Yun dispatched Ram with a casual energy blast, reducing him to nothingness. Tianjin Han watched in disbelief, astonished that Ram, whom he had struggled to contend with, crumbled so easily before Jiang Yun that Piccolo's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Jiang Yun's combat prowess had exceeded his expectations, and he pondered why he had not been informed of this individual. Determined to confront Jiang Yun personally, Piccolo declared, "Boy, it is your fortune that I shall handle you myself. Prepare to face your fate in death." He let out a disdainful laugh that echoed unpleasantly. In an instant, Piccolo charged at Jiang Yun with blinding speed. Though to Jiang Yun it appeared merely swift, he effortlessly countered each of Piccolo's strikes, astonishing onlookers, and then seized Piccolo's arm, hurling him into a building with tremendous force, effectively burying him beneath the rubble. That a flash of light erupted, clearing the surrounding area. "Filthy wretch, do not be so arrogant. I have yet to reveal my true capabilities." Piccolo glared menacingly at Jiang Yun. "Ah!" he roared, as his aura surged dramatically, visible veins bulging on his forehead, the very ground quaking beneath him, even stirring up a tempest that made Tianjin Han tremble. Jiang Yun observed Piccolo's transformation, awaiting the full force of his power. He could see that moment. Jiang Yun's gaze shifted to the horizon, where a small black dot appeared, growing larger. It was Goku, riding on Kinto-on. Goku was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Jiang Yun, recognizing the formidable elder sibling engaged in battle with Piccolo, seemingly gaining the upper hand. Tianjin Han, upon seeing Goku's arrival, was filled with elation, relieved to find that Goku was still alive. Piccolo, noticing Goku's approach, scoffed, "That little brat? I never expected him to still be breathing." He dismissed Goku entirely, for he felt assured that even in his elder state, Goku could not best him. Yet he was unaware that Goku, having consumed the super divine water at the cost of his life, had undergone a remarkable transformation. Though perilous, the risk had yielded tremendous power. Indeed, traversing the line between life and death often unleashes untold potential. In previous lives, even an elderly woman could manifest incredible strength when faced with danger. This phenomenon exemplifies the notion that within the abyss of fear lies great opportunity. The super divine water merely serves as a catalyst for latent potential, requiring both immense capability and unwavering conviction. Without the former, all that remains is a futile expenditure of vitality. Thus, Jiang Yun held little interest in the super divine water, finding it far less exhilarating than the fruit of the spirit tree, which not only augments combat strength but also enhances one's potential and spirit, albeit modestly. Better than being harmless. Big brother, may I have the chance to face him? I must personally vanquish this villain who has harmed so many. He is utterly unforgivable, Goku earnestly implored Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun regarded the young warrior. Contemplating that the legend of this man was truly beginning, he nodded and replied, "Very well, Goku. This world is all the more vibrant because of you." Though Goku did not fully grasp Jiang Yun's words, he understood that permission had been granted. Piccolo, overhearing their exchange, secretly rejoiced, envisioning the possibility of capturing Goku to turn the tables in his favor. Having encountered many martial artists in his time, that he believed he could instill fear in them, for he was indeed a member of the nefarious demon clan. Piccolo chuckled inwardly. Elated at this juncture, Goku launched himself at Piccolo. Upon their clash, Piccolo discovered that Goku's punches were exceptionally powerful. Goku's strength was nothing short of astonishing. Their battle left spectators breathless, with Tianjin Han marveling at Goku's transformation. Not long ago, he had managed to gain the slightest upper hand against Goku in the arena. Yet now Goku was evenly matched with Piccolo. Tianjin Han hoped fervently that Goku could defeat Piccolo and avenge Chaozu and Master Roshi. As Piccolo realized that physical attacks were ineffective, he shifted to energy assaults, unleashing a torrent of power that drastically altered the surrounding landscape. The king, witnessing this spectacle, was horrified, never having imagined such feats were possible, and resolved to intensify the training of martial artists. Explosive Demon Wave. Piccolo unleashed a formidable technique upon Goku, the sheer energy sending tremors through the ground. In an instant, a vast crater formed, enveloping Goku in a cloud of dust. Yet Piccolo's expression remained taut, for he sensed Goku's energy had not dissipated. True to form, Goku burst forth from the dust, landing an elbow strike on Piccolo's abdomen. "Ah!" Piccolo cried in pain, yet quickly regained his composure, sending Goku flying with a swift kick, the rapidity of his attack matched only by Goku's own descent to the ground, blood scattering across the sky. However, moments later, Goku rose again, both combatants panting heavily as they regarded one another. Piccolo clenched his fists, veins bulging, energy radiating from his form, illuminating the surroundings, clearly having been compelled to unleash his full might. Seeing this, Jiang Yun could not help but scoff inwardly at the prolonged build-up. If this were in the universe, he would have been defeated ages ago. Yet he remembered that their powers were still comparatively low, and Goku needed time to recover his stamina while secretly gathering energy. Explosive Demon Wave. In an instant, Piccolo unleashed a barrage of attacks. Kamehameha! Goku retaliated with his ultimate move, a brilliant blue energy wave radiating dazzling light. Observing Piccolo's decision to engage Goku in a direct clash, Jiang Yun stifled a laugh, recognizing the folly of challenging a member of the Sun family. As anticipated, in this energy contest, Piccolo was no match for Goku. "Wait, I concede," Piccolo shouted hastily, having intended to capture Tianjin Han to leverage Goku's compliance, yet found himself thwarted as Tianjin Han remained by Jiang Yun's side. Hearing this, Goku instinctively halted his advance. Piccolo seized the moment, wrapping his energy around a stone and launching it at Goku. "Ha! Foolish child, you actually believe my words. I'm not here to duel," Piccolo taunted, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Despicable, Goku thought, resolving to put an end to this. Clenching his right fist, he concentrated all his energy and conviction into a singular punch, aimed fiercely at the airborne Piccolo, his mind fixated on the fallen Master Roshi and the gravely injured Krillin. With a colossal punch of immense power, the formidable Piccolo Daimao was pierced through, staring incredulously at the gaping wound in his abdomen. Piccolo lifted his gaze to Goku and, in a feeble voice, uttered, "The root of evil shall never vanish." It will endure in this world. Avenge me, my child." Upon concluding his words, he concentrated his life essence and expelled an egg from his mouth. This egg was a culmination of his entire essence. A stark contrast to the magic warrior's birth from his earlier exhaustion. It represented his true heir, inheriting all that he was. Goku, having exhausted his strength, collapsed to the ground, only to be effortlessly caught by Jiang Yun. Tian Shan'an, witnessing Goku's triumph, couldn't help but smile with joy. At that moment, Jiang Yun gently set Goku down, allowing everyone to relish this hard-won warmth. With the defeat of Piccolo Daimao, it felt as though the world welcomed the dawn of a new era. The king, overwhelmed with joy, shed tears of relief, while the once rampant criminals were once again imprisoned. Bulma and the others celebrated with exuberant cheers, rejoicing in this arduous victory. News of Piccolo Daimao's annihilation spread across the globe, and the king joyfully proclaimed that the capital would be reconstructed. Meanwhile, Goku embarked on the path to reviving the Dragon God, and the world began to flourish. As Goku ventured forth, Jiang Yun engaged in conversation with the king. "Ah, who would have thought that such feats could be accomplished by human effort alone? It seems I have greatly underestimated the potential of martial arts," the king remarked wistfully, gazing out the window. At that moment, the king was not in Castle Ru, but rather in the western capital, which was still under reconstruction. He observed the spirited young man before him, recognizing that this youth was far more formidable than the young Goku. During the battle, he had toyed with Piccolo Daimao, displaying no sign of exertion whatsoever. Of course, that young man was also quite remarkable. "Jiang Yun, I intend to promote martial arts. What are your thoughts on this?" The king humbly regarded Jiang Yun, recognizing that, in terms of current standing, Jiang Yun was perhaps not inferior and may even hold a slight advantage. Given Jiang Yun's current prowess, he was undeniably an invincible force. Even Piccolo Daimao had posed no challenge for him, let alone Jiang Yun, who is undoubtedly even more formidable. "Your Majesty, this matter has long been my endeavor. Of course, it would be even better if we could incorporate martial arts into the educational system." Jiang Yun expressed his views to the king, considering it a splendid opportunity for the flourishing of martial arts. I will carefully consider this proposal. It is indeed an excellent suggestion," the king mused, contemplating the idea, although he feared it might hinder technological advancement. Well, he sighed inwardly, reflecting that previous technologies had proven futile against Piccolo Daimao. Perhaps it was not impossible to prioritize martial arts development, allowing both to coexist harmoniously. The sparks of their interaction might ignite a more vibrant and prosperous future for the Earth. The path ahead remained uncertain, yet humanity's destiny was theirs to choose: stagnation or bold progress. It was undeniable that the current king possessed remarkable capability, which explained his popularity among the people. He was undoubtedly an outstanding leader, particularly in matters of public welfare. "Jiang Yun, should we not proceed with caution? After all, Piccolo Daimao has been vanquished, and peace has returned to the world." Though he agreed with Jiang Yun's sentiments, the king was still influenced by the prevailing circumstances, believing it essential to focus on healing and mitigating the lingering effects of Piccolo Daimao's reign. Introducing martial arts into education at such a moment, he feared, might allow the remnants of Piccolo Daimao's influence to take root in the hearts of the populace. Moreover, with your current power, Jiang Yun, what threats could possibly endanger the Earth? "The people require time to mend their wounds," the king stated to Jiang Yun. "Your Majesty, you speak the truth. Indeed, the world is temporarily at peace. But what are the threats from the cosmos?" "How much do you truly know?" Jiang Yun replied. "Are you aware of where I have ventured in the past 2 years? I have traversed the universe, where formidable entities abound. Piccolo Daimao pales in comparison, even appearing pitiably weak." Jiang Yun discerned the king's inclination toward a steady path, yet he knew that such a course would not suffice to gradually implement martial arts. Once Goku's brother Raditz arrived on Earth, the planet would be thrust into chaos. The enemies faced would be increasingly perilous, and not every adversary could be resurrected using the Dragon Balls. Is this truly the case? It seems Earth lacks the means to construct spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos. The king hesitated, disbelief evident in his voice. While Earth may not possess such technology, Dr. Brief has the capability, The planet has yet to adequately prepare for the pressures from outer space. Therefore, Dr. Brief has not made the spacecraft specifications public. Jiang Yun's voice resonated with formidable authority, tightening the king's heart with a sense of urgency. Jiang Yun's words struck the king profoundly, evoking a realization of his own waning vigor and lost youthful fervor. At that moment, the king harbored no doubts regarding Jiang Yun's assertions. A figure of Jiang Yun's strength had no need to deceive him. I understand. Please allow me to ponder this further. The king's voice was weary, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Thus concluded the dialogue between Jiang Yun and the king. Jiang Yun exited the room, leaving the king to contemplate in silence. The capital remained in the throes of reconstruction, and the king was currently resting in a hotel under the auspices of the Martial Alliance. The following day, Jiang Yun received word from the king. He was astonished at how swiftly the king had responded and promptly sought him out. What? You wish to abdicate? Me? That jest was far from amusing. Jiang Yun was taken aback upon hearing the king's proclamation, astonished that the king harbored such intentions. No. This decision comes after considerable reflection. Earth has transformed. While I may be able to govern it well, I lack the capacity to protect it. Humanity has only now awakened to the existence of such formidable beings following the ordeal with Piccolo Daimao, and we must contend with cosmic threats. The king's voice surged with passion that I recognize that my current mindset is ill-suited for the Earth of today. It requires a leader who possesses vision, ideals, and capabilities, someone deserving of the title of hero, and that person is unequivocally you. The Earth of today needs you. One of the king's attendants had recorded footage of the fierce battles, and though the clarity may be lacking, it would still be recognizable. Given your reputation for saving the planet, assuming the role of king would pose no issue. The king gazed at Jiang Yun with hopeful anticipation, yearning for him to acquiesce to his request. Do not hasten to refuse. Once you become king, the promotion of martial arts will rest solely upon you, making it far easier. No? Furthermore, upon your ascension, I can step down to the role of prime minister, taking care of all your administrative duties, allowing you to focus on your training. The king presented another compelling reason Jiang Yun found difficult to dismiss. Not only would promoting martial arts be more feasible, but it would also not encroach upon his training time. This was of utmost importance. Very well, I agree, but let it be known that I shall only oversee military affairs, while governance will remain your responsibility. Your Majesty, Jiang Yun acquiesced. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's agreement, the king was overjoyed, bowing deeply in gratitude. Your Majesty, the surrounding attendants erupted in cheer, delighted at the prospect of having such a powerful king. Inform everyone to prepare for the new king's coronation. The king, now prime minister, exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Yun regarded the former king, who displayed no pretense. Fully aware that his actions stemmed from a genuine desire for the development of Earth, he could not help but feel a deep sense of respect. To willingly relinquish such great power was a rarity in this world. Undoubtedly, he was an exceptional and responsible monarch. Just as the king was preparing for the abdication ceremony, Goku learned from the immortal of the existence of the celestial beings, and that to reach their abode, one must utilize the power of the golden staff. Everyone was filled with joy, for the dragon god was created by the celestial beings, and they possessed the ability to resurrect the dragon. Thus, the dumplings and Master Roshi can be resurrected. Meanwhile, Goku is tirelessly striving for the revival of Master Roshi and his companions. Jiang Yun is still in discussions with the king about releasing footage of the battle against Demon King Piccolo. Initially, Jiang Yun insisted that Goku's scenes be edited out, opting not to partake. However, the king argued that immense influence is necessary to gain the public's trust, leading Jiang Yun to acquiesce that on the eve of the abdication ceremony. The footage of the battle with Demon King Piccolo was aired and announced for nationwide viewing. Wow, this Demon King Piccolo is not as formidable as expected. He couldn't even overcome this young man. When the crowd saw Jiang Yun's appearance, they were initially skeptical, believing the portrayal of Demon King Piccolo's power to be exaggerated. Who is this youth, capable of unleashing waves of blue energy? Unbelievable. The capital has been annihilated by Demon King Piccolo. Yet this young man is impressively powerful, causing such devastation. Am I the only one who noticed that the young man remained unfazed? Indeed, this is the true powerhouse. This is the leader, Jiang Yun. A select few were aware of Jiang Yun's identity. Though brief, this video has showcased the true might of martial artists, a force comparable to a mushroom cloud. I have resolved. I shall train in martial arts, protect the earth, and become a hero. This video has ignited a flame of martial aspiration in many youths. After the video concluded, the king initiated a global live broadcast. Esteemed citizens, I have an announcement to make. I have decided to abdicate the throne in favor of Jiang Yun. While I shall take on the role of Prime Minister, most may not know who Jiang Yun is, but surely they have seen the young man who confronted Demon King Piccolo. Furthermore, Jiang Yun is the founder of the Martial Alliance, the creator of the Shangyun restaurant, the architect of the martial arts platform, and the second largest shareholder of the Universal Capsule Company. Today, leader Jiang Yun, tomorrow's King Jiang Yun, has resolved to widely disseminate martial knowledge, hoping that everyone becomes exceptional. And under King Jiang Yun's guidance, the earth shall prosper and thrive. The king's words resonated deeply, captivating the audience. Upon learning of Jiang Yun's numerous identities, the crowd was astonished. Truly, he is a perfect man. Instantly, Jiang Yun became the nation's beloved figure, the dream companion of countless women. Bulma and the others also witnessed the king's broadcast, astonished that the man they once knew has achieved such heights. Jiang Yun's accomplishments left many men feeling ashamed. Bulma, however, was infuriated, having just discovered that Jiang Yun is the second largest shareholder of her family's company, a fact her father had never disclosed. Had the king not revealed this, few would have known that as for Jiang Yun. After becoming a shareholder of the Universal Capsule Company, he focused solely on training, neglecting the company apart from periodic dividends that Dr. Brief was indifferent to money, viewing it merely as a means to facilitate his research. The next day arrived swiftly, as the citizens of West City unfurled banners to celebrate the new king's ascension. The sounds of various instruments filled the air, while people in the streets chanted the new king's name. Even the birds in the outskirts seemed to cheer, celebrating the nation's rebirth. The new era. Jiang Yun ascended to the high platform, shaking hand with the king before accepting the crown handed to him. Now, let us welcome the new king to address us. The former king relinquished his position to Jiang Yun, who took the microphone and proclaimed, "I am immensely grateful to our king for all he has done in this world. His efforts have significantly diminished the cruelty around us, allowing us to enjoy the peace we have today. The events surrounding Demon King Piccolo have grieved us, yet we must remember that our weakness invited such humiliation. With the mountains and rivers vast, a strong populace leads to a strong nation. Let us strive together towards a future of security and strength. Moreover, I have decided to incorporate martial arts into the national education system, with martial arts classes accounting for half of the overall grading. I urge everyone to work diligently and bring glory to our nation." As Jiang Yun surveyed the scene before him, a spark ignited in his eyes as he fervently declared, "Henceforth, I shall rename our nation to Shenzhou. The title of king shall be elevated to emperor, henceforth addressed as the divine martial emperor. Additionally, to expedite the dissemination of martial arts, I shall construct large gravity training facilities nationwide and open a virtual universe. I hope everyone will strive, for the future lies in your hands." Jiang Yun's words ignited a fervor among the masses as fireworks erupted in celebration. Members of the Martial Alliance were present amidst the crowd, watching the formidable and spirited Jiang Yun, with Buchen's thoughts drifting back to his childhood. Back then, that youthful boy had lofty aspirations, proclaiming he would elevate martial arts to the heights of the heavens. He had been drawn to Jiang Yun's conviction, and now, years later, that boy had become the most powerful figure in the world. Bu Fan's eyes glistened with tears of excitement. He was witnessing the glorious rise of martial arts. Gazing at Jiang Yun on the platform, Bu Fan's heart swelled with emotion, the figure of that man growing ever more profound in his mind. Where has Jiang Yun gone? He vanished 2 years ago and has yet to return. It was Xian Linglong who spoke, her memories of Jiang Yun's absence only intensifying her feelings for him. Indeed, where has that Buchan fellow followed Jiang Yun to? Lan Peeling pouted, recalling how she often accompanied Xian Linglong in search of Jiang Yun after he traveled to the Adrat Star. Though they never found him, Lan Peeling and Bu Chun seemed to share a connection. Their interactions had increased, but both still held only a vague fondness for one another, with Bu Chun likely less experienced in such matters than Bu Fan. While it was daytime on Earth, it was nighttime on Xiaolong Star. Yet the moon shone exceptionally bright, casting a holy glow upon Xian Linglong's fair skin, evoking a sense of sanctity that felt both divine and untouchable. At that moment, Xian Linglong recalled the prophecy of the high priest, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. In such a state, Xian Linglong appeared irresistibly alluring. Even women would find it hard not to fall for her. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, Jiang Yun and Bu Chun remained oblivious to the longing of the two women on Xiaolong Star. This day would later be recognized by posterity as the dawn of a new era in martial arts. Master Karen, I have obtained the golden staff, Goku exclaimed excitedly to Master Karen, seated upon his Nimbus cloud. Truly, Goku is exceptional. Perhaps he will one day match Master Karen. As Master Karen thought of Jiang Yun, that extraordinarily gifted youth, he also perceived the remarkable potential within Goku, believing he might one day rival Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's visage slowly materialized in Master Karen's mind, ultimately merging with Goku's, shaking his head. Master Karen snapped back to reality and revealed to Goku the path leading to the Divine Temple, tossing him a bell. With this bell, Goku had earned Master Karen's acknowledgement and the opportunity to meet the deities in the temple. Previously, Jiang Yun had also received Master Karen's recognition, but he had not been informed of the path to the temple, as Master Karen deemed the time unripe. Furthermore, after Jiang Yun departed from Earth, the matter was left unresolved that Goku's circumstances were unique. It was his desire to resurrect everyone and summon the dragon that permitted him access to the temple. In truth, Goku's visit to the temple had received the blessing of the deities. Before long, Goku set off. The temple resided in a peculiar location, surrounded by divine energy that rendered it invisible to ordinary humans unless granted permission by the deities. Otherwise, the temple might have long been discovered by human technology. Thus, it relied on the shielding of divine power. Otherwise, ordinary individuals would not only discover it, but also be barred from entry if they lacked sufficient strength. Those lacking the requisite strength would not perceive the temple. Yet, ordinary individuals could access if they secured the deity's acknowledgement. Indeed, in the original narrative, Bulma had flown to the temple in an aircraft, an impossible feat without divine endorsement. However, when faced with powerful beings, the temple's protections would prove ineffective. Thus, this world has always revered the strong from the very beginning. I could see this moment. Bulma and the others were still reminiscing about Goku when the television broadcasted news report. The new king decided to bestow the highest honor medal upon the boy who saved the world, expressing gratitude for his contributions, along with a monetary reward of 100 million, a 50% discount on purchases under the Martial Alliance. And the title of hero. Let us cheer for this young lad. The television aired praises for Goku, firmly establishing him as a hero. Considering Goku's future financial burdens, Jiang Yun also added a monetary bonus. At this point, Goku successfully arrived at the Divine Temple, but instead of meeting the deity, he encountered the deity's servant, Bobo. Goku was then requested by Bobo to engage in a contest. As Bobo made his move, he immediately subdued Goku. His actions were seamless, each gesture fluid and devoid of any superfluous motion. With a single strike, Goku found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. It hurt so much. What is this person? His movements are completely invisible. Goku grimaced, covering his face. Although Bobo appeared to use minimal force, the impact was excruciating. Just as Goku was trying to communicate amicably with Bobo, a figure appeared before Tian Shan, who was diligently training. Tian Shan was taken aback to find that the figure was Jiang Yun. He could hardly comprehend why Jiang Yun was here, yet he felt immense gratitude for Jiang Yun's past act of saving his life. Tian Shan, I have come for you, Jiang Yun declared before Tian Shan could speak. Me. For me? Why? Tian Shan, perplexed, quickly wondered why Jiang Yun would make such a statement, that I am deeply grateful for your past salvation. But if you have merely come to pass the time, that is unnecessary. Tian Shan expressed his confusion, pondering what could possibly merit Jiang Yun's attention. No, Tian Shan, I have indeed come for you. Your talent is exceptionally remarkable. You require higher martial guidance. Merely idling away your potential is a disservice to your gifts. Jiang Yun spoke earnestly, believing wholeheartedly in Tian Shun's extraordinary aptitude. The fact that Tian Shun learned the Kamehameha technique from Master Roshi within a day showcased a level of talent rarely seen on Earth. Jiang Yun had always intended to recruit Tian Shun, and now he was finally taking action. Have you seen Goku's progress? In a mere short time, he has already defeated Piccolo Daimao. The gap between them will only widen. Do you wish for the disparity to become as vast as heaven and earth? If so, then I shall say no more. Jiang Yun gazed at Tian Shun earnestly. Moreover, you may not realize that Goku is a Saiyan. Hailing from planet Vegeta, a born warrior. If you continue to train alone, it is likely that you will never catch up to him, especially since Goku is currently receiving divine instruction at this moment. Jiang Yun dropped a bombshell. What did you say? Goku is an alien, a Saiyan. Tian Shun was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Goku was actually an extraterrestrial. Interestingly enough, your ancestors were also once aliens before settling on Earth. Jiang Yun added that he had uncovered this information while researching the cosmos, discovering that the three-eyed people were indeed a formidable race in the universe, though they had gradually declined over time, with very few still aware of their existence. After all, most people were fixated on strength, while Jiang Yun sought breakthroughs in martial arts through literature, inadvertently gaining insight into much of the universe's history. You mean my ancestors were also aliens? Tian Shun exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the revelation of his extraterrestrial lineage. Wait, how do you know all of this? Tian Shun suddenly realized, questioning Jiang Yun with curiosity. You may understand it as having access to special intelligence. And Tian Shun, do you think I possess influence solely on Earth? We have long ventured beyond our planet and engaged with the cosmos. You must recognize that there exists a plethora of powerful beings in the universe. Piccolo Daimao is but an ant in comparison. Point 1 cannot be too narrow-minded. My research and energy far surpasses your imagination, which is why you must join us to realize your full potential. Hearing Jiang Yun's words, Tian Shun hesitated. Initially, he had no intention of joining Jiang Yun's faction. However, upon absorbing the information Jiang Yun shared, he began to entertain new thoughts. Goku was currently undergoing new training, and one day he would surpass him. Jiang Yun was unaware of Tian Shun's intentions. Had he known, he might have only murmured a few words and gone to sleep, as he would have been rendered helpless. To compare with a helpless being is merely inviting trouble, isn't it? Fine, I shall agree. Tian Shun capitulated to Jiang Yun, joining his faction. Jiang Yun rejoiced inwardly, gaining an additional valuable ally, and with his guidance, Tian Shun's achievements would surely soar to new heights. Ha ha! Excellent. I shall take you to see the place where you will spend your future, Jiang Yun declared, seizing Tian Shun and, without notifying anyone else, instantly teleporting away. Meanwhile, Goku, after some time, successfully met the deity. Astonished by the encounter, it was only upon hearing the deity's explanation that he regained his composure. Subsequently, he commenced his intended purpose. As a form of gratitude, Goku agreed to the deity's request to remain in the divine temple for 3 years of training. Upon learning that Piccolo Daimao had left behind offspring, he felt an exhilarating thrill, eagerly anticipating a rematch with Piccolo Daimao. At this moment, Tian Shun followed Jiang Yun to the Martial Alliance's training base, where the facility was imbued with a sense of advanced technology. Before him was a sight of patrolling personnel clad in high-tech battlesuits, which Jiang Yun had acquired at great expense from the cosmic merchants. Thanks to Dr. Brief's innovations, this battlesuit could now be mass-produced, able to withstand all attacks below 1,000 power levels. And with Dr. Brief's modifications, it could even mitigate damage from attacks up to 2,000 by 50%. What does this mean? It is akin to having two beings with a power level of 2,000. One inflicts maximum damage while the other suffers reduced harm. Under such circumstances, the one wearing the battle suit naturally emerges victorious. In reality, battle suits are quite common in the universe. However, high-end suits cannot be equipped by everyone, limiting their use to a select few. For instance, the battle suit worn by Vegeta in the original story was virtually indestructible against most attacks, remaining intact even when transformed into a giant ape. Showcasing its premium quality. As for Raditz, his low power level meant he could hardly afford a high-grade battlesuit, rendering his talent utterly wasted. Though Frieza deliberately assigned Vegeta and the others tasks that were lengthy and easy, hindering their growth, Raditz's laziness was ultimately to blame. After a prolonged period of development, the Martial Alliance leveraged artificial intelligence to significantly enhance its technological prowess, particularly after scavenging numerous technological texts on planet Xiaolong and even purchasing them across the cosmos. The organization made great strides. While many advanced technological manuscripts remain undisclosed, the more common ones can still be acquired with sufficient funding, as they're widely available. However, for Earth, these advancements could catalyze a remarkable technological leap. Aware of the benefits of technology, Jiang Yun placed considerable importance on it alongside martial arts. After all, with technological support, the path of martial arts would be far smoother as Jiang Yun traversed the Martial Alliance. Its members regarded him with utmost respect, referring to him as the Alliance leader. Although Jiang Yun now held the title of Emperor, in the hearts of the Martial Alliance members, the role of Alliance leader bore even greater significance. Earth may lack a king, but it cannot do without Jiang Yun as its Alliance leader. Jiang Yun brought Tian Shun to a designated area, where a large screen displayed footage of Martial Alliance members engaged in combat. The two fighters on the screen moved with incredible speed, their battle captured through process video for better visibility. Several individuals were watching, and Tian Shun discerned that the combat techniques displayed by the fighters were exceedingly refined, often allowing them to strike each other unexpectedly with their hands, legs, elbows, and heads serving as weapons. Although they did not employ energy attacks, their techniques proved immensely valuable, leaving Tian Shun mesmerized, silently exclaiming, "Is this the terrifying prowess of the Martial Alliance members?" Among those watching were other Martial Alliance members who had gathered to observe the fights. Those who grace this grand screen are undeniably formidable. Behold, it is the Golden Warriors Caesar and Doro. Their combat is indeed terrifying, showcasing extraordinary martial prowess. I dare say Caesar is the more skilled. No, clearly Doro outshines him. Caesar is impressive. Doro is even more so. Suddenly, the two erupted into a heated argument, each convinced that their favored fighter was superior. If you have the ability, let's settle this in a match. Come on, who is afraid? They were unwilling to back down, engaging in a fierce rivalry. Jiang Yun did not intervene. He saw no reason to dissuade such behavior, believing that competition is the best catalyst for growth. Furthermore, he discerned that the two were acquainted, merely supporting different champions, likely driven by an itch for battle. Tianjin Fan observed their quarrel, perplexed by the term Golden Warrior. Sensing Tianjin Fan's confusion, Jiang Yun explained, the term Golden Warrior refers to their rank. This is not a duel in the flesh, but rather a virtual existence. Using a consciousness transference device, one's mind is transported into a virtual network for combat. Both combatants possess equal physical strength, and victory hinges solely on one's combat skills. To ensure fairness, the outcome is determined by the extent of damage inflicted within a 2-hour time frame, and they are classified as golden rank. The ranks are divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, starry glory, and king. This system was developed at my request by Dr. Brief, encompassing both a mystic realm and a combat module. The mystic realm primarily simulates various environments, allowing martial artists to cultivate their understanding of diverse settings. While it may not replicate reality with absolute fidelity, the similarity reaches an impressive 99.9%, making it nearly indistinguishable from genuine conditions. By immersing oneself in natural surroundings, one can elevate their martial arts levels. This insight, discovered by Jiang Yun, proves to be significantly more effective than standard meditation techniques, as establishing a mystic realm that mimics various environments eliminates the need to seek unique settings. Many practitioners choose to train in secluded mountains primarily because such environments greatly enhance their comprehension of martial arts compared to bustling urban areas. As the saying goes, the way follows nature. Within nature lies countless truths. The existence of the virtual universe is precisely what allows the Martial Alliance and others to advance their strengths at such a rapid pace, even within the city. one can enjoy an optimal training environment. Although it is merely an experience of consciousness, upon returning to reality, a little practice can fully assimilate the insights previously gained. While it may not be as effective as genuine environments, it is essential to remember the fivefold acceleration of time within the virtual universe. This translates to years of training condensed into a matter of months. Thus, while one's body may age only a few years, their understanding of martial arts has significantly evolved, making the enhancement of their combat abilities far more attainable. Moreover, with the existence of gravity training chambers, physical conditioning becomes considerably more manageable. It is no wonder that the Martial Alliance's future appears so formidable. Tianjin Fan listened to Jiang Yun's explanation, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, yet internally grappling with tumultuous thoughts. What kind of organization have I joined? Initially, he believed the Martial Alliance was comprised solely of Jiang Yun, the only master seeking to recruit him. However, it has become evident that the Alliance is teeming with experts, and those two warriors from the video are beyond his capabilities, their combat skills utterly terrifying. If his strength matched theirs, he feared he would falter within mere moves. If it were Jiang Yun, he would likely find such mastery normal. For achieving the golden rank necessitates a state of tranquility akin to the sky and a swiftness reminiscent of lightning. Otherwise, even if one reaches the rank quickly, they would still be easily bested by true masters. After all, those classified as golden face only other golden ranks. It is not akin to the cross-ranking matches of the previous world. Thanks to the mystic realm and combat system, the grasping of such realms is far more accessible than for Goku, who relied solely on Bobo's teachings and his own insights while training in the temple. Thus, the difficulty was considerable. However, Goku's attainment of this level is more than tenfold quicker than these individuals. This illustrates that while innate talent may fall short, resource availability can bridge the gap, underscoring the significance of resources. In the Dragon Ball universe, there is scarcely anything to enhance one's cultivation, making guidance from others exceedingly crucial. The Martial Alliance, due to Jiang Yun's presence, enables entry into martial arts, which would be nearly impossible through mere trial and error. After witnessing all this, Tianjin Fan felt a profound sense of belonging to the Martial Alliance, contemplating the possibility of catching up to Goku here. After spending a day in this environment, Tianjin Fan decided to leave. Primarily to inform Krillin and the others of his decision that if feasible, he would also invite Krillin to join, for the resources and cultivation opportunities within the Martial Alliance are commendable. After all, they have shared hardships together. And years from now, when Goku sees how strong they have become, it would surely be an amusing sight. The mere thought of Goku's astonished expression brought a smile to Tianjin Fan's lips. Having witnessed the Martial Alliance's strength, Tianjin Fan felt confident in his ability to catch up to Goku. Here, take this. Jiang Yun tossed a Senzu bean to Tianjin Fan. Previously, Tianjin Fan had sustained minor injuries during his battle with Lam. And out of humanitarian concern, Jiang Yun could not bear to see him suffer. Unbeknownst to him, it was not merely an act of kindness to encourage Tianjin Fan's loyalty. Tianjin Fan gazed at the green bean resting in his palm. Puzzled. What is this? A bean. Tianjin Fan, do not underestimate this bean. It is a Senzu bean cultivated by Master Karen. It can heal injuries instantly and keep one nourished for 10 days. Jiang Yun explained with a smile. Now, Tianjin Fan was even more astonished. Such a miraculous item existed. His expression brimmed with gratitude. To receive such a treasure upon joining the Martial Alliance instilled in him a sense of belonging. Thank you, he uttered simply before taking his leave. However, moments later, he returned, looking somewhat embarrassed. May I inquire where exactly this place is? I arrived rather hastily and now find myself lost. Also, if possible, could you escort me back? Tianjin Fan sheepishly rubbed his bald head. Jiang Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment himself, having transported Tianjin Fan with instant transmission, yet forgetting to send him back. Nevertheless, as long as he remained unperturbed, the awkwardness fell upon Tianjin Fan. Without altering his expression, Jiang Yun nodded at Tianjin Fan. He then grasped Tianjin Fan's shoulder, and in an instant, they appeared at Master Roshi's house. The moment they materialized, the occupants of the Kame house were taken aback. Wonderful, Tianjin Fan, you have finally returned, exclaimed Kaiatsu. Just yesterday, the eternal dragon had been resurrected, leading to the revival of Master Roshi and Kairatsu. Others turned their attention as well. Tianjin Fan's sudden disappearance the day prior had alarmed everyone. Tianjin Fan was elated to see the revived Kairatsu and Master Roshi. Kairatsu was a dear companion, akin to family, while Master Roshi had imparted invaluable lessons about true martial arts. Serving as his guiding light, Tianjin Fan joyfully embraced Kairatsu, while Launch, with her golden hair, shyly gazed at Tianjin Fan. She desperately wanted to check on him, but her shyness kept her hidden by the doorway. After embracing Kairatsu, Tianjin Fan bowed respectfully to Master Roshi, expressing his gratitude. Master Roshi, pleased, stroked his beard, reflecting on how this talented youth had fully embraced the path of a righteous martial artist. Subsequently, Master Roshi's gaze fell upon Jiang Yun. Observing Jiang Yun's figure, which seemed to meld with the very fabric of the universe, Master Roshi felt a jolt of realization. He recognized that he was no match for this young man. Remembering that Goku had already defeated King Piccolo, Master Roshi could not help but feel that the world belonged to the youth, that it was truly a case of the new generation surpassing the old. As the latter perished on the shores of time, that moment, Krillin emerged, his half-covered body wrapped in bandages. Yet he emanated a robust energy, suggesting he would soon be able to rise and recover swiftly. As the crowd shifted their focus from Tianjin Fan to Jiang Yun, they exclaimed, "It is the esteemed king. You should be addressed as the great emperor." Pure, who stood beside Yamcha, remarked. Subsequently, the two were invited into the Kame house. Yet, Jiang Yun declined, citing other matters to attend to. Before departing, Jiang Yun instructed Tianjin Fan, "Remember to call me in a couple of days." He gestured with his hand, signaling Tianjin Fan to contact him, to which Tianjin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Jiang Yun vanished using instant transmission. One must admit, this technique of instant transmission is indeed quite convenient, evoking a tinge of envy in Tianjin Fan. Just yesterday, Tianjin Fan had learned the name of this technique. Upon realizing that he too might have the opportunity to master it in the future, hope blossomed within him. Upon returning to the Martial Alliance, Jiang Yun received a notification from the palace regarding the general guidelines for the development of martial arts. That he nodded slowly, acknowledging its merit, though he deemed it rather conservative. Consequently, he decided to allocate additional funding for education. With so many industries under his command and the support of the Martial Alliance, even if universal martial arts could not be achieved, the next generation could still gain a head start. Furthermore, Jiang Yun conceived a new idea. He retrieved a booklet from his drawer, devoid of any text, yet populated with figures performing peculiar movements. Gazing at this comic-like artifact, Jiang Yun reminisced about the time he had developed it. When he could proficiently sense and absorb vital energy, he pondered, if he could strengthen himself through this energy, why couldn't others? Thus, Jiang Yun embarked on research concerning the assimilation of vital energy into the body. Throughout his studies, he discovered that a portion of the absorbed energy transformed into qi, while another portion nourished the physique, enhancing its strength. In his ongoing research, Jiang Yun found that sitting cross-legged and calming the mind was not the most effective method for absorbing vital energy. On the contrary, when individuals executed certain specific movements, a minuscule fraction of the ubiquitous, free-floating vital energy would enter their bodies, aiding in the improvement of their physical constitution. However, some poses proved overly challenging, and the quality of absorbed energy varied. After a month of experimentation, Jiang Yun compiled a series of movements he had discovered, arranged from simple to complex, into this booklet, which he named the Vital Energy Technique. Although the energy absorbed through this technique was minimal, Jiang Yun noted that upon completing a full session, one could faintly perceive the surrounding vital energy, which could then be absorbed into the body and converted into qi. Jiang Yun was genuinely curious as to why vital energy transformed into qi upon entering the body. This question occupied his thoughts for quite some time, ultimately leading him to attribute it to the unique laws governing this world, that in this realm, power reigns supreme. While the laws are deficient, an elevation in realm does not necessarily confer a transformation in the quality of life. Only upon reaching the divine realm does a discernible distinction from mortals manifest. This distinction is not merely in combat strength, but in the transformation of qi into divine energy. The essence of divinity encompasses profound mysteries. Thus, true gods are devoid of a tangible aura. Only those of equal divinity can sense each other's might. Conversely, those below the divine realm are utterly oblivious to the presence of divine beings. An exception exists, however, in the form of power gods, as exemplified by Jillian from the original text. Such beings can breach the domain of the divine, often possessing greater combat prowess than ordinary gods, as seen later with the character Ultra Blue. However, this circumstance also results in their lifespans being shorter than that of typical divine beings. It is worth noting that while others toil for countless years to attain divinity, the average lifespan of a mortal makes reaching this level exceedingly rare. Those who do are undeniably prodigies, possessing talent akin to that of demons. Numerous such prodigies exist within the power tournament of the original text. Yet not a single one is a true god. A true god embodies a seamless union of body and soul, with the soul achieving the status of divinity. Such beings, upon death, do not descend into the underworld. Their physical forms may perish, but their souls persist, like the old Kai, who bestowed his lifespan upon Goku, resulting in his own demise while his soul remained intact. This is due to his divine nature, albeit one conferred by the rules of the King of All, which yields substantial benefits. At this moment, Jiang Yun gazed skyward, contemplating. Even a minor position as a celestial god is highly coveted, illustrating the advantages of divinity. Initially, the celestial god, in a bid to inherit the position, forcibly purged his malevolent side from within, thereby succeeding in becoming a god and reaping the benefits, one of which is an extraordinarily extended lifespan. However, the celestial god was constrained by the lineage of the demon king Piccolo. As Piccolo aged, so too did the celestial god. In comparison to immortals, such as Master Karen, the celestial god's lifespan is remarkably brief. Divine beings typically enjoy lifespans measured in thousands of years, while Kaishins are counted in millions, with East Kaishin being several million years old and still regarded as youthful by the old Kai. As for the old Kai, he is at least 1 billion years old, possessing just a slight edge over others in terms of age. Indeed, just a slight edge. Jiang Yun contemplated this, finding no fault in his reasoning. Thus, achieving divinity became Jiang Yun's aspiration, with combat prowess being a mere supplementary concern for his own safety. Were this declaration to be overheard, it would surely provoke ire, if your combat strength is merely supplementary. What are we then? Soon enough, Jiang Yun's vital energy technique was made universally accessible on Earth as a foundational practice for the dissemination of martial arts. Time swiftly passed, and over half a month had elapsed. The widespread promotion of martial arts was in full swing, with the vital energy technique even gaining traction in society. Elderly individuals in parks began to adopt it as a method of physical exercise. Having experimented out of curiosity, they practiced for a few days, finding it far more effective than a month of prior workouts, collectively praising the new king. Oh no, the divine martial emperor. Such a title was fitting for our illustrious and formidable sovereign. In no time, Jiang Yun garnered a fresh following. Moreover, Jiang Yun encouraged members of the Martial Alliance to practice the vital energy technique during their free time. While they were somewhat perplexed, they did not resist his wishes. For in their hearts, Jiang Yun was akin to a deity. His words were inherently beneficial to them. Although the vital energy technique offered limited assistance to those already accomplished, prolonged practice not only nurtured the foundation, but also served to refine their innate abilities, gradually enhancing their physical condition. It can be said that while the initial progress in mastering the vital energy technique is slow, once a solid foundation is established, cultivation will soar to unprecedented heights, contributing significantly to Earth's emergence as a formidable force in the cosmos. Currently, Earth is undergoing transformation every moment. This vital energy technique truly has its merits. After practicing for a while, my legs no longer ache. My back doesn't hurt, and I feel so much more energetic. Isn't that the truth? I follow this routine daily, and I feel invigorated every single day. Oh, is it really as good as you say? I tried it, but the movements were so difficult that I gave up. Old Wong, you're being foolish. You just need to persevere for a while, and it gets much easier afterward. But I'm only on the 3rd movement right now. Old Lee, but doing well. I'm only on the 4th movement myself. Although this person named Old Tan was praising others, his own self-aggrandizement was uncontainable. Old Tan, you're going too far. How did you manage it? Tell me, and I'll have your sister-in-law whip you up a delicious braised pork elbow. Haha, there's no secret to it. It's just that I, Old Tan, possess unparalleled talent. Back in the day, if I had pursued the path of martial arts, I'd have dealt with the Demon King Piccolo myself. Old Tan laughed heartily, and amidst their playful banter, they parted ways. Meanwhile, the young Piccolo, engaged in solitary training, noticed that many individuals had been practicing a particular set of movements. Intrigued, he crept up to the wall of the school, secretly observing the children as they practiced this routine. Once they had finished, he hid in the forest and began to practice the movements he had glimpsed, having only managed to learn 3 of them. For today's children, 3 movements have become the epitome of their limits, except for those with extraordinary talents. With the innate abilities of an Namekian, little Piccolo quickly mastered these 3 movements. He discovered that upon completing these actions, his body seemed to brim with vitality, and his strength appeared to have improved, albeit slightly. This was far more effective than his solitary endeavors, having tasted the sweetness of progress. Little Piccolo diligently practiced the energy technique each day, secretly perched atop the wall. Within a few days, however, the teacher noticed him. Unbeknownst to her, this was the offspring of the Demon King Piccolo. She merely assumed he was a destitute child, and sometimes even wished to invite him to play with the other children. Yet, each time she approached, little Piccolo would scurry away, only to return after she left. After a few such exchanges, the teacher surrendered, believing little Piccolo was simply shy around strangers. As a result, whenever she came to class, little Piccolo would stealthily climb the wall to study the energy technique, and upon returning home, he would diligently cultivate the techniques he had covertly learned. Thus began little Piccolo's clandestine educational journey. And the effects of the energy technique gradually dissolved the dark energy within him until one day, it vanished entirely. Soon, little Piccolo realized his progress was accelerating at an astonishing rate, more than double what it had been before, filling him with exhilaration as he advanced one step closer to avenging his father. One day, he vowed to defeat Son Goku and reclaim dominion over the world. The world had undergone tremendous changes due to Jiang Yun, and so too had Piccolo's life. What kind of storm would this world ultimately unleash? As the matters of martial arts on Earth fell into place, Jiang Yun found himself reminiscing about the distant Xianling Long on Xiaolong Star, wondering how she was faring. That a delicate visage flashed through his mind, an oval face, pure skin, and an aura of unblemished grace that was utterly irresistible. Suddenly, he questioned why he was thinking of her. Without martial prowess, how could one establish a home? Jiang Yun shook his head, resignedly remarking that, in truth, he did not harbor any aversion towards Xianling Long. However, he was acutely aware of the formidable adversaries that lay ahead, fearing he might become ensnared in a web of tenderness from which he could not extricate himself. Such instances are not rare throughout history. Only Goku and Vegeta, those 2 straightforward men, continued to refine their martial skills, while Yamcha had fallen into complete disarray. Tien Shinhan had secluded himself in the mountains, running a martial arts school to teach his disciples. Even Krillin found himself, under the influence of Android 18, taking on the role of a little patrolman, all to earn a living. Who could predict what the future held? Jiang Yun pondered. The current Earth placed immense emphasis on martial arts, which had become a widely acknowledged pursuit. What, then, was the most esteemed profession in the world? Undoubtedly, it was that of the martial artist. Presently, martial artists could command substantial fees for teaching in martial arts schools. Thus, powerful martial artists were hardly short on finances, and one could assume that individuals like Krillin would not be relegated to mere enforcers of public order. He also wondered if Tien Shinhan had managed to bring Krillin along, reclining in his specially designed office chair, which allowed him to recline comfortably. Jiang Yun gazed at the ceiling, contemplating whether Tien Shinhan had indeed recruited Krillin. Previously, he had refrained from seeking Krillin, mainly due to the overwhelming number of gifted individuals on Earth. Given his current status, he need not make a special trip. Tien Shinhan would undoubtedly have such thoughts, not wishing to see old companions left behind by him and others. Such a situation would inevitably create a slight rift upon their next encounter. Furthermore, with Krillin and others training within the martial alliance, Tian Shinhan would surely be quite earnest in his own cultivation, not wanting to fall behind. After all, as the former strongest Earthling, Krillin possessed considerable talent. In fact, Tian Shinhan had indeed brought Krillin and others along. After spending 3 days with the group, Tian Shinhan contacted Jiang Yun, not to request Jiang Yun to bring him back, but rather to ask for the address of the West Capital Martial Alliance. Intending to come on as OWS, he departed. He told Krillin and the others, "Krillin, I have now joined the Martial Alliance, and I hope you all will join me as well." The others were somewhat taken back, surprised that Tian Shinhan had allied himself with Jiang Yun's faction. Tian Shinhan? Krillin hesitated to respond. "Krillin, I understand your concerns. Joining the Martial Alliance does not equate to betraying your master. The Martial Alliance is akin to a large organization that does not discriminate against those with a master, as long as one does not engage in activities detrimental to the Alliance's interests. Moreover, joining the Alliance offers excellent training and various resources. There are even experts to guide you, and the strength within is beyond your imagination." However, he explained that the Martial Alliance does not provide training for free. One must regularly complete tasks for the Alliance. Yet this also bears benefits, as one can earn money and, most importantly, points. Tian Shinhan's words left Krillin puzzled. Why would the Martial Alliance go to such lengths? You are questioning why the Martial Alliance would incur such costs, right? Jiang Yun, the Alliance leader, once told me that it is all for the rise of Earth. For the ascendance of Earthlings. As Tian Shinhan spoke, he recalled Jiang Yun's words from that day. Having posed a similar question, he had been deeply moved by Jiang Yun's response. Jiang Yun had once said, "In poverty, one cultivates oneself. In prosperity, one aids the world." Now that he had the capacity, why should he not act on it? Krillin, too, found himself stirred, filled with longing. What kind of force could this be? Master Wu Tian. This, Krillin glanced awkwardly at Master Roshi. Master Roshi, equally forthright, waved his hand and proclaimed, "Krillin, you have already graduated. Your future is yours to grasp. Just remember to occasionally check in on this old man." Krillin, filled with joy, bid farewell to Master Roshi with tears in his eyes, while Yamcha expressed a desire to accompany Tian Shinhan. Tian Shinhan, pleased, patted Krillin on the shoulder and cheerfully declared, "Krillin, you won't be disappointed. The Martial Alliance has many lovely girls." Upon hearing this, Master Roshi secretly perked up his ears, thinking, is it truly that wonderful? Master Roshi even later transformed into a dragon to join the Martial Alliance, though Tian Shinhan eventually discovered this. As the awareness of one's aura was part of the knowledge imparted by the Alliance, of course. That is a tale for another time. Following this, Tian Shinhan set off with Krillin and Yamcha, during which he informed Krillin that Goku would remain with the Supreme Kai for training. The Supreme Kai, Goku truly is formidable, reflecting on the time he had spent training alongside Goku under Master Wu Tian. Krillin felt a surge of pride, devoid of jealousy, only filled with pride. Simultaneously, an overwhelming passion welled up within him. According to Tian Shinhan, his training within the Martial Alliance could very well rival Goku's. Thus, the group journeyed towards the Martial Alliance, filled with hopeful anticipation. Before long, they arrived at the Martial Alliance. Since Tian Shinhan had previously been granted permissions, he smoothly led Krillin and the others to the core area of the Alliance. As the outermost sections did not constitute the heart of the organization, recognizing Tian Shinhan's talents, Jiang Yun had specially granted him 3 core invitation permissions, which he now extended to Krillin, Yamcha, and Dumpling. Tian Shinhan had naturally included Dumpling in hopes of fostering greater achievements for him. Upon entering the core area of the Martial Alliance, Krillin and the others were instantly awestruck by the technologically advanced hall, as if they had stepped into a future world. Tian Shinhan chuckled inwardly, recalling how he had once been in the same position, now finally able to appreciate others experiencing the same wonder. Don't be surprised. I once stood in your shoes, and there are even more astonishing things you have yet to see. Tian Shinhan spoke with fervor. There are gravity training rooms that assist in your cultivation, where training can yield remarkable results, though one must start with the lower levels. Moreover, there's something extraordinary known as a virtual network, where we can practice combat experiences. Even if we die, there's no need to worry too much. As for the principles behind it, I'm still a bit unclear. Tianjin Fan addressed Klin and his companions, expressing that he was not entirely clear about certain matters. He merely relayed a few details that Jiang Yun had shared with him. Nevertheless, this modest disclosure evoked a sense of astonishment. In Klin as they conversed while walking, Tianjin Fan introduced various topics he was familiar with, deliberately omitting aspects he was less knowledgeable about. This way, I shall guide you to witness the essence of combat techniques. Tianjin Fan recalled a vivid scene from his past, where he had been profoundly impressed by the duel between two formidable opponents. A memory that lingered in his mind. Thus, Klin and the others followed Tianjin Fan to a room designated for observing virtual battles, known as the combat space. This area was specifically designed to showcase spectacular fights to enhance the combat skills of the disciples within the martial alliance. On this occasion, the hall was as crowded as ever. They entered Hall Number 2, one among a total of 10 such halls. The lively atmosphere left Klin and his companions somewhat dazzled, as most of the attendees were below the golden rank. Those who had attained golden status were granted access to separate rooms for viewing, equipped with display screens resembling semi-artificial intelligence, which had been derived from the main artificial intelligence. Such master AI could produce countless offshoots, primarily to benefit those of golden rank. This system also served to motivate others in their training, as reaching the golden level would grant individuals their own viewing rooms, showcasing their battles, which in turn benefited the golden-ranked individuals as well. There were even points and monetary rewards involved. These points were utilized within the martial alliance, allowing one to apply for access to advanced gravity training chambers, among other amenities. Private training rooms were also available for points. Although one could opt for public training areas, now referred to as training plazas, which were generally open on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, while undergoing maintenance on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, with Sundays off. The training plaza was spacious enough to accommodate many practitioners. But the downside was the large crowds. Fortunately, in the world of Dragon Balls, there was no concern about training leading to madness. Otherwise, Jiang Yun would have faced challenges in establishing such public training facilities. Nonetheless, most individuals preferred to rent private gravity training rooms using points, typically sharing costs among a few people, as this arrangement proved beneficial for their training. Overall, the system was quite effective in truth considering the strength of the martial alliance. They could have constructed more training rooms. However, Jiang Yun firmly established this approach, understanding the significance of competition. It was only through such a system that everyone felt motivated, as no one wished to be left behind. Compelling them to earn points vigorously, working diligently for their own advancement, as for the remaining funds. They were allocated for research and the construction of spacecraft, with some reserved for rewarding powerful martial artists and encouraging diligent practitioners. This ensured that the situation did not revert to the previous scenario, where a strong fighter like Wukong was troubled by financial concerns. The lack of funds in the Sun family had led Gohan to become known as Yebi Fan, albeit this was only part of the reason. Thus, Jiang Yun directly addressed this issue, ensuring that, regardless of circumstances, he would profit, as the distribution of points amounted to mere numbers with no substantial impact on him. It was a win-win situation for all involved. Klin observed the spectators of the battles and sensed that they were far from ordinary. Although they did not exude an overt aura, their every movement was noteworthy. This was to be expected, as those who joined the martial alliance possessed considerable talent. While their abilities might not match his own, their long-term training had elevated their strength beyond his own. Watching the battles displayed on the screen, Klin felt a sense of transcendence, as he had never realized that combat could unfold in such a manner. The exquisite combat techniques captivated him, immersing him in a state of fascination. A sentiment shared by others that, in truth, this was hardly surprising, as the virtual universe operated at 5 times the normal flow of time, coupled with the fervor for ranking matches, leading to countless battles over the years. Naturally, combat techniques advanced at an unprecedented pace, akin to the game Honor of Kings. Although it featured the same individuals, their performances varied significantly among different players. Moreover, without the constraints of Honor of Kings, a plethora of techniques emerged, and exceptional fighters could take on multiple opponents, illustrating the vast array of possibilities within each rank. With a stroke of luck, one could rise through the ranks, only to be subsequently defeated. Drawing inspiration from team battle modes, Jiang Yun integrated this framework, recognizing that combat in the universe was not merely about individual dueling. However, due to the unreliability of teammates, most participants preferred to invite familiar allies for team battles, where the rewards were genuinely worthwhile. Yet participation remained limited, as the penalties for failure were quite severe. Given the multitude of factors influencing team battles, individuals were more inclined towards solo modes. Suddenly, a cheer erupted, as if they had encountered an idol. "Wonderful! We've finally arrived at Yakalobi. I came here specifically for him." The surrounding area was filled with enthusiastic applause, which puzzled Tianjin Fan and his companions, leaving them to wonder who was so celebrated. Tianjin Fan grabbed hold of someone and inquired, "Excuse me, who is Yakalobi, and why is he so revered?" The individual glanced at Tianjin Fan, realizing he was likely a newcomer, and, eager to befriend him, prepared to enlighten this novice. "Ahem, speaking of Yakalobi, he is quite a legend. He is a master even among the golden ranks." As he spoke, the screen showcased Yakalobi's opponent being swiftly defeated by a single draw of his sword, the adversary vanishing from the arena with a wry smile. Many were unable to comprehend the intricacies of that strike, yet it only fueled their admiration for Yakalobi. He had embarked on a path entirely distinct from theirs, a path known as the Way of the Sword. The individual continued to elucidate to Tianjin Fan, while Klin and the others listened intently. Yakalobi specialized in swordsmanship, and many opponents before him needed only a single strike. Indeed, just one strike. His blade moved with the swiftness of the wind and possessed unique techniques. Those whose realms were beneath his could not even perceive the intricacies of his combat style. His battles were renowned for their rapidity, and his sword was highly esteemed among sword practitioners. The Alliance leader had publicly declared that Yakalobi had forged his own path. It was precisely due to Yakalobi's formidable swordsmanship that he had earned the moniker Sword King. Every individual with a title was a formidable force. The glimmer of aspiration shone in the speaker's eyes, clearly envious of possessing a title of his own. Tianjin Fan and his companions shared a glimmer of longing in their gazes, murmuring, "One day, I too shall possess my own title." Coincidentally, this individual overheard Tianjin Fan's quiet utterance and responded, "Having such aspirations is commendable, but many share this sentiment. Thousands of individuals, yet only a mere handful attain titles. Moreover, you are merely a black iron 1-star. The ranking system ranges from 1-star to 10-star, after which one can advance. I am currently a bronze 8-star, placing me in the upper echelons among most." His voice conveyed a hint of pride, as he appeared satisfied with his status, yet there remained a flicker of yearning in his eyes for higher ranks. Tianjin Fan and his companions refrained from commenting further and expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your insights. Brother, may I inquire about your name?" "I am Lada. I have a friend who is a notable figure among the silver ranks. Rest assured, if you encounter any issues, you may seek my assistance." As fate would have it, this individual was none other than Lada, who had previously joined the Martial Alliance alongside Satan. Tianjin Fan and the others were taken aback, realizing he was acquainted with a powerful individual among the silver ranks, and they could not help but regard him with newfound respect. Speaking of Yakalobi, when he was initially brought into the Martial Alliance, he had anticipated a life of ease. However, rather than enjoying effortless victories, he found himself subjected to rigorous training and various tasks under Jiang Yun's demanding oversight, as many endeavors required both funds and points. After savoring the delectable offerings from the Martial Alliance, Yakalobi was utterly captivated. "Regrettably, I find myself indulging excessively in food, and, as Jiang Yun has pointed out, one cannot simply partake without contributing. What happened to the promise of enjoying a life of luxury? Alas, it seems inevitable, for the culinary delights of the Martial Alliance are simply too tempting. Thus, I am compelled to engage in numerous tasks I find disagreeable, all under the allure of exquisite cuisine." However, as time has passed, influenced by Jiang Yun, Yakalob has gradually shifted his perspective on martial arts, and has even begun to develop an appreciation for it. Yet he remains devoted to practicing his swordsmanship, rather than focusing on physical conditioning like others. Essentially, the stronger one's cultivation, the better the treatment received, which conveniently facilitates his leisurely pursuits. When Jiang Yun was selecting members for the Blazing Flame Squad, Jackalope had already met the required standards for cultivation. However, the thought of venturing into the perilous realms of the universe, so much more stable on Earth, caused him to decisively remain behind. After Jiang Yun's departure, liberated from supervision, he relaxed even further, with his combat power previously exceeding 2,000, now regrettably only surpassing 3,000, an underachievement given his innate talent. Nevertheless, even in this diminished state, his strength remains among the top tier within the Martial Alliance. With no more than a handful capable of besting him, his 3,000 combat power is merely a baseline. During idle conversations with Jiang Yun, he would boast of slaying celestial bodies with a mere blade. Influenced by notions gleaned from novels in his past life regarding swordplay, it seems Jackalope has embarked on an unusual path, often muttering phrases like, "With one stroke, I can cleave the sun and moon, and any grass or stone may serve as my sword." This has caused Jiang Yun to wonder if this would lead Jackalope down a path of no return. But he thinks, what does it matter? Surely, it will only yield better results than before. If this rotund fellow puts in the effort, he won't end up as a mere side character, but rather a wealthy cultivator of celestial beings. Speaking of which, it has been ages since I last visited Master Karen. Perhaps I should go and procure some celestial beings? Jiang Yun mused, momentarily lost in contemplation. Achoo! Achoo! Who is invoking my name? Could it be that foolish Goku, or that enigmatic Jiang Yun? Master Karen remarked, scratching his nose. And so, a year passed. Now, after years of diligent practice, Jiang Yun's combat power has surpassed 1 million, reaching an astounding 1,020,000, a feat achieved through years of training on a Drat Star. Utilizing the high-gravity training facilities and the accelerated time flow of the virtual universe, the IT is hardly surprising. Jiang Yun even feels it has been somewhat slow. However, he can sense his body being gradually refined by vital energy, and his innate talent is improving, promising even more rapid advancements in combat prowess. As for Buchen and others, many have surpassed the 10,000 mark, with Buchen's apparent combat strength exceeding 100,000. The members of the Blazing Flame Squad have also made significant strides that a directive was issued to select elite teams, numbering around 1,000, as sheltered flowers must ultimately endure the trials of battle. Jiang Yun's gaze was profound. The current tranquility on Earth is too serene to swiftly advance. The universe is undoubtedly a promising frontier, and Earth is far too small. The goal must be the vastness of the stars and seas. Yes, the woman turned and exited. She was the secretary Buchen had previously assigned to him, a matter that had initially caused Jiang Yun some concern. However, Buchen argued that having someone by his side for certain tasks was prudent. Thus, he acquiesced, only to find that the woman was Violet from the Red Ribbon Army, though he remained curious as to why she was now serving as his aide. Yet, Jiang Yun refrained from inquiring too deeply, as the Red Ribbon Army had been reduced to Dr. Jero's uncertain whereabouts, and he had no intention of disrupting their precarious development, for it is both a danger and an opportunity. Jiang Yun was confident that the Martial Alliance provided far superior treatment compared to the former Red Ribbon Army, and Violet had no compelling reason to betray him. Furthermore, he possessed the strength to maintain order, for without such resolve, how could one aspire to reach the apex of power? Soon, Jiang Yun's command was conveyed through Buchen to select new elites for cosmic exploration, a prospect regarded as a great honor among the Martial Alliance members, for it meant accompanying Master Jiang Yun on grand ventures, an immense privilege. Within a day, over 1,000 candidates were selected, significantly stronger than those of the previous Blazing Flame Squad. However, this was merely a reflection of prior standards, as the criteria for joining the Blazing Flame Squad had been elevated considerably. Yet, these individuals were still among the elite of the Martial Alliance. Jiang Yun was cautious not to deplete his base of operations with too many departures. Jackalope, for his part, opted to remain on Earth, which Jiang Yun deemed a prudent decision, effectively serving as a safeguard. Should unexpected circumstances arise, Jackalope could delay them, while Jiang Yun utilized instant transmission to return for support. This operation drew the attention of Tianjin Fan, who became envious of the Martial Alliance's endeavors, eager to witness the splendor of the universe. Is it true? Are they really going to space? Krillin inquired, astonished, as his perspective had remained confined to Earth. The revelation that one could casually journey to the cosmos was staggering to him. Indeed, Master Jiang Yun had long possessed the means to venture into space and had even established his own influence within the universe. Clenching his fists, Tianjin Fan yearned to explore the cosmos and behold the might of countless celestial races. Next time, I too shall be chosen. You all must strive as well. His voice brimmed with confidence. Encouraging Krillin and the others to exert themselves? Absolutely. Krillin felt a surge of excitement within, his spirit undiminished. Unlike the dejection that had plagued him in the later stages of the Saiyan saga, he remained steadfast in his commitment to martial arts. After more than a year of training within the Martial Alliance, the changes in their strength felt almost surreal, as they realized they possessed such formidable power. Through the Alliance's teachings on energy perception, they could accurately gauge their combat power, now exceeding that of the formidable Demon King Piccolo, and far beyond the AS of now. Tianjin Fan boasts a combat power of 1124. Krillin at 987, Yamcha at 862, and Dumpling at 623, an astonishing leap forward. However, in the grand scheme of the Martial Alliance, these improvements pale in comparison to the overall potential. During their year of joining, much of their time was devoted to assimilating the knowledge of energy cultivation, meticulously compiled by Jiang Yun. Eventually, a dedicated room was established for this purpose, but with the advent of artificial intelligence, Jiang Yun opted to transfer this data to the AI database for easy access by all. Furthermore, skills were also encouraged for sharing. Jiang Yun motivated everyone to upload their unique techniques, which would be rated and rewarded with corresponding points. This led to a veritable explosion of diverse martial arts techniques. Eventually, Jiang Yun intervened, urging everyone to focus their efforts on personal development, prompting a temporary halt to this fervor. Consequently, the members of the Martial Alliance showcased a myriad of combat styles and techniques. As Jiang Yun set forth with his companions, he refrained from using instant transmission. Given the extensive distance, transporting a large group would deplete his energy reserves. After all, he had yet to reach the combat prowess of the later stages of Goku's journey. Thus, the efficacy of instant transmission fell short, but a grand procession commenced, now better equipped and more numerous than ever. Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and the others returned to their rigorous training with boundless anticipation. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, stationed in the temple, had been closely monitoring the changes on Earth over the past year. To him, the transformations occurring were nothing short of revolutionary, all stemming from the influence of that mysterious young man. This young man seemed to be enshrouded in an enigmatic mist, obscuring his true nature. Nevertheless, the Supreme Kai recognized that this young man was a force for good on Earth in an instant. One can only marvel at the prodigious talents that are seldom encountered in a millennium. Yet, thoughts quickly turned to Wukong. Under the guidance of both myself and Bobo, Wukong has indeed made remarkable strides. However, he is acutely aware of the changes on Earth and understands that even if the offspring of the Demon King were to rise, it would not significantly alter the landscape, for that young man would never allow the progeny of Piccolo Daimao to wreak havoc upon the Earth. Nevertheless, the heavenly being is aware that Wukong is destined for a fateful confrontation with Piccolo. Given the current trajectory, it seems that Wukong may not be a match for the Demon King's offspring. At that moment, a peculiar object materialized in the hands of the heavenly being, revealing the chi technique disseminated by Jiang Yun. After observing it for a while, the heavenly being realized that this technique indeed offers substantial benefits to the human body. By practicing according to its principles, one can swiftly enhance physical strength, and the gateway to martial arts becomes significantly more accessible. Furthermore, the heavenly being noted that the emergence of this technique has directly simplified the requirements for entering the realm of martial arts. Despite having conducted his own studies, he failed to grasp the underlying principles. If Jiang Yun were to overhear the heavenly being's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be exasperated. The technique he painstakingly developed is not something that could be easily comprehended. Understanding its principles necessitates a fundamental awareness of the existence of qi and a profound inquiry into its nature. One must possess sufficient insight, for while the North Kai can sense qi, he has merely created a qi blast, lacking the creativity to establish a genuine path for cultivation. Moreover, the effects of such techniques require time to manifest. Jiang Yun, too, has been navigating the path cautiously, progressing step by step as for what the future holds. Only time will reveal the answers. After several days of travel, Jiang Yun and his companions swiftly arrived at the planet Xiaolong. Many were visiting for the first time. They were awestruck by the vastness of the cosmos, and the ship's virtual devices alleviated any boredom. Upon reaching Xiaolong, Jiang Yun led his companions to their stronghold on this planet, a bustling locale formerly belonging to the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. Under the leadership of Bu Chun during Jiang Yun's years of focused cultivation, the strength of Jiang Yun's subordinates has gradually developed. The Blaze Mercenary Corps has since expanded, incorporating numerous extraterrestrials, including some alien scientists. Although these scientists are often looked down upon unless they possess exceptional skills, to Jiang Yun and Bu Chun, they are undoubtedly treasures. They had previously assisted in the establishment of gravity training rooms on Earth, which can be installed for immediate use for their treatment. They experienced a rare level of respect under Jiang Yun's command, naturally willing to exert themselves for him, especially since Jiang Yun is known for his generosity. To further elevate the reputation of the Blaze Mercenary Corps, Jiang Yun even ordered that during joint training sessions, several experienced combatants be dispatched to impart combat techniques. This sharing of knowledge has greatly benefited the mercenaries, as most other organizations tend to reserve their valuable techniques for their inner circle, unlike the Blaze Mercenary Corps, which openly shares their combat wisdom. Countless techniques have been honed through life and death battles. They believe that the Blaze Mercenary Corps had laid bare their hearts to them. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Corps possesses a resource known as the virtual universe, where they can engage in combat without fear of death, allowing their techniques to develop at an astonishing rate. Thus, the Blaze Mercenary Corps began to gain a formidable reputation, becoming known across many planets, attracting an increasing number of individuals eager to join. Shortly after Jiang Yun and his companions returned, Xian Linglong received word and was preparing to visit Jiang Yun when he suddenly received some news. What? The Namekian planet has been located? Excellent. Jiang Yun's heart swelled with joy. He had previously sent scouts to search for Namek, but due to its long-standing isolation from external affairs, he had been unable to obtain the coordinates of the Namekians and could only search discreetly based on some acquired information. To his astonishment, it was finally found today. He promptly summoned Bu Chun and a few others, preparing to set off. After ensuring that everyone was settled and coordinated with the previous personnel, the two embarked on their journey to Namek. Brother Yin, what is it about Namek that piques your interest? Bu Chun inquired, sensing Jiang Yun's concern for the planet. Are you familiar with the dragon? Jiang Yun asked, looking at Bu Chun. The dragon? Yes, but what does that have to do with Namek? Bu Chun replied, somewhat perplexed. Seeing Bu Chun's confusion, Jiang Yun explained, the dragon on Earth was created by the Namekians. But didn't you say that the dragon was made by the heavenly being? Bu Chun questioned. That is indeed what was said, and it holds true. But do you understand who the heavenly being is? You mean, a glimmer of realization lit up in Bu Chun's eyes as he grasped the connection. The heavenly being is a Namekian, precisely. Furthermore, there exists a larger version of the Dragon Balls on Namek, Jiang Yun added with a smile. This journey was not solely for the Dragon Balls. He also sought to learn from the martial arts of the Namekians. For continuous learning is essential for a longer journey along this path. Their ship streaked across the cosmos, leaving a trail of light in its wake. Before long, they beheld a colossal planet, and messages from their subordinates confirmed that this was indeed Namek. Upon entering the planet, Jiang Yun surveyed the surroundings and transformed the ship into a capsule for storage. After sensing the energies around him, he led Bu Chun toward the source of the strongest aura, which resonated at approximately 30,000, reminiscent of a character closely resembling Piccolo from the original narrative of By the Way. When we encounter the Namekians, try not to react too strongly. They are a peace-loving race. Jiang Yun cautioned, falling silent as he focused ahead. Bu Chun, somewhat puzzled by Jiang Yun's lack of explanation, decided not to press further, reasoning that he would understand once they arrived. Little did he know, Jiang Yun was envisioning the visage of Piccolo Daimao, which would surely astonish Bu Chun if he were to see it. Soon, they arrived at a cluster of structures, where the inhabitants observed them with wary eyes, clearly cautious of their presence. Who are you, and what brings you here? A Namekian demanded. What? So many Piccolo Daimaos, Bu Chun exclaimed, taken aback by the sight. What Piccolo Daimao? We are Namekian warriors. The Namekians regarded Jiang Yun and Bu Chun with growing suspicion. Perceiving them as a potential threat due to the notorious reputation of Piccolo Daimao, they will not take another step forward. Outsiders. One Namekian glared at Jiang Yun and Bu Chun, as if ready to attack at the slightest provocation. Bu Chun glanced at Jiang Yun, silently inquiring what to do next. Jiang Yun shook his head, signaling for restraint. Understanding Jiang Yun's intent, Bu Chun took a step back. Let them in, Garner. They mean no harm. A deep, slightly hoarse voice resonated from within the structure. Hesitating for a moment, the Namekians ultimately parted ways, albeit with lingering vigilance in their gazes. Jiang Yun and Bu Chun entered the building, which was starkly simple, containing only the bare essentials, starkly contrasting with the lavish abodes of esteemed elders. What piqued their curiosity even further was the sight of the Namekian elder, who towered above them, his stature several times that of an average Namekian. Perhaps due to his advanced age, the elder's form appeared somewhat portly. This resemblance aligned with Jiang Yun's expectations, though the elder seemed more vibrant than he remembered from years past. Greetings, Earthlings, the Namekian elder offered warmly. Bu Chun's expression registered disbelief. How did he know they were from Earth? Jiang Yun maintained his composure, having anticipated the elder's remarkable foresight. You knew we would come. Bu Chun felt a weight settle in his heart. The only conclusion he could draw was that the intelligence officer had betrayed them. Do not fret, young one. I merely possess some unique abilities. The Grand Elder, having discerned Bu Chun's anxiety, spoke up to clarify. Upon hearing this, Bu Chun calmed down. He understood that the universe harbored peculiar powers, making it not at all far-fetched to foresee their movements and origins. His main concern lay in the possibility of encountering an ambush. Although their combat prowess rendered them largely untroubled, exercising caution was never a folly. While nothing amiss occurred this time, it served as a wake-up call. Next time, he must not act so rashly. Greetings, Grand Elder. We hail from Earth, and have come primarily to request the use of the Dragon Balls on your planet. That I recognize this request may seem exceedingly presumptuous. However, we are willing to comply with one condition that is acceptable to you. Jiang Yun stated respectfully, not displaying an ounce of arrogance despite his formidable strength. Humph. Do you truly believe you can wield the Dragon Balls? Do not harbor such delusions. Nilo interjected, his disposition towards outsiders decidedly unwelcoming. Nilo, refrain from being rude. They harbor no ill intent. The Grand Elder chided as he gestured for Nilo to step back, turning his gaze towards Jiang Yun. I understand your intentions. You may use the Dragon Balls. But you must first pass the trials set by our tribe's warriors. Naturally, Grand Elder, if we fail to pass your tribe's trials, it is only fitting that the Dragon Balls remain beyond our reach. Jiang Yun replied with unwavering confidence, nodding at the Grand Elder. Garna, take them to the other tribes for their challenges. With that, the Grand Elder closed his eyes, evidently intending to rest, while Jiang Yun and his companion followed Garna out. A few minutes after Jiang Yun and his companion departed, Nailu expressed his confusion. Grand Elder, have you truly acquiesced to their demands without further inquiry? Nailu, the future of Namek shall face a calamity. In my foresight, the Earthling shall prove to be of assistance to us. The Grand Elder remained with his eyes shut, his voice trailing off in a silence. I shall safeguard our planet. We need not rely on others. Nyla declared, casting a glance at the Grand Elder, who showed no intention of responding. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun proceeded with Garna to the site of the challenges. After Garna's explanations, Jiang Yun embarked on his journey of trials. Utilizing his prowess, he navigated through a series of obstacles, even overcoming intellect-based challenges with his wisdom. Thus, Jiang Yun triumphantly passed through 7 trials, emerging victorious at the Grand Elder's dwelling. Nailu could scarcely believe that the two had completed all tests in mere half a day. Realizing they possessed some measure of capability, congratulations! You have successfully passed the trials and are now qualified to use the Palunga, the Grand Elder announced, gesturing for Garna to lead Jiang Yun to the Palunga. Hold on. While you have passed the trials of others, I do not recognize your strength, so I challenge you. Nailu stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Haha, how intriguing. I accept, Jiang Yun replied, soaring towards an open area. Followed by Nailu, Jiang Yun selected a suitable battleground, awaiting the others to catch up. The Namekians were eager to witness whether their strongest warrior, Nailu, or the newcomer Jiang Yun would prevail. The anticipation was palpable. Only Bu Chun understood that Nailu was certainly no match for Jiang Yun. Yet he too was keenly interested in how Jiang Yun would handle the situation. Nailu's gaze was fixed upon Jiang Yun, his aura gradually intensifying. Garna, who do you believe will emerge victorious? You are the most familiar with Nailu, a Namekian inquired of Garna. Garna shook his head, murmuring, it's difficult to say. I cannot see through the strength of this newcomer. Jiang Yun. Having observed Jiang Yun swiftly conquer their challenges, Garna recognized that even Nailu would find them formidable. Yet, the outcome could only be determined through combat. Both warriors focused intently, their colossal auras causing the surrounding sand to tremble. Their energies clashing and igniting faint sparks in the air. Suddenly, Nailu cast aside his cloak and launched himself at Jiang Yun. Aha! Jiang Yun intercepted Nailu's assault, delivering an elbow strike that sent Nailu soaring. However, Nailu quickly ascended into the sky, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts directed at Jiang Yun, engulfing the area in clouds of dust. Undeterred, Nailu charged forward, crashing into Jiang Yun with tremendous force. Boom! Boom! They shattered several protruding rocks beneath them. And with a deft maneuver, Nailu sent Jiang Yun crashing into a hillside. Nailu conjured an energy sphere, aiming to hurl it at Jiang Yun. Yet in a sudden moment, his eyes widened as a powerful energy orb shot forth from the dust. Its elliptical form moving at astonishing speed. As Nailu's energy sphere dissipated, he narrowly evaded the incoming attack. The potent orb struck a nearby lake, generating a tremendous splash, but it did little to disrupt the duel. In an instant, Jiang Yun appeared above Nailu, delivering a forceful kick that sent him flying. Yet, Nailu seemed unfazed. With a fierce roar, he engaged Jiang Yun in a back-and-forth exchange of blows. Remarkable! These two are indeed formidable. Nailu lives up to his reputation. This newcomer, Jiang Yun, is impressive as well, managing to hold his ground. A Namekian observed, clearly admiring Jiang Yun's prowess. Jiang Yun's strength is commendable. He is indeed worthy of meeting Lord Palunga. Another Namekian remarked that, I still believe in Nailu's superiority. He is the strongest warrior of our Namek, one vocal supporter declared, evidently confident in Nailu's abilities. As the battle's intensity surged, the Namekians were left in awe. They had never witnessed Nailu unleash his full potential, and now they were astonished to see him pushed to such lengths by Jiang Yun. Kid, your strength is commendable. I, Nailu, acknowledge you, but we must continue fighting, Nailu declared, now recognizing Jiang Yun's capabilities. You are impressive as well, Jiang Yun replied, exhilarated. The combat techniques of the Namekians were indeed worthy of study, and he felt he had gained much from this encounter. Let us continue. Fight to your heart's content. I fear you not. Spiral energy wave. Nailu unleashed a powerful blast towards Jiang Yun. Relishing the battle, Jiang Yun executed a swift teleportation maneuver, appearing behind Nailu and delivering a heavy punch. Cough, cough. Nailu slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips. How did you appear behind me just now? Nailu questioned, bewildered, as he sensed his opponent's speed was beyond his comprehension. That technique is called instant transmission. I learned it on the planet Yardrat. It allows for spatial traversal, defying the constraints of distance, Jiang Yun explained, refraining from seizing the opportunity to attack. Fascinating, an incredible skill, but do not think it will be so easy to defeat me. With that, Nailu clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging as his aura surged to new heights. Even the Grand Elder, observing from his dwelling, sensed the escalation in Nailu's energy. Nailu, have you not noticed that your opponent's aura has remained remarkably stable? This young man likely harbors even greater strength yet to be revealed. Though age had diminished the Grand Elder's power, his keen insight and vast experience were still formidable. There is a clear understanding when it comes to the duel between two individuals. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder recalled the calamity he had inadvertently foreseen. 3 ominous auras and their malevolent silhouettes. A warrior flashing with the brilliance of thunder and a valiant fighter enveloped in golden flames were engaged in combat against an evil entity. Surrounding them was a multitude of shadowy figures, overwhelming in number, while the traces of flames engulfed Namek, signaling a catastrophic crisis for the entire planet. Yet the figures remained indistinct. The Grand Elder faintly discerned a human with 3 eyes. But the rest were obscured, only aware of the presence of Earthlings. Alas, may this youthful individual bring hope to Namek. The Grand Elder's tone was laden with a sense of the ages that in the short term. Namek would remain unscathed. Let it grow stronger swiftly. Gazing out at Namek, the depth of his gaze seemed to unveil the planet's future. As the scene shifted, Jiang Yun observed the sudden surge of energy emanating from Nailu, promptly elevating his own aura to a level comparable to Nailu's. Nailu, locking eyes with Jiang Yun, radiated an intense fighting spirit. He launched a direct punch towards Jiang Yun. Bang! 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 The sounds of their clash reverberated through the air. The energy collisions igniting a dazzling spectacle and generating immense wind pressure, driving weaker individuals away from their vicinity. Eventually, both combatants halted. Let this final move determine our victor, Jiang Yun. Nyla bellowed. No problem. Jiang Yun responded, eager to conclude the confrontation as well. Spiral shockwave. Infernal blaze. 2 colossal beams of energy surged towards one another. After a brief stalemate, Jiang Yun's energy assault forcefully countered Nailu's technique. Nailu's eyes widened. He was utterly exhausted and had no strength left to evade Jiang Yun's onslaught. Nailu, quickly dodge. Some Namekians began to call out to him, their faces etched with anxiety. Just as Jiang Yun's energy was about to strike Nailu, he raised his hands, redirecting the energy skyward. And one anticipated that Jiang Yun could manipulate the trajectory of his energy amidst such fierce combat. At that moment, Nailu understood he had lost. In fact, seeing Jiang Yun's suggested he had yet to unleash his full potential. Jiang Yun approached Nailu, extending his hand. Nailu, momentarily taken aback, soon grasped Jiang Yun's hand. The 2 formidable men exchanged smiles. Others joined them, and Galna rushed to Nailu's side, asking with concern, Nailu, are you all right? You're not injured, are you? Nailu looked at Galna and replied, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Then Nailu turned to Jiang Yun and stated, you are qualified to meet Purunga. Please follow me. Summoning Purunga required the language of the Namekians, rendering it ineffective for most individuals. Your wishes will be conveyed to Purunga by me. And I hope you refrain from making any malevolent desires, as I shall not transmit those. He warned, be mindful of your words. Jiang Yun regarded Nailu, this entity reminiscent of Piccolo, and replied, that is only natural. We have no need for nefarious power to augment our strength, so you can rest assured. Jiang Yun offered a preemptive reassurance, reflecting his inner conviction. Subsequently, Nailu gathered the Dragon Balls that Jiang Yun and Bu Chun had previously obtained, forming a sphere the size of a human head. Compared to the Dragon Balls of Earth, those of Namek were but miniature versions. Nailu spoke in a language unfamiliar to the 2, evidently the Namekian tongue. As darkness enveloped the sky above the Dragon Balls, come forth, Purunga. Captain, where have those 2 gone? Could it be they haven't returned for several years? A young girl, resting her chin on her hands, gazed up at the bright moon. I suspect you miss your beloved. Xian Linglong chuckled, covering her mouth. Linglong, you're insufferable. With that, she playfully swung her small fist at Xian Linglong. Though they typically addressed Xian Linglong as captain, in private, they referred to her by her name. Sharing a bond akin to sisters, like tea that moment, the 2 chased each other beneath the moonlight, their shadows stretching ever longer. Stop. Don't run. Not a chance. Come catch me if you can. Xian Linglong stuck her tongue out at lawn peeling before soaring into the air. Only in the company of those close to her could she afford to relax her demeanor. Before outsiders, she remained the cold, unfeeling Black Rose. Meanwhile, far away in the temple, the god still grappled with the dilemma of whether to present the energy technique he had acquired to Wukong. Though he could not comprehend the underlying principles, the god recognized the immense benefits it could confer on the human body if he refrained from allowing Wukong to learn it. The latter might risk falling behind the 2nd generation of demons. Very well, I shall give it to him. It poses no harm for Wukong, and perhaps the future may not be so grim. The god resolved, his face set with determination. Leaning on his staff, he approached Wukong, who was currently undergoing training with Bobo. After contemplating for a moment, the god addressed Bobo, saying, "Bobo, this is for you." The god extended his hand, presenting the energy technique he had obtained, instructing, in addition to the basic training, "Please incorporate this into Wukong's regimen." Bobo accepted the tome and glanced through it, then looked up, asking, "Is this the technique you mentioned previously, the one capable of changing the world?" "Indeed, Bobo, entrusting it to Wukong was a decision I made after much deliberation. The world is evolving, and we cannot adhere strictly to tradition," the god remarked, his words laden with significance. "Understood, God." Bobo acknowledged the goddess' intent. "Once Wukong's training concludes, you may instruct him. Take some time to familiarize yourself with it first." With that, the god turned his gaze to the realm of mortals, where changes were occurring at an alarming rate, necessitating his constant vigilance lest he lose grasp of numerous developments at that moment on Earth. The fervor for cultivation was rampant. Overall, societal morals had improved significantly, and the crime rate had diminished greatly, primarily due to the heightened martial prowess of law enforcement. This shift necessitated some individuals to change careers, contributing to the overall positive changes in societal attitudes in a shadowy chamber, voices echoed through the air. "Badu, why have the tributes decreased recently?" A figure cloaked in black robes spoke, their heavy attire obscuring their form. With only their eyes betraying a cruel glint. "My lord, it's primarily due to a decline in recent transactions," Badu responded, his voice trembling with trepidation. "Next time, double the tributes. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I can grant you such a position, but I can just as easily reduce you to a mere pawn." The figure suddenly materialized before Batu, revealing a face so pallid it was almost ghostly. Batu, once a negligible wanderer in the cosmos, had risen to prominence under the influence of this individual, becoming the master of a planet. The dark-robed figure had recognized the darkness within Badu and had subsequently harnessed that dark power to enhance his abilities, making Batu his agent. Reflecting on their initial encounter, Badu recalled the scene vividly. "Oh, is that not Batu?" A voice taunted, belonging to a lizard-like alien whose demeanor was mocking. Accompanying him, others kicked Batu, sending him sprawling to the ground. This lizard man, known as Scar, took pleasure in bullying Batu and others who were weaker, deriving joy from their suffering. In truth, they were but insignificant beings amidst the vast multitude, akin to specks of dust. They could only seek validation through the oppression of those even more vulnerable. "Batu, did I not warn you never to appear before me?" Scarface placed his foot upon Batu, revealing a menacing grin directed at him. "By the way, Batu, do hurry and pay this month's protection fee. Don't make it difficult for me, will you?" Scarface leaned down, addressing Batu. Crouched on the ground, Batu suddenly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with anger as he retorted. "Did I not pay a few days ago? You scoundrel!" "Huh, that was merely the payment from a few days past. This is for the last 2 days." Scarface chuckled heartily, his gaze glinting with amusement. "But you said it was for a month," Batu stammered, his voice trembling. "I decide when it is due. When did it become your place to retort?" "Strike him." Scarface's eyes sparkled with a hint of mirth. Regarding these individuals as nothing more than the dregs of society, reveling in the false sense of superiority he derived from tormenting the weaker Batu, thus feeding his own fragile ego and desire for dominance. Once they had finished their assault and rifled through Batu's pockets, they departed. Unbeknownst to them, a gaze filled with hatred followed their retreat, Batu's eyes brimming with madness and resentment. "Damn you! When Batu, rise in power, you shall meet a dreadful fate." His heart roared with fury as the insidious seeds of evil and vengeance took root within him. "Do you yearn for the strength to exact revenge? Do you wish to no longer be subjected to such indignities? Sell your soul to me, and you shall gain formidable power." The voice dripped with temptation. "Who are you?" Batu gasped, whirling around to confront the source of the voice. The voice offered no explanation, merely asking, "Are you willing?" Batu fell silent, recalling the humiliation inflicted upon him by Scarface. Desperate to escape this existence, he suddenly stood tall, his voice unwavering as he declared, "I am willing, even if it means selling my soul to the devil. Even if I must descend into hell, I refuse to endure this life any longer." Only a soul steeped in madness can withstand the transformation of demonic energy, Let evil flourish, the mysterious figure emerged, his hands emanating a crimson glow that struck Badu awe. Badu's cries were laden with agony as the dark energy reshaped his form, rendering him more powerful. Minutes later, the sounds of suffering diminished, replaced by maniacal laughter. Now imbued with strength, Badu knelt before the shadowy figure, pledging, "I shall serve you, my lord." Transformed by the dark energy, Badu appeared robust, shedding his former frail physique. His combat prowess had undergone a monumental shift, elevating from a mere few hundred to approximately 28,000, a small master in the cosmic realm. Though Badu remained unaware of the extent of his newfound power, he recognized he was exponentially stronger than before. The exhilarating force coursing through him signified his control over his destiny, albeit partially. "Go forth, foolish soul, pursue your desires, and then follow me from this place." Now possessing formidable strength, Badu sought out Scarface, ruthlessly eliminating him and his minions. The seeds of malevolence were sprouting, as the influence of dark energy rendered him merciless in his killings. His very essence and personality had been irrevocably altered by this sinister power. After vanquishing his tormentors, Badu aligned himself with this enigmatic figure, serving him ever since, his hands stained with countless souls. Yet he bore no regrets. His soul had long been surrendered to darkness, and as for the afterlife, Badu was indifferent, unconcerned with its existence. Returning to the present, Badu found himself compelled to fulfill the orders of this figure, for it was through him that he had attained his current status. "My lord, I vow to complete the task," Badu assured the imposing figure before him. Noticing the madness in Badu's eyes, the cloaked man knew he would fulfill his mission, for when that particular glint appeared, Badu would invariably accomplish what was entrusted to him. This was why the cloaked man favored him, and it was also the reason Badu had survived alongside him. While many followed the cloaked figure, none possessed the cunning of Badu, and a mesmerizing light emanated from the cloaked man's eyes. "Ha ha! I knew you would not disappoint me. Badu, strive diligently." With that, the cloaked figure vanished, and the oppressive atmosphere of the room dissipated. Yet the foreboding environment still sent chills through the air. Slowly, Badu exited the room and returned to his usual haunt. "Bring someone in," he commanded through his communicator, and a figure stepped into his chamber. "The quota is insufficient. Send someone to carry out assassinations. Double the previous amount. Use any means necessary. If you fail to deliver, do not return." Badu's voice held an eerie quality, instilling fear in the listener, who dreaded the implications of failure. "Yes, I take my leave." The subordinate hurriedly exited, as if fleeing from a ferocious beast. Pealing, "I cannot shake this ominous feeling that has settled in my heart lately." Xianling Long placed a hand over her chest, her expression heavy with concern as she spoke to Lon Peeling. "You worry too much." Lon Peeling lightly tapped Xianling Long's head, her tone tinged with exasperation. She then approached the table, retrieved a drink, and offered it to Xianling Long. "Drink this. Do not dwell on it. Rest early tonight." With that, she downed her drink in one go and departed. Observing this, Xianling Long followed suit, gulping down her beverage before slamming the cup onto the table, staring blankly at it. Sigh, perhaps I am overthinking it. With that, she returned to her room to rest. Unbeknownst to her, their lineage possessed a keen sixth sense, enabling them to intuit impending danger. However, having been young when their clan was annihilated, she had inherited little of their profound knowledge. Unable to comprehend her unease, she retired to her room, and that night would prove to be one of sleeplessness. In the days that followed, everyone continued to execute their tasks as usual. Alas, I feel an unsettling rise in the mortality rate lately. Now that you mention it, I too have sensed something amiss. Several comrades I once knew have vanished recently. I initially thought they perished in the line of duty. After all, as mercenaries, casualties are inevitable. I've noticed that too. I heard from my neighbor's uncle's cousin's brother that many in their mercenary group have gone missing during missions and have been declared dead. Have you all noticed that most of those who have died recently were either operating solo or lacked significant combat prowess? One individual raised this observation. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, each person stroking their chin in contemplation. Now that you mention it, I recall it being somewhat true. Tai Man, it's rare for you to be thinking rationally. Huh, a comrade jested, prompting a wave of laughter. Yet, once the laughter subsided, a sense of unease swept over them. If even the typically dull Tai Man sensed something was amiss, then something was undoubtedly wrong. Brothers, this matter is surely suspicious. I shall return to the group and report. We can drink together another time. The speaker promptly departed to inform the group. Not everyone would join the mercenary band. Some opted to register as independent mercenaries, freely forming teams with others, forging bonds during missions. Yet, many chose to join the mercenary group, for strength often comes from unity. Clearly, the gathering had lost its joviality, as an air of concern lingered among them. They were all acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Thus, they walked home in a somber silence. One individual wandered aimlessly down the street, when suddenly, a shadow darted past him. In an instant, a flash of steel glimmered, and his throat was slit, the disparity in power evident. In a moment of despair, he slowly collapsed, his eyes filled with reluctance. That moment, a somber voice resonated. The 18th. Before them stood a figure clad in black armor, his face shrouded in shadow, resembling a ghostly warrior. He produced a high-tech device of unknown purpose and inserted it into the man's body. In an instant, the man transformed into a desiccated corpse, which was promptly obliterated by a blast of energy from the strange individual, who then departed with an air of nonchalance. This time. Lan Peeling paced anxiously within the group, and upon seeing Xian Linglong approach, she urgently relayed, "Captain, several sisters have reported an increase in the mortality rate recently. Our investigation has revealed that there have been some casualties in other locations as well. Do not fret. Speak slowly and clearly," Xian Linglong urged, observing Lan Peeling's distressed demeanor and encouraging her to remain calm. Following this, Lan Peeling recounted the events of the recent period. After listening intently to Lan Peeling's account, Xian Linglong felt a sense of clarity wash over her, as her inner unease was confirmed. This matter is undoubtedly abnormal. Issue a command to investigate this thoroughly, Xian Linglong declared coldly, displaying the resoluteness befitting her title as the Black Rose. Her gaze swept over the assembly, and a palpable pressure enveloped the hearts of those present. Understood. In light of such a significant issue, no one dared to oppose her. In an instant, various mercenary groups began to stir, a shadowy atmosphere settling over Chiu Long Star. "Captain, there have been persistent murders lately. It is evident that a malevolent force is at work. Several members of our Blaze team have also been attacked." A report came in from an anxious messenger. "Are our comrades from Earth unharmed?" The captain inquired hastily. "They are safe. All of us who came together are elites, each possessing commendable experience and strength. The deceased have primarily been those of lesser combat capability." At that moment, the individual felt particularly grateful for Jiang Yun's rigorous training. "Have we uncovered the identity of the perpetrator?" "Not yet. Our brothers assigned to monitor the situation report that the assailant is a figure clad in black combat attire, wearing a mask and exhibiting swift movements, likely a death warrior." The captain fell into deep contemplation, pondering the motives behind this group. Such rampant slaughter must surely serve some insidious purpose. Enhance our vigilance. The leader and others are expected to return soon. Once the leader arrives, we shall not fear any lurking threats within the Rose mercenary group. "Captain, we have apprehended a key culprit." A woman rushed in, appearing weary and clearly overwhelmed by recent events. Subsequently, several women entered the hall, escorting a lifeless figure draped in black. The two women who entered explained, "We concealed our combat prowess, and just as this individual was preparing to commit a crime, we swiftly subdued him. However, upon capture, he ingested poison and committed suicide." Xian Linglong glanced at the scene before her and remarked, "It is undoubtedly a death warrior. Such entities are often cultivated by powerful factions, yet we are not among the formidable forces." "Captain, this is an item found on the perpetrator." One of the women presented an object, and Xian Linglong accepted it, noting a storage-like feature on its reverse. It was indeed the blood of the deceased. What could their hidden agenda entail? A heavier weight settled upon Xian Linglong's heart as she pondered the implications of collecting blood post-murder. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit corner, a dark crimson figure bathed in a pool of blood. Resembling a demonic entity, emanated manic laughter. Soon, I am on the verge of ascending to the rank of Duke. Once I achieve that, it will be time for me, Andrew, to exact my vengeance. Huh? Batu, continue your search. Do not worry about exposure this time. Once I ascend, I will take you back to the demon realm, and you shall become a true member of the demon clan. This individual was none other than the mysterious figure behind Batu. A vampire of the demon clan? Little did he expect to ascend to the rank of Duke so swiftly. The human realm truly was a splendid place. After I return from vengeance, I will assuredly return again. It turned out that Andrew was a vampire count, having inadvertently arrived in the human realm after being wounded by an enemy. The vampire clan ranks among the upper echelons of the demon realm, where classifications are as follows. The last bloodline, combat power below 1,000, akin to cannon fodder in the demon realm. Baron, combat power between 1,000 and 10,000. Representing the foot soldiers of the battlefield, the most numerous in the demon realm, yet a humble existence in the survival of the fittest hierarchy. Viscount, combat power between 10,000 and 100,000. A middle ground between barons and counts, capable of serving as squad leaders, forming the foundational strength of the vampire clan, with some degree of status, though not high. Count, combat power between 100,000 and 1 million. The mainstay of the vampire clan, capable of commanding others, a rising star expected to uphold the clan's prosperity, holding a modest standing in the demon realm. Marquis, combat power between 1 million and 10 million. Experts of the vampire clan, able to serve as generals, occupying a higher echelon in the demon realm, yet still not at the pinnacle. Duke, combat power between 10 million and 100 million. Elders within the vampire hierarchy, possessing significant influence, capable of commanding a territory and exerting power over other demon clans. Andrew had incurred the wrath of a duke-level entity. Although he was not referred to as a duke, he nonetheless commanded respect within his domain. Due to external backing, Andrew's family deemed his value insufficient to warrant conflict, thus abandoning him. Prince, combat power between 100 million and 1 billion, the backbone of the vampire clan, akin to an ancestral figure. However, Andrew had only heard of princes and had never encountered one, as his status did not afford him such privileges. 8S for higher-tier entities, Andrew could not ascertain their existence. Perhaps princes held that knowledge, but it was unlikely they would share such information with someone of Andrew's comparatively low standing. In truth, Andrew's vampire clan was once a prominent family in ancient times, and there indeed existed entities of higher rank than princes, a secret known only to a select few among them. With regard to the existence beyond princes, they were referred to as blood ancestors and blood gods. The blood ancestor is said to be the progenitor of the vampire lineage, possessing formidable power, and legend has it that he once ruled the demon realm, surpassing even the current demon king, Dapula, in strength. However, this information was known solely to the patriarch of the vampire clan and was treated as mere legend, its veracity uncertain and too dangerous to divulge. While their family held considerable power in the demon realm, they were not at the zenith. Should this information leak, even Dapula would not spare them. It is said that the blood ancestor is the progenitor of vampires, with all vampires considered as progeny. Yet the highest existence beyond the blood ancestor is the blood god. While there may be many blood ancestors, there can only be one blood god, a being of unparalleled supremacy, rumored to possess immortality. The vampire clan inherits the blood god's immortal essence, granting them remarkable regenerative abilities. Consuming blood allows for rapid recovery, even to a greater extent. Andrew exemplified this situation, having healed swiftly with Bata's assistance after sustaining injuries in the demon realm. Yet Andrew was acutely aware of the numerous formidable beings within the human realm. Therefore, he refrained from reckless actions, instead enlisting Batu to assist in blood collection. However, with his imminent breakthrough, his desire for power overshadowed his rationality, leading him to act increasingly recklessly. Batu, knowing he would be taken away by Andrew after the latter's breakthrough, recklessly embraced the chaos, brazenly murdering lower-tier combatants to extract their blood. Now, the revelation of their deeds was drawing near. In recent days, various mercenary groups became aware of the perpetrators' escalating audacity, as they no longer concealed their actions, openly committing murder to draw blood. Following communications among the mercenary groups, others became informed of the situation and began to take precautions. However, this incident has caused a wave of anxiety among the people. Some have even chosen to withdraw from the mercenary profession, yet upon realizing that they are still vulnerable to attacks outside the fold, it became evident to all that the mastermind behind these events must be dealt with, lest there be no peace for anyone. Consequently, the mercenary factions, which typically vie against one another, have rarely begun to unite, solely to unearth the hidden perpetrator. Countless mercenary groups have banded together, and the number of captured black-armored assassins continues to rise. Within a grand hall, numerous leaders of these mercenary factions convene, deliberating on how to address this pressing matter. "Let us hear everyone's thoughts on how we should proceed," thundered the explosive-tempered leader of the giant rock mercenary group as he slammed his hand upon the table. "Lalo, you must maintain your composure. Being hasty will yield no results. The key is to diligently investigate the identity of the killer," replied the leader of the Whirlwind mercenary group, the very faction to which Kasha belonged during the recent vegetable competition. A glance around the room revealed that nearly all the leaders of the mercenary factions were present. Mercenary City stands as the most formidable stronghold for mercenaries on this planet, serving as the foundation for many. Batu, the planet's ruler, resides within Mercenary City. With the exception of the leader of the Blazing Flame mercenary group, nearly all were in attendance. Upon noticing the absence of the Blazing Flame's leader and deputy, the leader of the giant rock mercenary group unleashed his fury upon them. The culprit must be the leader of the Blazing Flame mercenary group. Their prolonged absence can only signify guilt. Lalo declared with a fierce glare. "I concur," chimed in the leader of second-rate mercenary faction, who had previously been allied with the Lone Wolf mercenary group, seeing the opportunity to challenge the Blazing Flame mercenary group. He quickly voiced his agreement. The gathering erupted into a cacophony of voices, resembling a bustling marketplace. "Enough! Is there no one who can maintain silence?" Xian Linglong commanded, slamming her hand on the table, instantly silencing the room. "Could you all be so dim-witted? They are not the culprits. Instead of bickering, why not devise a plan?" Xian Linglong's authoritative retort made those under her gaze lower their heads. None dared provoke the Black Rose, for they knew they could not contend with her. In truth, they all recognized that the Blazing Flame mercenary group was likely innocent, as none of their core members had perished. The casualties were solely from those who had joined later. This envy stemmed from their own severe losses, while others remained unscathed. Observing the spectacle unfolding before him, the representative of the Blazing Flame mercenary group understood that all this was mere verbal sparring. Yet, seeing Xian Linglong fiercely defend them, he couldn't help but recall some internal rumors. Whispers suggested that their leader had an illicit relationship with the leader of the Rose mercenary group, the Black Rose. A notion previously dismissed as mere gossip, but given the current atmosphere, it seemed there was indeed some truth to it. Moreover, he mused, Xian Linglong's unparalleled beauty was certainly fitting for their leader, eliciting a momentary smirk of intrigue. However, no one paid him heed. They continued to quietly discuss the matter at hand. At that moment, someone discreetly approached him. "Captain Carlos, we have tracked the whereabouts of those black-armored assassins. They are within the Lord's mansion, and my brothers have witnessed it firsthand." This informant was one he had meticulously selected, their training impeccable and their stealth flawless, ensuring they would evade detection. Meanwhile, someone approached Xian Linglong with news as well. "Big sister, we have located the killer. With the aid of Jasmine's superpower, we successfully identified their location." At this juncture, Carlos, now aware of the killer's whereabouts, rose and proclaimed, "Everyone, I have news. My men have discovered that the killer is within the Lord's mansion." "Impossible! How could the Lord be the killer?" Skeptics retorted, "I have also received word that the killer is indeed in the Lord's mansion. We shall see for ourselves." Xian Linglong interjected, though Carlos's standing was not equal to that of the others. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Carlos's combat prowess surpassed that of everyone present, save for Xian Linglong. After all, Earthlings could conceal their energy. While his outward power measured at 5,000, his true might soared to 15,000. Had they known the extent of his strength, their demeanor would undoubtedly shift, for this world reveres the strong above all else. Upon hearing Xian Linglong's words, the assembly resolved to investigate further. They swiftly set forth towards the Lord's mansion. As they approached, Xian Linglong's unease intensified, as if foreboding a momentous event. Just as they arrived outside the mansion, before they could enter, a brilliant crimson light erupted from within, soaring into the heavens. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, creating a violent wind that swept everything in its path. The scarlet beam was both mesmerizing and malevolent, radiating an aura that sent shivers down their spines. The oppressive and dark energy loomed over them, confirming their fears. The killer was undoubtedly within, and the Lord likely played a significant role. "Curse that fiend! Return my brothers to me!" Lalo shouted in fury, charging towards the blood-red beam, with others hastily following suit. Upon reaching the source of the crimson light, they beheld a figure, laughing maniacally within its glow. "Ha ha! I, Andrew, have finally become a duke. Aha! Prepare to perish, Lester. I shall return swiftly." Andrew cackled in delirium. Had someone employed a combat power detector, it would reveal Andrew's staggering strength, exceeding 1,000,000. In quick succession, someone activated their ocular detector, witnessing the numbers escalate rapidly. 15,000, 16,000, 30,000, boom! The detector shattered under the strain of the skyrocketing power levels, as did others in the vicinity. Within moments, the devices exploded, leaving the crowd to speculate that Andrew's power hovered around 30,000, though it was evidently much greater. Though they could not ascertain the precise figure, it was likely above 100,000. Unaware of Andrew's true might, the mercenaries were at a loss. However, as a subordinate of Jiang Yun, Carlos was acutely aware of Andrew's formidable strength, a force he had never encountered before, not even under the leadership of their own lord. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Carlos understood they might not return, yet felt compelled to convey a warning. He discreetly instructed one of his brothers to report to their leader, urging him not to return. Expressing, "We shall fight to the death, hoping to reunite in our next lives." Carlos resolved to confront Andrew, for he sensed the sinister gaze of the latter fixated upon them. Escape seemed futile, yet he was determined to buy time for his comrades. "Blazing Flame Team, blood shall not be shed in vain, and we shall fight until our last breath? Damn it! How can this monster be so powerful?" someone exclaimed, contemplating retreat in the face of Andrew's overwhelming might. "Retreat? Have you not seen that the monster has already set its eyes upon us? How can you run? With a hammer in hand, perhaps. Fleeing before him would only lead to their demise, and considering their fates rested here, they could not afford to allow him to eliminate them at will." Lalo was acutely aware of the situation. It was abundantly clear that this monster was indeed the true mastermind behind the chaos. "Remarkably, Lalo, you seem to have grasped the situation," remarked the leader of the Whirlwind mercenary group. "What nonsense! If I couldn't even comprehend this, what sort of leader would I be?" Lalo retorted, his seasoned temperament evident in his fiery words. The immediate priority was to unite the other leaders to confront this monstrosity, for otherwise, hope would be extinguished at that moment. Another mercenary leader spoke up. Yes, they looked on. The energy within the monstrous figure began to retract. The previously blinding red light started to diminish, the crimson and malevolent essence seemingly dissipating. At the center of the crimson glow stood Andrew, now devoid of his dark robes. His garments had vanished entirely. Behind him, massive wings unfurled, enveloping him as his skin turned a deep shade of black, with only his crimson eyes glimmering, exuding a captivating yet sinister glow, reminiscent of the demon Goku encountered at the fortune teller's. However, his wings were far more immense, his physique notably more robust, and his strength was simply incomparable. The difference in their auras was akin to that between a flickering firefly and a resplendent full moon. The debris and various scattered items, previously swept away by Andrew's overwhelming aura, now lay in disarray around him. The crimson glow that had enveloped him was retracted back into his being. That mere red light was nothing but the manifestation of Andrew's explosive power following his breakthrough. It was what the original text referred to as an explosive aura. At that moment, Carlos approached Xian Linglong's side and said, "Captain Xian Linglong, it would be prudent for you to retreat. This monster's strength has surpassed our capacity to resist." We have resolved to fight to the death in hopes of buying some time. Miss Linglong, you must withdraw. Otherwise, I cannot face the leader. Carlos understood that if they fled, perhaps a few might escape. However, he could not abandon his comrades. The members of the Martial Alliance were his brothers and sisters, his family. Consequently, he could not forsake them under any circumstances. Reflecting on this, Carlos's thoughts drifted back to the past, when he was a destitute orphan. Barely clothed and starving, it was Jiang Yun's compassion that led him to the Martial Alliance, granting him a life free from worry. The brothers of the Alliance had treated him with remarkable kindness, and thus he came to regard the Alliance as his home. He trained with exceptional diligence and tenacity, knowing that only through hard work could he repay Jiang Yun's kindness. Yet, before he could truly express his gratitude, he found himself in such a dire predicament. Nonetheless, he was determined to protect Xian Linglong. After all, in the eyes of all, she was undeniably the future lady of the Alliance, a beauty worthy of their leader. The leader had once told them that life and death could weigh heavily like a mountain or lightly like a feather. In the past, he had struggled to comprehend this, but now he understood. Being able to shed blood for his brothers was his honor. Carlos turned to face his resolute comrades, who had evidently placed their lives on the line. However, he failed to notice the peculiar expression on Xian Linglong's face, her neck flushed with a rosy hue, and her cheeks bearing a hint of color. Why do they all presume that I have an illicit relationship with Jiang Yun? Although the high priest mentioned I would encounter my fated one, I am not necessarily inclined. Xian Linglong was filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet thoughts of Jiang Yun's charm and the warmth he exuded brought her a measure of delight. Listening to Carlos's words, she couldn't help but feel curious about Jiang Yun. What kind of extraordinary person could inspire such valiant souls? Meanwhile, the gathered crowd exchanged glances, many of them grasping each other's sentiments. At that moment, Andrew surveyed the scene before him, marveling at the fine day it was to celebrate his ascension to Duke. To him, the people before him appeared as mere insects. Andrew raised his hand, slowly gathering an energy orb, which he casually flung away, observing its seemingly modest power. However, the energy orb detonated beside them, creating a sizable crater. Ha ha ha! Delight me, you pitiful insects! Andrew's laughter echoed, but to the others, it sounded grotesque. Their faces turned grim, realizing they had gravely underestimated Andrew's combat prowess. Yet upon seeing the multitude around them, their hearts steadied somewhat. Andrew stepped forth from his previous position, where a pool of blood had been entirely absorbed, and with a flap of his wings, he leaped onto a high rooftop, gazing down upon the others. His spirits soaring, he cast a gleeful smile at the various team leaders before him. Shall we play a game? With that, he began to launch energy orbs one after another, quickly summoning dozens that floated ominously above. I shall rain down these energy orbs from the sky, and you will find a way to evade or survive. How does that sound? Andrew's smile, though slight, appeared particularly sinister to all present. Why should we partake in your frivolous game? A nameless extraterrestrial stepped forward, indignation evident in his voice. Swish! A swift flick of Andrew's finger unleashed a lethal attack, instantly slaying the protester. Oh ho ho! My sincerest apologies, but this is the fate of the uncooperative. Andrew's laughter, reminiscent of Fresia's, was chilling as he dispatched another life. One member of the Blazing Flame team approached Carlos and whispered, Captain, what should we do now? Prolonging this will work to our advantage. We must not act rashly just yet. Carlos's gaze remained fixed on Andrew, wary of any malicious moves that he could not rely on the enemy to show mercy. That was inconceivable. Swish, swish. Dozens of energy orbs cascaded down upon their vicinity like dumplings falling into a pot. Quick, take cover, get down. What good is lying down? Move aside. Activate the shield, Carlos commanded, ensuring Xian Linglong was encompassed within their protective barrier. In an instant, explosions erupted, reverberating across the area. However, some were unfortunate enough to be caught in the blast, their remains obliterated. Before long, the ground was shrouded in dust, and the surrounding structures were reduced to rubble, revealing numerous craters of varying sizes, a testament to the overlapping impact points of the energy orbs. Damn it, is this creature treating us as mere playthings? This monster is terrifyingly strong. as the dust began to settle. A small portion of their ranks had been diminished, some bearing injuries, clutching their arms where energy had grazed them. Just a mere brush had rendered an arm useless in combat, highlighting the severity of Andrew's power. In reality, this was but a trivial display of Andrew's might, as he reveled in his newfound status as Duke, delighting in his little game, the stakes being their lives. Andrew crossed his arms, scrutinizing the survivors, his gaze lingering on Carlos and his companions, who remained unscathed by the dust. This piqued his curiosity, and I did not expect so many to still be standing. Let the game continue. More energy orbs began to manifest in his hands. Are you ready? Weak little insects? They have no eyes. Andrew's expression was filled with mockery and amusement. Perceiving the gathered crowd merely as toys for his entertainment, he relished in their anger and helplessness, which only served to amplify his joy, liberating both his body and spirit. In an instant, the floating energy orbs began to descend one by one, crashing down around the group. Andrew made no effort to control their descent, allowing them to fall freely. The fate of those struck was left to chance, and he hoped they could endure a little longer. For the longer they lasted, the more he could relish in the game. The sound of explosions echoed once more, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. If this continues, we shall all perish. We must devise a plan. What plan? Let's charge at him and fight. After all, we are doomed either way. We might as well die with honor. Indeed, a glorious death is better than a coward's end. Big brother, why 18 years? A younger member chimed in. You foolish lad, why stutter? It's because you, my leader, will only come of age 18 years from now. In our homeland, one is considered an adult at 18, and a man can be called a hero, the elder brother added, his voice suddenly choked with emotion. In the next life, I promise I won't mind your stutter. Big brother, it's all right. I've already grown accustomed to it. This simple-hearted lad, having saved this comrade in a previous mission, formed a bond of brotherhood with him. Yet they remained unaware of whether they could escape this perilous situation. Their hopes growing dim. Once the dust settles, we will launch our attack. We can no longer remain passive. We must retaliate, or our deaths will bear no meaning. Carlos began rallying his comrades with renewed determination. Her feel an unexpected surge of hope. The figure that appeared before her was a beacon of light amidst encroaching darkness, emanating an aura of strength and protection. Do not fear, for I shall shield you. The voice was resolute, carrying an assurance that pierced through the veil of despair. As the confrontation escalated, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Andrew, momentarily taken aback, narrowed his eyes at the newcomer, assessing this unexpected turn of events. With renewed vigor, the allies rallied together, their resolve solidified by the presence of this heroic figure. The clash of power reverberated through the air as they prepared to unleash their might against Andrew. The once insurmountable foe now confronted by a united front. The tides of battle shifted, and in that pivotal moment, hope flickered like a flame, igniting the spirit of resistance among them in the face of adversity. They stood firm, ready to defy the odds and reclaim their fate. This was not merely a fight for survival. It was a testament to their indomitable will, a declaration that they would not be crushed by the weight of despair. Together, they would rise, and together they would prevail.